The sun's rays caressed the facade of the majestic building of the new school, which embodied all the achievements of modern architecture and educational technologies. Yun, a brown-eyed girl with a neat bob haircut, was pondering the possible whereabouts of her Appa senpai, wondering if he was currently in one of the many classrooms in the school. Suddenly, the silence of the school corridor was broken by a loud stomping sound, and an excited student burst into the classroom, her cry of surprise echoing throughout the room. The breathless girl rushed to share the sensational news about the incredibly attractive high school student she had just noticed near the school office. Yun, sitting alone by the window, was lost in thought about the mysterious high school transfer student whose appearance had caused such a stir among the female students. Deep down, the girl wondered if this stranger could be the same Appa she had been thinking about so often lately. Half closing her eyes, Yun absent-mindedly looked at the blank sheet of paper lying on the desk in front of her, as if expecting it to reveal all the secrets to her. Unconsciously, she began to draw intricate patterns on the paper, her thoughts completely absorbed by the image of the mysterious boy she knew nothing about. Suddenly, Yun realized that this young man could be the one everyone thought had died in a terrible car accident 10 years ago, along with his parents. The airport's second terminal shone with glass and chrome, embodying all the achievements of modern architecture and technology. Yun's eyes widened in surprise when she saw a familiar figure in the crowd of arriving passengers. Suddenly, someone's trembling arms embraced a tall guy with piercing gray eyes, frozen in an expression of extreme amazement. The elderly man, hugging the gray-haired youth, could not hold back his tears of joy, repeating over and over again that he could not believe in his miraculous return. Yun watched the touching scene of reunion with bated breath, feeling her heart fill with an incomprehensible excitement and anticipation of something new. The gray-haired boy's gaze suddenly focused, staring off into the distance with extraordinary concentration and intensity. The object of his close attention was Udune, whose cheeks instantly flushed red under the weight of that unexpected and piercing gaze. The guy's stern expression gradually softened, giving way to a slight smile, still not taking his eyes off the embarrassed girl. Suddenly, Udune's dreamy state was broken by a sharp shout from her classmate, tearing her away from the captivity of her own fantasies. The friends who surrounded the confused Udune impatiently reproached her for her absent-mindedness, to which the girl only guiltily muttered an apology. The blonde classmate reminded Udune of her promise to lend her her sports uniform, persistently asking if she had brought it with her. Udune hesitated and confirmed that she had a uniform, but timidly asked what she would wear in that case. The blonde, not hiding her irritation, responded sharply, asking if Udune was in his right mind. Continuing her tirade, the classmate sarcastically asked since when Udune dared to answer her in such a tone. Suddenly, the blonde gave Udune a resounding slap in the face, accompanying her gesture with a caustic remark about the need to find out the reasons for such behavior. Not stopping there, the blonde continued her reproaches, reminding Udune of her forgetfulness and ingratitude. In a threatening tone, the classmate asked Udune if she wanted to be beaten in front of everyone present. Udune, unable to find the strength to resist the attacks, only bowed her head, feeling completely helpless in the face of naked aggression. In the neighboring class, meanwhile, the teacher was introducing a new student, the same gray-haired young man from the airport, announcing his joining their team. The teacher explained that the newcomer had lived abroad for a long time due to personal circumstances and called on his classmates to help him adapt to his new life. The attention of the entire class, especially the female half, was riveted on the attractive appearance of the new student, causing a wave of embarrassment and trepidation. The young man with dyed hair looked at the newly arrived student with indifference, snorting slightly, as if demonstrating his disdain for what was happening and his unwillingness to show any interest in the newcomer. Another student, noticeably shorter and with a more unremarkable appearance, on the contrary, could not hide his amazement, looking with wide-open eyes at the unusual newcomer. The teacher, trying to diffuse the situation, pointed to a free seat at the back of the class for the new student, inviting him to sit down, to which he merely nodded silently. Slowly moving towards the designated place, the new guy, dressed in socks and slippers, attracted more and more attention to himself, causing whispers and gossip among the students. The newcomer's gaze fell on a boy with bright red curly hair, dressed in a formal suit, whose appearance was in sharp contrast to the rest of the students in the class. The red-haired youth, noticing the newcomer's close attention, mentally wondered why everyone was going so crazy about this guy, who, in his opinion, suddenly a muscular guy with dyed hair, who was sitting nearby, leaned towards Lee Ja-hoon, clearly intending to share some of his thoughts about what was happening. In a whisper, he expressed his displeasure at the newcomer's arrival, calling him a freak and offering to arrange a small meeting with him on the first day to show him who was boss. Without wasting any time, the boy with dyed hair, driven by the desire to teach the newcomer a lesson, quietly stuck out his foot, intending to trip up the new student walking past. However, to everyone's surprise, the new boy, as if sensing danger, suddenly stopped right in front of the outstretched leg, avoiding an inevitable fall and disgrace in front of the entire class. Lee Ja-hoon, watching this scene, could not hide his amazement and bewilderment, trying to understand how the newcomer managed to avoid such a cunningly set trap. The new guy, as if nothing had happened, just smiled softly, looking around the class, seeming to understand perfectly well that difficult but definitely interesting days awaited him at the new educational institution. The red-haired Lee Ja-hoon, clearly annoyed by his failed attempt to humiliate the newcomer, cursed under his breath, not understanding how his perfectly thought-out plan could have failed so easily. Lee Ja-hoon's irritation only grew when he noticed that the new guy kept looking in his direction, as if challenging him or trying to read his mind. Unable to bear the tension, Lee Ja-hoon rudely called out the newcomer, calling him an idiot and demanding an explanation as to why he continued to stare at him so intently. The new guy remembers the words the muscular man with blonde hair told him earlier, that listen carefully, while you live in Korea, avoid fights at all costs, it can be dangerous for you. Udune, lost in his memories, realizes the importance of this advice, but his inner feeling tells him that following it will not be so easy in the current situation. The guy convinces himself of the correctness of his chosen strategy, realizing that getting into a fight with limited knowledge of the area would be extremely unwise on his part. Udune firmly resolves for himself not to act too hastily and not to risk being killed by some amateur, realizing that there is too much at stake to expose himself so stupidly. In his thoughts, the guy turns to the image of the blonde man, reminding him that he is a professional who has lived on the battlefield for more than 10 years, who knows how to assess the situation and act accordingly. The imaginary lieutenant in his memories decisively raises his hand, gesturing for Udune to stop, which causes the boy to be slightly surprised and listen more carefully. The lieutenant's voice in his head is serious, insisting that his warning has valid grounds that Udune must take into account. Continuing his thought, the imaginary lieutenant explains that his request not to fight is not due to doubts about Udune's abilities, but rather concerns about the potential enemy and the consequences of the conflict. Back in reality, Udune looks closely at the curly-haired boy, trying to understand his intentions and assess the potential threat, his gaze expressing a mixture of bewilderment and wariness. Suddenly, the silence is broken by the teacher's voice, addressed to Udune, inquiring about the reason for his immobility and expressing slight concern and curiosity. Udune, instantly composing herself, gives the teacher her most disarming smile and politely apologizes, explaining her confusion as the excitement of her first day at a new school. Without wasting another second, Udune casually walks past the curly-haired guy in a tracksuit, keeping the same friendly smile on his face. The curly-haired guy, watching Udune, smiles smugly, considering the new guy an ordinary coward and not expecting anything interesting from him in the future. Udune continues his way to his seat, his gaze now deliberately directed downwards, as if he is trying to avoid further conflict and drawing attention to himself. The guy with dyed hair sitting nearby doesn't seem surprised at all by the current situation. He just continues to doze off, ignoring what's going on around him and not showing the slightest interest in the new guy. The teacher turns to a small, fragile boy named Park Yun-chan, telling him that since he is sitting next to the new boy Udune, he should take care of him and help him get used to his new surroundings. Park Yun-chan, hearing the teacher's request, smiles in a friendly manner and turns to the new student, introducing himself and greeting him with genuine warmth in his voice. Addressing the new student, Park Yun-chan clarifies whether he heard his name Yu Yi-jin correctly, trying to make sure that he did not make a mistake and will be able to address his new deskmate correctly. Suddenly, something catches Park Yun-chan's attention, causing him to quickly turn his head to the side, his eyes widening momentarily in surprise or perhaps alarm. Quickly recovering from his surprise, Park Yun-chan turns back to Udune and whispers his observation, mentioning that he noticed Lee Ja-hoon trying to trip him. Continuing his whisper, Park Yun-chan explains to the new guy that the guy who tried to frame him is Lee Ja-hoon, and that his friend Ju Hyuk-jin is sitting behind him, making it clear that the two could pose a certain threat. Concluding his warning, Park Yun-chan advises Yidzin to be careful around the two students, clearly concerned for the well-being of his new deskmate. Yidzin listens attentively to Park Yun-chan without interrupting and maintaining a neutral expression on his face, as if analyzing the information he received and assessing the situation. After finishing listening, Yidzin turns to Park Yun-chan and thanks him for his warning and concern with a smile, his voice sounding sincere and friendly. Wanting to show his friendliness, Park Yun-chan offers his help to Yidzin, saying that he can come to him with any questions and he will try to help in any way he can. At this moment, an elderly, bald teacher enters the office, immediately instructing the students to open their textbooks to page 47, his voice sounding confident and authoritative. The teacher begins to write something on the board with chalk, attracting the attention of some of the students, while others seem to show little interest in what is happening in the lesson. The student sitting in front of Itzin yawns loudly, demonstrating boredom and lack of interest in the lesson with his whole appearance, his posture expressing a clear reluctance to participate in the learning process. At this moment, Itzin's gaze is directed somewhere to the side, as if something has caught his attention, forcing him to be distracted for a moment from what is happening in the classroom. Yidzin turned his gaze to the boy sitting next to him, noticing how strangely he was writing down everything the teacher wrote on the board, his handwriting and writing style clearly different from the rest of the students. Continuing his silent observation, the new boy studied the other students in the class with curiosity, his gaze slowly sliding over the faces and figures of his classmates, trying to form a first impression of each of them. Iden's attention was drawn to one of the students who, without embarrassment, fell asleep right in the middle of class, his head resting on his folded hands on the desk, his breathing even and calm, as if he were in his own bed. Nearby, two other students, not paying attention to the lesson, were engrossed in looking at something on their phone screen, periodically bursting into laughter and trying to contain their mirth so as not to attract the teacher's attention. Suddenly, some sounds coming from the window caught Itzin's attention, causing him to turn his head toward the source of the noise, his gaze focusing on what was happening outside the glass. Outside the window, Yidzin saw a group of students in physical education class. They were playing volleyball and, apparently, taking some kind of test. Their energetic movements contrasted with the sleepy atmosphere in the classroom. Watching the scene outside the window, Yidzin suddenly became lost in memories, his gaze becoming distant, as if he was looking somewhere far beyond the schoolyard. A picture from the past surfaced in his memory, a heavy rain drenching everything around, and he himself, somewhere in the army, soaking wet, but continuing to do his duty. Memories replaced each other. Here he is running somewhere with his partners. The blood on the collar of his uniform speaks of a battle he has just experienced or a dangerous mission. The next scene from the past is Itzin and his comrades making their way through a swamp. The water is almost chest deep. Every step is difficult, but they continue to move forward, completing the task. Then memory helpfully throws up footage of the grueling training they went through together, striving to achieve perfection in their craft and become the best in their field. These memories of training and combat missions mix together in Ijin's mind, creating a contrast with the peaceful environment of the school classroom he is currently in. Lost in his thoughts, Yitzin wonders if this country is really as peaceful as it seems at first glance, his experiences making him doubt the apparent calm. Suddenly, the bell brings Yitzin back to reality. Classes are over, and the students, animatedly talking, begin to get ready to go home, creating a little fuss in the corridors. The girl with the bob hair suddenly noticed her Appa Ijin in the crowd. Her eyes widened in surprise and joy, recognizing a familiar figure among the many students. Approaching Idzin, the girl asked if he was waiting for her, to which the guy answered in the affirmative, offering to go home together if she had no other plans. Embarrassed, the girl began to shake her head from side to side, trying to say something, but the words stuck in her throat, creating an awkward pause in the conversation. Without waiting for a clear answer, Idzin gently suggested that they go home together, his voice sounding calm and confident, as if trying to relieve the tension that had arisen. The girl, finally overcoming her excitement, smiled sweetly and agreed to Idzin's proposal. Her voice sounded quiet, but there was a note of joy in it. Yidzin, walking next to the girl, silently looked ahead. His face remained calm and thoughtful, as if he was lost in his thoughts. The girl's gaze also turned somewhere to the side. She was silent, feeling the awkwardness of the situation and not knowing how to start a conversation with her brother, whom she had not seen for so long. Suddenly, Yidzin broke the silence by asking if the girl felt awkward, to which she quickly replied in the negative, but then admitted that perhaps just a little. Yidzin tried to reassure his sister that he felt exactly the same way, his voice soft and understanding, as if trying to establish a connection between them. The girl froze for a second, listening to Yidzin talk about how he was only 9 years old at the time of the accident, and he had very few memories of her and his grandfather. Continuing his thought, Yidzin guessed that it was probably even harder for his sister, since she was only 7 years old at the time. His voice sounded with notes of sympathy and concern. Hearing these words, the girl looked away and sank into silence, perhaps trying to cope with the surging memories and emotions. Trying to change the subject, Yidzin asked his sister what time she said Heejin was due to arrive, his question sounding like an attempt to return the conversation to a more neutral topic. Passing by some shop or cafe, the girl with the bob haircut noticed her classmates, among whom was that same bully. She involuntarily listened to their conversation, catching fragments of phrases. Suddenly, the bully girl sitting in the cafe turned her head sharply and noticed Udune passing by. Their eyes met for a moment, creating a tense moment. Diane, noticing her classmates, began to become extremely nervous and worried, her thoughts feverishly rushing about in search of a solution on how to get out of this awkward situation. The guy sitting next to the bully asked with interest who the girl passing by was, to which the bully replied that she was the one they were targeting, her voice sounding with a hint of malice. The bully raised her voice and turned to Diane, mockingly asking if the guy walking next to her was really her boyfriend. Her tone clearly indicated a desire to humiliate her classmate. Continuing her taunts, the bully added that even someone like Dayun could date someone, her words laced with venom and contempt. Diane, trying to defend herself, quickly replied that this was not so, and that the person walking next to her was her brother. But the bully, not believing her words, asked again in bewilderment where Diane could have gotten a brother from. Yidin, noticing the tension, asked his sister if this girl was her friend, to which Dayun hesitantly answered in the affirmative, calling the bully a friend from her class. Hearing this, the bully abruptly cut Diane off, telling her not to joke with her, and mockingly asked if she really considered her her friend. Diane began to tremble violently. Her thoughts were confused. She did not know what to answer, feeling how the situation was getting out of control. The bully, not satisfied with Diane's silence, repeated her question more aggressively, while Yidzin silently watched what was happening, assessing the situation. One of the bully's company, noticing Idzin's intent gaze, began to get irritated, mentally wondering why this freak was looking at him. A fat guy from the same group spoke rudely to Idzin, advising him to look the other way if he didn't want to die, his voice sounding threatening. Another guy from the group supported his friend, calling Idzin an idiot and expressing dissatisfaction with the fact that he continued to look at them. Idzin continued to watch the group without looking away, mentally assessing the situation and wondering if they really wanted to provoke a fight. The plump guy, feeling increasingly irritated, said mockingly that you can meet anyone these days, his tone full of contempt and defiance. Unable to bear the tension, the fat guy rudely addressed Idzin, calling him a freak and asking if he was deaf, clearly trying to provoke a conflict. The chubby guy walked even closer to Idzin, asking him in a threatening voice if he really wanted to die, trying to look cool in front of his little sister, his words laced with venom and contempt. Yidzin, watching the approaching guy, mentally noted that for someone who wanted to fight, his opponent was too defenseless. His experienced gaze instantly assessed the situation. The attacker continued to close the distance, apparently unaware that every step he took made him more vulnerable, while Yidzin remained motionless and outwardly calm. Yidzin noticed that his opponent, without realizing it, was exposing every weak point, making himself an easy target for a potential attack. Continuing to analyze the situation, Idzin noted the lack of a weapon on the attacker, wondering why he was so confidently demonstrating his vulnerability. At that moment, Yidzin remembered his lieutenant's words about not getting into a fight. Those instructions echoed in his head, making him think. Weighing up the situation, Yidzin came to the conclusion that perhaps the best solution would be to simply leave the bully alone and walk away, avoiding unnecessary conflict. However, the fat guy, not getting the desired reaction, grabbed Idzin by the collar, aggressively asking if he thought he could just ignore him, his voice shaking with anger. Yu Dayun, seeing that the situation was getting worse, desperately apologized to the group of bullies from the very beginning, her voice trembling with fear and excitement, trying to somehow smooth over the conflict. Continuing her apology, Diane explained that her brother had lived abroad for a long time, hoping that this information would somehow soften the aggression of the attackers. She added that Yidzin was simply not yet accustomed to their culture, her words sounding pleading, hoping for understanding and leniency from the bullies. These words, however, only made the dark-haired bullying classmate laugh, her laughter full of contempt and mockery at Diane's attempts to defuse the situation. Yu Dayun, not knowing what else to do, stood there bowing completely in front of the group, while the bully girl coldly asked what business it was of hers. The fat guy, without loosening his grip on Idzin's collar, rudely declared that he didn't care where this freak lived, his voice full of anger and irritation. He continued by saying that it didn't matter at all, his words laced with aggression and an unwillingness to compromise. At that moment, Idzin's gaze fell on his sister, who stood there trembling with fear. Her frightened face made him rethink the situation and think about the consequences of his actions. Sister Idzinia stood there, completely pale with fear, her face covered in sweat, and her wide-open eyes showed genuine horror. She was clearly on the verge of panic. Suddenly, Yidzin, with a lightning-fast movement, knocked the fat guy's hand away from his body. His action was precise and powerful, demonstrating agility and strength that was unexpected for those around him. The plump guy, not expecting such a rebuff, cried out in pain, wondering why Idzin's simple movement caused him such unpleasant sensations. Yidzin, without wasting a second, calmly took his backpack off his shoulders. His movements were confident and unhurried, as if he was preparing for something important. Taking a few steps to the side, Yidzin seemed to be assessing the situation and choosing the best position for the upcoming actions. Taking off his jacket, Yidzin carefully approached his sister, his tall and muscular figure towering over her. He looked at her carefully, as if trying to calm her down with just one look. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at her brother in bewilderment, not understanding what he was going to do. Her gaze expressed a mixture of fear and confusion. Yidzin spoke softly to his sister, asking her to hold his things and stand still, his voice calm and confident, as if he was trying to convey some of his confidence to her. Taking his jacket, Yidzin began to gently cover his sister's face with it, his movements gentle and caring, as if he was trying to protect her from what was about to happen. Covering the girl's head completely with his jacket, Yidzin quietly asked her to stand like that for just 1 minute, his voice soft but with an unwavering determination. The fat guy standing behind Yidzin couldn't take it anymore and started shouting again, calling him a freak, his voice trembling with anger and fear of the unknown of what was happening. Yidzin turned sharply towards the plump guy, his gaze filled with determination and calm confidence, as if he knew exactly what would happen next. Seeing the chubby guy running towards him, intending to strike, Yidzin easily blocked the attack with one hand, his movement fast and precise, showing years of training. Without wasting a second, Yidzin struck back, causing the plump guy's nose to bleed immediately, the force of the blow clearly unexpected for the attacker. The blow was so powerful that the plump guy flew back several meters, falling to the ground and clearly losing the desire to continue the conflict. The rest of the company, the girl and her friend, froze in complete amazement at what they saw, their faces expressing a mixture of shock and fear at Idzin's unexpected power. Yidzin, standing over his fallen enemy, quietly said that he seemed to have broken the promise he had made to his lieutenant on the very first day, a slight regret in his voice. He stood there in his school uniform, tall, handsome, and clearly well-built, his posture radiating confidence and readiness to take further action if necessary. The fat guy was lying in the corner with a broken nose, clearly not wanting to continue the conflict and probably rethinking his behavior. Another guy from the group, watching what was happening, mentally prayed that he would not be next, his thoughts filled with bewilderment and fear at Idzin's unexpected strength. Suddenly, an image of running legs in army uniform and heavy boots appears in Idzin's mind, the sound of footsteps echoing in his mind. Before Idzin's eyes flashes a picture of many strong guys with amulets around their necks, with naked torsos and in camouflage pants, running in formation, their movements synchronous and purposeful. The familiar Lieutenant Idzinia watches these guys with a stern, assessing look, his face expressing the strictness and exactingness of a commander. Another officer approaches the lieutenant and reminds him of something important related to the day, his voice filled with curiosity and anticipation. The lieutenant confirms that he remembers that Yitzin is going to school today, and despite the 6-month training, he still feels some anxiety for his charge. One of the fighters expresses hope that Yitzin, who has lived in such harsh conditions for 10 years, will be able to adapt well to the new environment, his voice sounding with genuine concern. The lieutenant confidently replies that everything will be fine with Yitzin, because he personally trained him, and pride for his student can be heard in his voice. The memories suddenly end, bringing Yitzin back to reality, where a fight had just occurred between him and the fat guy. Yitzin looks at his defeated opponent, whose eyes have rolled back, assessing the result of his blow and the state of his opponent. The frightened boy and his girlfriend, who had previously bullied Yitzin's sister, watch in shock, not believing that the fat boy had lost consciousness from one blow. Yitzin slowly turns and looks in their direction, a slight smile appearing on his face, which only increases the fear of those around him. Unexpectedly for everyone, Yitzin suddenly takes off, heading towards another guy from the group, his movements fast and precise. With a powerful punch, Yitzin hits the second guy in the stomach, putting all the strength of his trained body into the blow. The blow is so powerful that it throws the boy back several meters, demonstrating Yitzin's incredible power and shocking everyone present. The defeated boy had drool running from his mouth and his eyes rolled back, showing the power of Yitzin's strike and the shocking effect it had on his opponent, leaving him helpless on the ground. The second boy, who had received a powerful blow to the stomach, fell to the ground with a dull thud, and Yitzin silently watched the result of his actions, his face remaining impassive, expressing neither satisfaction nor regret. The girl who had previously pestered Yitzin's sister now looked at what was happening with genuine horror. Her face turned pale and her eyes widened in fear. Yitzin slowly turned to face the bully girl, his gaze piercing and cold, as if he was assessing whether she was worth his attention or further action. Yitzin's eyes radiated a terrifying determination, and the gentle breeze gently swayed his hair, giving him an even more sinister appearance, causing those around him to freeze in a daze. The girl, previously so self-confident and aggressive, was now in complete horror, not knowing what to do or how to react to this unpredictable guy. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the voice of Yitzin's sister, who addressed him as Oppa, her tone a mixture of surprise, fear, and perhaps admiration as she tried to comprehend what she had seen. Sister Yitzinya, holding the jacket he had given her earlier, looked at what was happening with utmost surprise, trying to understand what had happened in the few seconds she had been covered. Her gaze darted between the two defeated boys lying on either side, trying to comprehend how this could have happened in such a short period of time. Yitzin noticed that his sister had taken off her jacket and was now simply standing there, watching the situation in a stunned manner, her face expressing a mixture of shock and disbelief at what had happened. The girl who had been pestering Yitzin's sister earlier now stood with her eyes downcast and trembling in fear, her previous confidence and aggression completely gone, replaced by a fear of the unknown. Yitzin, however, simply walked past the girl without saying a word or doing anything, his silence and disregard seeming even more frightening than any possible threats. Walking up to his sister, Yitzin asked her if she was surprised with a hint of worry in his voice, his tone soft as if he was trying to reassure her after what had happened. Trying to ease the tense atmosphere, Yitzin offered his sister something to eat, asking if she wanted anything, his voice sounding casual, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Sister Yitzin, still under the impression of what she had seen, quickly replied that everything was fine and nothing was needed. But Yitzin, sensing her tension, asked again if she was absolutely sure of that. The girl continued to stare at her brother with wide eyes, unable to utter a word. Her silence was more eloquent than any words, expressing shock and bewilderment at what she had just seen. Yitzin, as if returning to normal life, casually rubbed his neck and suggested that his sister go home, his voice sounding ordinary, as if nothing extraordinary had happened. Udine, still under the impression of what she had seen, agreed that it was time to go home and took the jacket and handed it to her brother, her movements a little stiff from the stress she had experienced. Yitzin gave his sister a sweet smile as he thanked her for the jacket, his face radiating warmth and concern, a stark contrast to what had happened a few minutes ago. Udine's classmate, who witnessed the entire incident, continued to look at Yitzin with genuine horror, her thoughts feverishly trying to comprehend what she had seen. The girl could not believe that the guy who was now smiling at his sister and the one who had just dealt crushing blows were one and the same person. This duality seemed incredible and frightening to her. Udayun, feeling an unprecedented sense of confidence next to her brother, glanced at her offender, noting how scared she was. Something like satisfaction flashed in her eyes. In an effort to quickly leave the scene, Udayun suggested to go ahead, her voice sounding a little nervous, revealing her desire to get away from this situation. Yidin glanced at his classmate Udayun once more before following after his sister, his expression unreadable, leaving the girl completely bewildered. The offender Udayun continued to silently watch her brother and sister leave, her face expressing complete incomprehension of what had happened and shock from the unexpected turn of events. Even after Yidzin and Udayun disappeared from sight, the girl continued to stand in place, unable to move, her body as if numb from the fear and surprise she had experienced. After moving to a safe distance, Udayun decided to ask her brother if he was really the one who dealt with those two older guys, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and admiration. Yidzin calmly confirmed that it was indeed him, his tone even, as if he was talking about something completely ordinary. Udayun looked at her brother and mentally noted how unlike a person he was to do such things. His calm appearance was completely at odds with the image of a formidable fighter. In an attempt to warn her brother, Udayun explained to him that in their country, direct eye contact could be perceived as rudeness and provoke a negative reaction, hinting that a similar situation could happen again. Yitzin, after listening to his sister, replied that where he lived, one had to be careful when looking people in the eye, to which Udayun asked in bewilderment why he did that then. Yitzin looked at his sister and hesitated, not knowing how to answer her question, his usual confidence giving way to slight confusion for a moment. Yitzin's memory of his sister's frightened gaze, directed at the bullies at school, came to him. This image made him shudder internally from the realization of her defenselessness. After collecting his thoughts, Yidzin replied to his sister that those people looked like they wanted to cause her trouble. His voice was calm, but there was a hidden determination to protect her. Udayun was deeply moved by her brother's words. She couldn't remember the last time someone stood up for her. This feeling of being protected was new and unusual for her. Udayun looked down in surprise and embarrassment. Her cheeks turned slightly pink, and her fingers nervously tugged at the hem of her clothes, revealing her excitement and confusion. Yidzin, noticing his sister's strange reaction, looked at her with bewilderment, trying to understand the reason for such behavior, his brows slightly furrowed in confusion. Worried, he asked Udayun if he had said anything wrong, his voice soft and with a hint of worry, betraying his desire not to upset his sister. When they returned home, they heard the voice of their grandfather speaking to Yitzin, telling him to sit down and eat some fruit while he prepared everything himself. His tone was caring and a little fussy. Yidzin, already wearing an apron, gently objected to his grandfather, assuring him that he could cook everything himself, and suggested that they sit down for now. His movements in the kitchen were confident and familiar. Grandpa and Udayun stood there in complete bewilderment as they watched Yidzin confidently take charge of the kitchen, their faces expressing a mixture of surprise and admiration. They sat in silence, not taking their eyes off Yidzin, who was deftly handling the kitchen utensils, preparing something that was already beginning to smell pleasant. The grandfather, who had been sitting almost motionless all this time, slowly turned his head towards his grandson, his gaze full of curiosity and slight concern. The old man, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice, expressed the hope that Yitzin had enjoyed his meal today, admitting that although he had tried, he was not very good at cooking. Yitzin, without thinking, replied that the food was indeed delicious and he really liked it, his voice sounding sincere and warm, wanting to cheer up his grandfather. Hearing this, the grandfather sighed with relief, his face brightened, and a spark of joy appeared in his eyes from his grandson's approval. Udayun, watching this scene, thought to herself that although Grandpa was trying to hide it, he was clearly happy with the compliment on his cooking, remembering how he even took cooking lessons after hearing about Yitzin's return. The grandfather turned to his granddaughter and asked her with hope in his voice if she liked the food, to which Udayun answered affirmatively with a sincere smile, her eyes shining with warmth and gratitude. Grandfather, showing concern, asked Yitzin how his first day at school had gone, asking if he had encountered any problems, his voice filled with concern and curiosity. Yidzin, standing at the sink and methodically washing the dishes after dinner, froze for a moment upon hearing his grandfather's question, his hands continuing to mechanically perform their usual movements. Remembering the fight just now, Yitzin thought for a second about what to say. His face remained calm, but a slight worry flashed in his eyes. Udayun, aware of the delicacy of the situation, also remained silent, unsure whether she should intervene or let her brother decide what to say to his grandfather. After a short pause, Yidzin calmly replied that there were no problems, his voice sounding even and confident, without betraying the slightest worry. Hearing his grandson's answer, the grandfather smiled with relief, his face brightened and his shoulders noticeably relaxed, revealing how worried he was about Itzin's adaptation. When night fell, everyone wished each other good night, and the grandfather, with special warmth in his voice, added that he would definitely see them tomorrow. His words were full of love and anticipation of a new day together. Yidzin lay in his bed trying to sleep, his mind wandering, pondering the events of the day and the new life he was just beginning to delve into. His gaze turned to the moon, whose light was shining through the window, filling the room with a soft glow, and Yitzin felt a deep happiness at the knowledge that he had returned home. A picture of a joyful meeting came to mind when his grandfather, upon seeing him, could not hold back his tears of happiness, and this memory filled Idzin's heart with warmth and gratitude. He remembered his grandfather's question about whether he remembered anything from his childhood, and his answer that the main thing was that he was alive. These words now took on a new, deeper meaning for him. A picture of his grandfather preparing a variety of dishes to please his grandson appeared before Idzin's eyes, and the memory made him smile and feel deeply grateful. Yidzin thought about how his grandfather, without knowing his tastes, prepared many different dishes in the hope that at least something would be to his liking. This care deeply touched his heart. Finally, Yidzin was able to close his eyes, feeling a deep sense of peace from the thought that he now had a family, a feeling that filled his soul with peace and joy. But even through his sleep, the memory of the flight on the plane and the sudden message on the board asking him to turn off electronic devices invaded his consciousness. The plane suddenly began to shake violently from side to side, causing panic among the passengers. An oxygen mask began to fall from the ceiling of the cabin, marking the beginning of a real nightmare. The terrified people frantically grabbed their life-saving masks, their faces distorted with fear in the realization that these moments could be their last. Yitzin's parents stood over him, trying to secure the mask to their son's face, their hands shaking but their movements determined to protect their child at any cost. All their actions were aimed at saving little Idzin. Their eyes showed boundless love and readiness to sacrifice everything for his safety. The mother, unable to contain her feelings, hugged her son tightly, as if trying to protect him from the impending disaster with her body. Her embrace was full of despair and love. Even as a child, Yitzin intuitively understood that something terrible was happening. His gaze was directed somewhere into the distance, as if trying to find salvation beyond the doomed plane. Suddenly, little Yitzin's eyes widened in horror, reflecting all the fear and awareness of the imminent catastrophe, his childish face distorted with unbearable tension. The plane, having lost control, began to spin in the air, engulfed in flames, turning into a fireball rushing towards the ground at a terrifying speed. Yidzin woke up abruptly from that nightmarish memory, his body covered in cold sweat and his heart pounding in his chest, bringing him back to reality. Sitting on the bed, he tried to catch his breath, which had become ragged from the horror he had experienced in his sleep, his chest heaving as he tried to cope with the overwhelming emotions. Yidzin began to pat his face and body with his hands, as if trying to physically shake off the remnants of the nightmare and finally wake up. He quietly repeated to himself that it was just a dream, trying to calm himself down and come back to reality, his voice sounding hoarse and uncertain. The alarm clock suddenly rang, causing Itzin to flinch, the sharp sound pulling him even further out of the depths of his nightmares, bringing him back to the reality of a new day. Still sitting on the bed, Yitzin couldn't bring himself to get up. The alarm clock continued to ring, and he remained motionless, still under the oppressive impression of what he had experienced in the dream. Suddenly, Yitzin heard some rustling outside the door of his room. This sound pulled him out of his stupor and made him wary. He stared silently at the door, still under the influence of the nightmare, his body tense, ready to react to any danger. Yitzin carefully approached the door and opened it slightly, his movements slow and careful, as if he was expecting to see something unusual. When he went downstairs, he found his sister bustling about in the kitchen, who, noticing him, said with a smile that she was about to wake him up, her voice sounding cheerful and caring. Yizhen looked around and asked his sister about his grandfather's whereabouts, his voice still a little hoarse from sleep. Yu Dayun replied that her grandfather had gone to work early in the morning, which surprised Yizhen, who did not know that her grandfather had a job. The girl explained that her grandfather had taken a few days off due to Yizhen's return, but that he had returned to work today, and her voice sounded with a hint of pride at her grandfather's hard work. Yudayun hurriedly got ready and informed her brother that she needed to leave early and was already running to school. Her movements were fast and energetic. Before leaving, she pointed to the table with food, reminding Itzen to eat well. Her concern for her brother was evident in every word and gesture. Before Yidzin could even thank his sister, she had already run out of the house, leaving him alone in the silence of the morning kitchen. Yidzin's gaze slowly moved to the table, his eyes widening in surprise when he saw the prepared breakfast. In front of him were a variety of delicious Korean dishes, carefully prepared by his sister, and their appearance and aroma instantly awakened a feeling of hunger and gratitude in him. Time flew by, and now Yidzin found himself back at school, heading to the now familiar room 1-5, his thoughts occupied with the upcoming school day. The blonde who had bullied Yu Dian earlier stood next to the brunette who had witnessed yesterday's incident and asked again with a distrustful voice. The brunette, looking down and clearly feeling awkward, quietly confirmed this information, her voice sounding uncertain, as if she was afraid of the consequences of her words. The brunette's memory flashed back to yesterday's scene, when she approached her friends, the defeated newcomers, and anxiously asked if everything was okay with them, her face expressing a mixture of fear and bewilderment. She wondered how just one punch could change her friends so much, turning them from cocky bullies into scared, depressed teenagers. Suddenly, a fourth man intervened in their conversation, his voice imperious and demanding, asking what had happened here. It turned out to be a blonde named He Jin, who, not having received an immediate answer, repeated her question more insistently, her tone not auguring anything good. The brunette, listening to He Jin, mentally wondered if they would be okay if they continued to bully Diane. The fear of the possible consequences made her doubt the correctness of their actions. The memory of the new guy's piercing gaze made the brunette shudder. She felt a shudder run through her body from the mere thought of him. The blonde walked down the hallway with her arms crossed over her chest, listening attentively to what her friend was telling her, her face expressing concentration and some irritation. The brunette, trying to calm herself down, thought that they shouldn't worry, because her friend Heejin's brother was part of the elite alpha group among third-year students, which should provide them with protection. Suddenly, Yu Dayun felt a sharp blow to her head, causing her to flinch in surprise and pain. Surprised and frightened, she slowly turned her head, clutching the back of her bruised head, her eyes wide with fear as she saw her tormentors. Heejin spoke rudely to Dayun, calling her a little fool and ordering her to stop overreacting, her voice full of contempt and mockery. When Dayun asked with a trembling voice what happened, the blonde coldly ordered her to follow her, leaving no room for objection. Udayan, overcome with fear, asked in a barely audible voice where she needed to go, her voice trembling, revealing her extreme anxiety and uncertainty. The blonde, hearing this, burst into mocking laughter and sarcastically remarked that their little girl was now pretending to be strong because she had a brother. Her words were laced with venom and malice. The blonde's words sent a wave of panic through Udayan. She suddenly realized that she would probably have to answer for the events of yesterday. Her heart began to beat wildly with fear. The blonde, not tolerating any objections, rudely ordered Diane to shut up and follow her, threatening to beat her if she disobeyed, her voice sounding cold and threatening. They approached the garbage bins located behind the school. This secluded place made Diane even more tense, foreboding something bad was about to happen. Suddenly, the blonde girl launched a powerful kick at Diane's body with her pink shoe-clad leg. Her movement was fast and brutal. The force of the impact sent Yu Dian falling straight onto the trash cans, her body hitting the hard surface painfully, causing a dull sound. The blonde, looming over the defeated Dian, sarcastically asked if she remembered what she had been told about the answers, to which Dian, stunned, merely muttered that she did not understand what was being discussed. Irritated by this answer, the blonde contemptuously called Dian a fool who was pretending, and clarified that she was talking about yesterday's incident. Continuing her tirade, the blonde sarcastically remarked that Diane's brother, it turns out, knows how to fight a little, and that's why Diane herself forgot her place and dared to speak out against them. With a threatening voice, the blonde warned that now Diane's brother's school life would also become difficult. Her words sounded like an ominous promise. Yudayun, kneeling next to the garbage bags, asked the blonde with horror in her eyes, her voice trembling with fear and confusion. The blonde leaned towards Diane and said with glee that yesterday her brother had fought with the blonde's brother's friend. Her words sounded like a death sentence. She added that her brother had probably already met Diane's brother, which sounded like a veiled threat. These words caused Yu Dayun to be truly shocked. Her eyes widened in horror, and her body began to tremble even more. Overcoming her fear, Dayun shouted for them not to even think about doing anything bad to her brother, her voice sounding desperate and determined. In response to this, the blonde slapped Dayun hard, rudely asking who she dared to yell at, her voice full of anger and contempt. Yu Dayun, realizing her helpless situation, felt despair creeping up on her. Knowing that she couldn't do anything to protect herself or her brother, the force of the blow prevented her from turning her head. Her cheek burned with pain, and tears of humiliation and fear stood in her eyes. Yudayun's eyes filled with tears as she realized that she could cause serious problems for her brother, and a feeling of guilt and fear engulfed her completely. Panicked, Dayun began to visibly shake, her body shaking with fear and despair, betraying her extreme emotional state. Unexpectedly for the blonde, Yu Dayun suddenly rose from her knees. Her sudden movement caught the offender off guard. Without thinking about anything other than the desire to save herself, Diane started to run, and the blonde, coming to her senses, shouted after her, wondering how she dared to try to escape. In room 3-2, all the students suddenly turned their heads in one direction, their faces expressing extreme surprise, as if they had seen something unusual. The students began to whisper among themselves, creating a slight hum in the classroom, their voices filled with curiosity and anxiety. Zhu Hyuk Jin and Lee Jahoon, who were standing together as usual, directed their menacing gazes towards the entrance, where the beaten boys from yesterday appeared, accompanied by several new faces. Yitzin immediately turned his attention to the newcomers, but for now he only watched them silently, noting the particularly menacing appearance of the fat guy he had beaten up yesterday and the bald guy next to him. Behind the group, a guy with red hair and a tattoo on his neck could be seen walking into the classroom with a smug smile, clearly feeling superior. Suddenly, Yu Dayun burst into the office, shouting and trying to warn her brother, her voice full of despair and fear. Dayun's appearance shocked everyone present. Her blouse was completely dirty, her face was tear-stained, and her breathing was out of order from running so fast. Yitzin, seeing his sister's state, instantly tensed up, his gaze expressing extreme anxiety and concern for her. His eyes darted between his sister and the group of boys who had entered, trying to assess the situation and understand what had happened to Dayun, his face expressing his determination to protect her at any cost. Yidzin's gaze instantly fixed on the abrasion on his sister's cheek from the slap, his eyes narrowing as he realized that someone had dared to lay a hand on her. He noted the dirt on Dayun's school clothes, trying to figure out where it could have come from, his mind working feverishly to piece together what had happened. The thought of his sister worrying so much about him pierced Yidzin's heart, causing a mixture of guilt and determination to protect her, and he cursed silently, realizing his indirect involvement in her suffering. The red-haired boy who had just entered the classroom mockingly commented on how his sister was always asking for favors, his tone full of disdain and arrogance. Following him, Heejin entered the classroom, who turned out to be the red-haired man's sister, who continued his thought, stating that even if he was beaten, she would not worry so much. His words sounded like a challenge. Yidzin continued to stand motionless, not saying a word, his gaze fixed on his sister, his expression tense and focused. Yudayun, overcome with fear for her brother, shifted nervously from foot to foot, her eyes wide open in horror at what might happen next. She stood right in front of Itzin, as if trying to protect him with her body, her gaze fixed on her brother, silently begging him to ignore what was happening around him. In room 3-2, the students were busy with their own activities during the break, creating the usual noise and bustle of a school classroom. Suddenly, a small piece of chalk fell on one of the desks, attracting the attention of some students with its unexpected appearance. Park Yun-chong noticed that the piece of chalk had landed right in front of him, causing him to suddenly feel uneasy and nervous. Before he could react, a second piece of chalk came flying towards him, this time aiming straight at his head, causing him to instinctively cringe. The culprits turned out to be two hooligan friends, Ju Hyuk-jin and Lee Ja-hoon, with the red-haired boy commenting enthusiastically on the accuracy, especially noting the double hit and the blow to the head. Not stopping there, Ju Hyuk-jin turned to his classmate and demanded the eraser in a commanding tone, causing him to clearly feel fear and nervousness. The frightened classmate quickly handed Ju Hyuk-jin a rather large piece of eraser, trying not to provoke his anger. After receiving the eraser, Ju Hyuk-jin began to prepare for another attack on Park Yun-chan, his face showing malicious anticipation. He swung his arm and threw the eraser, putting all his strength and anger into the throw. The eraser hit the unfortunate Park Yun-chan right in the head, causing him to let out a painful cry and cower even more at his desk. Ju Hyuk-jin commented with delight on his hit, but his red-haired friend only mockingly noted that he was overly happy about one successful throw. The blonde-haired boy defended his skill by comparing his throw to a gunshot, to which his red-haired friend merely snorted dismissively, calling it nonsense. Not wanting to give in, the red-haired guy also found an eraser and stated that he was now using an M4, clearly hinting at a more powerful weapon. His eyes lit up with excitement as he began to aim, preparing to surpass his friend's achievement. However, at the last moment, someone's backpack, placed in front of Park Yun-chan, blocked him, accidentally saving him from another blow and disappointing the attackers. The two bullies in the class stood there in disbelief, not understanding what had just happened, their faces expressing a mixture of surprise and disappointment at the failed prank, and the air in the classroom seemed to thicken with tension. The eraser they had been aiming at their defenseless classmate fell limply at their feet, as if symbolizing the failure of their cruel game, and the silence that followed seemed deafening. As it turned out, the culprit of their failure was Idsun, a new student who, in an unexpected act of concern, placed his backpack in front of his deskmate. The red-haired boy, not hiding his irritation, loudly expressed his displeasure with the newcomer. His words were full of malice and hostility, as if Idsun's very presence offended him. His friend with the blonde-dyed hair, keeping up his friend's mood, offered to teach the new kid some respect, hinting at the possibility of a showdown after school, his voice sounding threatening and defiant. The idea immediately found a response from the red-haired guy, who enthusiastically supported the plan. His eyes lit up with anticipation of the upcoming conflict, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Park Yun-chang, Yidzin's deskmate, looked at his new classmate with relief and gratitude, quietly noting his return, his voice trembling with the fear and excitement he had experienced. Yidzin, taking off his jacket and sitting down in his seat, calmly asked Park Yun-chan how he was feeling, his voice soft and caring, creating a contrast to the tense atmosphere in the classroom. Despite Park Yun-chan's insistence that he was fine, his worried expression said otherwise, revealing his true feelings and concerns about the possible consequences. Yijin carefully studied his deskmate's face. His calm gaze seemed to penetrate deep into Park Yun-chan's soul, reading his emotions and trying to understand his classmate's true state. Trying to lighten the mood, Park Yun-chan asked Yitzin about his plans after school, his voice sounding a little hesitant, but there was a hint of a desire to make friends with his new classmate. Developing his idea, Park Yun-chan offered to show Yidzin around the area, hoping in this way not only to help the newcomer get settled in, but also to avoid a possible confrontation with the hooligans. Yidzin, however, politely declined the offer, explaining that he needed to go home with his sister, his response gentle but firm, leaving no room for further persuasion. Intrigued by the mention of a sister, Park Yun-chan asked if they had transferred together, his curiosity genuine and friendly, without a hint of hostility or suspicion. Yidzin explained that his sister was already a student at the school, which made Park Yun-chan even more interested, and hoping to learn her name, he suggested that he might know her. Hearing the name Yu Dayun, Park Yun-chan was extremely surprised, his face showing a mixture of recognition and sudden concern, which did not escape Yidzin's attentive gaze. Park Yun-chang, trying to hide his excitement, began to ask about Yidzin's sister's year of study, and then, realizing it, asked if Yidzin knew about her situation in school, his voice sounding uncertain and a little nervous. Noticing the change in his interlocutor's mood, Yidzin became wary. His face took on a serious expression, and a note of concern appeared in his voice as he directly asked if Park Yun-chang knew anything about his sister. Park Yun-chan, clearly feeling awkward, admitted that Yizin's sister's school life is currently not easy, which made Yizin even more worried and wanted to know more. Growing increasingly nervous, Park Yun-chan began to talk about Yudayun's past, mentioning how she was popular in middle school due to her cute looks and academic success, which attracted the attention of many boys. He continued explaining that a girl who was in love with one of Yudayun's admirers began to bully her out of jealousy, his voice shaking as he said these words. Yizin, hearing about the bullying, asked again with a hint of anger in his voice, not believing that people could simply watch what was happening without interfering. Park Yun-chan, feeling the need to explain the situation, mentioned Kim Soo, the third-year bully and the older brother of the girl who was stalking Yu Dayun. Continuing his story, he said that the situation worsened when Yu Dayun and her bully were in the same class in high school, and the bullying reached such a level. Ichin, listening to the story, could not believe that all this happened because the guy the offender liked preferred another girl, his fists involuntarily clenched in anger. Park Yun-chan, finishing his story, confirmed the truth of everything said, adding that he personally found it senseless and cruel. Yizin, trying to comprehend what he had heard, thought about people who were capable of bullying others for no reason, his face expressing a mixture of anger and bewilderment. A memory of breakfast with his grandfather and sister surfaced in Yizin's mind, where his grandfather expressed his hope that Yizin would successfully adapt to school, and Yu Dayun confidently assured him that everything would be fine. Grandfather, without hiding his concern, explained his feelings about Yizin's long absence abroad, and then asked his granddaughter about her school affairs, his voice full of sincere concern. Udayan smiled and assured her grandfather that she was always doing well at school, her voice sounding confident and carefree. But now Yizin knew that behind that confidence was a bitter truth. Grandfather, reassured by his granddaughter's words, confirmed with warmth in his voice that he really had nothing to worry about, considering how well Yu Dayun had always handled schoolwork. Continuing his thought, the grandfather proudly remembered how the class teacher always praised his granddaughter at parent-teacher meetings, her voice full of love and admiration. Yizin, recalling that conversation at breakfast, only now realized his sister's strange reaction in her downcast gaze, which he had not noticed at the time, and this realization made his heart clench with pain and guilt. Returning his thoughts to the present, sitting at his desk in school, Yizin was silent for a second, deep in thought about the information he had just heard. His desk mate, noticing Yizin's sudden silence, asked worriedly if everything was okay, to which he, having collected his thoughts, thanked him for the story, his voice sounding restrained, hiding the storm of emotions inside. Park Yun-chang, trying to soften the situation, pointed out that this story was already known to many people, and Yizin should have found out about it anyway. His tone was sympathetic and a little guilty. Yizin, sitting at his desk and staring at one point, was deeply thinking about everything he had heard. His face was inscrutable, but his eyes showed determination to do something. Suddenly, the class came to life. A fat guy, recently beaten by Yizin, burst into the room. His appearance caused a wave of anxiety among the students, who sensed impending trouble. All the students in the class immediately turned their attention to what was happening, their faces expressing anxiety and tension, realizing that this situation did not bode well. Following the fat guy, the rest of his group entered the room, including the bald guy who had also been injured during the recent skirmish with Yizin, their appearance further heating up the atmosphere in the classroom. Jo Hyuk-jin and Lee Ja-hoon watched the scene and exchanged worried glances, quietly discussing among themselves what could have brought this group to their class. Among those who entered was Kim Soo, the blonde's red-haired brother, who defiantly announced his presence, explaining that he had business in this class, his voice sounding threatening and self-assured. Even the class bullies visibly tensed up at the appearance of Kim Soo. One of them mentally noted that this was the only person he wouldn't risk messing with, which spoke to the seriousness of the situation. The bald boy who had recently been beaten by Yizin pointed his finger in his direction, getting Kim Soo's attention and informing him that this was the new guy they had been talking about, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and desire for revenge. Yizin, sitting at his desk, clearly heard and felt how the finger was pointed at him, but outwardly remained unperturbed. Only his tense posture betrayed his readiness for any development of events. Kim Soo, turning to his friends, expressed disdain in his voice that they could be beaten by someone as pitiful in appearance as Yizin, to which they, in defense, claimed that they were caught by surprise. The red-haired Kim Kim-soo, showing off his tattoos, rudely called their excuses pathetic and stupid, his voice threatening and commanding, causing those around him to cower in fear. Suddenly, Kim Kim-soo spoke sharply to Yidzin, getting his attention, and Yidzin, without hesitation, turned to him, his gaze calm and focused. Kim Kim-soo pointed his finger at Yidzin and commanded him to come forward in an authoritative tone, his gesture and voice leaving no doubt as to the seriousness of his intentions. Yidzin, without showing any fear or hesitation, simply stood up, causing obvious surprise and concern to his deskmate, who had not expected such courage from the newcomer. The guy with dyed hair, watching what was happening, quietly remarked to his friend that he didn't know what the new guy had done to upset Kim Kim's, but he was clearly finished. Standing right in front of Kim Kim-soo, Yidzin calmly asked if he was really Kim Kim-soo, his voice betraying no fear or worry, which only seemed to anger his opponent even more. Kim Kim-soo, clearly surprised by the newcomer's knowledge, confirmed his identity, adding mockingly that Yidzin seemed to have settled in quickly since he already knew about him, his tone full of arrogance and menace. Yidzin chose not to respond to the provocations, silently listening and watching Kim Kim-soo, his face remaining expressionless, which only seemed to irritate his opponent further. Annoyed by Yidzin's silence, Kim Kim-soo turned to his friends, commenting on the newcomer's dull look and ordering them to drag him closer, his voice growing increasingly aggressive. Obeying Kim Kim-soo's order, his henchmen began to advance towards Yijin, creating a threatening semicircle around him. The atmosphere in the classroom became tense to the limit. At this tense moment, Yu Da-yoon, Yidzin's sister, suddenly burst into the office, shouting Appa and attracting everyone's attention. Her appearance came as a surprise to everyone present. Yu Da-yoon looked disheveled and frightened. Obviously, she had just escaped from a fight with her offenders. Her appearance spoke of a recent conflict. Yidzin, instantly noticing his sister, asked with concern in his voice what she was doing here, his tone expressing a mixture of surprise and concern for her safety. Yidzin's gaze instantly fixed on the bruise on his sister's cheek and her dirty clothes. His face darkened, and a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes, indicating his readiness to protect his sister at any cost. Kim Kim-soo, upon seeing Yu Da-yoon, mockingly commented on her appearance, calling her his sister Kahijin's toy. His words were filled with venom and contempt, increasing the tension in the classroom. Continuing his mockery, the red-haired boy sarcastically asked if Yu Da-yoon was really worried about her brother, adding sarcastically that his sister was always asking for favors, his tone full of arrogance and malice. At that moment, Ka-hee-jin appeared in the classroom, feigning sympathy and remarking that even she would be worried if her brother were beaten like that, her voice dripping with false compassion. Turning to Yu Da-yoon, Ka-hee-jin asked with surprise and irritation when she learned to run so fast, alluding to the girl's recent escape from her pursuers, her tone full of anger and disappointment from the failed pursuit. Yu Da-yoon, overcome with fear, couldn't take her eyes off her brother. Her thoughts were filled with worry about what he would have to endure because of her. Her face was a mixture of guilt and horror. She looked at Kim Kim-soo, the leader of the third years, and his friends with concern. Realizing that they were not inferior to him in physical strength and cruelty, her heart sank with fear for her brother. Yidzin was completely focused on his sister at this moment, his thoughts working feverishly, trying to find a way out of the situation that would minimize the consequences for Yu Da-yoon. Yu Da-yoon, unable to bear the tension, burst into tears, sobbing as she apologized to her brother for causing him trouble, her voice trembling with despair and guilt. Kim Kim-soo's sister, Ka-hee-jin, commented on the emotional scene with disdain, calling it a drama, her voice full of mockery and irritation. Yidzin, hearing his sister's words, slowly and calmly said that she had absolutely nothing to apologize for, his voice sounding confident and soothing, creating a contrast to the tense atmosphere around him. Yu Da-yoon, shocked by her brother's words, looked up at him with tear-stained eyes that showed surprise and a glimmer of hope, her gaze full of gratitude and admiration. Unexpectedly for everyone, Yidzin decided to act first, delivering a lightning-fast blow to the bald guy he had already beaten earlier. His movement was fast and precise, catching everyone off guard. From Yidzin's powerful blow, the bald guy instantly collapsed at his feet, losing consciousness. This sight made everyone present freeze in shock. Kim Kim-soo's friends watched the scene with utmost surprise, not believing their eyes that one blow could so easily take out their comrade. Their faces expressed a mixture of fear and bewilderment. Idzin, ignoring the defeated enemy, turned to his sister again, confidently stating that it was absolutely not her fault, but his decision to deal with these guys, his voice sounding firm and soothing. The plump, curly-haired boy, determined to avenge his friend, rushed at Idzin with a scream, his face contorted with rage, his movements clumsy and predictable. Idzin easily dodged the attack while simultaneously intercepting the attacker's arm. His movements were smooth and precise, demonstrating a high level of combat training. The fat guy, realizing his mistake, swallowed loudly in fear. His eyes widened and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He clearly understood that he was in serious trouble. Without wasting a second, Yitzin delivered a crushing blow to the other attacker's ribs, his movement lightning fast and precise, leaving his opponent no chance to defend himself. The force of the blow caused saliva to fly out of the fat guy's mouth and tears of pain to flow from his eyes. His face distorted into a grimace of unbearable suffering, showing how strong Idzin's blow was. Unable to bear the pain, the second opponent also fell to his knees, his body shaking from shock and pain, demonstrating Idzin's strength and skill to everyone present. Idzin, without stopping, simply walked past the defeated opponents, his gaze fixed on the remaining members of the group, ready to continue the fight. Another friend of Kim Kimsu, seeing the fall of his comrades, tried to stand up for them, threatening Idzin with violence. But before he could even finish his sentence, he was attacked. With a lightning-fast movement, Idzin delivered a crushing blow to the attacker's stomach, causing his face to twist into a grimace of pain and his body to bend in half, demonstrating the effectiveness of the attack. The third opponent, unable to withstand the force of the blow, also collapsed to the floor. His fall was heavy and painful, showing that he no longer posed a threat. Kim Kimsu, watching what was happening, could no longer hide his horror. His self-confidence evaporated, giving way to fear and bewilderment. He mentally wondered who this freak was. The situation no longer seemed funny to Kim Kimsu. He looked at his defeated friends with growing anxiety, trying to comprehend what had happened and how one person could defeat his entire team so easily. Chu Hyuk-jin and Lee Ja-hoon from Class 3-2, who had previously planned to talk to Yi-jin after school, now looked on with undisguised horror, realizing that their plans could have ended just as badly for them. Kim Kimsu's sister and her brunette friend froze in even greater horror. Their faces turned pale and their eyes widened in shock. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Udayan watched the scene with great surprise, her mind racing as she tried to comprehend how her brother, whom she had not seen for so many years, could possess such martial skills. Ijin stood in the midst of the chaos he had created, proud and confident, without taking a single blow, his posture radiating strength and determination, his gaze fixed on the last remaining opponent, Kim Kimsu. Addressing Kim Kimsu, Yidzin said with cold fury in his voice that it was because of him and his company that his sister was in trouble, his words sounding like an accusation and a warning at the same time. Kim Kimsu and his blonde sister froze in horror upon hearing these words, suddenly realizing that their actions had consequences and that they would now have to face the wrath of the brother they had so mercilessly persecuted. The classmates watched the scene unfold in horror, whispering quietly among themselves, their eyes wide with shock and their faces pale with fear. Kim Kimsu, maintaining a confident smile, slowly said, "Just you." His gaze was full of disdain and arrogance. Despite the defeat of his friends, he still tried to maintain his authority in the eyes of others. Continuing his thought, Kim Kimsu noted Idzin's fighting skills with feigned admiration, his words laced with sarcasm and a hidden threat. Yidzin looked at Kim Kimsu silently, not responding to his provocations. His face remained inscrutable, his posture relaxed and ready for any development. Suddenly, Kim Kimsu exploded in rage, shouting insults at Idzin and rushing to attack, his movements sharp and aggressive, reflecting all the pent-up anger and fear of the unknown enemy. Kim Kimsu made a powerful kick, intending to deliver a crushing blow, while confidently declaring that he could simply ignore Idzin's defense. However, Kim Kimsu's expression changed abruptly, surprise and even fear flashing in his eyes as he realized that his attack had missed its target. Kim Kimsu was surprised to see that even after such a powerful blow, Yidzin remained completely calm, his gaze focused and confident, which only increased the attacker's shock. To his horror, Kim saw Yidzin expertly block his kick using a technique he clearly didn't expect to encounter in a normal school fight. Kim-Su's thoughts were racing. He couldn't believe that his blow was parried so easily. The awareness of his own vulnerability began to penetrate his self-confidence. Not wanting to admit defeat, Kim-Su decided to try to attack from the other side, swinging his other leg, his stubbornness and pride not allowing him to retreat. To his growing horror, Yidzin blocked this strike in exactly the same way, demonstrating incredible reaction speed and combat prowess. The next moment, Yidzin grabbed Kim-Su's leg, pinning it to his armpit and making it impossible for his opponent to maneuver, a hold that was executed with frightening ease and precision. Kim-Su desperately tried to break free from Yidzin's grip, suddenly realizing that the situation was out of his control and that the consequences could be extremely unpleasant for him. Without giving his opponent time to recover, Yidzin launched a series of powerful punches at Kim-Su's face, each punch precise and merciless, showing everyone present that the era of the school bully's reign had come to an end. Kim-Su, after receiving a series of powerful blows, fell to the floor, blood pouring out of his mouth, spreading across the floor and creating a gruesome picture of the defeat of the once fearsome school bully. Despite his obvious defeat, Kim-Su, trying to hold on to the last of his pride, hissed an insult at Yidzin, his words barely audible through the blood and pain. Kim-Su's gaze was filled with genuine fear, his pupils narrowing as he saw Yidzin's shadow approaching him, realizing his complete helplessness against this unexpected opponent. Lying on the ground, Kim-Su looked completely defenseless against Yidzin, his once formidable reputation crumbling to dust in a matter of minutes of this unequal fight. Yidzin stood over his fallen opponent, his gaze full of determination, his eyes slightly narrowed, and his face remained impassive, giving the impression of complete control over the situation. Kim-Su, in a state of shock, tried to wipe the blood from his face. His movements were clumsy and helpless, reflecting complete defeat, not only physical, but also moral. Without giving his opponent time to recover, Yidzin struck again, this time with his foot, demonstrating his complete superiority and determination to see it through to the end. Yidzin stood alone in the midst of his defeated opponents, while his classmates, frozen in shock, silently watched this incredible scene, unable to believe their eyes. An ordinary school day suddenly turned into a scene from an action movie, and students who had just been going about their daily business witnessed a dramatic shift in the balance of power in the school. Ju Hyuk-jin and Lee Ja-hoon were in a state of complete shock, unable to comprehend how one person could defeat Kim-Su, whom they thought was invincible. Sister Idzinya and Sister Kim-Su stood nearby, both in deep shock at what they saw, their hands instinctively covering their mouths, expressing complete disbelief and horror at what was happening. The blonde, Kim-Su's sister, froze in complete horror, her thoughts frantically trying to comprehend what had happened, unable to believe that the usual order of things could change so suddenly. All eyes were on Yidzin, who had maintained a remarkably relaxed expression throughout the entire conflict, never showing any tension or doubt for a moment. Yidzin, clenching his fist, began to move towards the two bullies, his sister's classmates who were constantly bullying her. His intentions were clear to everyone present. The two girls, seeing Yidzin approaching, panicked and thought that he was coming specifically for them. Their faces turned pale from fear of the inevitable retribution for their past actions. The hooligan girls looked at the approaching Yidzin with horror, noting his determined gaze and cold-blooded calm, which only increased their fear of inevitable retribution. Their attention was immediately drawn to Yidzin's clenched fist, and the thought that he might strike them made their hearts pound wildly with panic and the realization of their own helplessness. The girls' faces turned pale with fear. Their thoughts were feverishly racing in search of a way to salvation, but fear paralyzed them, not allowing them to move from their place in the face of the impending threat. Suddenly, Yu Dayun rushed forward, screaming and grabbing her brother's hand, begging him to stop, her voice trembling with excitement and fear of the possible consequences of his actions. Yidzin, surprised by his sister's reaction, calmly asked if those girls hadn't been bullying her all this time, his tone full of bewilderment and suppressed anger. Yu Dayun froze in complete bewilderment, not understanding how her brother knew about her problems. Her anxiety grew with each passing second, intensifying the internal conflict. Yidzin continued, asking if they hadn't just beaten her up, his gaze fixed on the bruise on his sister's cheek, expressing a mixture of concern and anger. The girl stood there with a bruise on her cheek, completely stunned by how her brother could have known about what had happened. Her thoughts were confused, trying to find a logical explanation for his knowledge. Yudayun lowered her head, frantically going over in her mind the possible ways in which Yidzin could have found out about her problems. A feeling of shame and helplessness overwhelmed her. Suddenly, Yudayun's eyes lit up, as if she had realized something important. Her face showing a mixture of surprise and sudden understanding of the situation. She realized that her brother was ready to fight for her, to protect her honor and well-being. This realization filled her heart with warmth and gratitude. Udayan smiled, assuring her brother that she was no longer in pain and was fine, her voice soft and soothing, trying to ease the tense situation. She asked Idzin to stop, her words filled with love and concern, seeking to prevent further violence and protect her brother from the possible consequences of his actions. Yitzin coldly agreed to his sister's request, offering to go, to which Yudayun, surprised by her brother's sudden change of mood, asked where they were going. With an unexpected smile, Yidzin replied that he would walk her to her class if she didn't mind, his tone softening, creating a sharp contrast to the previous tension. Yudayun smiled shyly and agreed, and they walked together, her small figure next to her tall, broad-shouldered brother, creating a touching picture. The classmates watched silently as the brother and sister walked away, chatting peacefully as if nothing had happened. This calm departure seemed unreal after everything that had happened. The students quietly discussed among themselves the incredible event of how one person could defeat Kim Kimsoo himself, their whispers full of surprise and fear. Some admitted to each other that they would get into a lot of trouble if they tried to contact the new guy, realizing how strong and dangerous he was. Idzin's desk mate was still in a state of shock from what he had seen, unable to believe that he had been sitting next to such a dangerous man. The blonde and brunette looked annoyed by what was happening, their faces expressing a mixture of anger and disappointment at the unexpected turn of events. They looked down on the defeated boys, considering them helpless fools, incapable of dealing with one newcomer. As they walked down the corridor, Yudayun remarked to her brother that he must be very good at fighting, to which Yidzin began to respond, but was interrupted. Yudayun quickly changed the topic, saying, okay, clearly not wanting to delve into this topic in the school hallway. Yidzin, surprised, asked his sister why she kept apologizing, his tone expressing genuine confusion and concern. Yudayun lowered her eyes in embarrassment and admitted that she felt guilty for having to fight with her brother today and yesterday because of her. Yitzin replied to his sister that he could not turn a blind eye to the actions of the offenders. His tone was serious and decisive. He could not allow anyone to harm his family, especially after everything he had gone through. Yudayun raised her head sharply, her eyes shining with emotion as she looked at her brother carefully, trying to comprehend his words and understand what he had gone through. The girl listened with trepidation to Idzin's story about his past life. Every word of her brother revealed to her a new, previously unknown side of his personality and experience. Yitzin spoke of the place he lived in, where most people only thought of themselves, his voice distant, as if he was recalling a distant past that still caused him pain. He described a society where people didn't care what happened to others. They only cared about what concerned themselves. These words made Yudayun think about the contrast between that world and their current life. However, Yidzin continued, there were times when even these selfish people behaved differently. His tone changed, becoming more lively, as if he was remembering something important. These moments came when family was in danger, Yitzin emphasized, letting his sister know how important the family connection was to him. Terrible images of the past came to mind in Idzin's mind. He remembered himself as a warrior in some army, a participant in a war. These memories clearly caused him pain, but he continued to speak. He described horrific scenes of everything on fire, explosions and destruction everywhere. His words painted a horrible picture of war in front of Yudayun that she could only imagine. Despite the horror of what was happening, Yidzin noted how people rallied to protect their families, a thought that seemed to give him strength even now, years after the events. Yidzin talked about how he had lived in this chaos for all these years. His words made Yudayun realize how difficult her brother's past was. Recalling all these terrible images, Yidzin explained that it was then that he began to understand the true meaning of family, his voice sounding confident, as if this understanding had become his support in life. He described how people stood back to back, protecting each other, a metaphor that vividly illustrated to Yudayun what true family support and protection meant. Yudayun, recalling the previous conversation, asked her brother if he hadn't said that he didn't remember her and her grandfather well, her voice expressing a slight confusion and a desire to understand the contradiction in Yizin's words. Yizin confirmed that his sister was right, and he really didn't remember much from those times. His tone was honest and open, not trying to hide this fact from Udayun. However, he added with confidence that he knew for sure that they were family. And with these words, his face lit up with a wide, sincere smile that Yu Dayun had never seen before. The girl silently looked at her brother's dazzling smile, unable to find words from the overwhelming emotions. Her gaze was full of surprise and warmth. For a moment, they both froze, Yu Dayun trying to digest all the information she had heard from her brother, her thoughts feverishly analyzing every word he said. She suddenly realized how surprised and confused she was that he already perceived her as his family, despite years of separation and no clear memories. Yuda Yoon, trying to hide her embarrassment, told her brother that she was fine and that he could go back to class, but Yidzin reminded him that he had promised to walk her to class. The girl pointed to the door next to her and said that they were already there. Her class was 1 to 5. Her voice sounded a little nervous, as if she didn't know how to react to her brother's concern. Yudayun waved her hand and smiled as she quickly said goodbye to her brother, saying that it was time for her to go. Her movements were hurried, revealing a slight embarrassment. The next second, she had already disappeared behind the classroom door, slamming it behind her, leaving Idzin standing in the hallway, her hasty departure a clear sign of agitation. Yidzin, looking at the closed door, continued to smile, realizing that he now really had a family. His face expressed a mixture of happiness and peace. Yidzin returned to his office, and all of his classmates instantly noticed his appearance, their whispers spreading throughout the classroom, announcing his arrival, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation. There was silence in the classroom. All the students stared at Yidzin silently, not daring to say a word. Their gazes were full of a mixture of fear, respect, and curiosity. The two classy hooligans broke the silence, commenting admiringly on what they saw, comparing Idzin's skills to a professional player on the newbie server, their words expressing obvious respect and even a little envy. Idzin's desk mate visibly tensed up as he sat down next to him, his body involuntarily contracting, betraying a mixture of fear and admiration for his new classmate. The small, fragile boy looked at Idzin with big eyes. Starting the sentence, to be honest, his voice trembled slightly from excitement, creating intrigue before what he was about to say. These words immediately caught Yidzin's attention. He tensed internally, waiting to hear what his desk mate would say, preparing himself for any reaction. Unexpectedly for everyone, the boy admitted that he also thought Yidzin's actions were cool. His words sounded sincere and with a hint of admiration, diffusing the tense atmosphere. Hearing this, Yidzin simply looked at his neighbor and smiled. His smile was warm and sincere, showing that he appreciated this support. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a loud slam of a fist on the table, full of fury and anger, causing everyone in the class to flinch in surprise. Kim Kim-soo and his friends, still in disbelief over their defeat, stood there trying to comprehend how they could have lost to one person. Kim Kim-soo visibly tensed up. His thoughts were full of rage and confusion. He thought that Yidzin was some kind of abnormal, unable to explain his incredible fighting skills. Kim Kim-soo's sister, trying to support her brother, aggressively stated that they were caught off guard, but that it would not happen again next time. Her words sounded like a threat and a promise of revenge. Kim Kim-soo's friends sat in silence, pondering the blonde's audacity to say such things without receiving a single blow, their faces expressing a mixture of irritation and bewilderment. The leader's sister continued her tirade, berating the boys for their cowardice in losing to some loser, her voice ringing with contempt and arrogance, only adding to the tension in the room. Kim Kim-soo, unable to bear it, abruptly interrupted his sister, suggesting that she fight Idzin herself if she was so smart. His words were filled with sarcasm and irritation. The blonde, not giving in, accused her brother of taking it out on her because of his defeat, her tone full of defiance and disrespect for her brother's authority. Kim Kim-soo, barely holding back his anger, slowly and threateningly said that it was time for her to shut up. His voice was low and dangerous, causing everyone present to tense up. The blonde froze in complete surprise, not believing that her brother could say such words to her. Her face expressed a mixture of shock and resentment from the unexpected harshness. She turned around so abruptly that her long, beautiful hair flew up, creating a light breeze. This gesture was full of drama and indignation. As she left the room, she slammed the door shut with all her might, expressing all her anger and resentment, the sound of the blow echoing down the hallway. The blonde walked down the corridor, radiating irritation, and her brunette friend trailed behind, not daring to break the angry silence. The blonde's thoughts were occupied with her brother, who was hit by this Udayun's brother, her face distorted with anger at the memory of what happened. The image of Udayun and her brother happily walking out of the office together flashed through her mind, and this memory only increased her anger and desire for revenge. The blonde began to nervously press her lips together in anger, her body tense as if she was about to do push-ups to hold back tears of hurt and anger. Her emotions were on the verge of spilling out. When she entered the classroom, her irritated appearance immediately attracted the attention of the students. Everyone felt the tension emanating from her and became quiet in anticipation of a possible conflict. The two bullies entered the classroom and immediately focused their attention on Udayun, their gazes full of malice and desire for revenge, creating an oppressive atmosphere in the classroom. The blonde turned to Udayun sharply, her voice ringing with barely contained rage, ready to burst out at any moment. Udayun listened silently as the blonde sarcastically said that her school life would be wonderful now. Dayun's face remained impassive, which only made her offender angrier. The blonde sarcastically remarked that now Udayun could just go cry to her brother if something happened, her words full of venom and envy towards Dayun's unexpectedly acquired protection. However, Udayun continued to remain silent, ignoring all the attacks, her calmness like a shield, repelling all attempts to anger her. The blonde, becoming more and more irritated by this silence, mentally called Udayun names, not understanding how she dared to ignore her, her face distorted with anger and misunderstanding. The memory of Udayun's brother and his victory only increased the blonde's irritation, making her even more angry at the current situation, her body shaking with suppressed rage. In her anger, she wondered if everyone expected her to simply accept this humiliation. Her thoughts were full of indignation and refusal to accept the new order of things. Clenching her fist, the blonde firmly declared to herself that this would never happen. Her determination to take revenge and restore her status was evident in her every movement and look. The school day had come to an end and Udayun walked home, making her way through the crowd of students, her figure looking small and vulnerable among her lively peers. Her gaze was lowered downwards, her facial expression betrayed deep thoughtfulness. It was obvious that the girl's thoughts were far from what was happening around her, immersed in some internal experiences. Udayun remembered her brother's words about it not being her fault, but the fault of those guys who bullied her, and these words sounded in her head like a protective talisman. She recalled how Yidzin stood among the beaten offenders, proud and unwavering. This image instilled in her a mixture of admiration and fear of her brother's strength. Yidzin's smile and his words about them being one family warmed Udayun's heart, giving her hope for a better future and a sense of security. The girl wondered if she would be able to go to school now without being humiliated. This thought seemed almost incredible to her after everything she had experienced. The cruel words of He-jin, who had ordered her to disappear when Udayun tried to enter the dining room, came back to her mind, and the memory still hurt. Udayun remembered how hungry she had been back then, but had been forced to leave because of threats, and the feeling of helplessness and resentment washed over her again. The image of the school lockers shaking appeared before the girl's eyes. A reminder of the physical abuse she had suffered made her shudder. She remembered the blonde grabbing her by the bangs, humiliating her and forbidding her to answer. This moment was one of the most painful in her school life. Udayun wondered if she would never have to go through all these humiliations again. And at that moment, her thoughts were interrupted by her brother's voice, asking what she was thinking. Lost in her thoughts, the girl was very scared. The sudden appearance of Idzin caught her by surprise, tearing her out of her deep thoughts and returning to reality. Yidzin asked his sister again what she was thinking about so deeply that she didn't hear him, his voice expressing genuine concern and interest in her thoughts. Udayun, still slightly shocked by her brother's sudden appearance, apologized and asked in surprise if he had waited for her again, her voice betraying a mixture of embarrassment and gratitude. Yidzin calmly replied that he still had trouble finding his way around the city, his words sounding like a soft excuse to hide his desire to spend time with his sister. Udayun suggested that they go shopping since they were going together, to which Yidzin curiously asked why she needed something, showing interest in her sister's daily life. The girl explained that her grandfather usually came home from work hungry and liked it when dinner was ready. Her concern for her grandfather was obvious in every word. Yijin nodded, saying that he would know, while Jin and her brunette friend were standing nearby, discussing Udine, calling her a little fool who was enjoying herself. Heijin smiled maliciously and suggested to see how long Udayun could hold out like this, her words full of venom and envy towards the victim's newfound calm. In the store, Udayun was carefully selecting the greens for cooking, holding them in her hands and examining them carefully, her serious expression indicating the importance of this simple task for her. She was deep in thought about what else she needed to buy, her face expressing concentration and responsibility for the upcoming dinner. Standing together with his brother in the store, they attracted the attention of all the school children present, who could not take their eyes off Itzin. The students quietly discussed what school the handsome guy was from and what he was doing there, their whispers creating a background hum in the store. Udine noticed the increased attention on her brother and turned to look at him, her gaze full of pride and slight surprise. She thought about how it wasn't just at school that everyone was talking about how cool her brother was, realizing the impression he made on those around him. Unexpectedly for herself, Udayun asked her brother if he had a girlfriend where he lived. Her question sounded with a note of curiosity and a desire to get to know her brother better. His sister's question about the girl caught Itzin off guard. He was at a loss, not knowing what to answer. This unexpected interest in his personal life was like a bolt from the blue. Itzin began to stutter, asking again about the girl, and Udayun, seeing his confusion, explained that she meant someone more than just a friend, her voice sounding with a slight note of curiosity and a desire to get to know her brother better. Looking down, Yidzin quietly replied that he had no one, his voice sounding a little embarrassed, as if he himself was surprised by this fact, or perhaps was hiding something. Udayun smiled, expressing a little surprise, and admitted that she thought he was popular where he lived, her words filled with genuine interest in her brother's background. At the mention of the past, Yitzin's gaze became cold, and he was immersed in memories that seemed far from romantic relationships and full of something dark. Suddenly snapping out of his thoughts, Yitzin smiled and replied that he was simply too busy to care about girls, his tone light as if he was trying to make a joke and change the subject. Udayun, noticing her brother's reaction, sympathetically said that it seemed like it was hard for him to live alone, and apologized for her question, her voice full of concern and a little regret. Suddenly, Yidzin turned the conversation in a different direction, asking his sister if she had a boyfriend or was dating anyone, his question sounding with a slight note of older brother concern. This question caught Udine off guard. She began to stutter and hurriedly replied that she had no one. Her reaction was similar to her brother's reaction a few minutes earlier. Yidin expressed surprise that such a beautiful sister didn't have a boyfriend and inquired about the reason, his question filled with genuine curiosity and perhaps hidden concern. Udine smiled, but her thoughts drifted to memories of her school years. Full of grievances and humiliations, her smile could not hide the shadow of past experiences. Collecting her thoughts, she smiled even wider and replied that she was simply busy, repeating her brother's excuse and trying to hide the real reason for her loneliness. Returning home in the evening, Idzin was handed a box with a Samsung phone, saying that it was for him. This unexpected gift caused surprise and joy in the guy. Yidzin looked at the box with shining eyes, and the grandfather explained that now every schoolchild has such a phone. His words were full of care and desire for his grandson not to feel deprived. Grandfather continued to say that he had chosen a very good phone and hoped that Yidzin would like it, his voice full of pride and desire to please his grandson who had just returned to the family. The sister noted with admiration that this was the newest model, her eyes shining with joy for her brother, who would now have such a modern gadget. Yidzin held the brand new phone in his hands, not knowing how to properly react to such a generous gift. His face expressed a mixture of gratitude and slight embarrassment from such attention. Grandfather said with a smile that he had already written down his number and the number of his sister Idzinia in his phone. His concern for his grandson was evident in every word and action. Udayun asked in surprise if her grandfather had really done it himself, to which he replied that he had asked the salesman for help, explaining that he always did things like this because his granddaughter always forgot the instructions. The girl gently chided her grandfather, saying that he should have asked them for help because they could have done it themselves without any problems. Her voice was full of concern for her elderly relative. Grandfather, looking away, shyly admitted that he wanted to write down the numbers himself, his words full of a touching desire to do something special for his grandchildren. These words greatly surprised Udine. She looked at her grandfather with bewilderment and tenderness, realizing how much love and care he puts into every action. Yidzin watched the scene silently, his gaze thoughtful, as if he was trying to comprehend the depth of the family relationship he was just beginning to delve into. Grandpa, continuing to explain his actions, said that he had heard about the importance of unpacking new gadgets. His words showed how he tries to keep up with the times for the sake of his grandchildren. He asked anxiously if everything was okay, even though he had to open the package to write down the numbers. His concern for his grandson's reaction was obvious. Yidzin, holding the precious gift, assured his grandfather that everything was fine, and he in turn began to apologize to his granddaughter for buying the phone only for his brother. Grandfather explained that Yidzin needed a phone, so he bought one first, but promised to buy a new one for Udayun as well, to which the girl quickly replied that everything was fine and her phone was working fine. Yidzin watched this turbulent family scene in silence, his face expressing a mixture of surprise and warmth at how caring and loving his family was. Yidzin sincerely thanked his grandfather, promising to use the phone carefully, his words full of respect and appreciation for the generous gift. These words of gratitude made the grandfather very happy. His face lit up with pleasure. Hearing such sincere gratitude from his grandson was real happiness for him. Later that evening, Yitzin lay in his bed in the dark, studying something on his new phone, his face illuminated by the soft light of the screen, expressing curiosity and interest in the new device. The bright light from the phone's screen illuminated Idzin's face in the dark room, creating a contrast between the technology and the comfort of his home. Recalling the recent events, Yidzin began to smile again, thinking about the gift and the family's care. His smile in the darkness was full of warmth and gratitude. Suddenly, a message came to Idzin's phone, which surprised him greatly. He wondered who could be writing to him at such a late hour. Opening the message, Yidzin saw that it was from his lieutenant, who was telling him to use this number for communication from now on. The lieutenant, having received the message, was surprised, not recognizing the number, but realized that it was from Idzin. His thoughts were full of curiosity about the new life of his ward. A fellow soldier approached the lieutenant, asking if he had bought Idzin a smartphone, and suggested that perhaps the guy had changed his phone himself, reflecting on the pickiness of modern children. The lieutenant began to object heatedly, claiming that he had bought the most expensive model, to which his colleagues suggested that perhaps Idzin did not like the brand. The next morning, Yidzin stepped out of the shower, drying his hair with a towel, looking fresh and ready for another day of school. He saw his sister, already fully collected and ready to leave. She announced that she would go first. Her tone was hasty and a little nervous. Yidzin, surprised by her early departure, asked why she was leaving so early again, to which Yu Dayun quickly replied that she was late, her voice sounding tense. As Yu Dayun closed the door, she reminded her brother to put the dirty dishes in the dishwasher, her care for the household chores showing even in a hurry. Yidzin came into the kitchen and saw a beautiful breakfast prepared by his sister. The table was set with care and attention, despite her haste. Meanwhile, Yu Dayun was running to school as fast as she could, her figure moving quickly through the streets, trying to make it on time. Looking at her phone, Yu Dayun saw the time was 7:25 and thought that she would come at the last minute. Her breathing was ragged from running fast. As she ran, the girl remembered how her grandfather had enjoyed the soup the day before, and she spent the entire morning making it again, her care for her family evident in every action she took. Her grandfather's words came back to her mind, surprised that she had gotten up early to make soup, his voice full of gratitude and a slight reproach for her diligence. Remembering how her grandfather had said that she should have slept longer and that the leftovers would have been enough for him, Yudian couldn't help but smile, her face lit up with warmth from those memories. She thought to herself how happy she was to see her grandfather happy. The thought warmed her heart even during the morning rush. Suddenly, Yu Dayun's moment of happiness was interrupted by a sharp kick to her body, reality cruelly intruding into her dreams, causing her to flinch in surprise and pain. Looking up, the girl saw three ominous silhouettes in sweaters and masks in front of her. Their presence instantly filled her heart with fear. One of the unknown people rudely told her to watch where she was going, adding that he almost broke his knee. His voice was full of aggression and threat. Yudayan froze in horror, her pupils narrowed in fear. She couldn't believe that she was in such a situation again. Another member of the gang sarcastically asked if she wasn't going to apologize for the collision, to which the frightened Yu Dayun began to apologize. But she was interrupted by a rude shout, ordered to shut up and told that a simple apology would not be enough. The speaker's voice was full of anger and anticipation. Yu Dayun's face twisted in fear. She instinctively grabbed her head, her thoughts frantically racing in search of a way out of this terrible situation. But panic paralyzed her, preventing her from finding a solution. One of the three suddenly suggested going to karaoke, citing the desire to go for a walk that morning. His suggestion was met with unanimous agreement from the others. Their tone did not bode well for Yu Dayun. The masked girl squatted in front of Yu Dayun, staring at her with her cold eyes, her gaze filled with malice and anticipation, causing Yu Dayun to cower in fear. Turning to Yu Dayun, the masked girl feigned concern and hoped that she would also come with them, her voice sounding falsely friendly, hiding her true intentions. At this moment, Yu Dayun realized with horror that she recognized that voice as He Jin, and the thought that she would not leave her alone filled the girl's heart with despair and hopelessness. The group brought Yu Dayun to the Coin Karaoke Center, a place usually associated with fun and vocal practice, which had now become an arena of fear and humiliation for her. The masked girls chatted casually among themselves, discussing their singing and dancing skills, while the receptionist at the counter greeted them, unaware of the real situation. The administrator, taking the cleaning rags, commented on the energy of the youth. His words were full of good nature and misunderstanding of the true state of affairs, which only increased the contrast between the external normality and the hidden horror of what was happening. Hearing violent screams during the singing, the administrator decided to check the situation. He approached the door of the booth, taking hold of the handle, not suspecting what he was about to see. Opening the door, the administrator froze in complete horror. His pupils narrowed and his body tensed in shock. What he saw made him instantly realize the seriousness of the situation. A horrifying scene appeared before him. A young girl, Yu Dayun, was lying on the floor, beaten all over by these cruel girls. Her condition spoke of the seriousness of the injuries inflicted. The administrator, having overcome the initial shock, leaned towards Yu Dayun, anxiously asking about her well-being, his voice trembling with excitement and concern for the injured girl. Yu Dayun, covered in bruises and abrasions, struggled to gather her things and backpack, her movements slow and painful, revealing the severity of her injuries. Despite her obvious poor condition, Yu Dayun tried to assure the administrator that she was okay. But he, seeing her terrible condition, persistently objected that she looked very bad and needed help. The administrator, trying to take control of the situation, told Yu Dayun to wait while he called the police, assuring her that this would be the end of it, his voice sounding confident and caring, trying to calm the frightened girl. Yu Dayun, having gathered all her things and heading towards the exit, replied in a weak voice that she was fine and did not need anything. Her words sounded unconvincing, contrasting with her obviously poor physical condition. The girl, barely moving, reached for the doors, and the administrator shouted after her, begging her to wait and let him take care of her, his voice full of genuine concern and a desire to help. At school, the teacher noticed Yu Dayun's absence from the classroom, her brows furrowed in thought, trying to figure out where the usually punctual student could be. One of the students confirmed Yu Dayun's absence, and indeed the seat next to that girl was empty, creating a noticeable gap in the usual picture of the class. The teacher voiced her surprise, noting that Yu Dayun wouldn't skip school without telling them, her voice expressing a slight worry and confusion. Heijin, hearing this, began to smile maliciously, realizing the true reason for Yu Dayun's absence was their morning attack, her face expressing gloating and satisfaction from what she had done. The brunette friend, noticing Heijin's reaction, quietly asked if they would be okay, to which Heijin responded by asking why anything should be wrong, her tone full of self-confidence and disdain. Heijin continued by saying that she was simply teaching that fool a lesson so that she would know her place, and then changing the subject, she asked what Yu Dayun's absence had to do with them, claiming that it had nothing to do with them. The friend agreed with Heijin, adding that they really had nothing to fear, her words sounding like an attempt to convince herself that their actions would go unpunished. Heijin, slamming her small mirror shut, concluded that they had nothing to worry about, just as she had said, her voice sounding self-assured and carefree, as if the morning incident had never happened. After the end of the school day, Heijin stood outside the school as usual, waiting for his sister his figure standing out among the stream of departing students. He looked around carefully, watching people leave the school, his gaze focused on finding the familiar silhouette of his sister among the crowd. Looking around, Yizin began to realize that his sister was nowhere to be seen, his face showing growing concern and confusion. The flow of school children had noticeably diminished. Almost everyone had already left. But Sister Idzinia was still nowhere to be seen, which made him even more worried and wonder about the reasons for her absence. It was already dark, and Yidzin was still standing alone in the schoolyard, not seeing his sister, his silhouette standing out against the emptying school grounds, creating a picture of anxious anticipation. He realized how strange the situation was, since they had been leaving together for the previous days, and this discrepancy with the usual routine made his heart clench with anxiety. Yitzin took out his new phone given to him by his grandfather, wondering if his sister had gone home early, and decided to dial her number, hoping to hear her voice and calm down. At this time, Yudayun was lying in her room, completely wrapped in a blanket, as if trying to hide from the whole world, her motionless figure expressing deep emotional shock. Yudayun's phone rang throughout the room, vibrating on the bedside table, its insistent sound breaking the oppressive silence that reigned in the room. However, the girl did not react to the call in any way, continuing to lie motionless. As if in a protective cocoon, her indifference to the outside world was obvious and alarming. Returning home after a long wait, Yitzin opened the front door, which creaked, breaking the silence of the house. The sound seemed especially loud in the tense atmosphere. Looking down, he noticed something that immediately caught his attention, causing him to pause for a moment in the doorway, his instincts telling him that something was wrong. It was his sister's shoes, confirming that she was indeed at home, a discovery that Yidzin found strange and only increased his worry about Yudayun's condition. Setting his backpack down, Yidzin thought for a moment, his face showing deep concern and an attempt to understand what could have happened to his sister. He stared into space, trying to comprehend his sister's strange behavior, his thoughts feverishly searching for an explanation for her unusual absence from school and silence. Walking up to the door of Yudayun's room, Yitzin knocked gently, softly announcing his arrival, his voice sounding caring and a little tense. At first there was no response, but then Yudayun quietly responded through the door, her voice weak and distant, confirming Yidzin's fears that something was wrong. Yidzin replied that he was waiting for his sister at school, and Yudayun, surprised by this, confirmed that she was already home, her voice sounding weak and uncertain, creating a contrast to her usual energy. In explaining his concerns, Yitzin mentioned his poor knowledge of the area and that his sister had not answered his calls, to which Yudayun apologized, saying that she was sleeping. Her excuse sounded unconvincing and raised even more questions. Yitzin mentally noted how much his sister's voice had changed. It sounded unusually quiet and lifeless, which only increased his anxiety and suspicions that something was seriously wrong. Asking to open the door, Yitzin was met with a refusal from his sister, who cited poor health. Her reluctance to show herself to her brother only increased his anxiety and desire to understand what was going on. Worried about his sister's condition, Yitzin asked how bad it was, but Yudayun tried to calm him down by saying that she just had a slight fever and needed to sleep, her words sounding like an attempt to shield herself from his questions. Yitzin, respecting his sister's wish to be left alone, told her to come to him if she needed anything, his voice full of concern and willingness to help at any moment. Deciding to take the initiative, Yitzin thought about buying medicine just in case. His concern for his sister was evident in every action and thought. However, just as he was about to leave, Yitzin suddenly froze, his attention drawn to something that made his heart beat faster with a bad feeling. Yidzin's gaze fell on his sister's white sneakers, and he noticed with horror that there were drops of blood on them. This discovery instantly changed his perception of the situation, making him realize the seriousness of what was happening. With growing horror, Yidzin looked at the bloody stains. Terrible pictures of what could have happened to his sister began to form in his head. His imagination painted the darkest scenarios. Looking at the dirty sneakers, Yidzin began to piece together the puzzle of what had happened, each detail taking on a new, sinister meaning, making him realize the seriousness of the situation. The thought of how those little sneakers of his sister's could have ended up stained with blood horrified Yitzin, causing his heart to clench in pain and anger as he realized that his worst fears could have been true. On Yudayun's bed, there were bandages, dressings, and a first aid kit. In the room, one could hear the quiet moans of a girl complaining of pain. The atmosphere was filled with anxiety and sympathy. Yitzin sat on the edge of his sister's bed, carefully helping her treat her abrasions, his movements gentle and caring, constantly asking if she was in much pain. Udayan bravely replied that it only stung a little, to which Yitzin gently chided her, saying that she should have been more careful, his words full of concern and hidden worry. Yitzin asked his sister for the details of what happened, and Udayan repeated her version of falling down the stairs while trying to avoid the bike. The girl agreed with her brother, but noticing his serious look and question about the need to visit the hospital, she felt her heart squeeze with fear of exposure. Udayan looked away and looked at her bruises, quietly replying that she was fine and didn't need to go to the hospital, her voice sounding uncertain, revealing hidden worries. In her mind, the girl understood that a trip to the hospital would inevitably reveal the true cause of her injuries, which had nothing to do with falling down the stairs. This thought made her withdraw into herself even more. Later in the principal's office, Hee-jin stood before him, wondering why she was being asked about Yoo-da-yoon's beating, her face showing a mixture of surprise and hidden worry. Hee-jin indignantly asked why she was the one suspected of beating up Yoo-da-yoon, while the victim herself stood in the office, listening to this conversation. The atmosphere was tense and heavy. Yoo-da-yoon couldn't bear it any longer and screamed, blaming the blonde, but Hee-jin vehemently denied her involvement. The situation was getting tense, especially considering the presence of police officers in the office. Continuing her accusations, Yoo-da-yoon mentioned the attacker's hat and mask, but insisted that she recognized Hee-jin by her voice and manner of speech, and her words were full of emotion and confidence. Yoo-da-yoon continued to shout about Hee-jin's constant bullying, but the blonde kept her cool and pointed out the lack of direct evidence, emphasizing that it was just speculation. Hee-jin cleverly used Yoo-da-yoon's words against her, pointing out that the accusations were based solely on their mutual dislike. And at that moment, Yoo-da-yoon realized what a mistake she had made in revealing that detail. The director, trying to figure out the situation, directly asked Yoo-da-yoon if she had seen the attacker's face. His question was key to determining the further course of the investigation. Yoo-da-yoon, feeling the situation getting out of control, began to explain that the attacker's face was covered, but she was sure it was Hee-jin, her voice trembling with emotion and fear of not being heard. The headmistress lost her composure and began to shout at Yoo-da-yoon, accusing her of lying and making baseless accusations against her daughter, her voice trembling with anger and indignation. Hee-jin's mother, clearly agitated by the situation, loudly expressed her indignation, refusing to calm down despite the director's requests, her emotions inflaming the already difficult situation. Yoo-da-yoon's expression sank as she mentally wondered why she was so certain of Hee-jin's guilt, her inner monologue reflecting a mixture of certainty and doubt, adding to her emotional tension. Looking at the police, the girl thought bitterly about why they didn't want to believe her. Her gaze expressed despair and a sense of injustice. Hee-jin's mother demanded that Yoo-da-yoon apologize immediately, threatening her with consequences, but the girl, gathering all her courage, continued to insist that Hee-jin was guilty. Outraged by Yoo-da-yoon's terrible manners, Hee-jin's mother declared the need to talk to the girl's parents, her tone full of threat and superiority. The demand to call her parents caused Yoo-da-yoon to panic even more, her heart pounding wildly in fear of the impending problems and possible consequences. The girl could hardly hold back her tears. A blue-violet aura of despair and hopelessness seemed to form around her, reflecting her emotional state. Yoo-da-yoon's eyes filled with tears, and one tear slowly rolled down her cheek, revealing her deep emotional shock and sense of helplessness. Looking at her smug mother and smiling Hee-jin, Yoo-da-yoon bitterly realized that this time too she had no evidence. Her powerlessness in the face of injustice seemed unbearable. The thought that her grandfather would be very upset added even more bitterness. But suddenly it turned out that all this time the girl was lying in her bed, imagining this painful scene. In a moment of deep thought, Yoo-da-yoon heard her brother call her name. She responded but did not even turn her head, remaining immersed in her heavy thoughts. Yitzin, worried about his sister's condition, placed his hand on her forehead, asking if she was okay, to which Yoo-da-yoon automatically replied in the affirmative, her voice sounding distant. The brother, after assessing Yoo-da-yoon's condition, said that, fortunately, there were no fractures, but the swelling would hurt for several days, his voice full of concern and professionalism. Hearing this, the girl became even more upset, lowering her head and quietly answering, "Okay," her reaction betraying deep emotional exhaustion and physical pain. In an attempt to support her brother, Udayun suddenly praised his helping skills, to which Yidzin worriedly asked if he had bandaged her arm too tightly, and the girl quickly assured him that everything was perfect. Udayun shared with her brother her worries about how her grandfather would take the incident, mentioning his heart problems, her voice trembling with excitement and fear for her grandfather's health. Yidzin, surprised by this information, asked again if his grandfather really had heart problems, to which Yu Dayun confirmed, adding that his grandfather took medication every day. While comforting his sister, Yidzin promised to talk to Grandpa himself, insisting that Yu Dayun rest, his voice sounding confident and caring. Yidzin slowly walked towards the exit of his sister's room, his steps quiet, as if he didn't want to disturb her peace. Suddenly, Yu Dayun called out to her brother, her voice unexpectedly loud in the quiet room, causing Yidzin to stop. The guy turned around, expecting to hear something important, but he only saw his sister smile and heard her quiet a thank you. The simple word was filled with deep gratitude. This sincere gratitude from his sister touched Yidzin, causing him to smile in response. This moment of mutual understanding slightly relieved the tense atmosphere. Yudayun thought to herself that her decision not to tell her brother the whole truth was correct. Her thoughts were full of bitterness and the desire to protect her loved ones from trouble. She reflected on the fact that people like them could not change anything in the current situation anyway, her internal monologue reflecting a feeling of powerlessness in the face of injustice. After leaving his sister's room, Yidzin felt a growing sense of irritation, realizing that Yu Dayun had lied to him, his face showing a mixture of worry and disappointment. The Wolf nightclub had its usual cheerful atmosphere, with singing and music coming from the room, creating a contrast to the tense atmosphere at home. The club was discussing recent events. Someone mentioned that the whole school already knew about yesterday's incident. These conversations created background noise in the establishment. Kim Soo was irritated to hear someone comment that he was beaten by only one person. These words clearly hurt his pride and self-esteem. Hearing this, the gang leader did not respond, but only silently drank his drink. His silence was more eloquent than any words, revealing deep resentment and anger. One of his friends approached Kim Soo, trying to encourage him and explain that they had simply underestimated their opponent. But next time, if they were more careful, they would definitely gain the upper hand. The fat guy supported this idea, insisting that they could not leave the situation unanswered, his words full of determination and desire for revenge. Another member of their company, holding a cigar, expressed the opinion that their enemy would be unable to do anything if they all attacked together, his proposal sounding confident and aggressive. Kim Soo, lost in his thoughts, pondered the unusualness of their opponent, feeling that there was something special about him, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Squeezing his drink so hard that water started to leak out, Kim Soo suddenly shouted in agreement with his friend's suggestions, his voice sounding determined and angry. He stressed that they were not professional fighters fighting one-on-one, hinting at the need to act as a group against their opponent. Having heard the leader's consent, the guys at the table began to smile sarcastically and exchange glances, happy that their plan had been approved. The atmosphere at the table was filled with anticipation of the upcoming revenge. Kim Soo suggested that they would finish off the enemy tomorrow for sure, but his speech was interrupted by a call from Hee-jin's sister, unexpectedly disrupting their plans. Annoyed by the interrupted conversation, Kim Soo answered the call, rudely asking his sister what she wanted, to which Hee-jin asked if he was still in his hideout. While smoking a cigarette, Kim Soo demanded that his sister get down to business, threatening to pass out, but Hee-jin replied that he should thank her, intriguing her brother. Still irritated, Kim Soo asked again what his sister was talking about, his tone expressing both impatience and curiosity. Hee-jin told her brother how she had taken care of Yu Dayun, hinting at the need to answer for humiliating him, her words full of gloating and pride in her actions. Kim Soo, smiling, called his sister crazy, but in his voice there was approval and even admiration for her cruelty and devotion to the family. He praised Hee-jin for her good work, saying that they were just planning to deal with that freak, his tone full of anticipation for the upcoming revenge. At that moment, someone new entered the club, slowly walking towards the gang's table, his appearance attracting the attention of those present. The gang was surprised to see a figure approaching, recognizing it as Yidzin, their new classmate whose sudden appearance had caught them off guard. Yidzin, now dressed not in a school uniform but in ordinary clothes, looked completely different. His appearance spoke of seriousness of intentions, Ijin's gaze was cold and determined, and his expression did not bode well for those gathered at the table. Kim Kim-soo, noticing Ijin, commented mockingly on his appearance, while his sister on the phone was puzzled as to what he was talking about. Hee-jin, still on the line, persistently asked her brother what was going on as Yi-jin continued to approach their table. Ijin's gaze became increasingly narrowed and cold, his expression taking on a truly murderous look, causing alarm among those present. Kim Kim-soo, trying to maintain his composure, mockingly commented on Ijin's appearance, mentioning his desire for a rematch. Without waiting for Kim Kim-soo to finish speaking, Ijin, without warning, struck the first blow to one of the guys at the table. His actions were lightning fast and unexpected. Ijin's powerful blow instantly sent the boy to the floor, demonstrating the strength and precision of the gang's new enemy's attack. Seeing this, the rest of the gang members began to join the fight. The bald guy, who had been beaten twice by Ijin earlier, shouted threateningly, "Get it," preparing to attack. The bald guy didn't even have time to get close to Ijin before he received a powerful counterblow, instantly finding himself on the floor next to the first victim. Kim Kim-soo watched what was happening with growing irritation and surprise, not believing his eyes and trying to comprehend the situation. Jumping up from his seat, Kim Kim-soo shouted at his friends, urging them to attack Ijin as a group, his voice sounding desperate and angry. The remaining members of the gang, obeying the order, simultaneously rushed at Ijin, hoping to crush him with their superior numbers. Ijin, without losing his cool, responded to the group attack with a powerful kick, knocking back several attackers in one movement. The chubby curly-haired boy stood in shock, unable to believe his eyes as to how Ijin was able to so quickly and effectively repel their combined attack. Ijin, without wasting any time, approached one of the defeated opponents, lying on the floor after a recent blow. Grabbing the boy by his clothes with his strong hand, Ijin easily lifted him up, demonstrating incredible physical strength. With ease, Ijin threw the captured guy towards the wall, and he hit his back with a loud thud, losing consciousness from the force of the blow. Taking a fighting stance, Ijin prepared to deliver his next blow, his posture exuding confidence and readiness to continue the fight. The plump, curly-haired guy, although he had lost his previous confidence, still tried to protect his comrades, preparing for a new attack. He lunged at Ijin, but he was met with a powerful punch, instantly stopping his attempt to attack. At this point, another gang member sneaked up behind him and attempted to hit Ijin on the head with a bottle, aiming to cause serious injury. Ijin, as if possessing a sixth sense, instantly noticed the danger and turned around sharply, ready to repel an attack from behind. Ijin deftly dodged the bottle's attack by ducking sharply, causing the bottle to fly out of his attacker's hands. Without wasting a second, Ijin delivered a powerful blow from below to the opponent's jaw, instantly incapacitating him. The fat guy, without giving up his attempts, decided to attack Ijin from behind, hoping to catch him off guard. However, Ijin, demonstrating the professionalism of a fighter, immediately noticed this attempt and deftly dodged the attack. Grabbing the attacker's hand, Ijin demonstrated his strength, the veins on his arm clearly showing from the tension. The plump guy was shocked by the speed and precision of Ijin's actions, realizing what kind of trap he had fallen into. Ijin, not giving his opponent time to recover, delivered a powerful blow with his shoulder to his back, demonstrating his superiority. From the force of the blow, the plump guy flew towards his already defeated friends, joining the ranks of the vanquished. Ijin walked up to the guy he had thrown against the wall earlier, grabbed him by the head and lifted him up, forcing him to look into his eyes. Not stopping there, Ijin abruptly lowered his opponent's head, delivering a crushing knee strike. The powerful blow caused blood to gush from the boy's nose, finally taking him out of the fight. Having dealt with all of the henchmen, Ijin turned his attention to Kim Kim-soo, the only remaining opponent. Kim Kim-soo was in complete shock as he watched Ijin easily take down his gang for the second time. All the while, Kim Kim-soo's sister remained on the line, demanding an explanation of what was happening, her voice sounding anxious and insistent. Kim Kim-soo, unable to answer his sister, stood frozen in a daze, trying to comprehend who Ijin really was. Ijin slowly addressed Kim Kim-soo by name, his voice ominously calm in the silence that followed. Articulating each word clearly, Ijin delivered a warning not to touch his sister, his tone leaving no doubt as to the seriousness of his intentions. Kim Kim-soo realized the futility of their combined attack on Ijin, who easily dealt with the entire gang, demonstrating unrivaled skill in combat. Ijin's strategic move to neutralize the enemy at the exit deprived the gang of the opportunity to quickly retreat, turning the club into the perfect trap for the attackers. Using skillful maneuvering, Yidzin forced his opponents to crawl through tables, using the furniture as obstacles and making it difficult for them to move and attack. Yidzин's lightning-fast assessment of the situation and ability to turn it to his advantage amazed Kim Kim-soo, causing him to rethink the strength of his opponent. While Kim Kim-soo was feverishly searching for a way to defeat the invulnerable enemy, Yidzin suddenly inquired about the reason for their feud with his sister. Realizing that a confrontation was inevitable, Kim Kim-soo tried to buy time by demanding an explanation from Yidzin and hoping to find a way out of the hopeless situation. In a desperate attempt to intimidate his opponent, Kim Kim-soo threw a glass towards Yidzin, demanding an immediate explanation of what was happening. Yidzin calmly watched the glass shards flying towards him, remaining completely calm and ready for further action. Taking advantage of the moment, Kim Kim-soo grabbed the bottle and rushed at Yidzin, hoping to catch him off guard with a sudden attack. Yidzin dodged the blow with astonishing ease, taking a barely noticeable step to the side, demonstrating excellent reflexes and coordination. Without giving up, Kim Kim-soo swung the bottle again, desperately trying to inflict some damage on the invulnerable opponent. Reacting with lightning speed, Yidzin blocked the bottle attack with one hand and prepared to deliver a crushing blow to Kim Kim-soo's unprotected abdomen with the other. Feeling the inevitable blow approaching, Kim Kim-soo realized that he was about to receive a crushing blow against which he had no defense. Kim Kim-soo, filled with rage and irritation, concentrated all his strength into a clenched fist, mentally cursing his opponent for his steadfastness. The attempt to deal a crushing blow to Injin was in vain, as he dodged the attack with astonishing ease and calm. Instead of the expected triumph, Kim Kim-soo received a powerful blow to the nose, which caused profuse bleeding and shook his confidence in his own superiority. Instinctively jumping back, Kim Kim-soo created a small distance between himself and Injin, trying to regroup and assess the situation. With a bloody nose and clutching a bottle in his hand, Kim Kim-soo stood there, breathing heavily and trying to regain his composure after the unexpected turn of events. As Kim Kim-soo checked the integrity of his jaw, he couldn't help but think how much his opponent's steadfastness and skill irritated him. Watching Injin, who didn't even break a sweat, Kim Kim-soo was stunned when he calmly asked the reasons for bullying the weaker ones. In a fit of rage, Kim Kim-soo smashed the bottle on the table, turning it into a dangerous improvised weapon with sharp edges. The sharp bottom of the broken bottle glinted in the light, drops of water running down the glass, giving the weapon an even more menacing appearance. With a furious cry, Kim Kim-soo rushed at Injin, waving a sharp bottle and intending to deal a fatal blow to his opponent. Injin, keeping his composure, remained motionless, fully aware of his superiority in the current situation. With a lightning-fast movement of one hand, Injin disarmed the attacker, knocking the dangerous bottle out of his hands. With his other hand, Injin grabbed Kim Kim-soo tightly by the neck, demonstrating his strength and control over the situation. Kim Kim-soo, beginning to gasp for breath, looked at his opponent with pupils dilated with fear, realizing his helpless position. In a desperate attempt to escape, Kim Kim-soo took a step towards Injin, hoping to knock him down with an unexpected move. Injin, completely unperturbed in the face of his opponent's futile attempts, firmly grabbed Kim Kim-soo's shirt, completely in control of the situation. Kim Kim-soo, barely able to breathe after the powerful blow, let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the entire room. In a show of absolute dominance, Injin quickly pinned Kim Kim-soo to the cold floor, causing him to utter a stream of desperate curses and a painful realization of his pitiful situation. Holding his fallen opponent by the neck with one strong hand, Yingjin looked down at him with undisguised contempt and arrogance, completely in control of the situation. In a voice filled with menace and cold determination, Injin reminded Kim Kim-soo of the grave consequences of his thoughtless actions towards his sister, hinting at inevitable and cruel retribution. Kim Kim-soo, completely immobilized and pinned to the hard floor, could only helplessly watch as the terrifying situation unfolded. Injin, clearly articulating each spoken word, as if hammering them into the consciousness of the defeated enemy, issued a final stern warning, threatening unimaginably terrible consequences. Expanding the range of his chilling threats, Injin did not forget to mention Kim Kim-soo's sister, strongly warning her to be extremely careful and avoid any conflict situations at all costs. Emphasizing the incredible seriousness of his intentions and his readiness to follow them to the end, Injin repeated his stern warning, placing special emphasis on the inadmissibility of actions against his sister. Tightening his iron grip on the defenseless throat of his fallen opponent, Inzin once again emphasized the inevitability of his merciless retribution. Kim Soo, increasingly aware of the criticality and hopelessness of his humiliating situation, experienced severe difficulty breathing, which only intensified his paralyzing fear. Inzin, continuing to exert excruciating pressure on the throat of the defeated enemy, sought to forever cement seriousness in his consciousness, clouded by fear. Adding to the unbearable psychological pressure on his already broken enemy, Inzin described in chilling detail the endless torment that awaited him. Having finally completed his brutal execution, Inzin slowly retreated from the barely breathing Kim Soo, leaving him lying on the cold floor with a bloody nose. Injin gradually loosens his grip, rising from his fallen opponent and allowing him to finally take a long-awaited breath, regaining the ability to breathe freely after the painful suffocation. Kim Soo, slowly recovering from the brutal fight, convulsively clutches his throat, coughing painfully and with difficulty drawing air into his exhausted lungs, feeling the full weight of the ordeal he had endured. Inzin, radiating unwavering pride and confidence, leaves the scene of the battle, leaving behind a terrifying picture of the fallen bodies of his recent opponents. As Inzin leaves the room that has become the scene of a violent confrontation, he is met with shocked looks from members of the administration who are horrified to realize the scale of the situation. Heejin and her inseparable brunette friend are hurrying somewhere with a hurried step, clearly worried and excited by the recent events, trying to understand the current situation. The blonde, not hiding her concern, turns to her friend with a question about the sudden end of the telephone conversation, trying to understand the reason for such an abrupt end to the conversation and wondering about the possible consequences. Annoyed by yet another reason for unreasonable excitement, Heejin suddenly notices something unusual near the Wolf Club, which catches her attention and makes her forget about her previous worries for a moment. The girls watch in amazement as none other than Inzin walks up the steps of the club. His appearance in this place seems completely unexpected and mysterious to them. The scene they saw evokes mixed feelings of extreme surprise and growing irritation in the friends. They cannot believe their eyes, trying to comprehend what is happening and its possible consequences. Heejin, frozen in place and not taking his eyes off the approaching guy, feverishly thinks about his next steps, feeling growing horror. In an attempt to calm herself down, Heejin mentally convinces herself that Injin has no evidence of her involvement in beating his sister, hoping that this will help her avoid responsibility. Heejin, overcome with panic and fear, screams loudly at the approaching Injin, demanding that he keep his distance, her voice shaking with tension and uncertainty about her own safety. Injin, maintaining an unperturbed calm, silently watches Heejin, deeply thinking about her violent reaction and trying to analyze the true reasons for the girl's obvious fear of him. The blonde, not hiding her intense irritation and growing fear, clenches her teeth until it hurts, her face distorted into a grimace reflecting an internal struggle. Heejin, panicking, begins to slowly back away, keeping her eyes on the approaching Injin, whose cold, piercing gaze seems to penetrate the girl's very soul. Continuing his hesitant retreat, Heejin suddenly trips over a low curb and falls with a dull thud onto the hard asphalt, landing awkwardly and feeling a sharp pain in his arm. Lying on the cold asphalt, Heejin clutches her injured arm tightly, her face contorted in pain, and her eyes reveal a mixture of fear, humiliation, and helplessness in the face of an inexorably approaching threat. Injin, watching this scene, only clenches his fist tighter, but outwardly does not react to the girl's fall, maintaining a stony expression on his face and not showing the slightest sympathy for his defeated opponent. Suddenly, the silence is broken by the ringing of Inzin's phone. The boy takes the device out of his pocket and, looking at the screen, sees that his grandfather is calling him, demanding immediate attention. Inzin, answering the phone, says a short, "Yes, hello," his voice sounding calm and confident despite the tense situation he finds himself in. As he ends the conversation, Inzin promises to arrive soon, his gaze once again turning to the two girls lying in front of him, as if assessing the situation and making some important decision. Heijin, meeting Inzin's gaze, feels a shiver run through her body. She can't take her eyes off that piercing, cold gaze. Unexpectedly for everyone, Inzin, without saying a word to the two hooligans who attacked his sister, simply turns around and walks away, leaving the girls in complete bewilderment and fear. The blonde, overcome with horror by Inzin's cold gaze, trembles all over, realizing the terrible consequences of his visit and imagining what he could do to her brother at the club. Going down to the club, the girls see a shocking picture of Kim Soo and his friends lying beaten, providing visual proof of the strength and cruelty of Inzin's one and only opponent. Approaching her fallen brother, the blonde Hee-jin, clenching her fists in impotent rage, asks him with concern in her voice about what happened, trying to understand the scale of the catastrophe that had occurred. Annoyed and agitated, Hee-jin exclaims, calling Injin a freak and accusing him of beating his brother, to which Kim Soo only addresses her by name, his voice sounding unusually serious and worried. Slowly and with undisguised malice in his voice, Kim Soo utters the terrible words, forbidding his sister to even approach Inzin's sister, his tone leaving no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions and the consequences of disobedience. Heejin, clutching her head in complete bewilderment, exclaims indignantly, not understanding why her brother says such things and how he can forbid her to do anything. Kim Soo, repeating his prohibition once again, presses his lips together with the anger that overwhelms him. His voice sounds threatening, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the inevitability of the consequences in the event of his sister's disobedience. The blonde, unable to contain her emotions, begins to shout at her brother, accusing him of cowardice and fear of Inzin, not understanding how he could so easily give in and submit to the will of the enemy. Kim Soo, turning to his sister, demands a direct answer. Lowering his head down, and Hee-jin, still not understanding the seriousness of the situation, answers negatively, not wanting to accept his brother's prohibition. Suddenly, Kim Soo, completely losing his composure, raises his head and screams the name of Hee-jin's sister, his voice full of rage and despair, causing everyone around him to freeze in horror. Hee-jin, seeing this frightening picture, feels her pupils narrow from growing fear. She finally understands that her brother is not joking, and the situation is much more serious than she could have imagined. Kim Soo, barely containing his anger, turns to his sister again, threatening to personally beat her if she dares to touch Dayun, Inzin's sister, his words sounding like a final and irrevocable sentence. The blonde, terrified by the piercing gaze, looks blue with fear, and her friend standing behind expresses no less fear. Both are frozen in a daze. As he approaches the house, the guy notices a strange black figure, which makes him confused and wary. He tries to make out the stranger in the dark. It turns out that the mysterious figure is his grandfather, who waves his hand in a friendly manner, causing the boy to feel relief and a warm smile. Sitting down on a bench under a street lamp, the grandfather apologizes for the sudden call that interrupted his grandson's walk, but he reassures him, saying that everything is fine. The grandfather, with his head down and a sad expression, reports the injury of his granddaughter, the boy's sister, his voice trembling with excitement and anxiety. Turning to his grandson, the grandfather asks about the medicines he bought, to which the boy confirms his purchase, nodding his head. The grandfather talks about his granddaughter's version of the fall down the stairs, expressing doubt and concern about the severity of the injuries and her refusal to go to the hospital. With bitterness in his voice, the grandfather admits that he was unable to do much for his granddaughter, raising her alone. His words are full of regret and self-criticism. He talks about his constant busyness at work, which prevented him from paying enough attention to his granddaughter, realizing how little he did for the child. Looking back, the grandfather sadly realizes that his granddaughter did much more for him than he did for her, his voice trembling with emotion. Recalling the difficult period after the accident, the grandfather speaks with gratitude about Dayun, who became his support and encouragement during difficult times. The grandfather admits that the sight of his maimed granddaughter breaks his heart, especially given her reluctance to tell the truth about her injuries. The grandfather bitterly admits that his granddaughter doesn't seem to trust him very much, and this breaks his old heart, the old man's voice trembling with the overwhelming emotions. Remembering the folk wisdom about how children communicate less with their parents as they get older, the grandfather turns to his grandson for advice, feeling helpless in the current situation. Inzin, listening attentively to his grandfather's confession, suddenly interrupts him, addressing the old man with unexpected seriousness in his voice. The guy admits that despite the short period of time he spent with the family, he immediately understood one important thing. His voice sounds confident and soulful. Inzin speaks of the strong mutual love between his grandfather and Dayun, His words sound sincere and convincing, making the old man listen. The grandson's words deeply touch the grandfather. He clearly did not expect to hear such an insightful remark from the young man. His face expresses surprise and gratitude. Injin, smiling and looking straight into his grandfather's eyes, confidently tells him that he shouldn't worry, his voice full of determination and concern. The guy promises to help take care of his grandfather's sister and granddaughter, emphasizing his willingness to become part of the family and share responsibility. Injin's words deeply touch the grandfather, causing him to smile widely, which is softly illuminated by the light of the street lamp, creating a warm and heartfelt atmosphere. The grandfather, addressing the boy, expresses his great happiness that Injin is now with them, his voice full of sincere joy and gratitude. Sitting together on a bench and contemplating the city at night, each is immersed in their own thoughts, but both feel the joy of each other's presence and newfound connection. Kim Soo lies in a hospital room, his nose bandaged with a bandage, his gaze directed downwards, expressing a mixture of pain, disappointment, and thoughtfulness about what happened. His parents came to him, a worried mother and an angry father, who, without hiding his irritation, reproached his son for the constant troubles he gets into. The father, looking extremely serious and pompous, states that he knew that such an outcome was inevitable, given his son's penchant for risky situations. The mother, turning to her husband, indignantly asks if this is all he can say, seeing his son in such a state, insisting on the guilt of the attacker. The father, drawing his wife's attention to his daughter's bandaged hand, emphasizes the seriousness of the situation and the possible consequences for the whole family. Keeping a straight face, the father carefully examines the injuries to both children, his gaze expressing a mixture of anger and concern. The mother, holding her son's hand, gently tells him to stay in the hospital and get better, emphasizing that this is the most important thing he can do now. The parents, heading for the exit, promise that Injin will get what he deserves, their voices full of determination and threats against the offender of their children. After his parents leave and the door slams shut, Kim Soo asks his sister about her sanity, his voice sounding irritated and worried. He chides his sister for telling their parents, claiming that it makes him look like a victim who is unable to stand up for himself after being beaten, his tone full of bitterness and frustration. The sister replies that she couldn't hide the broken arm and his hospitalization, her voice sounding defensive and a little irritated at having to explain the obvious. Kim Soo looks at his sister and asks if Injin is really responsible for her arm injury, his tone a mixture of worry and anger. Remembering her fall from behind the curb, the girl nevertheless confidently confirms Injin's guilt. Her lie sounds convincing and decisive. Standing up, the sister advises Kim Soo to just relax, her voice soothing but with a hint of hidden excitement. With a smile, she promises to show Injin who he's dealing with, her eyes burning with determination and a thirst for revenge, unaware of the possible consequences. Kim Soo, although annoyed, completely agrees with his sister. Sharing her thirst for revenge, his anger flares up even more, fueled by the general mood. The mother, walking down the hospital corridor next to her father, tells him about her recent conversation with the boss, her voice sounding decisive and confident. The husband, surprised by his wife's actions, asks about the reasons and suggests entrusting the matter to the school. He believes that there is no point in blowing the situation out of proportion and involving outsiders. The wife objects, arguing that today is Saturday and she cannot wait until Monday. Her impatience is evident in every word. Turning to her husband, she asks if he really wants to entrust Injin's punishment to the school. She emphasizes that even in the worst case, the boy will simply be expelled, which is not enough. The wife reminds her husband of the boss's role in their lives, emphasizing his importance. She says that she has already told him everything, leaving her husband no choice. The father, hearing this, is furious, but cannot find the words to object to his wife. His silence speaks of his powerlessness in the face of her determination. Heejin, having overheard her parents' conversation, thinks about the scary guy and rejoices at the upcoming punishment of the transfer student. She anticipates the reprisal against Injin. In the middle of the night, someone plays with a serious lighter, its metal body gleaming in the darkness, the atmosphere filling with tension and anticipation. A serious man smokes near a black car, listening to his subordinates talk about children's squabbles. They consider it humiliating to interfere in such situations. Another subordinate calls for calm, reminding him of the boss's presence. He emphasizes the need to follow orders, regardless of personal opinions. Dressed in a black suit and shirt, with a scar on his bald face, he walked slowly down the school corridor, puffing out clouds of cigarette smoke, attracting the attention of the students with his gloomy appearance. Thoughts about what had happened did not give me any peace, causing irritation and anger, forcing me to clench my fists and sigh deeply, trying to maintain my composure in this difficult situation. Two men were driving in a car, discussing recent events. One of them suggested dealing with the child abuser, which caused the other man to look thoughtfully and nod slightly. On the phone, the boss spoke to the mother of the injured children, his voice sounding concerned and firm, demanding that action be taken against the person who broke his daughter's arm and sent his son to the hospital. Standing by the car, he thought about asking to deal with the offender, realizing that he could not simply ignore what had happened, feeling responsible for what had happened. Yitzin sat at home at his computer, lost in his thoughts, his face expressing deep thoughtfulness, and his fingers nervously tapped the table, revealing his inner tension. The young man looked extremely worried. His brows were furrowed, and his gaze wandered around the room, as if trying to find answers to the questions that tormented him and the objects around him. Idzin's thoughts revolved around today's events. He couldn't believe that after everything that had happened, they could just leave him alone, waiting for the inevitable retribution. A sudden knock on the door brought the young man out of his reverie, causing him to flinch and listen tensely to the sounds coming from the corridor, expecting the worst development of events. Grandfather Idzinya opened the front door, his voice sounding surprised and a little wary as he asked the late guests about the purpose of their visit and the reason for such a late interest in his grandson. Two large men, subordinates of the boss, insistently demanded to call their grandson. Their voices sounded threatening in the silence of the night, making the grandfather nervous and looking back at the stairs. Grandpa, frightened by the late visit, tried to block the stranger's path, while Yu Dayun, the protagonist's sister, came down the stairs, watching what was happening in horror. Hearing the conversation, the boy walked resolutely toward the door, his steps echoing in the tense silence of the house, ready to face the uninvited guests. Having gone down, the young man calmly addressed his grandfather, assuring him of his quick return, his voice sounding confident despite the alarming atmosphere around him. The big guys watched the boys approach closely, their gazes cold and focused, while the grandfather froze in shock, unable to utter a word. The sister, overcome with panic, begged her brother not to leave, her voice trembling with fear and anxiety. But it seemed that her words did not reach the young man's ears. With a smile on his face, the guy calmed his family, assuring them that it was safe to meet with their friends. His calmness contrasted with the tense atmosphere in the house. The grandfather watched in horror as his grandson walked away with the two huge strangers. A feeling of helplessness and fear washed over him, causing his heart to beat faster. The guy was brought to an abandoned construction site, surrounded by many garages where the boss was waiting for him. The atmosphere of the place inspired anxiety and a premonition of something bad. The young man, maintaining an outward calm, was internally surprised by what was happening. Trying to understand who these people were and why they had brought him here, his eyes carefully studying his surroundings. One of the large men turned to the boss, reporting on the completed task. His voice sounded respectful, but there was a note of satisfaction in it from the successful completion of the operation. The boss, smoking a cigarette, looked at the guy with a hard look, releasing clouds of smoke, creating an aura of power and danger around himself, making those around him tense up. The subordinate noted the boy's calmness, emphasizing his obedience and the lack of problems during delivery. His voice sounded slightly surprised by the prisoner's behavior. The boss, having listened to the report, nodded briefly, expressing a desire to quickly finish the job he had started. His tone did not bode well for the young man who had been brought in. Finishing his cigarette, the boss prepared for the upcoming conversation. His face remained impassive, but his eyes showed determination to see the matter through to the end, regardless of the consequences. Two big guys surrounded the guy, one threateningly clutching a bat. The other was ordered to hold the boy's hands, creating an atmosphere of imminent violence and overwhelming superiority. The boss calmly explained the situation to the guy, promising a quick but painful resolution, his tone betraying a mixture of businesslike manner and hidden satisfaction from the upcoming punishment. Scrolling through his phone in search of the right number, the boss looked focused, his fingers quickly sliding across the screen, revealing a slight impatience and a desire to complete an unpleasant task. With feigned sympathy in his voice, the boss addressed the boy, expressing feigned regret about his connection with the children, his words sounding like a mockery of the current situation. The boy, realizing the reason for his capture, irritably mentioned the Kim family, his voice sounding with notes of understanding and hidden challenge, surprising those present with his knowledge. The boss is still busy searching for the number, mentally scolded his subordinates for being too talkative, his face expressing growing dissatisfaction with the situation and the need for further measures. Thoughts of the upcoming lesson for the talkative subordinates flashed through the boss's mind. His gaze became harder for a moment, betraying his intention to restore order in his ranks. The boss cast an irritated glance at the boy, noting the scratches on his face and his continued calm, which only increased his own irritation and impatience. Watching Inzin, the boss tried to understand the reason for his unusual behavior, his gaze expressing a mixture of curiosity and growing concern from the unpredictability of the situation. The lack of fear and emotion in the guy caused the boss to become increasingly surprised, forcing him to rethink his approach and prepare for possible surprises. At the moment when one of the big guys decided to strike, the guy instantly intercepted his hand, demonstrating unexpected dexterity and readiness for self-defense. With one smooth movement, the young man pulled the big guy aside, shocking the attacker and forcing everyone present to reevaluate their attitude toward the seemingly helpless victim. The guy instantly delivered a crushing blow with his elbow to the big guy's jaw, demonstrating unexpected strength and precision of movement, forcing the opponent to stagger. The boss, watching what was happening, froze in utter amazement, his eyes narrowed in disbelief, his thoughts feverishly trying to comprehend the incredible situation. The second big man holding the bat let out a volley of curses at the boy, his voice shaking with anger and fear as he swung for the strike. The young man, showing incredible agility, easily dodged the blow of the bat. Ducking like lightning, his movements were swift and precise. The bewildered brute, not believing his eyes, shouted accusations at the boy, his voice betraying a mixture of rage and growing fear of the unexpected enemy. The boss, still in a state of shock, could not believe his eyes as he watched the boy effortlessly confront the armed opponent. The guy, demonstrating incredible strength, grabbed the bat with one hand, easily blocking the attack and protecting himself from the blow. His actions were confident and precise. Holding the bat in one hand, the young man delivered a powerful blow to the attacker's jaw with the other, his movements coordinated and effective. Not stopping there, the guy delivered a crushing knee blow to the opponent's stomach, forcing him to bend over in pain and lose his breath. The big man let out a loud cry of pain and despair, realizing the hopelessness of his situation and his inability to resist the unexpectedly strong enemy. The guy, not giving his opponent a chance to come to his senses, grabbed him by the head and pressed him hard against the wall, demonstrating complete control over the situation and the intention to continue the punishment. The boss, amazed by the precision of the boy's blows, could not believe his eyes. His thoughts feverishly tried to explain the young man's incredible skill. Another big guy, taking advantage of the moment, grabbed the guy from behind, wrapping his arms around him and trying to immobilize him, his voice sounding triumphant, confident in his superiority. The man growled in frustration as he threatened the boy with death, his words full of rage and contempt, reflecting his confidence in his victory over the young opponent. The guy, despite being held, deftly turned away and delivered a precise elbow strike to the liver of the big guy holding him, demonstrating incredible flexibility and fighting skill. Having broken free from the hold, the young man instantly delivered another crushing blow with his elbow to the opponent's chin. His movements were quick and precise, like those of an experienced fighter. The boss, watching the guy deal with two big guys, realized that he was facing an experienced fighter. His gaze expressed a mixture of surprise and growing respect. The guy, having gained the upper hand over the big guys, turned his cold-blooded gaze to the boss. His face remained calm and focused, ready for the next stage of the confrontation. The boss, addressing the boy, expressed his assumption about the unusualness of the young man. His voice sounded with notes of respect and hidden interest in the true nature of the enemy. As the boss approached the boy, he expressed surprise at the prospect of a fight with a young high school student, his tone betraying a mixture of excitement and slight distrust of what was happening. The guy, assessing the boss, thought about possible surprises from the enemy, his gaze carefully studying every movement of the experienced fighter opposite. They moved towards each other, The contrast between the boss in a business suit and the guy in a school uniform, creating a surreal picture of the upcoming fight. The boss tried to strike first, but the guy easily dodged, demonstrating lightning-fast reactions and an excellent sense of timing, forcing the enemy to miss. A smile appeared on the boss's face, realizing that an interesting fight was coming. His eyes lit up with excitement in the face of a worthy opponent. The guy continued to dodge the boss's attacks. His movements were smooth and efficient. He easily dodged to the sides and crouched, avoiding the attacks. The guy's gaze remained serious and focused, revealing his readiness to continue the fight and his confidence in his abilities. Going on the offensive, the guy began to strike back. His attacks were precise and powerful, forcing the boss to go on the defensive. The boy noticed a weak spot in the boss's defense. His eyes narrowed for a moment, assessing the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. Suddenly, the young man realized his mistake. His face showed alarm for a split second, realizing that this oversight could cost him a punch in the face. The boss, feeling the advantage, began to smile slyly. His eyes lit up with anticipation of victory over a young but dangerous opponent. While striking the guy in the face, the boss met unexpected resistance. The young man managed to block, partially protecting himself from the attack. His reaction was lightning fast. The guy instantly jumped back, taking a defensive stance, his body tensed, ready to continue the fight and repel new attacks. The boss, examining his fist, praised the boy for blocking the blow, his voice sounding with notes of respect for the skills of the young opponent. The young man silently listened to the boss's words, his gaze remaining focused and attentive, analyzing every movement and word of the experienced fighter. Suddenly, something caught the guy's attention. His gaze dropped down, and his face expressed deep thoughtfulness, as if he noticed something important. Looking at his hand, the young man thought about the boss's possible plan, his thoughts feverishly analyzing the situation, trying to figure out his opponent's strategy. The boss, surprised by the boy's abilities, expressed his admiration, his voice sounding with notes of respect and growing interest in the personality of the young fighter. The boy calmly replied that he was just a high school student, his voice even hiding the true nature of his skills and experience. The veins on the boss's forehead bulged with tension as he insisted on the boy's uniqueness, comparing his level to experienced street fighters, his voice betraying a mixture of admiration and irritation. The boss attacked with incredible intensity, intending to break the guy's defense. His blows were precise and powerful, demonstrating years of experience and nerves of steel. The high schooler, however, parried each attack with an ease that left the boss flummoxed, his movements fluid and efficient. The guy took a fighting stance, preparing to counterattack, which caused the boss to give him a sarcastic grin and a comment full of contempt and underestimation of the enemy. The boss, having announced his intention to fight seriously, raised his hand again to strike, his eyes burning with determination to put an end to this unexpected resistance. Delivering a powerful blow, the boss met the guy's block again, which caused him even more surprise and growing irritation at the inability to break through the defense of the young opponent. The guy, taking advantage of the moment, delivered a quick blow to the boss's face, who, although he managed to partially dodge, still felt the force of the young man's attack. The boss, unclenching his fist with even more anger and force, prepared for the next attack, his face distorted with rage and determination to break the guy's resistance. The young man deftly dodged the boss's attack, his body moving with amazing grace while preparing to counterattack at his opponent's vulnerable spot. The boss's thoughts were frantically trying to understand the true nature of his opponent, realizing that the guy was clearly not telling the whole story about his past and experience. The guy, continuing his movement, inexorably approached the boss's weak spot, his hand ready to deliver the decisive blow at any moment. The boss, surprised by the boy's tactics, pondered his unusual approach to combat, not understanding why he preferred to block and counterattack instead of dodging. The veins on the boss's face bulged to unnatural proportions, reflecting his growing rage and frustration at his inability to defeat his younger opponent. The situation drove the boss crazy. He couldn't believe that some boy was able to resist him so skillfully, his eyes filled with tears of rage and helplessness. The guy once again put up a confident block, defending himself from the boss's powerful blow, demonstrating his excellent skill and composure in battle. The boss, exhausted by the guy's constant blocks, realized that for the first time in many years, he had met an opponent who was able to defend himself so skillfully from his attacks. The boss's gaze stopped on the guy's face, Noting his imperturbable calm, not a single emotion was reflected on the young man's face during the entire fight. Seizing the moment, the guy delivered a powerful counterblow to the boss's jaw from the bottom up. His movement was lightning fast and precise, catching the enemy off guard. Without stopping, the young man continued his attack, delivering a powerful punch to the boss's stomach, his blow calculated for maximum effect. The force of the blow was such that the boss began to bend in half, his face distorted in pain, and his breathing was ragged from the unexpected attack. The guy, not giving his opponent time to come to his senses, raised his hand again to strike. His movements were clear and purposeful, aimed at final victory. This time, the young man delivered an open palm strike to the boss's chin, aiming at the same spot as before, enhancing the effect of the previous attack. Blood gushed from the boss's mouth as he staggered back under the force of the blows, his body unable to withstand the force of the young opponent's attacks. As he fell, the boss couldn't believe his defeat at the hands of an ordinary high school student. His thoughts were confused from shock and disbelief at what was happening. He collapsed to the ground, surrounded by clouds of dust raised by their fierce struggle, his body motionless and his mind clouded. Lying on the ground, the boss looked at the guy, amazed at his composure, not understanding how he could remain so calm in such a situation. He thought about how the boy had maintained his composure from the beginning to the end of the fight, without showing the slightest sign of nervousness or fear. The boss's thoughts were confused. He did not understand the guy's motives, but he realized that the people who asked him for help obviously got involved with the wrong person. There were two security guards standing at the door of the office, their presence creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation and readiness for action. The mother of the two injured children stood next to her husband, impatiently asking why there was no news from the boss, insisting that her husband call him and find out about the situation. The husband replied reassuringly that she just needed to wait, assuring that the boss would call when everything was completed, his voice sounding confident and calm. The blonde sitting with her parents looked puzzled and worried, her face expressing a mixture of curiosity and alarm at the strangeness of what was happening. Suddenly, the silence of the room was broken by the ringing of a gray cell phone, causing everyone present to flinch in surprise and tension. The mother, unable to contain her emotions, shouted to turn on the speakerphone, and soon everyone heard the voice of the boss introducing himself on the other end of the line. The man began to apologize for the disturbance caused by his wife's request, but she interrupted him, shouting indignantly about the pointlessness of apologies when the children were hurt. The boss suddenly apologized himself, which surprised the father, who immediately inquired about the reason for this turn of events. Over the phone, the boss explained that the children seemed to have gotten involved with the wrong person, causing a violent reaction from the mother who couldn't believe her ears. The boss's message about his defeat at the hands of the guys shocked the husband. He could not believe that a person respected even in the criminal world could lose to an ordinary high school student. The boss continued, emphasizing the boy's exceptional abilities, his voice sounding with notes of respect and even admiration, which surprised the listeners even more. Suddenly, the parents turned sharply, hearing some sound. Their attention instantly switched to the source of the unexpected noise. The tension in the room increased. The door slowly opened, and someone's footsteps broke the silence of the room, causing everyone present to hold their breath in anticipation of the unknown. Frightened and confused, they froze, not understanding what was happening, their faces expressing a mixture of fear and bewilderment in the face of an unexpected invasion. The couple's blonde daughter, who had been sitting in the room the entire time, was also shocked by what was happening, her eyes wide open in surprise and alarm. Just as the boss was talking about the boy's incredible strength on the phone, doubting his ordinary status as a high school student, Yingjin entered the room, his appearance sudden and dramatic. Injin smoothly closed the door behind him, his movements calm and confident, contrasting with the tense atmosphere in the room. At the entrance to the office lay the battered guards, clearly defeated by the boy, their motionless bodies testifying to a recent violent clash. The blonde and her mother were in shock. Their faces expressed extreme surprise and fear at the sight of the guy who entered, disturbing their privacy. The children's mother, unable to contain her emotions, screamed at the boy, accusing him of what he had done to their children, her voice shaking with anger and fear. The father intervened in the conversation, trying to calm the situation, but his words only caused bewilderment in his wife, who did not understand his restraint in the face of the alleged offender. Looking at the boy warily, the father asked how he managed to get into this place, his tone betraying a mixture of curiosity and fear. The guy answered calmly, hinting at the good security of the building and expressing surprise at their concern, his words sounding with a slight irony. The father was mentally amazed at the abilities of the guy, who defeated not only the boss, but also the security at the entrance, unable to believe that what was happening was real. The boss's remark that the children had gotten involved with the wrong person haunted the father, forcing him to rethink the whole situation. The mother, unable to contain her anger, pounced on the boy with accusations of impudence, claiming that his ability to fight did not give him the right to do whatever he wanted. Grabbing the phone, the mother threatened to report the attack on the children, the security guards, and the illegal entry into the office, her voice ringing with rage and determination. The couple's blonde daughter supported her mother, declaring that the boy had finally come to an end, her words full of malice and confidence. Looking at the boy, the daughter thought about his amazing fighting skills, but she was sure that calling the police would put an end to his antics. The mother, becoming even more agitated, threatened to call Prosecutor Choi, asking the boy if he understood who he was dealing with, her tone full of superiority and threat. A tense silence fell over the room, broken only by the calm voice of a young man confidently declaring his knowledge of the family of a twice-elected and rerun congressman. The mother, maintaining a smile, dialed the prosecutor's number, noting the carelessness of modern children who are unaware of the dangers of the world around them, despite the obvious risks of their actions. Heijin, a blonde with a mischievous glint in her eyes, was looking forward to the long-awaited reprisal against the guy, unaware of the upcoming turn of events in this difficult situation. Slowly drawing out her words, the girl ominously uttered a threat towards the young man, confident in her superiority and the inevitability of his defeat in this confrontation. However, the boy, upon hearing these words, remained unperturbed, maintaining a cold expression on his face and not deigning to answer Heijin, which only increased the tension in the room. Meanwhile, the mother, having reached the prosecutor, politely greeted him and insistently asked him to immediately come to the congressman's office, without disclosing the reason for such an urgent call. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room changed as everyone heard Heijin's unexpected words of regret, leaving everyone present in a state of shock and confusion. A video appeared on the phone screen where the boy's sister, huddled in a corner, begged for forgiveness, and the girls surrounding her sarcastically commented on the situation, reproaching her for her initial stupidity. Heijin, watching what was happening, was in complete amazement, not understanding how the guy managed to get hold of this compromising recording that turned the course of events upside down. As the video continued to be watched, those present heard rude instructions and threats directed at the boy's sister, which only increased the tension in the situation and changed the balance of power. The guy, confidently holding the phone, showed a video of his sister begging for forgiveness, revealing the true background of the conflict and changing the perception of the situation for everyone present. Tensions in the office reached a fever pitch when the video showed a harsh demand for $500,000 accompanied by cynical indifference to the methods used to obtain the money, whether by stealing or selling the body. The prosecutor, suddenly interrupting the conversation with the mother, promised to call back later, leaving her in a state of anxious anticipation and uncertainty about further developments. Heijin, shocked by what she saw, barely managed to squeeze out a question about the origin of the video, unable to hide her surprise and confusion in the face of unexpected revelations. The guy, maintaining his composure, silently looked at Heijin, not revealing his thoughts and feelings, which only increased the tension in the room and the intrigue of the situation. He remembered the moment he had been cleaning the house and had discovered the video on his sister's laptop, which had become key evidence in the unfolding drama. Having prudently disguised himself with a cap and mask, he copied the file to a flash drive, acting carefully and decisively so as not to be recognized in case of any unexpected events. After the file copying was complete, the guy calmly removed the flash drive from the laptop, realizing the importance of the information he had received for resolving the current situation. Looking at the flash drive in his hands, the young man felt that he finally had the key to exposing the truth and restoring justice in this complicated case. Heijin, trying to justify herself to her father, began to explain her motives, but was abruptly interrupted by his angry shout, demanding that she immediately shut up. The seriousness of the situation hit the girl when she realized the scale of her deception of her parents and the cruelty of her actions towards another girl. Unexpectedly, Yidzin broke his silence, revealing the existence of incriminating recordings of the congressman's son, Kim Kim-soo, and his accomplice regularly filming themselves abusing others. The shocking revelations continued with the mention of video footage of beatings, not only inside the school but also outside it, as well as evidence of theft, finally revealing the true face of the young criminals. The atmosphere in the room became even more tense when the boy mentioned the recent incident at the karaoke bar, where his sister was bullied, adding another layer of tension to the already heated situation. The mother, losing her composure, lashed out at the boy with accusations of intimidation, doubting the effectiveness of threats from such a young man, not realizing that the situation had already gotten out of her control. The young man, remaining calm, retorted that he had no malicious intent to begin with, and the real threat came from those who had organized the attack on him. By confidently stating that he had evidence, the boy silenced his mother, who realized that all the cards had slipped out of her hands, leaving her in an extremely vulnerable position. The father, putting his hand to his head in a gesture of fatigue and concern, clarified his children's involvement in the abuse of the boy's sister. The guy, without losing his composure, explained his position as his sister's defender, drawing a parallel with the parental instinct to protect their own children, appealing to a sense of justice and family solidarity. Squinting, the father offered to pay the boy's sister's medical bills and provide compensation, hoping to settle the conflict and avoid further litigation. To everyone's surprise, the young man rejected the offer of financial compensation, which left his father perplexed, as he had not expected such a turn of events. Looking intently into the young man's face, the father tried to guess his true intentions, assuming that he might demand a public apology from his children to their injured sister. The daughter, hearing her father's suggestion, immediately tensed up, mentally swearing to bite off her tongue rather than stoop to apologizing, not realizing the full seriousness of the situation. The guy, however, surprised everyone present by declaring the futility of apologies, which would not be able to repair the damage caused and would most likely be insincere. The guy, finally revealing his true intentions, demanded the complete disappearance of the congressman's daughter and son from his sister's life. Hei-jin, hearing these words, became even more tense, not believing her ears and considering what was happening absurd, not realizing the seriousness of the situation and the consequences of her past actions. The father, having weighed the situation, suggested transferring the children to another school, but realizing the inadequacy of this measure, decided to send them abroad, seeking to fully satisfy the boy's demand. The congressman's wife and daughter simultaneously expressed outrage at this decision, but were abruptly interrupted by the head of the family, who demanded that they remain silent, realizing the critical nature of the moment for the family's reputation. Turning to the boy, the father asked him if he was satisfied with the decision he had made, to which he demanded immediate execution the very next day, demonstrating his inflexibility. The congressman, resigned to the inevitable, agreed to immediately notify the school of the children's transfer, causing the daughter to cry tears of despair and realize the irreversibility of the consequences. The guy, having received what he wanted, headed for the exit, but was stopped by an unexpected request from the congressman, who was forced to make additional concessions to protect the family. The politician demanded that all the video materials the boy had be handed over in exchange for fulfilling his request, hoping in this way to protect himself and his family from further exposure. The young man, hearing these words, turned around, and a red aura seemed to shine around him, contrasting with his external composure, which made a frightening impression on those present. The father, noticing the boy's reaction to his request, tensed up internally, feeling growing anxiety and realizing that the situation could get out of control at any moment. Looking into the young man's eyes, the congressman realized with horror that before him was not an ordinary peer of his son, but a man with unchildlike determination and strength of character. The guy, sensing the politician's doubts, coldly asked if he considered him an idiot, causing the father of the family to tremble and make confused attempts to justify himself. The congressman, trying to smooth things over, quickly stated his slip of the tongue, to which the guy, without deigning to respond, silently turned around and continued on his way to the exit. The congressman's family, realizing the hopelessness of their situation, realized that the guy really would not give up the incriminating videos, finally admitting his defeat. Returning home, the guy opened the door and froze on the threshold with his eyes wide open, seeing an unexpected scene unfolding before him in the living room. In the room, he found his worried grandfather and sister with tears in their eyes. who immediately rushed to him with questions about his condition and possible injuries. The young man, stunned by the display of such concern, silently watched the emotional reaction of his relatives, trying to comprehend the situation and choose the right words to respond. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face and he assured his family of his well-being, inwardly enjoying the warmth of their concern and care for him. The grandfather, still worried, expressed his fears about the danger of those people, but the boy reminded him of his promise to just talk to them, trying to calm the old man down. The sister, explaining the reason for their anxiety, mentioned the bad impression they had of the people their brother had met, emphasizing the strength of their concerns for his safety. The guy, trying to divert attention from himself, asked about his sister's health, reminding her of the need to take care of her own health first and foremost. The girl, looking down, quietly said that she felt much better, although there were still notes of uncertainty and hidden anxiety in her voice. Looking closely at his sister's face, the guy realized that she was probably not being completely sincere and was still upset about something, so he tried to calm her down, assuring her that there was no reason to worry. By mysteriously hinting that she would no longer have to fall down the stairs, the young man left his sister perplexed, not understanding what he was getting at with his words. Heading to his room, the guy briefly said that he had sorted everything out, leaving his family slightly confused by such a laconic explanation. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. She mentally tried to figure out what exactly her brother had arranged and what he was talking about, feeling that there was something significant hidden behind his words. On a typical school day, outside room 1 to 5, the girl smiled tenderly at her brother, assuring him that she no longer needed an escort to class, demonstrating her growing independence. Beaming with joy, she shared with her brother the news of her recovery and normal health, trying to calm his concerns about her condition. The brother, inwardly rejoicing at the sight of his calm and confident sister, restrainedly expressed his joy, trying not to reveal the depth of his emotions and relief. The sister, citing the approaching lesson and the need to prepare, said goodbye to her brother, who, understanding her desire for independence, simply nodded in response. Entering the office, the girl glanced at her classmates, each of whom was immersed in their own affairs, creating the familiar atmosphere of a school routine. Looking away, she thought about how she had come to school solely out of a desire not to disturb her brother and grandfather, still feeling a little unsure. As soon as the girl crossed the threshold of the classroom, her classmates surrounded her, excitedly sharing the news that Hee-jin would no longer be attending their school. One of the kids added that Hee-jin and her brother had transferred overseas, causing everyone to rejoice at the thought that school life would be much calmer and more enjoyable without those two. Hearing this unexpected news, Diane literally froze, unable to believe such a sudden turn of events and trying to comprehend what she had heard. Her brother's mysterious words about never having to fall down the stairs again immediately came back to her mind, and she began to understand the hidden meaning of his promise. Realizing the connection between her brother's words and the changes that had occurred, Diane ran out of the office, hoping to catch him in the corridor to clarify the situation. Seeing her brother, she called out to him, feeling growing excitement and a desire to find out the truth about his involvement in what happened. Turning around, the boy saw his worried sister in front of him, whose face expressed a mixture of fear, surprise, and nervousness, which made him wary. Diane, overwhelmed with emotion, mentally searched for the right words to express her gratitude to her brother for his care and support. The guy, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere, simply smiled at his sister and said softly later, making it clear that all explanations would be given in due time. Unable to contain her emotions, the girl burst into tears, looking at her brother as a real superhero, realizing the scale of his act and concern for her. Wiping away her tears and looking down, Diane quietly said thank you to her brother, putting all the depth of her appreciation and love into those simple words. The usual group of Hee-jin had gathered in the cozy karaoke room, but the atmosphere was unusually tense and uneasy due to the rumors circulating. A tomboyish girl with slick-back hair broke the silence by asking if the rumors about Hee-jin going abroad were true, her voice betraying a mixture of curiosity and concern. One of the girls confirmed that she had also heard this unexpected news, while the brunette silently lowered her gaze, clenching her fists and clearly experiencing some internal emotions. The rest of the group animatedly discussed the possible reasons for such a sudden departure, wondering at the lack of a preliminary explanation from Hee-jin and mentioning rumors about her brother's departure. Suddenly, the group's attention turned to the silent brunette, her unusual behavior causing suspicion and questions from the other girls, disrupting the usual flow of conversation. The tomboyish girl directly asked the brunette about the veracity of the rumors, emphasizing that she studied in the same class as Jin and should have more accurate information. The brunette, were not without looking up, quietly confirmed the truth of the rumors, referring to the teacher's words, but her tone betrayed a deep inner concern about what was happening. When asked about her attempts to contact Jin, the brunette admitted that her attempts were unsuccessful, noting that her friend did not answer calls and did not even read messages. The red-haired girl sitting at the table expressed growing concern, and the girl with the boyish appearance continued to inquire about the reasons for such an unexpected decision. The mention of the recent incident of beating up the boy's sister caused a wave of tension among those present, reminding them of the possible consequences of their actions. The brunette, lost in her memories, recalled a telephone conversation with Jin, where she confidently stated about the upcoming troubles for the aforementioned guy. The brunette nervously fidgeted with her fingers as she suggested a possible connection between the situation with Jin and that guy, her voice shaking with growing anxiety. Trying to push away the disturbing thoughts, she shook her head, reminding herself of Jin's parents' high status, hoping that it could protect her friend from any problems. The conversation was suddenly interrupted by Jin, who entered the room just as one of the girls was complaining about her privileged position thanks to her brother calling her his wallet. Jin's appearance caused shock among the girls present. Their faces expressed extreme surprise and bewilderment at the unexpected visit of a friend who was considered to have left. Jin, casually sitting down in the chair next to her friends, let out an irritated sigh, complaining about the difficulties she had to face in order to get to the meeting place. The girls bombarded Jin with questions about the truth of the rumors about her moving, inquiring about the reasons for what was happening, and drawing attention to the cast on her arm, expressing sincere concern. Jin, holding her head, casually waved it off, explaining the situation as a temporary need to be absent for only one semester, trying not to go into details. Jin remembered her father's words to her and her brother about the need to stay there for just one semester while he sorted out the problem that had arisen. Recalling the conversation with her father, Jin heard his angry response about the impossibility of leaving certain videos just like that, which clearly indicated the seriousness of the situation. Jin's friends, hearing about the short duration of her departure, smiled, perceiving the situation as a kind of vacation for their friend, without guessing the real reasons. The blonde, trying to maintain a light atmosphere, smiled and confirmed her friend's words, although a strange gleam flashed in her eyes, revealing hidden emotions. One of the girls asked the reason for Jin and her brother's joint departure, trying to understand the true background of what was happening. Jin frowned and briefly answered about family matters, mentally lamenting the impossibility of telling the truth about the guy, considering it too humiliating for herself. Changing the subject, Jin's friend inquired about the fate of that fool's brother, hoping to hear about the reprisals of Jin's brother's gang, expressing obvious dissatisfaction with the lack of information. Jin, realizing that the truth about the gang's defeat would anger her friend, evasively replied that they probably dealt with the guy while hiding the true state of affairs. Seething internally with humiliation, Jin mentally raged at the thought of Dayun now being able to do whatever she wanted, feeling how the idea was driving her crazy. Unexpectedly for everyone, Jin suggested attacking Dayun, the sister of that guy, again, causing confusion among her friends who did not understand the reasons for the repeated attack. The brunette, shocked by the cruelty of the proposal, asked in horror if Jin was really sure that she wanted to repeat the attack. Jin, smiling, explained her motivation as envy of Dayun's joy at her departure, expressing disgust at the very thought of it. She added that she would soon be leaving Korea, so she wanted to teach Dayun a good lesson one last time, without worrying about the consequences of her actions. The girls sitting at the table froze in shock, realizing that a real monster was sitting in front of them, ready for any cruelty for the sake of revenge. Jin continued by threatening to put Dayun's grandfather, who works as a patrolman, out of work, calling him an insect and showing off her power and ruthlessness. Suddenly, the atmosphere was broken by someone's voice remarking that he had arrived on time, causing Jin to tense up and stop her tirade. Jin's gaze filled with worry, she literally collapsed in her chair, feeling the situation getting out of control. A guy wearing gloves, a hoodie, and a mask to hide his face entered the room, but Hee-jin immediately recognized him as Yidzin, whose appearance had caused her to panic. Hee-jin, unable to contain her emotions, screamed, pointing at the person who entered and expressing her horror and fear at the guy's unexpected appearance. The masked guy calmly replied that he didn't understand who she was talking about, continuing to play the role of a stranger and increasing the tension in the room. Hee-jin, not believing her ears, retorted, stating the obviousness of his identity, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and anger. The girl with slicked back hair, trying to figure out the situation, asked again if it was really Idzin, the brother of that same girl, wondering about the reasons for his appearance here. The masked guy calmly stated that he had accidentally overheard their interesting conversation, noting the presence of all the actors from a certain video, increasing the tension in the room. The girls visibly tensed up, mentally wondering what video they were talking about, their faces expressing a mixture of fear and incomprehension of what was happening. The stranger continued, hinting at their knowledge of the video and mentioning the location where Lee Dayun was filmed, causing those present to realize the seriousness of the situation. The blonde, overcome with horror, thought about the possibility that the guy had been deliberately waiting for the moment of their gathering, trying to understand the reasons for his appearance. Hee-jin's fear and numbness grew stronger as she mentally connected her recent proposal to her friends with the current events, realizing the impending disaster. The other two girls at the table were completely bewildered, not being closely acquainted with this guy and not understanding the full depth of the conflict that was taking place. The guy mockingly asked about the lack of music, hinting at their usual behavior, forcing the girls to realize the full horror of the impending situation. Continuing his speech about their love for noisy pastimes, the guy began to slowly close the door behind him, increasing the feeling of being trapped. The guy's gaze changed dramatically, becoming extremely serious and threatening, turning his image from a simple stranger into a potential killer, causing even more fear in those present. The scene suddenly changes to show the father and mother in their son's hospital room, where the father expresses concern about his daughter's long absence. The brother calmly replies that the sister went to say goodbye to her friends, unaware of the real situation she found herself in, creating a contrast between family care and the impending danger. The father, irritated by his daughter's behavior, sharply expressed his displeasure at her disobedience, reminding her of the ban on leaving the house before the flight, his voice sounding tense and anxious. Suddenly, a man in a business suit and glasses entered the room. His appearance attracted the attention of everyone present, especially when he addressed his father, calling him a congressman. The congressman, sensing something was wrong, asked about the reason for the visit, to which the man in the suit turned on the television and strongly recommended that he immediately watch the news. The presenter appeared on the screen, reporting the shocking news of crimes that the criminals were filming, her voice shaking with excitement as she covered this sensation. The commentator continued, mentioning the many different videos, hinting at the possibility that there may be more lost material. The news reported on the demands of residents and government officials to create a law to fairly punish the perpetrators, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. The most shocking fact was that the attackers were the children of Congressman Kim In-bai. This information plunged the parents into a state of deep shock. The father's vein bulged from the tension. Meanwhile, Idzin, leaving the karaoke bar, realized the full gravity of his act of publishing compromising videos, understanding the irreversibility of the consequences of his actions. Walking down the street, the boy heard the address, Mr. Ordinary High School Student. Raising his head, he saw the familiar face of the boss who had previously been hired to beat him up. Asking a direct question about the motives behind Idzin's actions, the boss suggested that there was a deal between the guy and the congressman, trying to unravel the true reasons for what happened. Yitzin, having thought deeply about the answer, mentally analyzed the meaning of the word deal, realizing the need to resolve the situation while maintaining the secret of his identity. Yitzin explained his decision to act quietly due to the influence of the culprit's parents, stressing the need to approach the situation with caution. The boy's memory flashed back to the moments when he rewatched the video of the beatings, each frame strengthening his determination to achieve justice. Idzin's eyes lit up with determination. He was finally convinced of the need to punish the perpetrators for all their cruel deeds. In his response to his boss, the guy hinted at the duality of his character, leaving room for interpretation of his motives and actions. The boss, skeptical of Idzin's words, expressed doubt that the congressman would ignore the situation, hinting at possible consequences. Yijin confidently stated that the congressman would not have time to worry about him, hinting at the scale of the scandal that had erupted. In the hospital room, the parents continued to watch the news, which reported shocking evidence of the congressman's involvement in election fraud, bribery, and sedition. The commentators stressed the reliability of the evidence, noting that even members of the congressman's own party are calling for a thorough investigation. News reports have been analyzing the reaction from within the political establishment, suggesting that other politicians are worried about the impact of the scandal on them and are deciding to act preemptively. The boss, realizing the scale of Itzen's actions, asked in surprise about the identity theft, realizing that the guy was able to find incriminating evidence on the congressman. The boss narrowed his eyes and asked a direct question about Itzen's identity, his voice betraying a mixture of surprise and wariness. Passing by the boss without looking in his direction, Yitzin calmly replied that he was just an ordinary high school student, maintaining the mysteriousness of his image. Hearing the answer, the boss lowered his head and began to smile sarcastically, appreciating the irony and depth of the guy's words. Laughing loudly as Yitzin left, the boss shouted out the phrase, "Wow," expressing his admiration and surprise at the guy's actions. On another school day, students sitting at their desks during the break each did their own thing, creating the familiar atmosphere of a school routine. Three classmates, animatedly chatting with each other and looking through something, encouraged each other to talk to someone, hinting at the need to hurry. Their gazes were fixed on Itzen, who was thoughtfully looking out the window and propping his head up with his hand, his detached appearance attracting the attention of the girls. Suddenly, Itzen's calm was broken by a notification that came to his phone, causing the boy to react in surprise at the unexpected message. A message from Diane's sister appeared on the screen, informing her brother that she would be home alone and urging him not to worry, but to have fun and be sure to go to class. As Yitzin read the message, he thought about his sister's words about having fun, trying to figure out what he should do in this situation. A classmate of his, a cute little boy, approached Yitzin, greeted him, and noted that he had come early again. Yitzin responded briefly to the greeting, his mind still occupied with the message he had received and his plans for the day. Suddenly, a classmate asked if Yitzin was busy today. His question sounded just right for the thoughtful guy. Yitzin glanced at his classmate and noted the timeliness of the question, realizing that this could be a great opportunity for the entertainment his sister had mentioned. The classmate guessed that Yitzin was going home with her sister today, his voice expressing the usual friendly curiosity. Yitzin smiled and replied that he was completely free today, his tone betraying a slight anticipation of possible plans. Pleased with the answer, the classmate suggested going for a walk after school, to which Itzen readily agreed, expressing obvious pleasure at the idea. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Yitzen's address, dramatically changing the atmosphere in the classroom. The two hooligans approached Itzen, mentioning the rumors of his involvement in Kim Kim-soo's departure abroad, their tone a mixture of curiosity and challenge. Itzen's desk mate was very surprised when he heard this, his reaction reflecting the shock of the unexpected information. The entire class was shocked by this news, and the bullies continued, hinting at the serious problems of the Kim-soo family, their words creating a tense atmosphere. Yitzin calmly replied that the hooligans were mistaken and their rumors were invalid, his voice remaining level despite his provocative statements. One of the hooligans insisted, mentioning the rumors of how Yitzin had supposedly dealt with the gang at their base, his tone a mixture of admiration and disbelief. Another bully added that there were rumors of how Yitzin single-handedly defeated everyone, causing them to leave the school in shame, his words laced with respect. They continued, calling Kim-soo forever disgraced and asking how badly Yitzin had to beat him to force him to leave the country. The deskmate, listening to all this, thought that the incident in the classroom was probably not an accident, and Yitzin really was incredibly strong in battle. One of the bullies suggested celebrating Kim-soo's disappearance, hinting at wanting to befriend Yitzin, his tone expressing a desire to establish a relationship with the new strong student. Another hooligan took up the idea, reminding Yitzin about his recent transfer and offering to join their group, citing his poor knowledge of the area. Yitzin politely but firmly replied that he already had plans for today, his tone respectful but leaving no room for argument. The hooligans were extremely surprised by the refusal. Their faces expressed bewilderment at the thought that the new student could have any plans. With a smile, Yitzin explained that he had promised to take a walk with Yunchang, his voice sounding friendly but firm. One of the hooligans slowly said, Ah, really? Indeed so. His tone betraying a mixture of surprise and slight disappointment. Leaning toward the desk, the bully suggested that they all go together, insisting that it was no problem, his voice sounding intrusive. The second bully also hovered over Yunchang, asking if this option was okay, creating an atmosphere of pressure. Yizhen calmly agreed to see him later, but when he looked at Yunchang, he noticed clear signs of discomfort and worry on his face. Yunchang was visibly scared at the prospect of hanging out with the bullies, hoping that they wouldn't bully him in front of Yitzen. Suddenly, something new caught Yitzen's attention, his gaze moving from his worried friend to what was happening in the classroom. The teacher entered the classroom calling for silence, and a girl followed her, their appearance attracting everyone's attention. The girl who entered looked charming, shiny black hair, blue eyes. She seemed like a real angel. Another guy was walking behind her. Yunchang was extremely surprised by the appearance of this couple. Their appearance literally left him speechless. He froze, amazed by what he saw. Yizhen, noticing Yunchang's reaction, curiously asked if he knew the new arrivals, surprised by his friend's strong reaction. Yunchang, having come to his senses, explained that the girl was Shin Yuna, the granddaughter of the owner of the largest corporation in the country, his voice betraying his awe at her status. Continuing, he spoke about the dark-haired boy, Go-Suk Jo, who had been Yuna's constant companion since childhood, raised as her secretary and bodyguard. The teacher, addressing the class, noted that many already knew the newcomers, so she would skip the long introductions. Her tone was businesslike and brief. She explained that Yuna and Go-Suk had returned from studying in the United States for 2 years and would now be joining their class, causing a wave of quiet excitement among the students. The two hooligans, looking slightly discouraged, mentally noted that with the new arrivals, they would have to keep quiet until graduation. Yunchang bit his lip and commented that it was now clear why there were 2 extra desks in the classroom, attributing it to the arrival of new students. Yuna looked even cuter than before. Her long black hair sparkled like diamonds. Her plump lips and big blue eyes attracted everyone's attention. All classmates, both boys and girls, could not take their eyes off Yuna. Many thought that they had never seen her in real life and did not hope to see her. Behind Yuna walked Go-Suk, carefully observing his surroundings and guarding her, his gaze focused and alert. For some unknown reason, Yizhen looked at them very expressively, especially looking intently into Go-Suk's eyes, even slightly raising himself above the desk. Go-Suk instantly noticed Yizhen's intense gaze and returned it with an equally intense gaze, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. Throughout this entire time, Yizhen never once took his eyes off of Go-Suk, his gaze becoming more and more intense, creating a palpable tension between them. Yuna noticed Itzen. Something about him attracted her, but to her surprise, the guy didn't even look in her direction, which was unusual for her. As she and Go-Suk took their new seats, the girl curiously asked her friend who the guy was, assuming he might be some kind of star. Go-Suk replied that he didn't think so, noting that Itzen wasn't in the materials he received a week ago, but promised to check again, his voice sounding thoughtful. Yuna couldn't take her eyes off Yitzen. Her big blue eyes were fixed on him, expressing obvious interest and curiosity. Yitzen, feeling the gaze on him, turned over his shoulder to see the reason for such attention. Seeing Yitzen turn around, Yuna smiled at him with her charming smile, her face literally glowing from just his gaze. However, to her surprise, Yitzen, seeing that gorgeous, sweet smile, simply turned back, focusing on his book. Yuna was upset by this behavior, wondering how he could ignore her, which was completely unusual for her. Yunchang asked Yitzen if there was a place he wanted to go, to which he replied that Yunchang could choose himself, showing trust in his friend's choice. Yunchang, excited, suggested going to a computer cafe. His eyes lit up with enthusiasm, which surprised Yitzen, who asked again about the choice of place. Yitzen recalled the continuation of their training in preparation for ordinary life, realizing the importance of this experience. Yunchang explained that the computer cafe is another thing every Korean high school student should know, emphasizing the cultural significance of the place. He asked Yitzen to repeat the name of the place, to which he replied, "Computer cafe, sir," showing his attentiveness and willingness to try something new. The guy explained that the name computer cafe speaks for itself. It is a place with many computers that can be used for games and other purposes. He added that such places are popular among both school children and adults, to which Yitzen immediately asked what exactly should be done there. Yunchang began to explain that some visitors use the internet and watch videos, but most come to play games. He pointed out that among high school students, more than 90% of visitors play games, which caused Idzin obvious surprise. Idzin was amazed by such high statistics, to which Yun Chang offered to tell him about some popular games. The first game Yun Chang told him about was Legend of Legend, starting to introduce Yidzin to the world of computer games. Next, he introduced a game in the Battle Royale genre, actively trying to explain to Yidzin the features of this type of computer games. Yidzin listened carefully to his friend's explanations, trying to remember all the information as quickly and accurately as possible. Yunchang described a typical scene in a computer cafe, a player actively pressing keys completely immersed in the gameplay. He gave an example of typical phrases of players complaining about losing and blaming the card or other players, demonstrating the realism of the gaming atmosphere. Yidzin, recalling all these details, realized that the information he had received was indeed true, as he had expected from his friend. In conclusion, Yunchang proposed a concrete plan to go play at a computer cafe, eat ramen there, and then, if there was time left, go to karaoke. Yidzin mentally noted that Coca was another place that Yunchang had instructed him about, demonstrating his attention to detail. He recalled that Coca was a coin-operated karaoke place, another popular spot among high school students, showing his understanding of cultural differences. Yidzin repeated to himself that one could sing songs in the Coca by inserting coins, realizing the simplicity and appeal of the concept to young people. He noted the importance of preparing several songs in advance and waiting for a list of popular songs from Yunchan, understanding the need to be aware of current trends. Yidzin nodded seriously, confirming that he understood the importance of memorizing all the songs, demonstrating his readiness for the new experience. Sitting with a serious expression and clenched fist, Yidzin mentally repeated all of Yunchang's instructions, trying not to miss anything. Yunchang, noticing Yidzin's tense expression, asked him with concern if he was enjoying these entertainments, trying to understand the reason for such seriousness. As the school day ended, students began to head home, finishing another hard day of school. Yuna, with her hands folded, looked thoughtfully out the window at the departing school children, immersed in her thoughts. Go-suk gave her information about Ijin, his age, nationality, and that he was Yun Dayun's older brother, who had recently transferred to their school. Yuna, surprised, asked again about Dayun, believing that she had no relatives except her grandfather. Her voice expressed obvious bewilderment. Go-suk confirmed that after the plane crash, Dayun lost her parents and brother, and after that, she lived only with her grandfather. His tone was serious and informative. Yuna, still not understanding the situation, asked how Yidzin could be Dayun's brother if he was thought to have died. Go-suk expressed concern over the sudden appearance of a dead man right before their arrival, suggesting that they investigate Ijin, his voice sounding wary and determined. Walking slowly along the evening streets with flickering lanterns after school, Inzin plunged into deep thought, pondering something important and serious that was haunting him. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a loud phone signal, causing the Indian to flinch and look at the screen with curiosity, trying to understand what could have happened at such a late hour. Injin's gaze fell upon a message in a group chat called Model Team, where two well-known school bullies and his deskmate were chatting. Carefully reading the correspondence, Inzin learned that one of the bullies suggested making Yunchan the leader of their team, and the red-haired bully expressed his distrust. The scene changed to the Plus PC Computer Club, where most of the seats were empty, creating an atmosphere of privacy and tranquility among the flickering monitors and humming system units. Sitting side by side in the computer club, Lee Ja-hoon could not contain his admiration for Chan's performance, who skillfully led the entire group, helping Injin reach new heights. The red-haired hooligan asked Chan with suspicion in his voice whether his account was an additional one, to which he calmly confirmed that he had a main profile. The bully's curiosity was further aroused, and he eagerly asked Chan about the rank of his main account, assuming that he had reached the level of Diamond or Master. Chan's answer struck both boys like a bolt from the blue when he calmly said that he was a challenger, instantly changing their attitude towards him. Suddenly changing their behavior, the hooligans began to fuss around the vat, offering him drinks and food, calling him Lord and trying in every way to please him. The bullies mercilessly criticized Injin's playing skills, claiming that he needed a lot of practice and expressing disbelief at his low level of skill in the game. Injin, who was immersed in reading the messages on his phone screen, was extremely surprised by what was happening when suddenly someone's voice brought him out of his reverie. Turning around, Inzin saw his sister dressed in a yellow hoodie, looking incredibly calm and beautiful, like the embodiment of grace. Their unexpected meeting took place on the street where the Indian sister had just left the grocery store holding a shopping bag in her hands. Injin asked with a smile about the reason for her appearance here, to which the sister replied that they had run out of food at home and had to go shopping. Pointing to the bag in her hands, the sister added that she took the opportunity to buy some snacks while she was in the store. Injin offered to carry the package instead of his sister, but she gently refused, assuring him that the load was light and she could handle it herself. The sister began to ask the Indian with interest whether he spent all his time with the new friends he had recently made. Expressing admiration, she noted how quickly Inzin found a common language with his classmates, despite past events that could have alienated people. Having asked where they spend their time, Inzin told them about a computer cafe, which surprised his sister, who was thinking about the popularity of such places. Suddenly interrupting his sister's thoughts, Inzin asked with concern in his voice if everything was okay, which puzzled the girl a little. Clarifying his question, Inzin explained that he was interested in her affairs at school, showing sincere concern for his sister. The sister silently looked at the Indian, realizing the depth of his concern for her, and took her time answering his question. The girl reassured her brother, assuring him that her life at school had improved and that she had not felt so comfortable for a long time, urging him not to worry anymore. Inzin mentioned that he was not hungry, explaining this by the abundance of various food in the computer club where he recently spent time with friends. When I asked my sister if she had had dinner, she answered negatively, expressing a desire to share the meal with her grandfather, who should soon return home. The sister's words surprised the Indian, and she continued to talk about her grandfather's imminent return home, as if it were something special. Suddenly, Inzin asked permission to join their family dinner, which came as a surprise to his sister. The surprised sister reminded her brother that he had recently eaten, not understanding the reason for his sudden desire to join the meal again. Inzin explained, slightly embarrassed, that he had eaten only a little and was already hungry, pointing to his stomach as if to confirm his words. At the family table, the grandfather admired his granddaughter's culinary achievements, praising her for a simple but delicious dinner of fried eggs, bacon, and soup. The grandfather noted that the soup was prepared by the girl herself, emphasizing her efforts and skills in cooking. Injin sat at the table enjoying the warm family atmosphere and listening to the conversations of his loved ones with a smile. The grandfather asked his grandson to evaluate the taste of the food, to which he enthusiastically confirmed that everything was very tasty, causing a satisfied smile from the grandfather. As he threaded the noodles onto metal sticks, Grandpa warmly remarked how nice it was to see the whole family gathered together at the table. Diane also smiled, feeling that for the first time in a long time she could completely relax, freed from the worries that had haunted her for so long. Amidst the general merriment, Inzin remained serious. His gaze, frozen at one point, betrayed deep thoughtfulness and detachment from what was happening, as if he was in another world. Memories of his past life flooded Inzin. Images of fires, destruction, and the horrors of war came back to life in his mind, making his heart beat faster from the fear and pain he had experienced. Moments came to mind when, during military operations, it was necessary to make do with little, snatching up meager rations in the form of candy bars, which now seem so far away. Vivid images of himself hiding behind rocks and trees, trying to remain unnoticed by enemies, appeared before Inzin's eyes in order to seize the moment and eat in silence and solitude. As he went up to his room, Yingjin realized that he had clearly overeaten today, but this did not cause him any feelings of discomfort or regret, only warmth and gratitude for the opportunity. A smile lit up Inzin's face as he realized that nothing could compare to the warmth of a family dinner shared with his grandfather and sister, and he was genuinely happy with his decision. Suddenly, the silence of the room was broken by the ringing of the phone lying on the nightstand, causing Inzin to flinch in surprise and tearing him out of his pleasant thoughts. Seeing his lieutenant's number on the screen, Inzin picked up the phone and politely inquired about the purpose of the call, not expecting to hear a familiar voice at such a late hour. The lieutenant asked to be called Hu Yun now, which caused Yingjin a slight confusion and concern about the state of his interlocutor, forcing him to think about the reasons for such a change. Hu Yun inquired about Yingjin's school life, asking if he had any problems, showing genuine concern and attention to his former subordinate's adaptation. Yingjin's sudden silence alerted Hu Yun, who immediately asked if there were any difficulties, his voice betraying obvious concern for the young man. Hu Yun's sudden question about the possible murder sent shockwaves through the people around him, their eyes widening in surprise and disbelief, and a tense silence hung in the air. All the guys behind Hu Yun were shocked by the suggestion of murder, but Ying Jin quickly denied it, assuring that the situation was completely different and not as serious as it might seem. Ying Jin explained that there had been some disagreements, but they had been quickly resolved, to which Hu Yong immediately offered his help, ready to support his former subordinate in any situation. Hu Yun insisted that Ying Jin contact him at the slightest difficulty, promising immediate support, but the guy assured that the problem had already been resolved and there was nothing to worry about. The lieutenant, satisfied with the answer, nevertheless reminded Inson of the need to report any trouble to him, persistently asking whether he understood his words. With a smile on his face, Yingjin assured Hu Yun that he understood everything perfectly, addressing him respectfully as Sir, which emphasized their previous relationship as subordinate and commander. The morning of a new school day, school children slowly headed to classes, passing by sports grounds, filling the air with the hum of conversations and laughter. The two bullies sitting next to Chan noticed Injin's absence, noting that he still hadn't shown up at school. Chan, taking advantage of Injin's absence, decided to share his observations that the guy was good at fighting, but terribly weak at games. One of the hooligans, the one with curly red hair, said Injin's name thoughtfully, his gaze narrowing as if he was thinking about something. The red-haired bully continued his thought, thinking out loud about who would win in a fight between Injin and the new guy named Go Suk. His friend confidently stated that despite Injin's strength, he had no chance against Go Suk, who had been training since childhood, emphasizing the huge difference in their training levels. The bully agreed with his friend, noting that Injin and Go Suk really did seem to be playing in completely different leagues, highlighting the huge difference in their fighting skills. Chang curiously asked if the story about Go Suk defeating 20 people by himself was true. His eyes widened in surprise and admiration. A friend corrected Chan, clarifying that Go Suk had defeated not 20, but 30 people, which further amazed the audience and left them breathless. Chan couldn't believe what he was hearing, wondering how it was possible for one person to deal with 30 opponents, his face expressing a mixture of shock and admiration. The hooligans said that the incident occurred when some thugs got too close to Yuna, and Go Suk, without thinking, entered the fight, protecting the girl. They continued the story, explaining that there were only 10 attackers initially. But even when 20 more joined them, Go Suk still won. The hooligans added with admiration that during this incredible fight, Go Suk did not receive even a scratch, which further emphasized his unrivaled skill. Zhang, impressed by the story, inquired about the truth of the story about how Go Suk caught Yuna's kidnappers, who were supposedly foreign soldiers. Friends confirmed that this was most likely true, once again emphasizing that Injin has no chance against Go Suk, who is on a completely different level. Injin walked down the school corridor, lost in his thoughts. His gaze, as usual, was fixed on one point, and his face showed no emotion. Suddenly he looked up, his gaze becoming extremely serious, as if he had seen something or someone that instantly brought him out of his reverie. In front of him stood the new guy, Go Suk, known as Yuna's bodyguard, and their gazes met in tense silence. The black-haired boy, Go Suk, suddenly turned to Injin, asking who he really was, his voice filled with suspicion and curiosity. Yingjin, clearly puzzled, replied to Go Suk that he did not understand the essence of the question and the reason for such interest in his person, his voice sounding with notes of bewilderment and slight irritation. Go Suk, without backing down, directly told Injin that he was pretending, hinting that the boy had hidden his true identity in order to be at school. Continuing his thought, Go Suk mentioned that he had heard about Injin's participation in the translation of Kim Kim-soo and Kim Hee-jin, his tone betraying confidence in his words. Injin vehemently denied any involvement in the translation, admitting only a slight misunderstanding between them, his voice sounding firm, but worry flickering in his eyes. Go Suk, clearly not believing Yingjin's words, continued to press, saying, "If that's the case, then what about this?" His gaze became even more piercing. He revealed his trump card by stating that the school Injin had spoken of had never had a student with his name, which clearly cast doubt on the boy's entire story. Injin's gaze changed, losing its previous calm. He realized that he was in serious trouble. His face betrayed the internal struggle and tension. Udine, who was lost in her thoughts, was startled by the unexpected touch on her shoulder. She slowly raised her eyes to see who had disturbed her privacy. In front of her stood Yuna, a recently transferred beauty who had suddenly appeared in the office and was now carefully examining the surprised Dayun. Yuna smiled and studied Dayun's facial features as if trying to remember every detail, and softly asked if it was really you, Dayun, in front of her, her voice sounding with a hint of interest. Dayun responded to Yuna with a sincere smile that she didn't expect her return, calling the girl Sunbae, her eyes shining with joy from the unexpected meeting with her older friend. Yuna, also smiling, said that she had arrived only yesterday. Her gaze, full of warmth, was directed at the young Dayun, as if trying to make up for lost time. Continuing the conversation, Yuna mentioned that she was in the same class as Dayun's brother. This news clearly surprised the girl, making her think about the truthfulness of what she heard. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from Yuna's face, replaced by an expression of slight wariness. She asked Dayun about her brother, reminding her that she had previously considered her the only child in the family. Dayun, after a short pause, replied that she had thought about her brother's death along with her parents 10 years ago. But recently, everything had changed, her voice trembling from the flood of memories. The girl continued, saying that 6 months ago, they were told that her brother was still alive, and vivid images of that day came back to her mind. Dayun remembered returning home to see her grandfather, whose hands were shaking violently while holding the phone, and this image was etched into her memory, causing anxiety and worry. The worried granddaughter immediately asked her grandfather about the reason for his condition, her voice betraying her excitement and fear of possible bad news. Grandfather slowly turned to face Dayun. His face was covered in tears that seemed to never stop flowing, creating a picture of deep emotional distress. With a voice trembling with emotion, the grandfather said, "My granddaughter, your brother Itzin, is still alive," his tears flowing like crocodiles, expressing the full depth of his feelings. Hearing these incredible words from her grandfather, Dayun was shocked to the depths of her soul. Her mind refused to believe in the reality of what was happening, unable to comprehend such incredible news. Yuna asked Dayun curiously why they didn't know about her brother all this time, since if he was alive, he should have contacted his family. Her voice betrayed a slight bewilderment. Dayun explained that Itzin had lost his memory after the accident, and it was only recently that his memories began to return, allowing him to contact his family through an acquaintance, her tone full of emotion. Yuna, trying to clarify the details, carefully asked again about the memory loss and its recent return, her gaze expressing a mixture of sympathy and slight distrust. Sister Idzinia happily confirmed, adding that her brother only remembered her and her grandfather, but nothing more, her eyes shining with happiness at the mere thought of the family reunion. The story clearly didn't convince Yuna. She looked at Dayun silently, her face expressing restrained anxiety and doubt, which she tried to hide. Hiding her true thoughts, Yuna smiled and suggested that Grandpa Dayun must be very happy, to which the girl enthusiastically confirmed his incredible joy. Dayun continued her story, describing how after the call, her grandfather cried for a long time, and then, not feeling tired, took time off from work to devote time to cooking lessons. She explained that her grandfather was worried that Yitzin might have fallen out of love with Korean cuisine during his years abroad, and so he decided to improve his cooking skills. Yuna, touched by the story, noted the care and kindness of Dayun's grandfather, to which the girl, with a beaming smile from ear to ear, confirmed his exceptional qualities. Suddenly, Yuna, trying to be careful, asked Dayun if she was sure that this was really her real brother, her voice sounding soft but with a hint of worry. Dayun's smile froze on her face. Yuna's question clearly touched her to the quick, and she, a little confused, asked again what she meant, trying to hide her confusion. Yuna, trying to smooth things over, smiled and clarified her question, suggesting that, of course, a DNA test should have been conducted to confirm the relationship. Dayun responded that her grandfather claimed that her brother still looked like he did when he was a child, to which Yuna cautiously asked if they had checked the DNA to make sure it was really him. With a slight puzzlement and a smile on her face, Dayun asked Yuna why she was even interested in her brother, her voice betraying a mixture of curiosity and slight concern. Yuna, taken aback by Dayun's direct question, didn't know what to answer, not wanting to reveal the true reasons for her interest in questions about her friend's brother. Suddenly, Yuna asked if Dayun's brother had a girlfriend. This unexpected question greatly surprised Sister Itzin, making her wonder about the reasons for such interest. Meanwhile, Yidzin, who had encountered Go-suk, decisively asked him what he meant and what he was trying to achieve with his words, his voice sounding tense and wary. Go-suk, not hiding his hostility, demanded an explanation as to why Yijin had applied and come to this school, insisting that he needed to know the truth. Yijin, trying to remain calm, asked Go-suk if he was implying that his documents were fake, trying to understand the essence of the accusations. Go-suk stated that the investigation showed that Yijin was not present at the stated place of residence, and the previous school claimed that there had never been such a student. With a piercing gaze and a cold tone, Yijin demanded that Go-suk provide evidence for his accusations, accusing him of making false statements. Go-suk, surprised by Yijin's reaction, asked again if he had understood correctly that the accused was asking him for evidence, his voice betraying a slight confusion. Yijin insisted that if Go-suk was claiming that the documents he provided to the school were fake, he must have solid evidence to support his words. Go-suk looked at Yijin silently, thinking about the situation. He had no direct evidence, only the words of people who claimed that Yijin had never studied at the said school. Go-suk was shocked by Yijin's reaction, who instead of getting flustered or making excuses, simply calmly demanded proof, his confidence causing Go-suk to doubt his suspicions. Yijin's expression remained unchanged, which confused Go-suk even more, making him wonder if he had been wrong in his assumptions. Yijin, taking the initiative, asked Go-suk about the reasons for his investigation, his voice sounding calm, but with a hint of curiosity and a slight challenge. Go-suk, a little confused, replied that Yijin's suspicious behavior forced him to conduct an investigation in an attempt to justify his actions. A tense silence hung in the hallway, where Yijin and Go-suk stood a meter apart, their gazes locked on each other as if in a silent duel. Yijin suddenly said that it was all for the sake of returning home, which made Go-suk question his motives again, the atmosphere becoming more tense with each passing second. Reacting quickly, Yijin explained that this was the answer to the question about his motives, his tone remaining calm and confident, which puzzled Go-suk even more. Without waiting for an answer, Yijin turned around and walked further down the corridor, not even giving Go-suk a glance, his departure as mysterious as their entire conversation. Go-suk, watching Yijin leave, mentally promised himself that he would find evidence of the forgery of the documents within a few days. His determination only grew stronger. The lesson had begun, and most of the students were busy writing down what the teacher was writing on the board. The atmosphere in the classroom filled with the quiet rustling of pencils. However, not everyone was focused on their studies. Curly-haired troublemaker Lee Ja-hyuk sat completely immersed in a game on his portable console, ignoring what was going on around him. His friend Ju-hyuk-jin also showed no interest in the lesson, staring at his phone and reading something intently, completely disengaged from the learning process. Yijin, lost in his thoughts, stared blankly out the window, while his friend Chang watched the teacher's actions closely, creating a striking contrast between their behavior. Suddenly, the absence of two new students, Yuna and Go-suk, became noticeable. Their seats were empty, which did not escape the attention of their classmates. Yijin mentally noted that despite the recent transfer, Yuna and Go-suk had already managed to gather quite a bit of information in one day, which left him with a mixture of surprise and caution. His gaze slowly moved to the other side of the class as he continued to silently think, his face remaining impassive, hiding all his inner emotions. After the lesson ended, two bullies approached Chan, offering to go level up, and asked if Yijin would join them. Yijin politely declined, explaining that it was his grandfather's birthday, his voice sincere despite his friend's obvious disappointment. The hooligans, accepting Yijin's refusal, approached Chan with an offer to go together. The three of them. Their tone was friendly, which seemed unusual for their previous behavior. Chan, who had previously been afraid of these bullies, now looked completely calm as he agreed to go with them, his confidence clearly having increased recently. Elsewhere, Go-suk admitted that he had no direct evidence that Yijin's documents were forged, sounding disappointed and a little confused. He added that even the DNA test results could have been falsified, while Yuna, listening to this, remained silent, her face showing no emotion. Go-suk continued by talking about his investigation into Diane's case, mentioning that Kisu and Heejin had been bullying her heavily for the past 2 years, which clearly piqued Yuna's interest. Yuna, surprised by what she heard, asked about the seriousness of the situation, to which Go-suk replied that the fact that Dayun had attended school was a surprise to everyone, given the circumstances. He added that Diane was not shown on the news during the scandal, and that what was happening at the time was extremely sad, and his voice betrayed sympathy and concern. Yuna, after expressing her opinion on the madness of the situation, heard Go-suk suggest that Yitzin had made his move, his voice sounding thoughtful and a little tense. Go-suk noted how Kim-soo and his gang were defeated twice by one guy, to which Yuna ironically noted the fairy tale nature of the situation. A brother, thought to be dead, returns after 10 years and deals with his sister's offenders. Yuna emphasized that everything that was happening was too natural and resembled a fairy tale. Her tone betrayed clear mistrust of what was happening and growing anxiety. Go-suk, sharing Yuna's thoughts, silently looked at her, thinking about his next steps, his gaze expressing concentration and determination. Continuing to reason, Yuna noted that if Yidzin really came to school for her sake, then his behavior should have been more reserved and inconspicuous. Go-suk agreed with Yuna's logic, after which she suggested a connection with Dayan's situation, mentioning the insurance payments from the plane crash. Yuna spoke of a large sum of insurance money that her grandfather had saved and which had grown considerably, part of which was allegedly returned to Itzin after his return. Both of them realized the potential danger for Dayan, considering that she and Yitzin lived in the same house. Their concern for the girl increased significantly. Meanwhile, Dayan and Yitzin, as usual after school, entered the supermarket, attracting the attention of the people around them, who turned to look at them with curiosity. Dayan, addressing Yitzin, loudly called him brother, causing the boy to instantly turn his head in her direction. His reaction was quick and natural. Dayan, a little embarrassed, began the conversation, saying that she did not want to put her brother in an awkward position with her questions, but still decided to ask about something that had long interested her. She asked Yitzin directly about what he had been doing since the car accident, asking him to tell her about that period of his life, her voice soft but with a hint of curiosity and concern. Noticing Yidzin's reaction, Dayan quickly added that he didn't have to answer if he didn't want to, her voice betraying her concern and desire not to cause her brother discomfort. Yidzin assured his sister with a smile that everything was fine, and he was ready to talk about his past. His tone was calm and inviting. As Yidzin began his story, he mentioned a serious psychological trauma that had prevented him from working, his voice slightly trembling, betraying the depth of his experience. He continued talking about the difficult period of survival, when for a long time he could not understand what was happening around him. His words were filled with emotion, although he tried to speak with restraint. Images from the battlefield surfaced in Idzin's mind, but he kept silent about it. Not wanting to shock his sister with the horrors of war, his gaze became distant for a moment. Dayan, listening to her brother, was horrified by the realization of the gravity of his past. Her face expressed regret for the question asked and deep sympathy. Yitzin finished his story with a smile, saying that he simply lived a very busy life, deliberately leaving out many details so as not to worry his sister. Dayan looked at her brother silently with wide eyes, trying to comprehend what she had heard, her gaze full of sympathy and unspoken questions. With a smile, Dayan asked if Yitzin had time for a personal life, to which he replied in the negative, his tone light, as if trying to ease the atmosphere. Suddenly, Dayan changed the topic, mentioning that she had heard about Yuna in Yidzin's class, her voice betraying curiosity and a little excitement. Yidzin asked if she was talking about Shin Yun, to which Dayun confirmed, expressing surprise that Yun was in the same class as her brother. Intrigued, Yidzin asked his sister if she knew Yuna, his tone betraying genuine interest and slight surprise at the unexpected connection. Dayan spoke warmly of Yuna's kindness in the past, expressing her joy at her return from America, her words filled with genuine affection. Hearing this, Yidzin's heart was on alert, recalling the conversation he had with Go-suk not long ago, his face momentarily reflecting the worry he tried to hide. Dayan suddenly added that Yuna had asked if Yitzin had a girlfriend, which made the boy freeze in place and ask again, his voice betraying a mixture of surprise and worry. At the celebration of grandfather's birthday, the family gathered around the table, admiring the beautiful white cake decorated with cream and fresh berries. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and comfort. Dayan eagerly asked her grandfather to open the gift quickly, her voice ringing with excitement and joy in anticipation of his reaction. Grandfather, holding the new phone in his hands, expressed concern about his granddaughter's financial expenses, his voice full of love and concern for Dayun's well-being. Dayun assured her grandfather that she had enough money for the gift, emphasizing its low cost and urging him not to worry. Her tone was soft and soothing. The grandfather, whose hands were shaking slightly with excitement, said that he already had the greatest gift, his eyes shining with happiness and gratitude. He continued, saying that having his grandson back home alive was the most precious gift, his voice shaking with emotion. Yidin listened silently to his grandfather's words, clearly stunned by the depth of feelings he was not yet accustomed to, while Dayun watched the scene with a gentle smile. Suddenly, the phone rang in the next room and Dayun stood up to answer it. Realizing it was her call, her movements were quick but careful so as not to disturb the atmosphere of the moment. Dayun answered the call, greeting Yuna, her brother's classmate, in surprise, her voice betraying a slight confusion at the late call. Yitzin, sitting at the banquet table, was puzzled by Yuna's unexpected call to his sister, his brows slightly furrowed in thought. He listened to his sister's conversation as she asked Yuna about the reason for calling so late, and Diane's voice was filled with curiosity and slight concern. Suddenly, Diane announced that she urgently needed to go to the grocery store, to which Grandpa responded with obvious excitement, his voice expressing concern about the late hour. Having already changed her clothes, Diane explained that Yuna had told her something important. Her tone was serious, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming conversation. Grandfather asked if this was the same Yuna who had taken care of Diane before, while Yidzin sat unusually serious, thinking about Yuna's sudden desire to talk to his sister. That evening, Yidzin sat in front of the computer in his room, immersed in reading, his face expressing concentration and slight concern. He studied the information about the company owned by Yuna's grandfather, noting its global influence in various sectors, his gaze glued to the screen. Yitzin wondered about the reasons for such close attention to his person, finding their attitude toward the transfer student to be overly reckless. His brows furrowed slightly. Go-suk's words from the hallway surfaced in his mind, clearly asking about the reasons for Ijin's transfer to the school, causing the boy to delve deeper into his thoughts. While deep in thought and studying information about the corporation, Yitzin was suddenly distracted by a call. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted. It turned out that it was a grandfather who decided to tell his grandson about his intention to go out for a while. His voice sounded calm and confident. Yitzin, on guard, cautiously asked if his grandfather was going to go after his sister, his tone betraying a slight concern. Grandfather replied that the exit was not only related to Diane, but also to his usual need for walks. His words sounded natural and relaxed. Hearing this, Yitzin smiled and gently suggested that his grandfather stay at home, his voice full of care and concern. He volunteered to go and get his sister himself, but his grandfather objected, insisting on his ability to walk independently, his tone firm and decisive. Yitzin, not giving up, reminded his grandfather about tomorrow's work and mentioned his need to buy something at the store, promising to return with his sister. The grandfather, showing concern, asked if Yitzin needed money, to which he confidently replied that he still had some left. As they parted, the grandfather asked his grandson to be careful, and Yitzin assured him of his own caution, their exchange filled with mutual care. Near the store, Dayun's voice could be heard asking someone if they had learned such things in America, her tone betraying curiosity and slight surprise. Dayun's interlocutor replied that she didn't know if it was like that everywhere, but in the places she had been, a lot of attention was paid to self-study, and her voice sounded thoughtful. Continuing the conversation, she noted that it was not very interesting and created a lot of pressure, and then asked if Diane had ever thought about studying abroad. Yuna noted that the number of high school students thinking about studying abroad was astounding, to which Diane honestly admitted that she had never thought about it, her voice sounding sincere. Curious about the answer, Yuna asked about the reasons, and Diane explained that it was expensive and required many years of departure, her tone calm but with a hint of regret. Continuing, Diane expressed her reluctance to leave her grandfather alone for such a long time, her voice betraying deep affection and concern for her loved one. She added that her grandfather's health had recently deteriorated, which further increased her reluctance to leave him, and there was genuine concern in her words. Yuna, touched by Diane's words, noted her constant kindness, to which Diane added with relief that she was now less worried about her brother's return. At the mention of her brother, Diane's face lit up with a sweet smile, expressing joy and gratitude for his return, her eyes shining with happiness. Yuna froze, watching Diane's reaction, her thoughts frantically racing in search of the right solution, her face expressing an internal struggle. Yuna remembered Go-suk's words about him receiving a certificate from the school, confirming the absence of a student named Yitzin, and her gaze became tense. She recalled Go-suk mentioning that he had sent a photo and checked other names, but the result remained the same, adding that he had evidence that the residential address he had given was false. Go-suk reported that they would continue investigating other matters, to which Yuna briefly responded with a suggestion to go, her voice sounding determined. Yuna insisted on telling Dayun about the dangers of living next to a suspicious person, her tone serious and concerned. Go-suk added that they had evidence of Ijin's forgery, but there was still no confirmation of his relationship with Dayun, his voice sounding confident but with a hint of concern. Go-suk explained that his investigation was to protect Yuna, not Yijin's sister, to which Yuna responded emotionally, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation of a missing person returning with forged documents. Yuna asked rhetorically if she could let it go, as long as she wasn't personally in danger. Go-suk silently looked in her direction, his gaze expressing understanding and support. She insisted on the need to tell Dayan the confirmed information, arguing that she deserved to know the whole truth, her voice sounding decisive. Yuna mentally noted that she had come to tell Dayan the truth, but she wondered why she continued to talk so happily about her brother, her face expressing a mixture of doubt and sympathy. Dayan sincerely admitted that she was glad to talk to Yuna again, noting that she had not communicated with anyone like this for a long time. Her voice was full of warmth and gratitude. Yuna, looking at Dayun, mentally noted that she had been bullied for a long time, her gaze filled with compassion and concern for her friend. The girls sat near the 24-hour store, chatting pleasantly with each other. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and ease. Yitzin approached them, wondering what Yuna might have already told his sister. His steps were cautious and his face was tense. He noticed them from a distance, sitting on the street and chatting, and slowly walked towards them, carefully watching their reaction. Suddenly, Go-suk, who had apparently been waiting all this time, came out of the building and also noticed Yijin approaching. His appearance was unexpected for everyone. Yijin, who didn't expect to see Go-suk, silently looked into his eyes, his gaze tense and wary. Realizing the futility of confrontation, Yijin simply turned around and walked around Go-suk, facing the other direction, his movements calm but determined. Go-suk spoke to Yijin, telling him to wait and not approach the girls, his voice tense but restrained. Yijin, ignoring Go-suk's words, continued to move towards his sister, his steps determined and purposeful. Go-suk mentally noted that Yijin probably came out of concern about possibly revealing the truth to his sister, and so he decided not to provoke him. However, Go-suk felt that he couldn't remain idle, remembering Yuna's words about the potential danger to Yijin's sister, and decided to wait a little. He thought he could sort out the situation once everything was confirmed, and said out loud that there was no point in interrupting a conversation between people who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Yijin looked at Go-suk silently, his gaze as always remaining impassive and impenetrable. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to the sound of an approaching black Volkswagen minivan. Yijin and Go-suk turned towards the road at the same time, watching the approaching car. The car, moving at high speed, suddenly braked next to them, causing fear and surprise among everyone present. Go-suk instinctively stepped back to avoid a possible collision with the car. Yijin also took a step to the side, remaining alert and prepared for any developments. The black minivan continued moving down the street without slowing down, leaving everyone puzzled. Both boys, Go-suk and Yijin, watched the car as it drove away with caution, trying to figure out the reason for its strange behavior. Yijin froze, feeling a trickle of blood flowing from his eye, his gaze involuntarily directed towards Go-suk, trying to comprehend what was happening around them at this moment. Suddenly his eyes lit up, reflecting the inner shock of what he saw, as if reality around him had begun to crumble, leaving only a sense of irreparable catastrophe. A horrific scene unfolded before him as two strangers in a black van grabbed his sister and Yuna, dragging them inside the vehicle with frightening determination and speed. Yijin watched in horror as a solution-soaked cloth was pressed against his sister's face, causing her to instantly fall into a deep sleep, unable to resist. Despite the pain from the recent collision with the car, Yijin, driven by despair and fear for his sister, rushed forward, trying to catch up with the rapidly moving car. Go-suk, without a second thought, rushed after Yijin, united by the common goal of saving the kidnapped girls from an unknown, but clearly terrible fate. The black van, picking up speed, quickly disappeared from sight, leaving the two guys in complete despair in the middle of the street, where just a moment ago their girlfriends were. Yijin turned sharply to look at Go-suk, his gaze blazing with rage and despair, mixed with disbelief at what had happened, and the desire to find the culprit of this tragedy. Go-suk met Yidzin's eyes and reflected his emotions. Shock, fear, and confusion mixed in his gaze, showing that he was also shocked by what happened. Grabbing each other by the clothes in a fit of emotion, the boys silently accused each other, their eyes expressing a mixture of suspicion and despair, trying to find answers to the questions. The tension between Yidzin and Go-suk grew with each passing second, until the former blurted out the identity of the kidnappers, his voice shaking with barely contained rage and despair. Go-suk, rubbing his bruised cheek from the recent collision with the car, answered Yidzin that he himself would like to have an answer to this question, his tone betraying confusion and worry. Thoughts about a possible connection between them and the kidnapping swarmed in both boys' heads, each involuntarily suspecting the other, trying to find logic in the chaos that had occurred. Slowly releasing their fingers that were clutching each other's clothes, Yidzin and Go-suk took a step back, as if trying to collect their thoughts and assess the situation more soberly. Go-suk, without wasting a second, took out his phone and quickly dialed a number, reporting the kidnapping of Yuna and asking them to immediately contact the police to track the movements of the criminals through the cameras. After finishing the conversation, Go-suk turned to Yidzin, who was about to leave, and called out after him, asking him to wait, his voice sounding insistent and excited. Go-suk approached Yidzin and asked him directly if he was really not involved in the kidnapping, his gaze searchingly examining his interlocutor's face in search of the truth. Yidzin, without turning to Go-suk, coldly replied that he had no time for empty talk. Every second of delay seemed like an eternity to him. Go-suk, trying to restrain Yidzin, said that the corporation's agents had already begun searching and demanded that he stay with him until all the circumstances were clarified. Yidzin, without hiding his irritation, declared that Go-suk's team could look for Yuna, but he himself would find his sister, his voice sounding decisive and unyielding. Before leaving, Yidzin told Go-suk that he could follow him if he wanted, leaving the choice up to him and showing his independence. Go-suk, watching Yidzin, couldn't help but think that this guy wasn't like he seemed before. His behavior was raising more and more questions. Suddenly, Yidzin turned around and asked Go-suk if he had arrived by car. This sudden question caught the boy off guard, causing him to blink in surprise. The luxurious street, one of the most expensive in the city, sparkled with the lights of numerous elite establishments and clubs, creating an atmosphere of chic and wealth for everyone passing by. The table in one of these establishments was in disarray. Many glasses with the remains of expensive alcohol and an overflowing ashtray with cigarette butts testified to recent boisterous fun. The boss, taking a deep drag on his cigarette, mentally prepared himself for the problems to come, his face expressing a mixture of fatigue and irritation at the upcoming troubles. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a subordinate, who addressed him with obvious concern, to which the boss reluctantly responded, asking about the reason for the concern. The subordinate, stammering, reported an unexpected visit from a certain guy, which caused confusion in the boss, who could not understand who he was talking about. Turning around, the boss saw Itzin with a broken head, and behind him stood a guard, looking away in shame for letting the uninvited guest through. An elegant, middle-aged woman sat behind the massive table, strikingly similar to Yuna, her beauty and charm involuntarily attracting the gaze of those around her. While absorbed in studying an important document, she was suddenly disturbed by an insistent knock on the door, breaking the usual silence of her office. The woman, not hiding her irritation, asked the worker who had entered the room the reason for his hasty intrusion, without even waiting for her permission to enter. The worker, stammering with excitement, reported the shocking news of Yuna's abduction, causing the woman to immediately react with surprise and alarm. Continuing his report, he mentioned an urgent message from the escort agents, adding that this incident seemed to confirm previously circulated rumors. The woman, thinking about the situation, asked about the advisability of the grandfather continuing to pursue the company, to which the employee responded uncertainly. Despite the threat, the woman expressed hope that her grandfather would continue to defend his interests, her voice sounding firm and decisive. Deep down, the woman, who looked so much like Yuna, knew that continuing her grandfather's actions could lead to tragic consequences for the kidnapped woman. Meanwhile, in another place, the boss looked at Idzin, who had suddenly appeared with bewilderment, trying to understand the reason for his unexpected visit. Idzin, as calm and impassive as ever, stood before the boss, his hair stained with blood from a recent collision with a car. Go-suk, who had decided to accompany Idzin after all, was thinking about boss Cha Dusik, a man respected in certain circles whose reputation in the underground world was feared. Wondering how Yidzin knew such a person, Gosuk watched as the boss inquired about the purpose of the boy's visit, to which he laconically replied that he needed information. The boss, still holding a smoking cigarette, asked with unexpected interest whether Yitzin had really come for this very reason, his tone betraying slight surprise. Upon hearing about the kidnapping of the SV Corporation director's granddaughter, the boss couldn't hide his surprise, his face reflecting a mixture of disbelief and concern. Looking closely at Idzin's face, the boss realized that the guy was not joking and was telling the pure truth, which made him tense up even more. While denying any involvement in the kidnapping, the boss emphasized the madness of the idea of getting involved with such a powerful corporation, his voice sounding warning and a little nervous. Yidzin, without wasting any time, insistently demanded information about the possible culprits, his tone leaving no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. The boss, looking at Yidzin, expressed doubt about the advisability of his intervention, emphasizing the danger of the situation into which they were trying to drag him. Hearing that Sister Azinia had also been kidnapped, the boss realized the depth of the problem, and his gaze became more attentive and sympathetic. Watching Idzin, the boss noticed that behind the guy's outward calm, there was deep anxiety, which made him reconsider his attitude towards the situation. With a heavy sigh, the boss muttered that all these problems would drive him crazy, his voice giving out a refusal and resignation. Finally, the boss shared information about people who spoke poor Korean, who were looking for guards for warehouses, and were asking for a lot of cars and people. The boss continued, explaining that despite the generous cash offer, he turned down the deal, considering such deals too risky and unreliable. When the boss mentioned the other group that had accepted the offer, he noticed how Yidzin's eyes lit up with interest, which did not escape his attentive gaze. Yidzin, without hiding his interest, clarified the location of the base in Incheon, although the boss admitted that he did not know all the details of the operation. Go-suk, who had been standing silently behind him the entire time, listened attentively to the conversation, slowly processing the information he had received and analyzing the situation. Yidzin, thanking for the information, was about to leave, but was stopped by the boss's unexpected address, calling him a high school student. The boss suddenly threw his phone to Idzin, who caught it with bewilderment, not understanding what they wanted from him. Explaining his gesture, the boss demanded that Yitzin save his number in his phone, his tone leaving no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. Yidzin, full of surprise, couldn't understand why the boss needed his number. It was contrary to his expectations from the meeting. The boss explained that the number was needed for communication in case his people found out the exact location of the warehouse or any other useful information. While saving the number, Yidzin suddenly asked about the motorcycle at the entrance. His question sounded casual, but did not escape the boss's attention. The boss, frowning, did not immediately understand the reason for this question and asked suspiciously about the purpose of such interest, his tone betraying wariness. Yidzin, leaving the club, decided to use a motorcycle for quick travel, his thoughts focused on rescuing his sister as soon as possible. Turning to Go-suk, Yidzin coldly said that he was leaving him free to act. His tone did not allow for further discussion. Go-suk, worried about Yidzin's intentions to go on unconfirmed information, tried to appeal to his common sense, emphasizing the recklessness of such an act. Yidzin did not hesitate to explain his position. Yuna was probably safe until the kidnappers got what they wanted, but his sister's fate remained in question. Go-suk, silently watching Yidzin, internally agreed with his arguments, but he was amazed by the speed of the guy's reaction after the recent incident. Thinking about the lengths that Yidzin had gone to obtain information, Go-suk wondered about the true nature of this mysterious guy. After informing Yidzin about passing on the information he had received to the agents, Go-suk decided to follow him by car, not wanting to leave him alone in such a dangerous situation. Putting on his helmet, Yidzin replied indifferently that he didn't care what Go-suk did. His thoughts were completely focused on the task at hand. Setting off on his motorcycle, Yidzin rushed towards the designated place. Every second of delay seemed like an eternity in the race to save his sister. Racing through the streets, Yidzin cut through the air at high speed, his heart beating in unison with the roar of the engine, reflecting his inner excitement for his sister's fate. Yidzin's gaze, directed forward, expressed unwavering determination. He clearly understood that there was no time to hesitate. Every moment counted. At this time, Dayun was slowly coming to her senses. lying on the cold floor, her consciousness gradually clearing up, returning her to the harsh reality. Opening her eyes fully, Dayun saw the tied-up Yuna in front of her, who quietly asked if she was awake, their eyes meeting in silent understanding of the situation. Yuna, feeling guilty, apologized to Dayun for getting dragged into this situation because of her voice trembling with emotion and regret. Da-Yun, suddenly remembering the footage of the attack, when the guys jumped out of the van and grabbed them, asked Yuna again in bewilderment, not believing that what was happening was real. Da-Yun's cry of abduction was cut short by Yuna's confirmation, who bitterly added that she did not expect such a turn of events immediately after her arrival in Korea. Yuna, trying to explain herself, began to talk about another reason for their meeting, but was interrupted by the sound of the kidnappers' approaching footsteps. The girls' conversation was interrupted by the appearance of the kidnappers, one of whom mockingly noted that the captives had already woken up, his tone betraying obvious pleasure from the situation. Yuna, not hiding her anger, demanded an explanation from the kidnappers, her voice ringing with rage and indignation at the injustice of what was happening. A man with a scar on his face, a black mask and dark hair appeared in front of the girls, who coldly stated that they did not need to know anything, but just sit quietly. Yuna, analyzing the situation, came to the conclusion that she was probably being used to get something from the corporation or her grandfather. Her thoughts frantically searched for a way out. One of the kidnappers, turning to the leader, inquired about the fate of Dayun, emphasizing that she was captured only because she was with Yuna. Hearing the leader's order to get rid of Dayun, Yuna screamed in horror, categorically protesting against such a decision, her voice breaking from despair and fear. Yuna, trying to protect Dayun, stated that she would not allow anyone to harm her, to which the scarred leader only laughed, asking what she could do to them. Yuna, with determination in her voice, declared her readiness to bite off her tongue and die. Depriving the kidnappers of what they wanted, her words sounded like an ultimatum full of desperate courage. The scarred man crouched down in front of Yuna, with a mocking look in his eyes, saying that he found it funny to hear someone like her willing to die to protect another person, his tone full of contempt. Provoking Yuna, the man suggested that she try to bite off her tongue and kill herself. His words sounded like a challenge, full of confidence that the girl was bluffing. The man's gaze grew more and more mad as he approached Yuna, whispering something unintelligible, creating an atmosphere of growing horror and tension. At a moment when no one expected it, Yuna actually bit her tongue. Blood flowed from the mouth of the beautiful girl who was accustomed to a luxurious life, shocking everyone present. The people around watched this scene in amazement, hearing Dayun scream, full of horror and concern for her friend, her voice cutting through the sudden silence. The scarred man, clearly impressed by Yuna's actions, reluctantly admitted that this nonsense had bought the girl some time, his tone betraying a mixture of irritation and respect. Turning to his subordinates, the leader ordered that Dayun be left alive for now, postponing her elimination for later, his voice sounding irritated and impatient. Hearing the order to gag the captives so that they would not make noise, Yuna felt a new wave of anger, her eyes flashing with fury and determination to resist the kidnappers. Yizin, having arrived at the warehouse, slowly removed his helmet, his gaze carefully studying the surroundings, preparing for the upcoming actions to save his sister. Go-Suk, driving up in his car, asked Yizin with tension in his voice if they had really arrived at the right place, his tone betraying a mixture of anxiety and determination. Yizin looked around at the many colorful containers standing around and confirmed that this place matched the boss's description, his voice sounding focused and tense. Go-Suk, analyzing the situation, noted that Yzin's information was reliable, confirming that according to the agents, the kidnapper's car was indeed heading here. Yizin, without wasting a second, resolutely moved forward in search of more information, ignoring Go-Suk's calls to wait for reinforcements in the form of agents arriving soon. In response to Go-Suk's suggestion, Yizin firmly repeated that he had absolutely no time to wait, his voice sounding unyielding and determined. Go-Suk, watching Yizin, was amazed by his determination and ability that seemed unusual for an ordinary high school student. His surprise grew with each passing minute. Menacing-looking men stood near the containers, smoking cigarettes and carefully examining the surroundings. Their presence created an atmosphere of tension and danger. One of the guards in a green sweatshirt stood there, unsuspecting, his attention focused on observing the situation around the warehouse. Suddenly, Yizin appeared out of nowhere and attacked the guard from behind, grabbing him and beginning to strangle him, His movements were fast and precise. The guard in the green sweater, taken by surprise, was unable to resist, his veins bulging from lack of air, his face distorted from the struggle for life. Within moments, the guard lost consciousness and fell to the ground, his eyes rolling back, turning white and lifeless, his body going limp in Idzin's arms. Yidzin quickly dragged the unconscious body of the guard to the pile of other enemies he had previously neutralized, his movements confident and methodical. Go-Suk, following behind Yidzin, helped move the bodies of the guards, thinking about the boy's extraordinary skills in silently neutralizing opponents. Go-Suk, not satisfied with the previous answer, once again persistently asked Yidzin about his true identity, his voice demanding and with a hint of suspicion. Yidzin, maintaining a serious expression, repeated his answer about being just Go-Suk's classmate, his tone clearly showing irritation at having to repeat himself. Turning away from Go-Suk, Yidzin continued on his way, leaving his interlocutor with a clear expression of irritation and distrust on his face, the tension between them growing. Go-Suk, realizing that he was being deceived, silently accepted Yidzin's answer, but inwardly he was convinced that an ordinary high school student was not capable of such actions. Yidzin's eyes suddenly lit up, his pupils turning red, giving him a heroic and unperturbed look, his image radiating calm and confidence. A man with gray hair, an important person by the look of it, received information about the kidnapper's demands, his face expressing deep concern and tension. The subordinate reported that the kidnappers demanded a cessation of activities in favor of business development. The speaker's voice sounded tense and serious. Additionally, a condition was conveyed about a response within an hour. Otherwise, they threatened to kill Yuna. This information made everyone present tense. Grandpa, the owner of the corporation, inquired about the escort team, to which he received the answer that they would arrive within 50 minutes, his look expressing anxiety and impatience. The elderly man, scratching his arm in deep thought, pondered the situation, trying to find the right solution at this critical moment. The guards at the containers talked among themselves, complaining about the instructions of unknown people, and repeating the boss's words about the need to simply do their job without asking unnecessary questions. Before he could finish his sentence about payment, one of the guards suddenly received a strong blow. His words were cut off in mid-sentence, taking everyone by surprise. A moment later, one of the guards was on the ground, his body hitting the asphalt with a dull thud, creating an atmosphere of sudden danger. The second guard standing nearby was also attacked, his cry of what was happening cutting through the air, expressing a mixture of fear and surprise. Yidzin, demonstrating his fighting prowess, kept his hands on the second guard's neck, his movements precise and efficient as always. Taking a look at the first guard and realizing the inadequacy of the blow, Yidzin instantly assessed the situation, preparing for further action. Without wasting any time, Yidzin delivered a final kick, completely neutralizing the first guard. His movements were fast and decisive. Turning to Go-Suk, Yidzin asked about the number of guards he had neutralized, to which he received the answer of 5, including the one lying nearby. Yidzin, having counted the total number of neutralized guards, noted the excess of hired personnel, his tone expressing slight surprise and contempt. Unexpectedly for Go-Suk, Yidzin demanded to immediately name the person responsible for what was happening, his voice sounding insistent and serious. Go-Suk's gaze showed extreme surprise at Yidzin's unexpected question, his face reflecting a mixture of shock and confusion about what was happening. Go-Suk, in response to Yidzin's question, admitted his ignorance, mentioning the numerous attempts in the recent incident in America, his voice sounding confused and guilty. Continuing, Go-Suk expressed surprise at what happened immediately after returning to Korea, admitting his guilt for what happened, his tone full of regret and self-blame. Yidzin, looking into the distance at the containers, guessed the location of the main group with Yuna, which caused Go-Suk to ask in surprise about the main group. Explaining the situation, Yidzin revealed the scale of the plan to kidnap the corporation director's granddaughter. Noting the uselessness of the guards they encountered, his analysis sounding confident and accurate. Go-Suk, amazed by Yidzin's depth of understanding of the situation, became lost in thought, which Yidzin noticed and inquired about his condition, showing unexpected concern. When asked, Go-Suk mentioned the wound on his arm from the car collision, his voice betraying a mixture of surprise and pain from the memory. Yidzin, reacting to Go-Suk's words, reminded him of his own leg injury, his tone calm and a little ironic. Meeting Yidzin's silent gaze, Go-Suk was left without an answer, creating a moment of tense silence between them, filled with unspoken questions. Suddenly, a cry about missing guards caught their attention, causing both of them to tense up and listen to the conversation of the approaching people. The two strangers discussed the possible reasons for the lack of security, assuming the usual explanations, their voices sounding worried and a little confused. Finding the guards lying motionless, the newcomers realized the seriousness of the situation, their voices filled with anxiety and disbelief in what was happening. The next moment, Yitzin, appearing as if from nowhere, delivered a powerful knee strike to the head of one of the approaching people. His attack was lightning fast and merciless. The second guard, watching what was happening, was in shock, his thoughts feverishly trying to comprehend the situation and the identity of the guy who suddenly appeared. Without wasting any time, Yitzin, having completed his attack on the first one, instantly switched to the second guard, grabbing his arm and engaging in a fierce fight. Holding his opponent's arm, Yitzin delivered a powerful knee strike to the guard's leg, his movements precise and ruthless, leaving no chance for resistance. Turning the man around in a flash, Yitzin tied his hands and delivered a crushing blow to his back. His actions were precise and effective. After disarming both guards, Yitzin suggested to Go-suk that they split up, assuming that the noise might attract the attention of the others, his voice sounding tense and determined. Go-suk agreed to the plan, but suddenly turned to Yitzin, his tone betraying the desire to say something important before parting. Expressing his feelings, Go-suk asked for permission to properly apologize to Yitzin after the operation was completed, his words full of sincere remorse. The man with the scar, who had previously communicated with the girls, cast a cold, angry glance somewhere into the distance, his face expressing alertness and readiness for action. Two of his subordinates reported strange sounds outside, to which the scarred man abruptly ordered them to check the situation, his voice imperious and impatient. The subordinates, having confirmed the order, headed off to check, leaving Yunu and Dayun tied up and gagged to prevent them from screaming for help. At this time, Yitzin was running rapidly across the territory. His movements were purposeful and fast. Every second brought him closer to the goal of finding his sister. Suddenly, a shout was heard ordering Yitzin to stop, causing him to freeze in place and turn around to see the source of the voice. Yitzin looked around at the people surrounding him, his gaze expressing extreme surprise at what he saw, as if he had discovered something unexpected. The four boys looked at Yitzin and noted with bewilderment that in front of them was just a child, not resembling Go-suk in the photo. Their voices expressed confusion. Surprised by Yitzin's unexpected appearance, the kidnappers demanded an explanation, but the boy remained silent, his face impassive. Yitzin mentally noted that these were the real kidnappers, while they, deciding not to wait for an answer, ironically remarked on his luck. Deciding to quickly deal with the intruder, the kidnappers prepared to attack, while Yitzin took a fighting stance, preparing for the inevitable clash. Go-suk, having separated from Yitzin earlier, carefully entered the room through the roof, his movements quiet and calculated. Hiding behind the boxes, Go-suk carefully examined the room, listening to every sound and trying to remain unnoticed. Go-suk peeked out from behind cover to see Yuna and Da-yun tied up and exhausted, his heart beating faster as he realized his target was close. While inspecting the warehouse, Go-suk was surprised to notice the lack of security, which seemed strange and alarming. The thought that all the kidnappers might have gone to Yitzin flashed through Go-suk's mind, causing him to worry about his partner. Approaching the girls carefully, Go-suk prepared to free them, his every move filled with tension and caution. Approaching Yuna, Go-suk heard her surprised question about the agent's arrival, to which he answered in the negative, adding that they were already on their way. Yuna, startled by Go-suk's appearance, began to question how he knew their location, her voice trembling with a mixture of relief and worry. Go-suk assessed the situation and noted the remaining time until the escort team arrived, his voice tense but confident. The suddenly appearing scarred man and his ward attracted Go-suk's attention. The leader recognized him, mentioning previous clashes due to his proximity to Yuna. The scarred man, with a mocking voice, called Go-suk a pain in the ass for his constant presence next to Yuna, his tone full of disdain. Expressing surprise at the quick discovery of their location, the leader emphasized Go-suk's mistake in coming without reinforcements, his words sounding like a threat. At the leader's command, his protege quickly attacked Go-suk. The attacker's movements were fast and aggressive, aimed at instantly suppressing the enemy. The attacker unleashed a series of blows on Go-suk, but the boy deftly dodged them, demonstrating excellent reaction and preparation. Go-Suk, not losing in speed, began to strike back. His movements were precise and powerful, showing a high level of fighting skills. Go-Suk's opponent also showed remarkable skill in dodging attacks, turning the fight into a complex and dynamic confrontation. In the midst of the fight, Go-Suk realized that Yizhen was right about this opponent's level, being far superior to the guards outside. Realizing the need for maximum concentration, Go-Suk increased his attack, delivering multiple blows simultaneously in an attempt to break through the kidnapper's defense. At the climax, Go-Suk delivered a powerful blow to the opponent's stomach, putting all his strength and technique into it. The kidnapper, struck by the force of the blow, was surprised to realize the power of his young opponent, his face expressing a mixture of pain and disbelief. Go-Suk quickly delivered another kick to his opponent's jaw. His movements were fast and precise, demonstrating a high level of combat training. The kidnapper, gritting his teeth in pain, cringed and glanced at the young man, his face expressing a mixture of surprise and rage at the force of the blow he had received. Despite the powerful attack, the opponent did not give up, clenching his fist again for a counterpunch. His determination to continue the fight was evident in every movement. Go-Suk, showing excellent technique, easily blocked the attack, intercepted the opponent's arm and delivered a powerful knee strike to the back. His actions were fast and effective. Two girls and a man with a scar watched the fight. The latter noted with surprise how easily his protege lost to the young guy, his gaze expressing a mixture of interest and irritation. Addressing Go-Suk, the scarred man noted his impressive skills, mentioning his training since childhood, his voice carrying a hint of respect and caution. Yuna looked at her childhood friend with admiration, amazed at the ease with which he dealt with a dangerous opponent, her eyes shining with pride and relief. Continuing to speak, the man with the scar emphasized that this was not a friendly sparring match, to which Go-Suk asked in bewilderment, not understanding what his opponent was getting at. Suddenly, a red aura appeared around Yuna, shocking everyone present. The atmosphere was instantly filled with tension and fear of the unknown. Blood began to drip onto the floor. Go-Suk's face distorted from sudden pain. Everything happened so quickly that no one had time to understand what happened. Go-Suk looked at his body in shock, covered in numerous cuts from the thin blade. The wounds on his arms, legs, and stomach were bleeding, causing him to be extremely surprised. The scarred man grinned and asked what Go-Suk was surprised about, emphasizing the naivety of expecting to fight without weapons and explaining why people like him were easy to deal with. Holding a knife, the scarred man ordered his subordinate to deal with Go-Suk before the escort team arrived, his voice sounding impatient and threatening. A new fight began. The ward, having recovered from the previous defeat, attacked Go-Suk with a knife, forcing the guy to constantly dodge dangerous attacks. Go-Suk, who had not expected this turn of events, tried to avoid the knife strikes, his gaze darting around in search of an opportunity to counterattack or dodge. Go-Suk's body was covered in numerous bruises, and he realized that he was moving too slowly due to the deep cut he received at the beginning of the fight, making every movement difficult. The man with the scar, also armed with a knife, declared his intention to deal with Yuna. His words sounded like a death sentence for the girl. Hearing the threat, Go-Suk felt terrified, realizing that he shouldn't allow anyone to lay a finger on Yuna, his thoughts frantically searching for a way out of the situation. Dayun, shocked by what was happening, looked at the scene with her eyes wide open in fear, unable to believe the reality of what was happening around her. The scarred man took one look at Dayun and decided to get rid of her as well, considering the girl a nuisance. His intentions were obvious and ruthless. Yuna, trying to protect her friend, covered her with her body and screamed, forbidding anyone to touch Dayun, her voice trembling with fear and determination. The knife flew at great speed, cutting through the air. Time seemed to slow down for everyone present, filling the moment with horror and inevitability. Dayun's eyes filled with tears. She froze in shock. A red aura suddenly appeared around her, increasing the feeling of unreality of what was happening. Go-Suk began to fall, the knife piercing his body as he stood up for the girl, shielding her from the flying weapon. His sacrifice was instant and heroic. The boy collapsed to the floor, clenching his lips in unbearable pain. Go-Suk's screams echoed throughout the room, filling the air with horror and despair. The man with the scar, watching what was happening, contemptuously threw out, "What an idiot you are!" His voice sounded cold and indifferent. Addressing his ward, the man with the scar ordered to leave Yuna alive, but to kill Go-Suk and the second girl. his tone leaving no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. The man with the scar on his face watched the situation with an emotionless gaze, his face not showing the slightest sympathy or hesitation. The tied-up girls, aware of their helplessness and Go-suk's severe injury, understood that one of them was most likely doomed, and the atmosphere was filled with despair and fear. At this critical moment, Yitzin appeared, opening the door and letting in a bright light into the godforsaken warehouse, his appearance like a ray of hope in the pitch darkness. The picture that appeared before everyone was astounding. The guy had single-handedly dealt with all of his opponents, who now lay beaten at the entrance, demonstrating his incredible abilities. Yitzin, who had not received a single scratch in the fight, looked determined and serious, completely focused on his main goal of saving his sister. Two suited security guards stood outside the boss's club, which was glowing with blue and purple lights, their postures expressing alertness and readiness for action. Inside, the boss sat with a guard who reported the involvement of Go Seong's faction in the incident, suggesting their ignorance of the seriousness of the situation they had intervened in. The boss, smoking his cigarette as usual, noted that the faction's behavior was not surprising, given their habit of taking on missions without proper preparation, his voice sounding with a note of disdain. While smoking, the boss suddenly turned his attention to something to the side, his gaze expressing surprise, as if he had noticed something unexpected. The subordinate, intrigued, decided to ask about the reasons for helping the high school student, his tone betraying a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. The boss, asking again, reminded him of the problems created by the high school student, mentioning the information that had been published about the congressman, his voice sounding slightly irritated. In response, the boss explained his decision by his inability to take revenge on the guy who beat them up because of their incompetence, emphasizing that it was they who first contacted him. The subordinate, apologizing, expressed doubt about the need for such active assistance to the high school student, but the boss refrained from answering for now, simply continuing to smoke. Taking a drag on his cigarette, the boss suddenly smiled sarcastically, his face expressing some hidden thought or plan that he was in no hurry to share. The boss philosophically remarked on the inevitability of helping a guy whose sister had been kidnapped, to which the subordinate nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic of the situation. Yitzin, who had appeared just in time to save his sister from being killed, caught the attention of the man with the scar on his face, and their eyes met in a silent confrontation. Go-suk, barely able to support himself on the ground, also noticed Yitzin's appearance, his gaze expressing a mixture of relief and anxiety about the outcome of the situation. The tied-up girls looked in amazement at the sudden appearance of Yitzin, their thoughts feverishly trying to understand where he came from and why he came. The man with the scar, seeing Yitzin, spoke in bewilderment about the presence of a schoolboy here, his voice expressing a mixture of surprise and irritation at the unexpected intrusion into their plans. Yuna, startled by Ijin's appearance, mentally wondered about the reason for his presence, her gaze expressing a mixture of hope and worry for his safety in this dangerous situation. Da-yun, not hiding her surprise, exclaimed the question about her brother's presence, her eyes sparkling with shock and joy at the same time, drawing the attention of everyone present to the unexpected relationship. The scarred man, hearing Da-yun's words, mentally noted the fact of kinship between them, his face expressing a sudden awareness of the situation and its potential implications for their plans. Suddenly, the scarred man put his hand to his head and burst into loud laughter, his reaction seeming out of place and frightening in the tense situation at hand. With his eyes glowing, he uttered the phrase about Itzin's intention to save his sister, expressing disbelief and finding the situation funny, his voice sounding with notes of madness and malice. Itzin, ignoring the kidnapper's words, carefully examined his sister, asking about her condition, his gaze expressing deep concern and worry for her well-being. The sister, with tears in her eyes, screamed at her brother about the need to flee because of the danger, her voice trembling with fear for her brother's life and despair at the current situation. The boy seemed not to hear his sister's warnings, concentrating on studying her condition, his face remaining calm despite the tension of the situation around him. Yuna, realizing that innocent people were suffering because of her, began to worry greatly. A feeling of guilt reflected on her face, mixed with the determination to do something to save others. After much thought, Yuna shouted at the man with the scar to take her instead of the others, promising to follow him voluntarily, her voice sounding desperate and determined. Continuing, Yuna promised to cooperate, but the scarred man coldly responded by asking for the reasons why he should listen to her, his tone full of disdain and indifference to her proposal. Yuna, with blood on her lips from biting her tongue, cast an angry glance at the kidnapper, unable to find the words to respond, her face expressing a mixture of anger and despair at the hopelessness of the situation. Yitzin, the last hope in this gloomy room, caught the attention of Go-suk, whose body was pulsating with pain after a brutal beating that left him seriously injured. Yitzin's impassive face, as always devoid of emotion, made Go-suk wonder how even in such a tense situation, his comrade's expression remained unchanged. The scarred man, impatiently urging his charge, ordered him to kill Yitzin, breaking the oppressive silence that had fallen in the room after the recent fight. The ward, clutching a knife in his hand, the gleam of which was ominously reflected in the dim light, began to slowly approach Yitzin, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. Yitzin's calm and emotionless gaze, directed at the approaching enemy, did not reveal any fear or excitement, creating a feeling of unreality of what was happening. Suddenly, the ward rushed into the attack, waving the knife in all directions with incredible speed, trying to get to his motionless opponent at any cost. With a sudden display of strength, Yitzin instantly grabbed and clenched the attacker's fist, stopping the knife-wielding hand halfway to his body, showing a surprising reaction. Using the strength and momentum of his opponent, Yitzin aimed his knife hand towards the attacker's shoulder, striking him with his own weapon and turning the attack against the attacker himself. The man with the scar, watching what was happening, could not hide his amazement. His usual calm was replaced by confusion and bewilderment from the unexpected turn of events. The badly wounded Go-suk, with difficulty focusing his eyes, watched the ease with which Yitzin confronted the armed attacker, unable to believe what was happening. Yuna watched the scene with genuine amazement. Her eyes narrowed in realization of the incredible strength and skill of this mysterious guy, who was astonishing with his actions. Yitzin grabbed his opponent by the jacket, pulled him closer to himself, and turned to his sister Dayun, preparing for the next step in this dangerous fight. Dayun, trembling all over, couldn't take her eyes off her brother, amazed by his unexpected abilities and strength that he was demonstrating at that moment. Yitzin, realizing that his sister shouldn't see what was happening, quietly asked her to close her eyes to protect her from the harsh reality of the conflict unfolding before them. Dayun, giving in to fear and her brother's request, quickly covered her eyes with her hands, trembling with horror at what could happen next in this tense situation. Yitzin, without wasting a second, inflicted countless cuts with a knife on his opponent, causing him to groan in pain and the realization of his defeat. Blood flowed profusely from the hands of the defeated high school student, who, unable to withstand the onslaught, fell to the ground, admitting his complete defeat in this unequal fight. Standing over his fallen enemy with a bloody knife in his hand, Yitzin looked at him, thinking that his opponent should not have started this senseless fight. Yuna, watching Yitzin, was amazed by his incredible abilities and the composure with which he acted in this extreme situation. Go-suk, analyzing Yitzin's actions, noted his precision and prudence. The guy not only took away the knife, but also purposefully attacked the muscles and ligaments of the enemy. The scarred man, whose protege had just been easily defeated, suddenly announced that he was actually part of the escort team, changing the balance of power. Yitzin, without saying a word, moved towards the man with the scar, ready to continue the fight and protect himself and his loved ones from the new threat. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the man with the scar visibly tensed, his gaze filled with fear of the unknown and the strength of his new opponent. The scarred man, amazed by Yitzzin's skill, wondered about the origin of his knife skills at such a young age, suspecting a connection to the escort team. Taking out a gleaming knife, the man firmly declared that Yitzin's answers did not matter, preparing for a decisive battle with this unusual opponent. Threatening Yitzin with death, the scarred man charged into battle surrounded by a frightening red aura that seemed to heighten his determination and danger. The attacker attempted to strike with his thin knife, but Yitzin, displaying incredible dexterity, easily dodged it, crouching and turning with amazing speed. Despite a series of quick attacks, the scarred man failed to touch Yitzin, who displayed amazing speed and agility in dodging each blow. Yitzin, taking advantage of the moment, grabbed his opponent by the forearm and pointed his knife towards him, preparing to deliver the decisive blow in this tense confrontation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the scarred man went into shock, realizing where Yitzin's knife was aimed and realizing that his life was hanging by a thread. Suddenly gaining a second wind, the man jumped back several meters, peering into Idzin's eyes in an attempt to guess his next move. The scarred man's sudden attack caught Idzin off guard, but he reacted instantly, blocking and defending himself from the blow with seeming ease. Taking advantage of the blocking moment, Yidzin deftly cut his opponent's biceps and gave him several scratches, demonstrating his superiority in the fight. Taking a few steps back, the scarred man tried to comprehend what was happening, amazed by the incredible skills and composure of his young opponent. Grasping his wounded shoulder, the scarred man wondered how an ordinary high school student could possess such incredible fighting skills and composure. The attacker's thoughts were confused. He couldn't believe that this short guy was superior to him in knife skills, which seemed completely impossible. Watching the young opponent standing in a fighting stance with a knife, the scarred man could not help but acknowledge his intelligence, dexterity, and extraordinary skill. Despite his injuries, the man did not give up, and again rushed into the attack with incredible speed, his heels barely touching the ground in a rapid dash. As the attacker extended his arm to strike, Yitzin intercepted it with lightning speed and delivered another deep cut across his forearm, demonstrating his superiority. Blood flowed profusely from the man's wounds as Yitzin knew exactly where to aim the knife he had taken from his previous opponent. A fierce battle unfolded between them, both dodging blows, moving left and right with astonishing speed and agility. In the heat of battle, the mask fell off the scarred man's face, and he quickly covered it with his hand, trying to hide his true appearance from those around him. Yuna, watching the events unfold, was amazed by Ijin's incredible fighting abilities, not believing her eyes how he could fight so masterfully. The scarred man, clearly enraged by the progress of the battle, held his face and shouted in rage, calling Itzin a little freak, unable to accept his defeat. In desperation, the attacker reached for his holster, slowly drawing his pistol, preparing to take the conflict to a new, even more dangerous level. Go-suk, watching the unfolding scene with amazement, pondered the possible consequences, realizing that the appearance of a gun could radically change the situation. The scarred man, pointing his polished pistol at Idzin, screamed in rage about the boy's imminent death, preparing to fire the fatal shot. Yitzin, without losing his composure, instantly pointed his knife towards the armed enemy, demonstrating incredible reaction speed and readiness to confront. Idzin's knife found its mark again, striking the scarred man in the same shoulder as before, causing him to go into shock from surprise and pain. Taking advantage of his opponent's confusion, Yitzin quickly rushed forward, intending to finish the fight with his own hands, showing his superiority. With precise and accurate movements, Yitzin delivered a series of blows to the opponent's body, using his long arms to maximum effect. The finishing blow landed squarely on the scarred man's jaw, causing his head to snap back, demonstrating the power and precision of Ijin's attack. Finally incapacitated, the man with the scar fell to the ground, hitting hard and losing his last strength in this unequal fight. Go-suk and Yuna, shocked by what they saw, could not believe their eyes, trying to comprehend the incredible abilities of Itzin, which exceeded all their expectations. Yitzin, despite several scratches on his face, remained calm as usual, seemingly completely unfazed by what had happened and the injuries he had received. Go-suk and Yuna, looking at Yidzin's composure after such a brutal fight, felt a chill run through their bodies from the realization of his extraordinary abilities. Yidzin stood in the rays of light, surrounded by drops of blood and fallen opponents, a picture of triumph after a brutal fight. Turning to his sister, Yidzin gently informed her that she could now open her eyes, which had remained closed all this time, protecting her from the horrors of battle. Diane slowly began to open her eyes, looking warily at the floor, afraid to see the consequences of the brutal battle that had unfolded around her. Approaching his sister with a smile, Yidzin began to untie her hands, trying to free her from the bonds and calm her down after the stress she had experienced. Diane, still not believing her eyes, asked her brother if it was really him, to which Yidzin simply replied that he had come to take her home. Diane's shock gradually gave way to a feeling of deep gratitude and touching concern for her brother, who risked his life to save her. Yidzin's eyes, usually emotionless, now radiated love and calm, reflecting relief at the successful outcome of the dangerous mission to save his sister. Diane's hand reached towards her brother's head, worriedly noting the blood on his face, her concern for him evident in every movement. Stroking Izinya's cheek, Diane anxiously asked if he was okay and how he was feeling after the brutal fight. The guy, surprised by such concern, asked his sister again, not believing that she was so worried about his condition after everything he had been through. Holding his head, Yitzin assured his sister that he was okay and that she shouldn't worry about him, trying to hide his pain. Diane's eyes filled with tears, which rolled down her face in large drops, expressing the whole range of feelings that overwhelmed her at that moment. Diane, unable to contain her emotions, covered her face with her hands, sobbing from the stress and relief she had experienced. And Yidzin, surprised by her reaction, worriedly asked if she was okay and if she was hurt. Yuna, watching the touching scene of the brother and sister's reunion, was struck by the depth of their emotional connection and the care they showed for each other. Looking at Yidzin, who heroically saved his sister, Yuna noted his courage and selflessness, because despite the abrasions he received in battle, he was only concerned about the well-being of his sister. The events of that eventful day deeply shook the young woman, forcing her to rethink her ideas about courage, loyalty, and the strength of family ties. The corporate hospital owned by Yuna's grandfather impressed with its modern and elegant appearance, emphasizing the seriousness and scale of the medical institution. Yitzin sat in a chair waiting, watching the IV patients pass by, lost in his thoughts after the recent events. Two girls passing by turned around and couldn't help but notice the attractiveness of the Yitzin. His appearance attracted attention even in a hospital setting. The phone suddenly rang, catching the guy's attention, causing him to break away from his thoughts and check the incoming message. A message appeared on the screen from a newly found bully friend from class, inquiring about the reason for Ejin's absence from school today. Yidin replied succinctly that he had urgent business to attend to, without going into detail about the recent dramatic events. The friend continued the conversation by telling about a funny incident in the computer club, where Chan accidentally swore using an obscene word. A lively discussion ensued in the group chat, with other classmates sharing their impressions of the incident and Chan apologizing, promising to be more careful in the future. Reading the correspondence, Yidzin smiled, happy that he had finally found real friends, and Chan was no longer the object of ridicule from his classmates. Returning to his weight, Yidzin continued to sit in his chair, lost in his thoughts about the recent changes in his life. The Yidzin's gaze, as always calm and focused, was directed into the distance, and the plaster on his face reminded him of a recent fight from which he had emerged victorious. Yidzin looked closely at the signed psychiatric department, office number 2, realizing that someone was currently undergoing a consultation behind that door. Police have arrived at the warehouses where two girls were recently held hostage, ready to deal with the aftermath of the dramatic events. Special forces and uniformed police quickly detained the kidnappers, restoring order and justice after the incident. The doctor approached Diane, sat her down on a chair, and began a thorough examination, asking questions to assess her physical and psychological condition. Despite the hustle and bustle around him, Yitzin's thoughts were focused solely on his sister's well-being, ignoring the chaos happening around him. Turning around, Yitzin heard Yuna advising him to take his sister to the hospital, promising to handle the rest on her own. Yuna emphasized that even if a Diane looks normal on the outside, she may have hidden trauma and psychological problems after experiencing stress. She recalled that Dayun had recently been subjected to abuse, and that punishing the kidnappers did not guarantee the victim's full recovery. Given what Diane had experienced, Yuna strongly recommended that she undergo therapy and psychological treatment for a full recovery. As she left the psychiatrist's office, Diane looked relaxed and smiling, a marked contrast to her recent state. Dayun asked her brother how long he had been waiting for her, to which Yidzin replied that he himself had only recently been released, hiding his long wait. Udune looked at her brother with interest, involuntarily revealing her concern for his health after visiting the doctor, her eyes shining with tenderness and care for her loved one. A reassuring smile lit up the girl's face as she shared with her brother the doctor's recommendation for regular checkups, her voice soft and confident, dispelling all worries. Turning her attention to her brother, Yu Dayun carefully inquired about his condition, to which he casually waved her off, only mentioning a few minor bruises and scratches. Breathing a sigh of relief, the girl pressed her hand to her heart, expressing genuine joy that her brother had not been seriously injured in the recent incident. The boy's attentive gaze fell on his sister. Noting how much she was worried about his well-being, this touching display of concern did not escape his attention. A recent scene surfaced in his mind, where his sister, overcome with panic and tears, screamed at him about the need to run away from dangerous people, her voice trembling with fear for his life. Looking away, the boy was lost in thought about the depth of sisterly love and care that Yu Dayun showed him. This feeling warmed his heart. Yu Dayun, a little nervous, decided to ask her brother a question, her face showing a slight worry, as if she was hesitating whether to bring up the topic. Surprised by his sister's sudden indecision, the boy watched her with curiosity, noticing how her face changed, not daring to say his question out loud. With an encouraging smile, he encouraged Yu Dayun, gently nudging her to talk, his voice warm and inviting his sister to share her thoughts. Yu Dayun hesitated for a moment before deciding to retreat, her smile hiding her inner struggle, realizing that she wasn't ready to voice her question yet, leaving it unspoken. Yu Dayun was lost in memories of her recent visit to the doctor, where he examined her carefully, asking about possible dizziness and other symptoms. His concern was obvious. An overheard conversation between two police officers about Yu Dayun's brother caught her attention. They were surprised by his ability to deal with the kidnappers, comparing him to Shin Yuna's classmate. What she heard made Yu Dayun wary. Her face noticeably paled, revealing her inner uneasiness and worry about her brother's past, which she might not know about. Yu Dayun's thoughts were feverishly spinning around her brother's unexpected fighting skills, trying to understand where he got such abilities from and what could have formed them. Yu Dayun's thoughts about her brother's past life in Korea were interrupted by Shin Yuna's appearance in the hallway, whose presence instantly changed the atmosphere around her. Yu Dayun's face lit up when she saw Shin Yuna, and the sincere joy of meeting her was reflected in her eyes and welcoming smile, creating a warm atmosphere. Shin Yuna inquired about Yu Dayun's examination results with genuine interest. Her concern for her friend was evident in every word and gesture. Yu Dayun smiled sheepishly and expressed her gratitude for arranging the free examination, but gently hinted that such generosity was excessive. Shin Yuna, feeling guilty for what happened, tried to explain her actions, her voice trembling with sincere remorse and a desire to make amends for her involuntary involvement. Yu Dayun, touched by Shin Yuna's sincerity, gently interrupted the flow of apologies, reminding her friend that she too was a victim in this difficult situation. Yu Dayun's brother stood nearby, his dispassionate gaze directed at the girls who were talking. He listened attentively to their conversation, maintaining an inscrutable expression on his face. The guard who was watching the scene accidentally met Yu Dayun's brother's gaze, and he was pierced by the coldness of the young man's dispassionate, seemingly frozen gaze. The guard was struck by the unusual dispassion and cruelty in the high school student's gaze. Such an expression seemed unnatural for a young man of his age. Yedin, without blinking or looking away, continued to stare at the guard, his gaze so piercing that it seemed as if he could see right through him. Shin Yuna, noticing Yidzin's distant gaze, asked if he had also undergone a medical examination, her voice expressing genuine concern for his condition. Yidzin reluctantly confirmed that he had passed the examination, and Yu Dayun added that her brother had initially refused, but only agreed at her insistence, her voice filled with tender concern. Yu Dayun also mentioned Go-suk's presence in the hospital, which caused Shin Yuna to be surprised, her eyes widening in surprise at the news. With a smile, Yu Dayun suggested that her brother go visit Go-suk, her voice soft and persuasive, as if she was trying to engage Yidzin in social interaction. Yidzin found himself in a difficult situation. He couldn't refuse his sister, but he didn't feel much desire to visit Go-suk, and his internal conflict was reflected in the slight tension on his face. When they entered the room, they saw Go-suk, who was surprised by their visit, and Yu Dayun immediately expressed her gratitude to him, her voice full of sincerity and warmth. Go-suk, not understanding the reason for the gratitude, looked questioningly at Yu Dayun, who explained that she was unable to thank him yesterday, her words sounding slightly regretful. A sudden feeling of embarrassment came over Go-suk. He began to nervously wave his hands and mutter that everything was fine. His usual confidence had disappeared somewhere. Yu Dayun placed her hand on her heart in a sign of sincerity and asked worriedly about Go-suk's well-being, her eyes expressing genuine concern. Go-suk assured everyone that his condition had improved greatly and there was nothing to worry about, while Yidzin carefully studied him with his eyes. Shin Yuna and her guard watched Yidzin with concern, whose intense gaze studying Go-suk seemed unusual and even a little frightening to them. Shin Yuna's guard continued to watch Yijin warily, trying to guess his intentions, his experienced gaze searching for the slightest sign of a possible threat. On the hospital table, there are bottles of freshly squeezed juice, various sweets, and a remote control, creating a cozy atmosphere in the sterile ward. Udayun addressed Shin Yuna and Gosuk, asking them sincerely to take care of themselves, her voice filled with warmth and concern for her friends. Shin Yuna waved her hand with a smile, promising to definitely meet again, her gesture full of friendliness and optimism, despite the recent events. The guard quietly asked Shin Yuna if Yidzin was the student she had asked to inquire about, and if he had been with her at the time of the incident. Expressing his amazement, the guard admitted that he still could not believe what he saw with his own eyes. His voice betrayed a mixture of admiration and disbelief. Shin Yuna folded her arms and asked the guard again, asking what exactly had struck him so, her curiosity evident in her tone and facial expression. While admitting her surprise, Shin Yuna still doubted how impressive Yitzin's actions were, her tone expressing slight bewilderment. The guard addressing Shin Yuna emphasized that Yitzin not only dealt with many opponents, but did it silently, neutralizing even those who were outside. Continuing his thought, the guard noted that it would be understandable if it was about one or two opponents, but Idzin dealt with a large group without killing anyone. Go-suk, stunned by what he heard, silently digested the information, his face showing a mixture of surprise and disbelief as he tried to comprehend Yitzin's abilities. The guard, continuing his story, noted that despite the injuries to two people in the warehouse, Idzin's actions were exceptional. Only a few are capable of such a thing. He stressed that even during training, let alone in real combat, dealing with two in the warehouse and four well-trained foreign soldiers outside is an incredibly difficult task. Based on the state of the incapacitated opponents, the guard guessed that Yidzin was probably a professional with extensive combat experience, his voice sounding with a mixture of respect and fear. Go-suk, upon hearing this information, was in a state of extreme astonishment. His eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in shock. He couldn't believe what he heard. Shin Yuna was also taken aback by these words, not understanding how an ordinary high school student could have such experience. Her face showed deep confusion and bewilderment. Meanwhile, Yu Dayun and Yidzin walked home along the evening streets, illuminated by the soft light of the setting sun and the already lit lanterns, creating a cozy atmosphere. Yu Dayun lowered her gaze and quietly addressed her brother, expressing her gratitude to him, her voice filled with sincere appreciation and slight embarrassment. Yidzin smiled and asked with slight surprise why his sister was thanking him, his tone soft and interested, creating a warm atmosphere between them. Yu Dayun admitted that she hadn't been able to thank him yesterday, and noted that she had been thanking him too often lately, her voice sounding awkward and tender. Yidzin, moved by his sister's words, replied that he should be the one thanking her, his voice full of sincerity and warmth, expressing deep affection for his sister. Udayan looked up, surprised, and asked again if she had heard correctly that he wanted to thank her, her eyes expressing a mixture of bewilderment and joy. Yidzin confirmed his words with a warm smile, adding that he had begun to understand something important, his voice sounding soft and thoughtful, as if he was sharing an intimate discovery. Yidzin's memory flashed back to the moment when Yu Dayun's hand gently touched his face, treating the abrasion, and this memory was filled with a new, deep meaning for him. Yidzin realized that for the first time, someone was genuinely concerned about him without pursuing their own interests. This feeling was new and exciting for him. He reflected on how, for the first time since returning to the country, he had experienced such a warm, sincere feeling of care, and his gaze had become softer, reflecting an internal change. Looking at his sister with a gentle smile, Yidzin realized how much he had already become attached to her, his gaze radiating warmth and newfound love. Udayan waited eagerly for her brother to speak, her face showing a mixture of curiosity and excitement, ready to hear about his recent realization. Yidzin finally said that he had only recently realized the true meaning of family and had felt it firsthand, his voice trembling with sincerity and depth of feeling. Shin Yuna, hearing about Ijin's quick actions, noted his efficiency in detecting and neutralizing the kidnappers before the agents arrived, her voice expressing a mixture of surprise and admiration. Thinking out loud, Shin Yuna guessed that Gosuk really was as impressive as they said, and wondered how much time had passed since the incident. With a hint of regret in her voice, Shin Yuna said that Gosuk should have been hers, expressing slight disappointment at the missed opportunity. Her protege carefully noted that there was a rather strange rumor going around, which aroused Shin Yuna's curiosity, her eyebrows raising in anticipation of an explanation. He explained that despite Gosuk's merits, most of the work was rumored to have been done by his classmate, to which Shin Yuna responded with obvious disbelief. Continuing, the protege added that this was precisely why the CEO was showing such interest in this matter, his voice sounding serious and confident. Shin Yuna was extremely surprised, realizing that if her grandfather was showing interest, then this rumor might be true. Her face showed deep thoughtfulness. Meanwhile, Yidzin, training at home, held tightly to the handle of the horizontal bar, his tense veins betraying the enormous effort he was putting in. He continued to pull himself up on the bar. The number of repetitions had long since exceeded 10, his body moving with honed precision and strength. Idun's memory flashed back to the scene of the fight in the warehouse, where he fought for his sister's safety, every movement filled with determination to protect her. He remembered snatching the sword from his attacker and then delivering a powerful kick, his body instinctively tensing at the memory of that intense moment. Yizin remembered standing over the wounded enemy he had so easily incapacitated, his gaze focused and emotionless, as if analyzing the past battle. Sweat was pouring down Yizin's body, testament to the intensity of his training, every muscle tense from the hard work. A picture of his sister crying and trying to save him appeared before Yizin's eyes, and the memory seemed to freeze in his mind, filled with deep meaning. As these memories flashed through his mind, Yizin's gaze remained emotionless and detached, as if he were looking at a series of pictures without experiencing any feelings. Suddenly, his sister's voice was heard from behind the door, offering him some fruit to eat, her concern breaking through his reverie, bringing him back to reality. As Yidzin left the room, he saw his sister sitting at the table, carefully eating sliced apples with a fork, her gaze fixed on him. Yidzin looked at his sister carefully, noting the simplicity and comfort of this moment, his gaze softening at the sight of her ordinary actions. Walking up to the table, Yidzin asked how his sister was feeling, to which she replied with a smile that everything was fine, gently poking fun at his constant questions. Yudayun looked at her brother with a warm smile and said that she wanted to ask him a question, her voice trembling slightly with excitement, revealing the importance of the topic. Yidzin, showing concern, gently encouraged his sister, assuring her that he would answer any of her questions, his tone open and inviting. While Yudayun was gathering her thoughts, Yidzin's hand reached out to the sliced fruits, the gesture looking natural and casual. Yudayun smiled and admitted her worry about how she looked in front of him, and finally asked him how he learned to fight like that. Yidzin was taken aback by his sister's unexpected question, realizing that she had assessed the situation absolutely correctly. His face showed a mixture of surprise and slight concern. Yudayun closed her eyes and softly said that she didn't find his actions strange, acknowledging that everything was done for the sake of saving her, her voice full of understanding and gratitude. Hearing that his sister would not ask about his past life, Yidzin's gaze filled with unexpected sensitivity, revealing the deep emotional impact of her words. Continuing, Yudayun admitted that she couldn't tell her grandfather about her problems at school, her voice sounding with a note of regret and understanding of the difficulty of the situation. She emphasized that Yidzin couldn't tell her everything either, acknowledging that there were things they couldn't talk about, her tone full of wisdom and acceptance. Yidzin looked at his sister silently, realizing the depth and truth of her words, his gaze expressing a mixture of respect and gratitude for her understanding. Their conversation was interrupted by the sudden ringing of Yudayun's phone, causing both of them to tense up in surprise, their eyes meeting in a moment of surprise. Yudayun picked up the phone and stood up from the table to talk, showing her brother that it was Shin Yuna calling, her gesture full of her usual concern for his awareness. While talking on the phone, Yudayun assured Shin Yuna that she was feeling well, her voice sounding calm and confident, trying to dispel her friend's worries. When Shin Yuna asked about her brother, Yudayun was slightly surprised, and Yidzin, upon hearing this, visibly tensed up, his posture betraying his inner uneasiness. At this time, Shin Yuna was sitting in her room, dressed in her school uniform, on a blue chair, her shiny hair and sweet smile creating an image of carefree beauty. Yitzin silently looked at Shin Yuna, his gaze attentive and impenetrable, not revealing a single emotion, as if he was trying to guess her intentions. In a cozy shop with tables, Shin Yuna, sitting at one of them, with a slight smile invited Yidzin to sit down. Her gesture was full of friendliness and ease. Yidzin sat down and asked the reason for calling him, to which Shin Yuna replied that she wanted to apologize for what his sister had gone through, her voice sounding sincere. Shin Yuna added that she asked Go-suk to do the same when he gets better, her words filled with a sense of responsibility and a desire to make things right. The girl expressed her gratitude to Idsun for saving her and his sister, her eyes shining with sincere appreciation, emphasizing the importance of his actions. Shin Yuna confirmed that she was aware of the whole situation, but still felt grateful for his help, her voice filled with warmth and respect. Yizin looked at Shin Yuna carefully, waiting for the conversation to continue. His gaze focused on her facial expressions, trying to catch the slightest changes in her expression. The guy asked if that was the only reason she called him, to which Shin Yuna's gaze moved to the side, avoiding direct contact, revealing her inner tension. Shin Yuna admitted that she wanted to get to know Yizin better, which attracted his close attention. She became embarrassed under his gaze, asking him not to look at her so intensely. The girl spoke about her past, explaining her suspicions about Yizin's fake documents, her voice trembling as she recalled the hardships she had experienced as a child due to personal circumstances. Shin Yuna mentioned the recent kidnapping attempt in the United States, explaining the impossibility of ignoring Yizin's appearance, but assured that they would stop there without investigating the reason for the document forgery. Shin Yuna mentally acknowledged that Yizin wouldn't risk his life if he intended to harm his sister, while the boy stood up, declaring his departure. Surprised by Yizin's sudden decision, Shin Yuna asked him to give her a little more time, her voice betraying a slight disappointment and a desire to continue the conversation. Shin Yuna said that her grandfather wanted to meet Yizin in person and thank him, her voice expressing respect for her grandfather's wish and hope for Yizin's consent. Yizin turned around and coldly replied that he didn't need it, emphasizing that he didn't intend to save her. His tone was harsh and distant. The girl watched Yizin leave with surprise. His behavior clearly did not match her expectations, leaving her slightly confused. In the evening, returning home, Yizin's attention was drawn to something unusual. His sharp gaze instantly caught the anomaly in the usual surroundings. Around the corner of the building, Yizin noticed a man in a suit with a cut on his stomach, a sight that immediately alerted him, causing an internal alarm. As he approached, he saw that the man's suit was soaked with blood. The wounded man could barely stand on his feet. His condition looked critical. As Yizin got closer, he heard the man in the suit call him a freak, blaming him for everything that had happened, his voice full of rage and pain. Yizin stood there confused, trying to figure out what his fault was, his face a mixture of surprise and wariness. The man continued, saying that the boss was already on the edge after the incident with the congressman, but getting involved with the Gosen clan to help Jinyu was the last straw. Yizin listened to this story in silence, his thoughts working feverishly, trying to connect everything he heard and understand the true meaning of what was happening. A multitude of black cars appeared near the club where the boss usually spent time, creating an atmosphere of tension and danger. At the entrance to the club lay badly beaten security guards, their motionless bodies testifying to the brutal fight that had taken place here quite recently. A group of bandits entered the club, led by a plump man wearing a golden crown, who addressed the boss with the words, "Hello, Chadusik," his voice sounding mocking and threatening. The man suggested that Chadusik should surrender and get rid of the shame, to which the boss, with a scratch on his cheek, replied, "Chogusun, you're definitely telling me that," his tone full of sarcasm and challenge. Chogosung, dressed in a white suit, accused Cha Dusik of having connections with the congressman and using Gosung's people, his voice sounding accusatory and irritated. Cha Dusik retorted that he was only helping to train idiots who took on everything. His words were full of contempt and ridicule for his opponents. Cho Guosun, in a rage, pressed his lips into a thin line and muttered, "You are simply ugly," his face distorted with anger and hatred. After giving the order to his men to kill Chadusik, Chogosun watched as the crowd rushed towards the boss, the atmosphere becoming tense to the limit. Chadusik began to dodge blows professionally, demonstrating incredible agility and skill. His movements were precise and lightning fast. The boss responded to the attack with a powerful punch to the cheek of one of the attackers, sending his head flying in the opposite direction, showing his strength and experience in fighting. Continuing to dodge the blows, Cha Dusik calmly smoked a cigarette, his composure and skill contrasting with the fury of his attackers. After another dodge, the boss delivered a crushing blow to the beard of another opponent. His attack was lightning fast and accurate. The bandit, struck by Cha Dusik's blow, fell to the floor with a crash, demonstrating the power and effectiveness of the boss's attack. Cha Dusik glanced at the remaining opponents, aware of their numerical superiority, but his confidence in his own strength did not waver, and he continued to effectively repel the attacks. Cho Guosun, looking vicious and bulky, stood behind him, and next to him stood a man in a white suit, their presence adding to the tension of the situation. Watching Chadusik easily deal with the crowd of attackers, Cho Gusun couldn't hide his surprise and annoyance, his face distorted with anger. Suddenly, the situation changed. A guard with a mustache and a bat snuck up on Chadusik, delivering an unexpected blow to the boss's back. This blow caught Chadusik off guard. He clearly did not expect the use of weapons in the fight. This was the first serious damage he received. Reacting instantly, the boss grabbed the attacker by the arm and delivered a powerful punch to the face, demonstrating his ability to quickly adapt to the situation. Looking at his fallen enemy, Chadusik realized that there were still a significant number of guards standing in front of him, ready to continue the fight. The furious looks of the people around him expressed their confidence in a quick victory over the boss. The atmosphere was heating up with every second. Chadusik mentally noted the tenacity of the attackers, marveling at the number of people sent to deal with him alone, his internal monologue full of irony. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the boss began to smile, saying, "This damn high school student." His words filled with a mixture of bitterness and strange admiration. While thinking about the fate of Yidzin's sister, Chadusik didn't suspect that he was already racing towards the club on the boss's motorcycle. Determined to help, his appearance was unexpected for everyone. One of the guards rudely addressed the arriving Yidzin, demanding that he get out of here. His voice sounded threatening, but the guy remained unperturbed. Without further ado, Yidzin instantly launched a powerful kick into the guard's neck, his movement so fast and precise that no one had time to react. The other guards at the entrance to the club froze in bewilderment. Their faces expressed shock and confusion from what they saw. They could not believe what was happening. Taking off his helmet, Yidzin revealed his youthful high school student face. The contrast between his appearance and the skills he displayed, causing even more amazement among those present. Yidzin gracefully slid off his motorcycle, slowly approaching the entrance of the house, where two guards watched his approach warily, ready to block the intruder's path at any moment. The guards, not hiding their contempt, loudly shouted insults at the approaching guy, considering him unworthy of even being near the building they were guarding. The situation changed dramatically when Yidzin reacted with lightning speed, going around the guards from the side and firmly grabbing one of them by the shoulder, catching him off guard with his unexpected attack. Without wasting a second, Yidzin delivered a powerful punch to the second guard's nose, acting with astonishing speed and precision, leaving his opponent no chance to defend himself. The third guard, who was watching the incident, stood frozen in complete shock, unable to comprehend how an ordinary high school student could so easily deal with his colleagues. While the guard was in a stupor, Yidzin delivered a lightning-fast blow to the stomach, causing him to double over, losing his balance and flying back from the force of the blow. Without giving his opponent time to recover, Yidzin continued his attack, delivering a crushing knee strike to the face of the already falling guard, finally incapacitating him. Leaving the fallen guards behind him, Yidzin confidently moved into the club, his steps echoing in the empty hallway, foreshadowing the further events of this night. Upon entering the club, Yidzin found himself in a room filled with blue neon lights, contrasting with the red aura emanating from the boy himself, creating an ominous atmosphere. Inside the club, Yidzin found a gruesome scene, with guards lying around beaten and the floor littered with blood, indicating a brutal fight. As Yidzin looked around the room, he tried to spot the boss he had come here to save, ready to face any obstacles on the way to his goal. Suddenly, a voice rang out, asking about the identity of the intruder and the reason for his presence here, to which Yidzin immediately responded by directing his piercing gaze toward the source of the sound. A group of guards surrounded Yidzin and insistently demanded his immediate departure, warning him of serious consequences if he did not realize the danger of his position in this place. Yidzin silently assessed the situation, looking at the crowd of aggressively minded guards, internally preparing himself for the inevitable clash that seemed about to begin. One of the guards approaching Yidzin rudely demanded his immediate departure, not suspecting what kind of reaction his impudent behavior would cause in the imperturbable guy. Without wasting time on words, Yidzin quickly moved into action, delivering a series of powerful and precise strikes, catching the guards off guard with his incredible speed and technique. The first guard, without even having time to react, found himself thrown to the floor, causing shock and bewilderment among his colleagues, who did not expect such a turn of events. The remaining guards watched in amazement, Unable to believe that an ordinary-looking schoolboy could so easily deal with their comrade, Yizin looked at his opponents with a cold, determined gaze, making it clear that each of them would receive what they deserved for their actions. Suddenly, one of the guards loudly commanded the others to immediately seize the impudent intruder, calling on his comrades to take decisive action against the unexpected enemy. The guards rushed to attack, but Yizin deftly blocked the first attacker's blow, immediately counterattacking with a powerful elbow strike to the shoulder, neutralizing the threat. Turning around with lightning speed, Yizin continued to deflect attacks, demonstrating an incredible ability to anticipate his opponent's actions and instantly react to them. When another guard attempted to throw a punch, Yizin easily dodged, intercepting the attacker's arm as a mysterious blue aura began to pulse around him. Pushing his opponent's arm aside, Yizin instantly delivered a crushing punch to the head, demonstrating his incredible speed and accuracy in close combat. Not stopping there, Yizin decided to finish off the already defeated guard, delivering a powerful kick, finally incapacitating him. The remaining two guards, although shocked by the skill of the young fighter, still did not lose hope of defeating him, preparing for a new attack. When one of the guards tried to hit Yizin with a bat, he ducked quickly, dodging the blow and preparing to deliver his own, more effective one. Yizin delivered a lightning-fast and precise kick to the guard's knee, demonstrating his superior mastery of martial techniques. The guard, not expecting such a powerful and sudden blow, instantly fell to his knees, losing the ability to continue the fight. Without giving his opponent time to recover, Yizin delivered another crushing kick, this time aiming for the fallen guard's neck. Having dealt with the three guards, Yizin turned to the last remaining opponent, realizing that the end of the fight was near. Without wasting a second, Yizin decided to quickly end the fight, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to the last remaining guard. The fourth guard, realizing the futility of further resistance, no longer tried to actively fight, understanding the inevitability of his defeat. Yizin, demonstrating his skill, delivered a lightning-fast and precise kick to the face of the last guard, finally ending the fight. At the same time, the boss, in another part of the room, was also engaged in a fierce battle with the guards, one of whom had already flown to the side, defeated. Despite the apparent ease of victory, Yizin breathed heavily, realizing that his strength was running out, and every movement was becoming more and more difficult for him. Looking around, Yizin saw many fallen opponents, testifying to the brutality of the recent battle and his incredible skill. Chogosun thought about how he had greatly underestimated Chadusik, not expecting him to be able to deal with so many opponents on his own. Gosen knew that their mission would have been doomed to failure if Chadusik had not come alone, choosing a peaceful life over constantly building up his strength. Chadusik continued to fight against the seemingly endless stream of guards, demonstrating incredible endurance and fighting prowess. As another opponent rushed at him, Chadusik quickly delivered a powerful blow to the stomach, causing the attacker to double over in pain. Suddenly, Chadusik noticed a new threat approaching, instantly turning around and preparing for another confrontation. This time, luck ran out on Chadusik, and he was unable to avoid the blow to the face, missing his opponent's attack for the first time in the entire fight. Despite the blow he received, Chadusik counterattacked with lightning speed, delivering a crushing punch to his attacker, demonstrating his unbending will. Drops of blood began to drip from Chadusik's face, and his breathing became heavy and intermittent, indicating that he was exhausted. The leader of the Gosun gang, observing what was happening, acknowledged Chadusik's incredible abilities, but assumed that he had reached his limit. Gosun suggested that Chadusik surrender, hinting at the possibility of reaching an agreement, but he received a firm refusal, full of disdain for such proposals. Wiping the blood from his face, Chadusik firmly declared his intention to fight until the very end, demonstrating unwavering determination and fortitude. Gosun and the man in the white suit standing behind him were amazed by Chadusik's inflexibility, his determination causing them to feel a mixture of surprise and involuntary respect for such a strong opponent. The remaining guards, of whom there were still quite a few, were in deep shock from what they heard, not believing their ears and not understanding where this guy got so much strength and tenacity to continue fighting. Suddenly, the ward in the white suit heard strange sounds coming from somewhere to the side and turned around sharply, trying to determine their source and a possible new threat. There were cries of "Stop this freak," causing Gosun to also turn around, wondering what new noise and trouble had appeared in the already tense situation. All present turned their gaze towards the doorway, but they saw no one there yet, anxiously awaiting the appearance of a new character in this dramatic scene. Gradually, the shadow of an approaching person began to appear in the doorway, and although those present did not yet know that it was Yijin, they tensely prepared to meet the unknown. Yijin, who had just easily dealt with the guards at the entrance, and along the way, appeared at the door with a satisfied look, clearly proud of his achievements and ready for new challenges. All the guards in the room instantly turned to the guy who had entered, looking at the new participant in this tense scene with bewilderment and alarm. The boss, seeing a high school student in front of him, could not contain his surprise and said questioningly, trying to understand what was going on here and who this impudent youth was. To the boss's surprised question, the guy calmly replied that he had simply come to return his motorcycle, which caused even more confusion among those present. The boss, completely bewildered, wondered what kind of nonsense this guy was talking about in such a tense situation, not understanding how the motorcycle was connected to everything that was happening. The man in the white suit, who was the boss's protege, smiled and suggested that the boy and the boss must be acquainted, trying to find a logical explanation for what was happening. The man in the white suit ordered the guards to deal with the impudent boy, to which they immediately responded with consent, preparing to carry out the order of their boss. The boss tried to intervene, offering to leave the guy alone, but the ward objected, claiming that they could not let go of someone who knew the boss and came here himself, fearing possible consequences. The irritated boss called them idiots, insisting that they let the guy go, and added with a threat that if they did not do this, the guy would free himself, hinting at his unusual abilities. At that moment, the smug expression on the man in the white suit suddenly changed to surprise when he saw how events were unfolding further. Yijin easily dealt a crushing blow to the first guard who rushed at him, demonstrating his superior martial arts skills. The second attacker was quickly neutralized with a precise strike to the knee, instantly losing his balance and becoming an easy target for Yijin's further attacks. Continuing his lightning-fast attack, Yijin added a kick, finally knocking down the second guard, who fell helplessly to the floor. The third guard, armed with a bat, tried to attack Yijin from behind, but the guy, as if anticipating the attack, was ready to easily deal with this opponent as well. In an incredible display of reflexes, Yijin stopped the bat with his bare hand, looking extremely confident and determined, ready to continue the fight. Reacting with lightning speed, Yijin delivered a powerful punch to the nose of the guard holding the bat, leaving him no chance to defend or counterattack. The fallen guard fell to the floor with a crash, the sound of his fall echoing throughout the room, adding to the dramatic effect of the event. Gosun and his protege in the white suit stood frozen in complete amazement, unable to believe their eyes, watching the incredible abilities of the young fighter. The boss, smiling, turned to his men, reminding them that he had warned them about the futility of attacking this guy, emphasizing his insight in assessing the situation. Continuing his speech, the boss noted that perhaps at first glance the situation looked different, hinting at the hidden abilities of the young fighter. The boss admitted that even he couldn't handle the guy, urging his subordinates to take this fact into account and reconsider their strategy. Yijin, assessing the remaining crowd of guards, understood that they did not pose a serious threat to him, and he could easily deal with them. The guards' faces already showed fear and the realization that this guy had extraordinary abilities, which made them doubt their success. Gosun, overcome with rage, loudly ordered that this brat be killed, pointing his finger at Yijin and not wanting to admit defeat. Another group of guards, obeying the order, rushed towards the guy, determined to carry out the order of their boss. Yijin reacted with lightning speed, delivering a crushing blow to the nose of the first attacker, instantly incapacitating him. Without wasting a second, Yijin delivered a powerful kick to the second guard's stomach, causing him to double over in pain and fall down. Gosun, not believing his eyes, shouted at his men, demanding that they pull themselves together and deal with one child, not understanding how they could lose. Suddenly, Gosun turned around and saw something that clearly scared him, causing him to freeze in place in horror. It was the boss who was approaching him with the clear intention of striking, asking if Gosun had forgotten anyone important in this situation. Gosun suddenly realized his vulnerability against the boss, realizing that his lack of hand-to-hand combat skills could have serious consequences for him in this tense situation. From deep within the club, screams and shouts could still be heard, indicating continued chaos, and outside there were still numerous vehicles waiting for a quick retreat. The boss's powerful blow knocked Gosen off his feet, causing him to collapse to the ground with his eyes rolling back in pain and a loud scream echoing throughout the room. The boss, sighing heavily, sank to the ground next to his fallen opponent, saying with relief that it was finally all over, feeling tired from the tense confrontation. Udune slowly and deliberately approached the boss, his footsteps echoing in the sudden silence, broken only by the groans of the fallen guards. The boss looked up, meeting the boy's eyes after such a grueling battle, trying to comprehend everything that had happened and understand the motives of his unexpected savior. Looking at Udune's bloody fists in the fallen guards around him, the boss couldn't help but think that there was a real monster standing in front of him possessing incredible strength and skill. Udune calmly said that his debt was now paid, since the boss helped his sister, which caused even more surprise and confusion in his interlocutor. The boss, completely perplexed, asked again what debt he was talking about, trying to remember when and how he could have helped the sister of this mysterious guy. Sitting on the ground, the boss thought hard, not understanding what this strange young man was talking about and trying to connect the disparate pieces of information together. As Udune turned to leave, the boss called out to him, asking him to tell him what happened to his sister, hoping to get answers to his questions. Without turning around, Udune laconically replied that thanks to the boss, he managed to save his sister in time, leaving his interlocutor even more perplexed. Against the backdrop of a clear blue sky stood the imposing building of a typical Korean hospital, painted a pleasant yellow color to symbolize hope and healing for the patients. Suddenly, the silence of the hospital room was broken by a loud cry from the boss's protege, who, abruptly waking up, called his superior in a panic. Realizing that the horror he had experienced was just a nightmare, the patient found himself lying in a hospital bed, his body bandaged, and his face covered in plasters indicating recent injuries. Turning his head warily to the side, the ward expected to see the boss's displeasure caused by his sudden shout, and prepared himself for the possible consequences of his behavior. His gaze met with the boss, who, despite his broken arm, was calmly smoking a cigarette, looking at his subordinate with bewilderment and wondering about the reasons for his strange behavior. The ward, still under the impression of the dream, again exclaimed to the boss, to which he responded irritably, calling on him to calm down and stop shouting. In response to the mentee's question about how the boss ended up in the hospital, he sarcastically noted that he was wounded and simply took a taxi to get to the medical facility. The ward, suddenly remembering the Gosong and Seongsu clans, began to quickly and excitedly question the boss about the situation, fearing the possible consequences of their stay in the hospital. The boss, interrupting the flow of questions, calmly announced that all the opponents had already been dealt with, which caused mistrust in his subordinate, who could not believe in such a quick resolution of the conflict. In response to his protege's suggestion that the boss might be embarrassed by his defeat, he merely chuckled, reminding him of the pointlessness of lying in their situation. To clarify, the ward asked whether the boss meant that same classmate, to which he received an affirmative answer, confirming his guess. The client began to explain that he had been attacked on his way to the store, which had caused him to become angry and want to find his attacker, admitting that he had acted thoughtlessly in rushing to search. He admitted that his memories were cut off after the blow, leaving a gap in his understanding of subsequent events and the reasons for his current condition. The boss assumed that the high school student probably just knocked out his charge and sent him to the hospital after seeing him injured and making a lot of noise, thus showing his kind of concern. Continuing his story, the boss shared that he felt death approaching when he was surrounded by people from two hostile clans, but the situation was suddenly changed by the appearance of that same high school student. According to the boss, the young man dealt with all his opponents in a flash and left without turning around, only saying that he had repaid his debt, leaving everyone amazed by his incredible abilities. The ward, amazed by what he heard, began to hiccup with excitement and admiration, expressing his admiration for the incredible story and abilities of the mysterious high school student. The boss, continuing to smoke a cigarette in his hospital bed, admitted that he himself was still deeply impressed by what had happened and was unable to fully comprehend what had happened. Staring thoughtfully into space, the ward pondered aloud about the identity of this monster, wondering how an ordinary high school student could possess such incredible power. The boss, trying to tone down the admiration a little, calmly noted that despite everything that had happened, this guy was probably just an ordinary person, urging not to exaggerate his abilities. The soccer ball flew towards Udune, cutting through the air and approaching the boy at great speed, creating a tense moment on the sports field. Udune's eyes widened in concentration as he watched the flying ball, his body tensing in anticipation of the moment to intercept, showing his readiness for action. With lightning-fast reactions, Udune extended his arms and caught the ball despite its enormous speed, surprising everyone present with his skill and precision of movement. The PE teacher, amazed by what he saw, blew his whistle loudly, announcing the successful interception of the ball, his voice echoing throughout the field. Udune's classmates stood in amazement, unable to believe their eyes and trying to comprehend the incredible skill demonstrated by their friend. Two bullies from the class, clearly unhappy with Udune's success, sarcastically asked why he caught the ball, implying that he was not a goalkeeper and should not have intervened. Udune, trying to smooth things over, began to apologize, explaining his actions as an involuntary reflex, trying not to draw unnecessary attention to his unusual abilities. Suddenly, someone called out Udune's name, causing the boy to turn around with wide eyes, his expression a mixture of curiosity and wariness. In front of him stood a group of two hooligans and Chan, one of whom suggested that they go play together, asking if Udune had any other plans for the evening. Another guy supported the idea, explaining that Chan would soon start extra classes, so today was the only chance to spend time together, to which Udune agreed with a smile, but asked to wait. Udune explained that he needed to take his sister home first, as she had not been feeling well lately, showing his concern for his family. Udune's friends were understanding of his request, assuring him that they would definitely save a seat for him, demonstrating their friendly support and willingness to wait. Meanwhile, Dayun was lost in her thoughts, pondering the upcoming dinner, hesitating between the spicy kimchi soup, which she liked but did not tolerate well, and the milder miso soup. Suddenly, Dayun heard the other students excitedly shouting out her brother Udune's name, calling him Sunbae, which made her surprised and made her pay attention to what was happening. She noticed how the girls in her class looked out the window and admired Udune's beauty, comparing him to the other boys, and noting how different he was from their stupid brothers. Interested classmates approached Dayun, starting to ask her about her brother's personal life, in particular, whether he had a girlfriend. Their curiosity was obvious. Dayun watched the girls' reactions, noting how fascinated they were with her brother, their eyes literally sparkling with admiration at the mention of Udune. Feeling a little awkward, Dayun replied that her brother was currently single, trying to be honest but at the same time protect Udune's privacy. Hearing Dayun's answer, the girls, without hiding their joy, quickly ran away, expressing their satisfaction with the information received and thanking Dayun for her frankness. Dayun couldn't help but smile as she watched this scene, happy at how their life was getting better and proud of how cool and awesome a brother she had. She reflected on Udune's growing popularity, noting that even the boys in her class were now talking about him, recalling how even youth had taken an interest in her brother. After the school day ended, Dayun wondered why her brother wasn't dating anyone, despite his frequent confessions, wondering if no one had caught his attention. Suddenly, Dayun heard someone ask Udune if she was his sister, causing the girl to raise her head and pay attention to what was happening. She saw her brother in the company of his classmates, with whom he had recently gone to the computer club. Their presence reminded her of Udune's growing popularity. Feeling a little awkward, Dayun briefly confirmed that she was indeed Udune's sister, trying not to draw unnecessary attention to herself. Udune's classmates also looked a little embarrassed, awkwardly greeting Dayun and trying to be polite in front of their friend's sister. Turning to Udune, the boys informed him that they would go ahead and asked him to hurry after he took his sister home, emphasizing the importance of their plans. Dayun asked her brother about his plans, to which Udune replied that he would join his friends after he walked her home, trying to combine caring for his sister and hanging out with his friends. The insightful Dayun asked if this was all because of her, feeling guilty that she might interfere with her brother's plans or restrict his freedom. Udune gently replied that this was not the case, explaining his decision as a need to take something from the house, trying to calm his sister down and not make her feel guilty. Dayun insisted that she was fine and that it was still light outside, but Udune assured her that he was not lying and really wanted to take her home. Sister reminded Udune that she did not need overprotection, mentioning that she even refused Yuna's offer to provide her with a bodyguard. Dayun explained that she wouldn't be able to live a normal life with that level of protection, while Yidzin listened to her silently, considering her words. In the end, Yidzin agreed with his sister's wishes, but suggested a compromise. They would still go out together sometimes, trying to find a balance between her independence and his own concerns. Diane responded to her brother that he was too worried about her, to which Yidzin retorted, believing that it was normal for an older brother to worry about his sister, demonstrating his care and responsibility. Yidzin insisted that he just wanted to spend time with his sister, assuring her of the sincerity of his intentions, and Diane, after a little hesitation, agreed, understanding his feelings. Suddenly, something caught Idzin's attention, causing him to become wary and look carefully into the distance, his instincts telling him of a possible danger or an unusual situation. In front of him, he saw an elegant lady who looked like Yuna, accompanied by a guard. Their appearance seemed unexpected and intriguing in this situation. The lady with the luxurious hair smiled sweetly and greeted Idzin. Her manners were impeccable, and her voice sounded friendly and inviting. Idzin, however, did not react to the greeting in any way, maintaining an impassive expression and silently looking at her, his wariness obvious. Diane, in complete shock from the unexpected meeting, mentally wondered about the identity of this mysterious woman, casting questioning glances at her brother. The lady turned to Diane, assuming that she was the girl who had been kidnapped along with Yuna, her words sounding like a statement rather than a question. Diane, still in a state of shock, mentally wondered who this woman was and how she knew such details of their recent incident. The stranger introduced herself as Yuna's relative, explaining that she wanted to personally thank them for saving little Yuna, her voice sounding sincere and grateful. The lady offered to treat them to dinner as a token of gratitude, asking if they could spare a little of their time, but Yidzin politely but firmly declined, assuring them that it was not necessary. Yidzin replied with restraint that Yuna had already expressed her gratitude to him, so there was no need for additional gestures, his words causing obvious surprise in the elegant lady. The lady, not wanting to miss the opportunity, tried to detain Yidzin, assuring him that she only needed to ask a few questions and that it would not harm him. However, the guy, remaining unperturbed, walked past her, briefly stating his disinterest in further conversation. His determination was obvious. The lady with the bob haircut froze in amazement. Her face expressed a mixture of anger and bewilderment. She could not believe that the schoolboy refused to listen to such a beautiful and wealthy woman. Yidzin continued on his way with his sister, while Dayun turned around to politely thank the lady, trying to smooth over the awkwardness of the situation. The stunned lady pondered what had happened while her security guard asked if he needed to bring the guy, to which she abruptly refused. She watched as the student simply walked away, saying virtually nothing and showing no interest in her proposal, which clearly hurt her pride. The lady couldn't contain her irritation, angrily commenting on Idzin's behavior and declaring that she wouldn't allow herself to be treated like that. Her pride clearly hurt. The scene changes and we see a computer club where, despite the small number of visitors, many computers are installed, creating an atmosphere of technological abundance. The school hallway echoes with the sound of Chan's footsteps as he hurries to the restroom, leaving his friends to warm up before practice, their cheers fading into the distance, dissolving into the echoing space. Lost in his thoughts, Chan slowly moves along the long corridor, his gaze absent-mindedly sliding along the floor, not noticing the approaching figure of a serious man whose footsteps sound louder and louder. The sudden collision makes Chan flinch as the stranger deliberately bumps his shoulder, causing a sharp pain to shoot through his entire body, causing him to wince at the unexpected sensation. The mysterious man's face twists into a grimace of displeasure as he turns sharply towards Chan, his voice full of contempt echoing down the deserted corridor, accusing the schoolboy of being clumsy. Panic grips Chan, his voice shaking, words of apology escaping his lips in an attempt to smooth over the awkward situation, his eyes darting around in search of an escape route. The stranger's anger grows, his words full of venom raining down on Chan, accusing him of the attack, creating a sense of hopelessness in the situation, causing the schoolboy to cower under the weight of the accusations. Suddenly, the silence is broken by Lee Ja-hoon's voice, his red hair standing out like a bright spot in the dim hallway, the lollipop in his mouth giving him a carefree look that contrasts with the tense atmosphere. Chan is relieved to see his friend, with whom he often spends time in the computer club. His presence calms him down a little, but anxiety is still visible in the student's eyes. Lee Ja-hoon, remaining calm, addresses the man, his words mockingly hinting at an exaggerated reaction to a simple, random encounter in the school hallway. Slowly approaching the conflicting parties, Lee Ja-hoon spits out a lollipop, his movements casual and confident, his voice defiant, attracting the attention of both parties involved in the incident. Face to face with the stranger, Lee Ja-hoon looks him straight in the eye, his voice full of irony and challenge, hinting at the absurdity of the situation and the inappropriateness of the adult man's reaction. The security guard freezes in amazement, not expecting such impudence from a schoolboy in a tracksuit with bright red hair. His confidence instantly evaporates, giving way to confusion and bewilderment. Lee Ja-hoon, without taking his piercing gaze off the stranger, closely watches his reaction, noticing how he begins to get nervous and lose confidence under the pressure of the young man. The boy's face takes on a sullen expression, his eyes narrow, radiating undisguised hostility. His voice sounds low and threatening, demanding an explanation from the stranger who dared to offend his friend. The young man's unexpected audacity leaves the man confused, his self-confidence melting before his eyes, giving way to confusion and bewilderment in the face of such a bold challenge. Unable to find a worthy answer, the stranger turns around abruptly, his face distorted with anger and humiliation, and he quickly walks away, leaving the two friends to watch his hasty retreat. Chan, still not believing what happened, looks at his friend in amazement, amazed by his determination and courage in such an unexpected situation that literally came out of nowhere. Lee Ja-hoon slowly turns to face Chan, his face still showing traces of his recent rage, and Chan can't help but notice how menacing his usually carefree friend can look. Lee Ja-hoon's voice sounds calmer now, suggesting to return to Hee-jin so as not to make the blonde wait. His words bring Chan back to reality. A wave of relief washes over Chan, and the realization that the unpleasant incident is behind him makes him readily agree to his friend's offer to return. Glancing at his friend in a tracksuit, Jang mentally notes how unexpected Lee Ja-hoon's help was, a feeling of gratitude mixed with surprise. Returning to the computer club, the friends are faced with an impatient question from Hee-jin, whose curious look betrays a suspicion about the reason for their long absence. Lee Ja-hoon explains the situation briefly, his voice casual but with a hint of pride in keeping his friend out of trouble. Hee-jin, showing genuine concern, begins to question the identity of the aggressor, to which he receives the answer that he belongs to the technical staff of Gosuk. Hee-jin, worried about the recent incident, asks Chan about his well-being with concern in her voice, trying to make sure that her friend was not hurt in the unpleasant situation. Jang, feeling relieved, speaks with gratitude for Ji-hoon's help, emphasizing that thanks to his intervention, it was possible to avoid serious consequences of the conflict. Ji-hoon, trying not to attach much importance to his actions, suggests returning to the game, his words sounding casual, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Suddenly, a group of adult men in black suits burst into the computer club, their appearance so unexpected that even the administrator at the entrance does not have time to react. Hee-jin, immersed in the game, is oblivious to what is happening. Her voice sounds enthusiastic, discussing strategy with her friends, carefreely planning her actions in the virtual world. Sensing something was wrong, the blonde looks up, his gaze falling on a group of strangers in black suits looming over him, the atmosphere in the club instantly heating up. The men in suits watch the schoolboy closely, their faces stern and inscrutable, creating a sharp contrast to the carefree atmosphere of the computer club. Among those who came, Chan recognizes the same man with whom he had a conflict. His voice, full of anger, demands that the guys immediately follow them. Hee-jin, annoyed by the unexpected intrusion into her gameplay, casts a displeased glance at the intruders, her face clearly expressing her displeasure at what is happening. Ji-hoon, realizing the seriousness of the situation, instantly loses his carefree attitude, and his face becomes serious, sensing impending trouble. Chan, stunned by what is happening, watches the group of men with alarm, his mind racing to understand the reason for their appearance and the possible consequences. A tense silence falls over the group as they follow the strangers, Chan barely able to contain his trembling and fear as his mind races for a way out of the situation. Chan is racked with guilt, blaming himself for the escalation of the conflict, while the stranger, with a threatening voice, hints at the upcoming troubles for both friends. Ji-hoon, maintaining his composure, responds with a sarcastic smile, his words full of sarcasm, emphasizing the cowardice of a man who only became bold when surrounded by his accomplices. Continuing the provocation, Ji-hoon mockingly comments on the man's past behavior. His words, sharp as a razor, touch a raw nerve, causing a storm of emotions in the stranger. Unable to bear the ridicule, the man rushes at Ji-hoon with his fists. But the young man, showing amazing dexterity, easily dodges the blow, maintaining his composure. Ji-hoon's lightning-fast reaction takes everyone by surprise, and his counterpunch lands right on the attacker's cheek, sending him flying back a few steps. Struck by the force of the blow, the man in the suit falls, clutching his face, his groans of pain echoing throughout the room, adding to the tension of the situation. The people around them freeze in shock, not believing their eyes. The young schoolboy managed to defeat their formidable boss with one blow. This moment will remain in their memory forever. Chan, still paralyzed by fear, mentally reproaches himself for his carelessness, his self-flagellation intensifying with each passing second, deepening his sense of guilt for what happened. Ji-hoon, noticing his friend's condition, addresses him with a note of concern in his voice, urging him not to panic and to maintain composure in the current situation. His friend's words only increase Chan's anxiety. He feels his face betraying all his emotions, which only complicates the already tense atmosphere. In an attempt to support his friend, Ji-hoon confidently declares Chan's innocence, placing all the blame on the aggressive strangers looking for conflict. Chan, inspired by the words of support, looks at Ji-hook with gratitude and admiration, his gaze filled with hope and confidence in the reliability of his friend. Heijin, noticing the similarity of the situation, with a slight irony reminds Idsun of similar words. Her comment sounds mocking, adding a touch of humor to the tense atmosphere. Caught off guard by Heijin's remark, Ji-hyuk awkwardly tries to hide his embarrassment with a fake cough, his face turning bright red, giving away his true feelings. In an attempt to justify himself, Ji-hyuk speaks admiringly of Yitsun's actions. His words sound sincere, but they raise even more suspicions that he is training such phrases. Suddenly, the atmosphere becomes tense. The patience of the men in black suits runs out. Their anger breaks out. They rush to the attack, ready to put an end to the verbal altercation. Ji-hook's expression instantly changes, his carefree manner disappearing, giving way to concentration and readiness for battle, every muscle in his body tensing in anticipation of an attack. As the first attacker lunges at him, Ji-hook reacts with lightning speed, his leg meeting his opponent's stomach, effectively neutralizing the threat and sending the attacker flying backwards. Without wasting a second, Ji-hook faces his next opponent, his movements smooth and precise, easily dodging the attack, demonstrating impressive reflexes. Ji-hook's counterattack is lightning fast and merciless, his fist finding its mark, crashing into the attacker's face, causing him to writhe in excruciating pain. Chan, overcome with panic, freezes in place, his body shaking with fear, his thoughts racing as he searches for a way out of a situation he has never encountered before. Heijin does not stay away from the fight. Her strikes are accurate and effective. She successfully resists the attackers, demonstrating combat training that is unexpected for many. Ji-hook, realizing the danger of the situation, turns sharply to Chan, his voice full of concern, urging his friend to move away, trying to protect him from the impending threat. Chan, paralyzed with fear, stands motionless, his eyes wide with horror betraying the depth of the panic that has gripped him, his whole body shaking with a fine tremor. One of the attackers, grinning self-confidently, reminds us of the superiority of their fighting skills over the boy's gaming achievements. His words sound like a challenge. Chan is torn apart by internal conflict, mentally struggling with the desire to stay away, realizing that his friends are taking risks because of him, and guilt increases his indecision. The defeated guards, sprawled on the floor, glare at the teenagers, their anger and humiliation almost palpable in the tense atmosphere of the room. Ji-hook, remembering Idsun's fighting skills with a hint of admiration, watches with alarm as his fallen opponents rise back to their feet like zombies. A sudden blow catches Ji-hook off guard, and one of the attacker's feet slams into his stomach, causing the boy to feel pain for the first time in the fight. As Ji-hook doubles over in unexpected pain, he mentally scolds himself for letting his guard down, realizing that he underestimated his opponent at this critical moment. The main instigator of the conflict, the same man in the suit, clenches his fist in anger, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to Ji-hook. His intentions are obvious. At this critical moment, Chan, overcoming his fear, rushes forward, grabbing the guard and trying to pull him away from his friend, his unexpected actions shocking everyone present. Ji-hook, shocked by Chan's actions, shouts at him, his voice full of anxiety and confusion, trying to understand his friend's motives and prevent possible consequences. Chan, overcoming his fear, uses his fragile body as a shield, knocking the man to the floor, their fall becoming an unexpected turn in the ensuing fight. The defeated man's face contorts with rage, his angry scream echoing throughout the room as he spews insults at Chan, not hiding his anger. In an attempt to free himself, the man grips Chan's head tightly, his fingers digging into the skin, trying to force the boy to loosen his grip and allow him to rise. At this critical moment, Ji-hook, seeing the danger threatening his friend, begins to move quickly, his body tensing, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. With a lightning-fast movement, Ji-hook's foot meets the fallen man's face, the force of the blow echoing throughout the room, finally neutralizing the threat. Chan, raising his head, notices with relief that the aggressor has finally been subdued, his eyes filling with tears, a mixture of fear and relief reflected on his face. Ji-hook, proud of his decisive blow, stands over his defeated opponent, his victory over the main instigator of the conflict, giving him confidence and determination. Looking around the battlefield strewn with the bodies of fallen adult men, Ji-hook realizes his undeniable superiority. His confidence in his own strength grows. Ji-hook feels a special satisfaction when he watches the instigator of the conflict, whose behavior from initial aggression towards a harmless schoolboy has escalated into open confrontation. Heejin, with a slight irony in his voice, comments on Chan's unexpected help, to which Ji-hook, without losing his composure, responds with his usual sarcasm. Chan, still sitting on the floor, watches the friends bicker, his tear-clouded gaze moving from one to the other, reflecting a mixture of emotions. Ji-hook and Heejin, concerned about their friend's condition, turn to Chan, their voices filled with genuine concern, trying to make sure he is okay after what happened. Chan, still reeling from the incident, apologizes to his friends with a guilty expression, his voice shaking as he takes full responsibility for the incident. The friends gently chide Chan for apologizing too much, their words full of support and understanding. At that moment, Yidzin appears in the hallway, heading towards the computer club. Idin, immersed in his phone, anxiously searches for his friend's contacts, his thoughts filled with worry about their whereabouts and the reasons for their silence, unaware of the recent events. Hearing a familiar voice calling his name, Yidzin turns around abruptly, his gaze falling on his friends as he tries to comprehend the scene before him. The three friends, fresh from an unexpected fight, enthusiastically address Itzin, their voices full of adrenaline and excitement from their recent victory. They excitedly begin telling Itzin about their unexpected encounter with the Gosuk Technical High School students, emphasizing their impressive victory despite being outnumbered. Yidzin, shocked by what he heard, asks again, trying to make sure that what is happening is real, to which Chan, with an unexpected smile, suggests that everyone just move on, trying to leave the incident behind. Along the way, the friends continue to share their impressions of the recent battle, their voices full of excitement and pride for their victory over seemingly invincible opponents. As the group approaches their seats in the computer club, they suddenly freeze, their gaze focusing on something that instantly captures their attention and causes general amazement. A shocking picture opens up before them. A man with a blue face is lying on the floor. Saliva is oozing from his mouth. His motionless body causes a mixture of fear and bewilderment in the boys. Looking around, they find that it is only one of many fallen, their gazes sliding over the prostrate bodies, recognizing them as seniors from Gosuk High. Yidzin, finally revealing the reason for his lateness, calmly reports that he was attacked because of his school uniform, his voice sounding casual, contrasting the seriousness of the situation. The three friends turn to Yidzin in unison, their eyes widening in surprise, expressing genuine shock at the realization that their comrade had single-handedly dealt with an entire group of attackers. In a cozy restaurant filled with the aroma of spices and freshly prepared dishes, Lee Ja-hoon, Yi Jin, Park Yoon-chan, and Ju Hyuk-jin sat at a table. Lee Ja-hoon, holding a steaming bowl of noodles, asked Park Yoon-chan about his order, but Park Yoon-chan, lost in his thoughts, only blinked in confusion, not immediately realizing the essence of the question. Ju Hyuk-jin pointed to his portion and noted with a slight chuckle that Park Yoon-chan always chose the same dish, egg and chicken noodles, as if it was the only thing on the menu. Suddenly, Lee Ja-hoon slapped his forehead and exclaimed that they forgot to order drinks, and immediately suggested to Park Yoon-chan to go get them, persistently pushing his friend into action. Park Yoon-chan, initially surprised by his friend's pressure, suddenly changed his mind and, standing up, volunteered to go get the drinks, explaining that he was already up and it wasn't difficult for him. Joo Hyuk-jin chuckled and shared his thoughts on the recent incident with Go Suk-jo's gang, noting that they apparently did not expect to encounter serious resistance and got themselves into trouble. Lee Ja-hoon, picking up the topic, added that Go Suk-jo's gang showed up in full force, trying to cause a stir, but they were met with such a rebuff that they were unlikely to show up anytime soon. Ijin, holding a triangular onigiri in his hands, looked at the unfamiliar dish with curiosity, clearly not understanding how to approach this Japanese delicacy, which gave him away as a foreigner. Lee Ja-hoon, noticing his friend's confusion, extended his hand to help Itsun and began to carefully unpack the onigiri, causing a surprised look to appear on the newcomer's face. Ijin, watching Lee Ja-hoon's deft movements, was amazed at the convenience of the onigiri concept, where you only need to pull a string to neatly separate the package and access the rice. Holding the unwrapped onigiri in his hands, Ijin looked at it with admiration, marveling at the simplicity and genius of the packaging that opened so easily. Ijin, eating onigiri with gusto, turned to his friends with a question about how the recent fight began, wanting to know the details of the conflict that had occurred. Lee Ja-hoon, in response to Yitsun's question, revealed that one of Go Suk-jo's thugs provoked a fight with Park Yoon-chan in the school hallway, which caused Yitsun to worry about his friend's condition. Lee Ja-hoon, unwrapping a sausage in thin rice paper, advised Park Yoon-chan not to be afraid if a similar situation arose again, his voice sounding confident and friendly and caring. Park Yoon-chan, surprised by his friend's words, looked at him with confusion, and Lee Ja-hoon, noticing his confusion, reminded him of a recent incident where Chan had seen him in action. Continuing his thought, Lee Ja-hoon stressed the importance of remaining calm in the face of the enemy, explaining that showing fear only provokes bullies to act more aggressively. Joo Hyuk-jin, echoing Lee Ja-hoon's words, added that having a firm stance and self-confidence is the key to not letting bullies take over and bring you down mentally. Park Yoon-chan, looking down and nervously fiddling with his napkin, quietly expressed his concerns about possible physical attacks from the bullies, his voice trembling with excitement. Lee Ja-hoon, hearing his friend's doubts, gently but firmly reminded him that fear would not protect him from aggression, but would only make Chan more vulnerable to the ruthless antics of bullies. Park Yoon-chan, still hesitant, expressed concern about the possibility of stronger blows, to which Lee Ja-hoon responded by emphasizing that silence and inaction would only strengthen the reputation of a weakling. Expanding on his thought, Lee Ja-hoon explained that based on his observations, even a little resistance can cause bullies to reconsider their attitude and reduce the frequency of their attacks. Park Yoon-chan, listening carefully to his friend's advice, began to realize how uncomfortable and dangerous the role of a silent victim was, his face reflecting a mixture of understanding and internal struggle. In concluding the conversation, Lee Ja-hoon emphasized that the main thing is not to be afraid and to be able to fight back, expressing confidence that Park Yoon-chan would be able to cope with at least this. Ijin, enjoying the taste of onigiri, involuntarily remembered his past diet of tasteless porridge and stale bread. The contrast with the current food was striking and made him appreciate every bite. Images of exhausted fighters lying on the bare ground without any sign of comfort came to mind, and these memories made Itsun appreciate his current surroundings and friends even more. Ijin, lost in his memories, suddenly heard echoes of harsh abuse, and his frightened, tired gaze slowly turned toward the source of the sound, returning him to the past. A familiar scene appeared before Ijin's eyes. A large, aggressive guy unceremoniously taking food from a weaker one, while those around him silently watched what was happening, not daring to intervene. Ijin recalled how, on that fateful day, he had resolutely approached the offender, intending to give him his portion of food, following the usual humiliating ritual that had been established in their group. The aggressor's greedy, bloodthirsty hand reached out to Ijin's food, ready to grab another prey. The air around him seemed to thicken with tension and fear. However, Ijin, unexpectedly for everyone and for himself, did not give in to fear. He firmly grabbed the offender's hand, squeezing it with incredible force, which surprised even himself. It was at this moment that that very fire first flared up in Idzen's eyes. Bright, red, frightening, like that of an experienced mercenary, ready to do anything to survive. Idzen remembered the stunned faces of those around him, even those who wore uniforms. No one expected such courage and strength from a young, seemingly harmless guy. The other guys, accustomed to the role of victims, froze in shock, suddenly realizing that resistance is possible, that you can fight back, even when you are in a seemingly hopeless situation. When the tension subsided, everyone saw the defeated aggressor, his head lying helplessly on the floor, a broken bowl of porridge lying nearby, a silent testimony of the conflict that had taken place. Idzen's hands were covered in blood, the result of the incredible strength with which he squeezed the offender's hand, protecting himself and others from injustice. Idzen stood with his eyes downcast, covered in blood, staring motionlessly at the floor, realizing that this moment had changed not only his life, but the lives of everyone around him. At that moment, Idzen realized that he was no longer a victim, but someone who was capable of protecting himself and others, and this thought filled him with both strength and the weight of responsibility. One of the offenders, still lying on the floor conscious, experienced unbearable horror from what he saw, regretting every breath and dreaming of falling through the ground from shame and fear. His gaze was fixed on the eyes of 12-year-old Idzen, in which there was an unexpected bloodthirstiness and determination that made him realize what extremes this young fighter was capable of. Idzen, returning from the depths of his memories, looked at Park Yu-chan, aware of his vulnerability, but feeling an overwhelming desire to protect his friend from any adversity, no matter what happened. Park Yun-chan, having listened carefully to his friend's advice on how to handle difficult situations, nervously clenched his fists, trying to gather all his courage for the upcoming conversation. Gathering his courage, Park Yun-chan blurted out to everyone that, to be honest, he hated guys like Lee Ja-hoon and Ju Hyuk-jin, his voice shaking with excitement and suppressed emotions. Lee Ja-hoon and Ju Hyuk-jin, hearing Park Yun-chan's words, froze in shock, stopping their chewing and not believing their ears. The atmosphere at the table instantly became tense to the limit. Park Yun-chan struggled to find his words as he continued, accusing his friends of bullying his classmates and himself, his voice growing more confident with each word he spoke. Lee Ja-hoon, trying to justify himself, countered that they never made fun of each other, but only made harmless jokes. But his words sounded unconvincing even to himself at that moment. These words made Park Yun-chan clench his fists even tighter. He felt extremely uncomfortable remembering and talking about it, but he knew that he had to speak out in order to free himself from the burden of the past. Ju Hyuk-jin, trying to defend himself, began to compare their behavior to the actions of others, mentioning that they did not beat anyone or extort money, unlike the likes of Kim Kim-soo. Lee Ja-hoon supported his friend by calling himself and Ju Hyuk-jin saints compared to Kim Kim-soo, to which Park Yun-chan, closing his eyes, responded that their insults and mockery of people like him were no less painful. Lee Ja-hoon and Ju Hyuk-jin stood frozen in shock at Park Yun-chan's words, their faces reflecting a sudden realization and a budding sense of remorse for their past actions. Park Yun-chan, having gathered his courage, continued his speech, emphasizing that regardless of their intentions, their actions remained a mockery that he hated with all his heart. Listening to Park Yun-chan's revelation, Lee Ja-hoon and Ju Hyuk-jin were in deep shock, clearly not expecting to hear such words during a normal meal, their faces expressing a mixture of surprise and shame. Unexpectedly for everyone, Park Yun-chan smiled slightly and reminded them that it was they who advised him not to be afraid to express his opinion. His voice sounded with notes of irony. Lee Ja-hoon and Ju Hyuk-jin were stunned not only by what they heard, but also by the realization that they themselves had given Park Yun-chan advice that he was now using against them. Ju Hyuk-jin, trying to collect his thoughts, admitted that it was the first time he had heard such criticism directed at him, and they didn't even know how to react to it, realizing that their pranks were truly offensive. Lee Ja-hoon added that they had never thought about it from that perspective, naively thinking that their behavior was better than other bullies, his voice sounding confused and guilty. Park Yun-chan looked into their eyes and said that after everything they had gone through, he really thought about their behavior and realized that they didn't even realize that it was real bullying. He reminded them of their own words about not stealing money, taking bread, or beating people, emphasizing how they justified their actions without understanding their true impact. Lee Jae-hoon and Joo Hyuk. Jin looked down at the floor and sincerely apologized to Park Yun-chan, admitting that a simple apology would hardly change anything, but it was the only thing they could do now. Their sincere words made Park Yun-chan's eyes start to shine, filling with tears of relief and hope that this honest conversation could be the beginning of a real change in their relationship. Eaton, sitting with onigiri, tried to open the second package, but suddenly the rice spilled out and ended up between his legs, creating an awkward situation at the table. He looked at the scattered rice in confusion, wondering how such a simple task could cause him difficulty, his face expressing a mixture of surprise and disappointment. Looking at the empty package in his hands, Yizhen was in slight shock from what had happened, not believing his eyes and not understanding how he could have made such a mistake. Lee Jae-hoon, Joo Hyuk-jin, and Park Yun-chan watched in amazement, not understanding how a strong guy like Yi-jin couldn't handle a simple package. Yi-jin reached for the rice on the floor, intending to pick it up, but his friends immediately shouted at him, stopping him and convincing him that he shouldn't eat the fallen food. Meanwhile, the main building of the SW Corporation towered over the city, impressing with its modern and technological appearance, no different from other large companies. In one of the offices, Shin Yuna's relative impatiently asked her mother to wait while she was, as usual, immersed in working on her tablet. Suddenly, the door to the office opened and Shin Yuna walked in, accompanied by her guard, her face expressing seriousness and determination. Shin Yuna's relative, surprised by her appearance, asked about the reason for the unexpected visit, her voice betraying a slight worry. Shin Yuna, slightly irritated by her relative's loud exclamation, replied that her sudden appearance was not a reason for such a violent reaction. The relative, not hiding her excitement, asked Shin Yuna about the reasons for her surveillance of Itzin, expressing bewilderment at the secrecy of these actions. Shin Yuna remained calm and replied that she did not understand what was going on, and reminded him that her relative was also keeping an eye on Itzin because of his suspicious behavior. Shin Yuna's relative responded that she might have been spying, but promised to stop, to which Shin Yuna responded by reminding them of the need for survival for people in their position. Shin Yuna reminded her relative of the recent events, emphasizing that Yitzin was not trustworthy just because he saved her, her voice sounding firm and decisive. She continued, pointing out Idzin's lies about his past and the fact that he was in the same class as her, expressing confusion about the surveillance ban. The relative's assistant intervened, explaining to Shin Yuna that even the school could not take any action other than monitoring Ijin, his tone serious and concerned. He added that the documents Itzin provided to the school where the heiress of their corporation was studying turned out to be fake, which was even more worrying. The relative, smiling tensely, expressed her joy at seeing Shin Yuna, hinting at the possibility of an important call at any second, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation. She said that it took a long time to gather information about her classmate, but they managed to attract some influential people to investigate the case. The relative asked Shin Yuna with interest if she was interested in discovering the true identity of this guy, her eyes carefully studying the girl's reaction. Shin Yuna responded aggressively and angrily that she was not interested at all, but deep down she was thinking that Yitzin had saved her life. She thought that this fact was enough for her, while her relative's eyes filled with malice and suspicion, creating a tense atmosphere in the room. Suddenly the phone rang, attracting the attention of everyone present. The air in the room thickened with anticipation of important information that could change the course of events. Shin Yuna's relative said with an evil look that it was time to listen to the long-awaited information together, her voice filled with impatience and irritation. She picked up her cell phone and turned it on speaker so that everyone present could hear the conversation. The atmosphere in the room became tense. The voice on the phone introduced itself as Shin Ji-yeon, saying that he was calling about the requested information, and everyone froze in anticipation of the revelation of Itzin's secret. The relative impatiently demanded to know the guy's identity, to which Shin Ji-young replied that it seemed that other sources had inquired about him before. Shin Ji-young continued by revealing the unexpected news that the higher-ups had ordered the corporation to stop looking for information about this guy, causing a wave of surprise among those present. The guards of both ladies froze in shock, wondering who this guy could be that such an unusual order was received about him. Their faces expressed extreme surprise. Shin Yuna's relative, filled with rage, couldn't believe what she heard, her thoughts racing, trying to figure out how they could stop the investigation. Shin Ji-yeon explained that given the relationship between the government and the corporation, this is all the information they can provide, adding that the corporation does not need to worry about this person. He concluded by stating that after a terrible plane crash that separated him from his loved ones, this man simply wants to live peacefully with his family, leaving everyone present deeply confused. The school harbor was immersed in the morning calm. The schoolyard looked especially beautiful in the rays of the rising sun, creating a peaceful atmosphere for the beginning of a new school day. Shin Yuna and her friend Go Suk, who is considered her protector, entered the classroom after several days of absence, their appearance causing a slight stir among their classmates. Park Yun-chan's group and the other two guys from the class looked at each other in surprise when they noticed the newcomers. Chan quietly commented on their return after several days of absence. Suddenly, something caught Shin Yuna's attention. Her gaze fixed on a certain point in the classroom, arousing the curiosity of those around her. It turned out that all this time she had been staring intently at Park Yun-chan, who was in extreme surprise, not understanding the reason for such close attention from the beauty of the class. Shin Yuna asked Go Suk if Yijin had come to school today, her voice filled with concern and curiosity. Park Yun-chang, feeling awkward under Shin Yuna's gaze, replied that Yijin was just here, but ran off somewhere, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. Shin Yuna and Go Suk, who had returned after a few days of absence, took their seats in the classroom, causing whispers and curious glances from their classmates. Go Suk, holding his phone and reading a message, called out to Shin Yuna, saying that it seemed like the owner of the company had arrived at the school, his voice sounding surprised. Shin Yuna was extremely surprised by this news. Her thoughts immediately switched to her grandfather. She wondered what could have brought him to school at such a time. Shin Yuna, alarmed by her grandfather's unexpected visit, began to frantically think about the reasons for his appearance at school, not understanding why he did not warn her in advance. Shin Yuna's grandfather, addressing Idzin, said that he personally came to thank him, since the boy refused the previously proposed meeting. His voice sounded with respect and gratitude. He expressed gratitude to Idzin for saving his granddaughter, to which the guy modestly replied that he had already said many times that he was simply saving his sister, not considering his act to be anything special. Shin Yuna's grandfather nodded and replied that he had heard about it, but that it did not detract from the fact that his granddaughter had been saved, and apologized for Ijinya's sister being drawn into this dangerous situation. Yijin, looking at the serious and respectable man, replied that Shin Yuna had already apologized for what happened, and asked not to worry about it. His tone was calm and confident. Shin Yuna's grandfather watched Yijin silently, noting to himself how unusual this boy was for his age, especially considering his unwillingness to accept any gratitude. Yijin, turning towards the office door, said that if the conversation was over, then he would go. His voice sounded neutral, without a hint of emotion. Shin Yuna's grandfather, deciding to make a surprise offer, asked if Yijin would like to become his granddaughter's bodyguard, to which the guy turned around and replied that this was not a job for him. Grandfather objected, reminding that an ordinary high school student would not have been able to cope not only with Shin Yuna's kidnappers, but also with foreign special forces. The grandfather confirmed that there were security guards, but explained that they could not accompany Shin Yuna to school, adding that his granddaughter would not be able to live peacefully if she was constantly followed by an escort group. Grandfather continued by saying that Go Suk had asked to be relieved of his duties as a bodyguard a few days ago, saying that he could no longer fulfill the role. Yijin, turning back to the exit, politely declined the offer, saying that he didn't think he could handle such responsibility, his voice sounding firm and determined. Shin Yuna's grandfather, looking after the departing boy, continued the conversation, hinting that his granddaughter was not the only reason for his visit. A hint of mystery appeared in his voice. Just as Yijin was about to grab the door handle, Grandpa suddenly mentioned the events of 3 years ago, expressing gratitude for something that happened then. A storm of thoughts rushed through Yijin's mind, wondering what exactly happened 3 years ago and how much Shin Yuna's grandfather knew. His body tensed up with sudden anxiety. The boy let go of the door handle and slowly turned to face his grandfather, preparing to hear the continuation, his gaze focused and intense. Shin Yuna's grandfather, with warmth in his voice, expressed his joy at being able to thank Itzin, explaining that thanks to him, he was able to watch his son's last moments. Yijin, listening to these words, looked extremely surprised. His usually impassive face reflected deep emotions for the first time in a long time, revealing his inner turmoil. The boy tried to back away again, saying it was just a job, but his grandfather objected, reminding him that no one but Itzin had taken on this task, which was considered impossible. The grandfather continued, saying that it was only because of Idzin's consent to the order that he was able to reunite with his son one last time, adding that his son often mentioned him. He said that his son constantly thought about the reasons that prompted Itzin to become a mercenary and asked his father to find out about it, which became the reason for the long search for the boy. With a hint of surprise in his voice, grandfather noted the unexpectedness of their meeting, revealing that Shin Yuna was the daughter of his late son, creating an unexpected connection between the past and the present. Yitzin, hearing this, instantly recalled the words of his grandfather's son about a daughter his age, realizing how closely their fates were intertwined. His face reflected a mixture of understanding and slight shock. Yitzin, after weighing the pros and cons, replied that he would not be able to fulfill the duties of a permanent bodyguard, but promised not to ignore the situation if something happened, his voice sounding confident and decisive. Shin Yuna's grandfather, hearing this answer, looked more or less satisfied, realizing that at least under some conditions, Yitzin agreed to help. His face expressed slight relief. He smiled, saying that this was enough, and expressed confidence that even under such conditions, his granddaughter would be safe, his voice full of gratitude. Shin Yuna's grandfather took advantage of the moment to ask Yitzin another question while he was here, his tone becoming more businesslike. He asked Idzin's opinion about the corporation's security, which caused the guy to be confused and ask what this conversation was about, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Grandfather began to explain that their team of security guards had become arrogant and practically useless, and that they were to blame for what had happened to his granddaughter, his voice sounding with notes of disappointment. He continued, speaking about the frivolity of the security even in difficult times for the corporation, and expressed a desire to hear Idzin's opinion. Yitzin turned back to his grandfather and took a deep breath, preparing to give an answer, his face expressing deep thought. He took hold of the door handle again, looking at the man who had asked him this unexpected question, his gaze piercing and attentive. Without saying anything, Yitzin returned to the office, where Shin Yuna waved her hand at him in a friendly manner, smiling, which eased the tense atmosphere a little. The lesson began. The teacher called on everyone to open their notebooks and begin their work, and Yitzin, still lost in his thoughts, sullenly headed to his desk. The lesson began. All the students were concentrated on writing down information from the board, studying diligently. The atmosphere in the classroom was filled with the familiar rustling of pages and the creaking of pens. Yitzin, lost in his thoughts after talking with Shin Yuna's grandfather, was in a completely different emotional state, his gaze fixed on an indefinite point. He remembered his grandfather's words about how, thanks to him, he was able to see the last minutes of his son's life. These words echoed in his head. A picture of the past surfaced in Idzin's mind. A large group of soldiers and doctors crowded together in one place, the atmosphere tense and anxious. He remembered the medics, men and women, sitting and eating cold rice, their tired faces telling of the hard work they were doing. Yitzin saw himself at that moment, standing guard, mechanically chewing a chocolate bar that could hardly satisfy his hunger, his gaze wary and attentive. He remembered hearing someone discussing his person, wondering how a child could be a mercenary, and Yitzin immediately took notice, turning his head sharply. A man approached him and admitted that he hadn't realized how young Yitzin was until he uncovered his face, his voice filled with surprise and concern. The man, holding out a portion of food, asked if Yitzin was really a teenager, to which the boy silently removed his mask, confirming his guess. The doctor insisted that Yitzin not eat such junk food as chocolate, and offered him a full, delicious meal, which he brought on a tray, his gesture full of sincere concern. Yitzin looked at the man who had brought him food silently, not saying a word, but his gaze expressed a mixture of surprise and wariness. The man, smiling, told Yitzin that at his young age he needed to eat better, his tone warm and fatherly. The soldiers around them were discussing among themselves that the clients now had a lot of money. They were laying roads, building schools and medical facilities in the city where they were being escorted. The military speculated about the clients' motives, questioning their selflessness, suggesting that investing in the city would not bring benefits, and comparing their actions to the work of volunteers. Their tone was skeptical. One of the men cynically noted that that was the point, adding that the townspeople had probably cheated the customers and the money could have been spent more profitably, his voice sounding with a hint of irritation. Itzin stood in military uniform with a machine gun in his hands, guarding the construction, when he was approached again by the friendly young volunteer who had previously brought him food. The volunteer smiled and handed Itzin a bar of dark chocolate, his gesture full of genuine concern. Itzin didn't react to the offer, maintaining professionalism in his service and not giving in to temptation. His gaze was directed to the side, ignoring the extended chocolate. Once again, while Itzin was on duty, a volunteer brought him a bottle of water and some snacks, continuing to show concern despite the lack of response. When it started to rain heavily, the same man brought Itzin a cloak so that he would not get soaked to the skin. His care was constant and sincere. The volunteer, upon learning of Idzin's departure for the next mission, expressed his sadness, admitting that he had become attached to the young mercenary, his voice filled with warmth. He invited Idzin to come to them when he had time, saying that he would stay here for another month. His invitation sounded sincere and friendly. Idzin, looking down, was silent, not knowing how to respond to this proposal. Understanding the impossibility of such a connection, his eyes expressed a mixture of sadness and gratitude. As Yidzin sat down on the road, a volunteer handed him a bag, explaining that he had packed some food and medical supplies for him to take on the journey. His concern was obvious. For the first time in all this time, Yitzin decided to break the silence and ask the volunteer why he had given him all these things, his voice sounding quiet, with notes of surprise and curiosity. The volunteer was completely stunned when he heard Yitzin's question. He clearly didn't expect the silent guy to talk to him. His face showed extreme surprise. He exclaimed in surprise that Yitzin was speaking Korean, asking why he had been pretending not to understand him all this time, his voice carrying a hint of mild reproach. The volunteer recalled how Yitzin simply stood by as he spoke to him in English, or the local dialect, showing no sign of understanding. When Yitzin turned around, looking the volunteer in the eye, the volunteer repeated his question about the reasons for his concern, his tone soft and understanding. With a warm smile that shone like the sun, the volunteer replied that he had a daughter Idzinya's age, his eyes shining with fatherly love. He continued, saying that Yitzin reminded him of his daughter, and he just couldn't leave the boy alone like that, his voice full of genuine concern. Later, when Yitzin had already left for his next mission in the destroyed area, someone asked him if he had heard the latest news. His tone was serious and concerned. The source said that the city where the volunteer group was working was captured by the ruler's agents with the help of military forces, creating an atmosphere of anxiety and uncertainty. Idzin's partner suggested that the invaders were probably waiting for a moment of weakening power to take control of the city, his voice filled with bitterness. He added that most of the volunteers died during these events, and Yidzin, sitting in class, was deep in thought about what happened, his face expressionless. Shin Yuna approached Yidzin again, apologizing and asking for at least a few minutes, her voice hesitant and hopeful. Yidzin looked at the girl and didn't respond, his gaze remaining cold and impenetrable as usual, creating a contrast with the emotional memories he had just experienced. Go-suk, bowing, sincerely apologized to Yidzin for his doubts and late remorse, explaining that he wanted to apologize in person, his voice filled with a mixture of shame and respect. Shin Yuna looked at Go-suk with understanding and gently said that there was no need for an apology since he was simply doing his duty, her tone calm and reasonable. Go-suk, hearing Shin Yuna's words, realized that they were right, but still felt ashamed of his past actions, his face showing a mixture of relief and lingering remorse. Shin Yuna, turning to Yidzin, said that she understood the possibility of his refusal, but her grandfather asked her to invite him, and she was simply carrying out this order, her voice sounding a little uncertain. Yidzin suddenly interrupted Shin Yuna, agreeing to the proposal. His answer was short and decisive, taking everyone by surprise. Shin Yuna was completely shocked by Yidzin's agreement, considering his previous refusals of any rewards. Her eyes widened in surprise. Meanwhile, Shin Yuna's relative was in a state of intense anger, as usual surrounded by an aura of tension, metaphorically described as a red flame. Sitting in her office, she pondered over Yidzin's identity, wondering why even their influential organization couldn't get information about him, her face showing extreme irritation. Her subordinate entered the room, addressing her as the director and informing her that the same guy had arrived for the meeting, his voice sounding with a hint of surprise. Shin Yuna's relative was stunned by this news, not understanding how Yizin could come without her invitation. Her thoughts were racing as she tried to comprehend the situation. The main building of the corporation, as always, looked impressive. It shone and sparkled, embodying the image of a modern technological structure. Its facade reflected the sun's rays, creating a futuristic look. Ijin, dressed in a suit with the corporation's emblem, looked thoughtful, his gaze directed somewhere into the distance, as if he was thinking about something important. Go-suk turned to Yidsen and asked curiously about the reasons for the sudden change, his voice expressing genuine surprise and interest. Yidsen, without answering the question, silently buttoned the jacket of his new suit to the end, his movements methodical and focused. A large number of identically dressed men in black suits had gathered in the building's lobby, their uniformity creating the impression of an army of clones. Yidsen, sitting in Shin Yuna's grandfather's office, listened to him explain that he would need to spend a few days with the bodyguards, communicating with them in a friendly manner. Shin Yuna's grandfather confidently stated that he had already informed the security about this, so there shouldn't be any problems during Yidzen's stay. His tone was businesslike and confident. Yidzen replied, reminding that he had expressed a desire to see what the bodyguard's job was, his voice sounding calm and determined. Go-suk, thinking out loud, expressed surprise at Yidzen's sudden interest in the bodyguard job, wondering why he had changed his mind so abruptly. Yidzen asked Go-suk if he should be training now, to which Go-suk replied that today was the basic training for the second team, and he was in the third. His tone was a little casual. Go-suk added that his wound had not yet completely healed, but emphasized that the third team he was a part of was responsible for protecting Shin Yuna, his voice sounding with a hint of pride. He continued to explain that the second team was responsible for guarding Director Shin Ji-eun and her parents, giving Ijin a full understanding of the security structure. The guys in uniform and their teacher gathered in the corporation's training hall. The atmosphere was filled with anticipation and slight tension. The coach introduced Idsen as a student who would be training with them for a few days, which caused shock and surprise among everyone present. The coach added that Yidsen was in the same class as Go-suk from Team 3 and that he was interested in the bodyguard job, so the president allowed him to be on their team. One of the crowd raised his hand and asked if this was the student who had been involved in the incident with Miss Shin Yuna, his voice expressing a mixture of curiosity and respect. The coach confirmed this, causing even more surprise among the boys, who were amazed by Idsen's youth and his already existing experience. Yidsen, after being introduced by the teacher, decided to introduce himself, calmly saying his name was Yu Yidsen, and expressed his hope for the smooth passage of these days. His tone was confident and friendly. The training session began with a light jog in the gym, and all participants began their warm-up, creating an atmosphere of energetic start to the day. Shin Yuna and Go-suk were watching Yidsen from the balcony. Shin Yuna was surprised and asked if he really wanted to try being a bodyguard. Shin Yuna, watching Yidsen, thought to herself that he probably wouldn't like this job, considering it completely unsuitable for a guy. Her gaze expressed slight concern. She watched Yidsen carefully as he ran in the training room with the others, noting that all the boys looked tired. Except for him, his movements were smooth and confident. Suddenly something caught her attention, causing her gaze to literally sparkle like a diamond, her eyes widening in surprise. Shin Yuna noticed her relative enter the hall accompanied by her guard and ward. Their appearance was unexpected and alarming. The girl instantly became alarmed, wondering about the reasons for her relative's visit and fearing that she might somehow harm Idsen, her face expressing a mixture of worry and suspicion. Shin Yuna's relative walked in with a slight smile on her face, outwardly not giving any bad signs, but her presence created tension in the air. Both women watched Idsen, noting how unusually he ran among the other boys, his movements standing out from the group. One of the running boys turned around and noticed that Yidsen was holding up well and wondered if he should pick up the pace, his voice sounding with a hint of surprise. Deciding to speed up, the leader of the group gave the command to the others to run faster without breaking formation, and all the guys following him also began to speed up, creating an atmosphere of intense training. After the intense run, all the participants in the training, except for Idsen, stood out of breath, their faces red from the intense exertion. They were breathing heavily, trying to recover. The coach, turning his gaze in the other direction, saw something that surprised him greatly. His eyebrows rose in surprise. The coach, watching Idsen, was amazed that the schoolboy ran with him at the same pace until the end, while the others were already running out of breath. He wondered where the young guy got so much strength and endurance from. Yizhen looked completely untired, as if he had an inexhaustible supply of energy, which was in stark contrast to the state of the rest of the training participants. The trainer ordered 5 more approaches, setting the task of climbing up the rope and going down, making the workout more difficult and testing the participants' limits. Shin Yuna, watching Yijin, was impressed by his abilities, thinking to herself that he was a real monster that the second team simply couldn't keep up with, her gaze expressing a mixture of admiration and surprise. Shin Yuna's relative, also observing Yijin, noted that even in normal training, the difference between this guy and the rest of the second team members was visible to the naked eye. Her tone was thoughtful. After the exercise was over, all the guys who trained with Idsen were shocked by his endurance and strength, not understanding where he got so much energy from. They discussed among themselves, assuming that Yidzen had trained seriously somewhere before, trying to explain his exceptional abilities and wondering about his past. Shin Yuna's relative, as usual surrounded by an evil red aura, stood next to her bodyguard, who was shocked by what he saw, their faces expressing a mixture of surprise and wariness. The coach, looking somewhere to the side, thought with anxiety that the director would be extremely dissatisfied with what was happening. His face expressed concern about the consequences of this unusual training. One of the training boys raised his hand to ask a question, mentioning that he had heard about Ijin's important role in saving Lady Shinyuna, his voice filled with curiosity and respect. He expressed his desire to test Ijin's abilities, to which the coach asked if he wanted to spar with the high school student, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and tension in the room. The coach, responding angrily, asked the boy if he had lost his mind, demanding an explanation of what he wanted from Itzen, his voice sounding with notes of irritation and concern. Suddenly, the coach heard approaching footsteps and turned to see who was coming, his face expressing a mixture of curiosity and tension. Yidzin began to slowly and confidently approach the guy who had offered to spar. His movements were calm and purposeful. Shin Yuna and Go Suk stood on the balcony, silently watching the events with great surprise, their faces expressing a mixture of excitement and anticipation. Shin Yuna's relative stood there in amazement, anticipating the chance to finally see Yidzin fight, her eyes shining with curiosity. Yidin, approaching the guy who offered a friendly sparring, calmly said that he was absolutely not against it, his voice sounding confident and without a shadow of a doubt. The coach, watching Yidzin's gaze, began to realize that the situation could turn out badly. His face expressed growing anxiety and fear. In an attempt to prevent possible injuries, the coach insisted that both participants wear protective gear, particularly emphasizing the importance of head protection. Yitzin donned a blue head guard and gloves on his hands, his movements methodical and focused. The guy who suggested sparring put on red protective gear and began to warm up his knuckles before the fight, demonstrating his readiness for the duel. Shin Yuna, watching the preparations, worried about the safety of the participants, to which Go Suk replied that he was not sure, but all the participants were quite experienced. Shin Yuna's guard reflected on the fact that most of the members of the corporation's escort team were former special forces, and he wondered how long Yitzin could hold out. Shin Yuna's relative, with a hint of malice in her voice, expressed her hope that Yitzin would not lose to the high school student, recalling his impressive actions in saving Shin Yuna. She asked if Yitzin had trained anywhere before, to which she was told that his tricks would not work against their specially trained corporation team. The coach stood between the two boys and sternly warned them not to overdo it, his voice tense and authoritative. He especially addressed the guy in the red protection, emphasizing that he should not worry too much, hinting at the need to restrain his strength. Yezin, looking towards his opponent, looked completely prepared for the fight, his posture radiating calmness and concentration. The coach, looking anxious, gave the command to get ready, his face expressing obvious concern about a possible unfavorable outcome. Yezin's opponent confidently stated that he should be worried, hinting at his experience and skill, his voice sounding with notes of arrogance. While his opponent boasted of his achievements, Yizin remained unperturbed. His face did not express a shadow of worry, only confidence in his own strength. The coach shouted, "Go," and both boys rushed towards each other, creating a tense atmosphere of anticipation. The guy in the red helmet tried to strike first, but Yizin easily and gracefully dodged, demonstrating excellent reflexes and agility. Yizin's opponent looked extremely serious and displeased at how easily his blow had been parried. His eyes behind his helmet narrowed in irritation. Shin Yuna, watching what was happening, was very worried and screamed, Wondering why Itzen's opponent was swinging so hard during the sparring, her voice trembling with excitement. Ijin's opponent, filled with red energy of anger, swung again. But Ijin deftly dodged the blow again, demonstrating excellent reaction. Taking advantage of the opponent's moment of relaxation, Ijin decided to strike, hooking his foot into his opponent's leg to knock him off balance. His movements were precise and fast. The boy in red instantly realized that he was losing his balance, his eyes widening in surprise and alarm. In front of him, he saw Ijin's serious gaze glowing red and his fist ready to strike, creating a moment of tense anticipation. Ijin delivered a strong blow with his hand to the opponent's body, but he managed to block it, demonstrating his defensive skills. The second guy, confident in his abilities, shouted that Yijin was very wrong if he thought that this was enough to knock him down, his voice defiant. He tried to hit Ijin, but he easily blocked the blow with his hand, showing excellent reaction and defensive technique. After a successful block, Yijin instantly found the moment to counterattack and delivered a powerful punch to the opponent's face. His movements were lightning fast. Shin Yuna and Gosuk, who were watching the fight, were amazed at how easily Yijin dealt with the experienced opponent, their faces expressing a mixture of surprise and admiration. Shin Yuna's bodyguard, who was closely watching the fight, noted to himself that Itzin was able to hit his opponent in the face, where there was no protection in the helmet, assessing the accuracy and effectiveness of the blow. The guy in red, having received a strong blow, slightly crouched down, holding his face, clearly feeling pain and disorientation from Idzin's precise hit. Despite the damage he had taken, he decided not to give up and attempted another attack, aiming to grab Idzin and knock him down, his movements full of determination and desperation. As he attempted to grab Idzin's opponent, he was suddenly hit in the face by another powerful punch, taking him by surprise. The first blow was followed by a second, from which the guy in red began to fly to the side. Drops of blood began to fall from under his helmet, testifying to the strength of Idzin's blows. Shin Yuna's relative, who had previously been confident of her fighter's victory, now stood in complete shock, not believing her eyes, her face expressing a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. The guy in the red armor finally fell to the floor, and Yidzin proudly towered over him, demonstrating his superiority. Yidzin calmly took off his helmet and looked away. His confidence in victory was obvious, and he got the expected result. The coach and all the other guys watching the sparring were in complete shock at how easily Yidzin was able to win, their faces expressing a mixture of surprise and admiration. Go-Suk commented that it seemed like they had warned the wrong guy, since this was supposed to be a regular sparring session and not a real fight, his voice sounding ironic. Shin Yuna was horrified by what she saw, covering her mouth with her small hand, her eyes wide in shock and worry. Shin Yuna's bodyguard thought that the fight had gone beyond the usual sparring, but was surprised by the strength and skill of the student, his gaze expressing a mixture of professional interest and respect. Shin Yuna's relative looked at what was happening with admiration, noting that the guy was only 19 years old. But he was already so strong, her voice sounded with notes of surprise and respect. However, the bodyguard of Shin Yuna's relative was clearly displeased with the upstart Ijin, his face expressing anger and irritation, creating a contrast with the admiration of those around him. The atmosphere became tense when the defeated fighter in red protection was carefully lifted by his comrades and carried out of the ring, leaving behind a trail of bewilderment and admiration. The focus was on Itzin, whose unexpected victory was not just a triumph, but also proof of his worth, causing the others to freeze in mute amazement and respect. The trainer's penetrating gaze slid over Ijin appraisingly, noting that the young man had surpassed Go-Suk in rescue operations, demonstrating incredible potential. Yuna, crossing her arms over her chest with a satisfied smile, watched what was happening, while her bodyguard clearly tensed up, not hiding his dissatisfaction with the talent of the newcomer. The bodyguard's face was distorted with anger, his gaze boring into Itzin, revealing deep disappointment and indignation that an ordinary high school student was able to gain the upper hand. The trainer, having caught the tension of the moment, noted to himself that the bodyguard's gaze was so piercing and full of rage that it seemed he was ready to incinerate Itzin. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a new challenge. Someone's hand decisively rose up, declaring their readiness to measure their strength with the unexpected winner of the previous duel. The coach turned around in bewilderment and said that one injury was more than enough for today, expressing doubt about the need for another risky confrontation. The question of the identity of the new challenger hung in the air, to which Choi Bom-suk confidently responded, declaring his desire to test Itsun's skills. Despite the coach's attempts to dissuade Choi Bom-suk, Ijin suddenly intervened in the conversation, expressing his willingness to accept the challenge, which surprised those present. The coach once again turned to Itsun, trying to make sure of his determination and physical condition, fearing that fatigue could play a cruel joke on the young fighter. Despite the grueling fight, Yizhen stated with astonishing ease that he was full of strength and energy, ready to continue fighting as if the previous test had never happened. The stunned looks of the coach and the other students revealed their amazement, because even after one training session they felt like squeezed lemons, unlike the tireless newcomer. Yuna, who stood next to Go-suk, could not hide her surprise, thinking about Idzen's incredible endurance and wondering where he got the strength for another fight. The second contender had already taken his position opposite Itzen, his eyes glowing with impatience and excitement, anticipating the beginning of their confrontation and test of strength. While the new opponent was putting on protective gloves, Itzen was approached with a question about the origin of his fighting skills. Amazed at the skill he demonstrated, Idzen's attention was drawn to the fact that his opponent neglected to wear a helmet, to which he confidently stated that there was no need for additional protection. Weighing the pros and cons, Itzen wondered whether he should follow his opponent's example and give up the helmet or still protect himself in the upcoming fight. The decision came instantly, and Itzen, without hesitation, threw his helmet aside, demonstrating his readiness to fight on equal terms with his opponent. Choi couldn't hide his surprise when he saw how easily and decisively Itzen discarded his protective gear, as if defying the danger. Anxiety gripped Yura at the thought of the upcoming brutal battle without helmets. She anxiously awaited the start of the fight, fearing for the health of the fighters. Choi couldn't help but admire Ijin's courage, his words sounding both like an insult and a compliment, expressing respect for his opponent's fearless style. Yuna turned to her bodyguard with a question, trying to predict the outcome of the upcoming fight and understand what surprises this unpredictable fight had in store for them. The bodyguard confidently stated that this time the enemy would not make the mistake of underestimating Itzen, understanding that his skills required a serious attitude and full concentration. Continuing his thought, the bodyguard hinted at their team's hidden trump card, which caused an ominous smile on the face of Yuna's relative, who was anticipating an unexpected turn of events. Yuna's guard's thoughts revolved around the outcome of the fight. He understood that without weapons, the outcome of the duel would depend solely on the physical abilities and skill of the fighters. The guard expressed doubts about an easy victory over Itzen, noting that the young man's unknown type of training makes him an unpredictable and dangerous opponent, even for the experienced Choi. Choi assumed a fighting stance, his body tensed like a spring, and he began to move from side to side, looking for weak spots in Idzen's defense. Choi's first attack missed its target. Itzen dodged the blow with surprising ease, demonstrating excellent reaction and coordination of movements. Choi immediately went on the defensive, putting up a block to prevent Idzen's possible counterattack, his eyes closely watching his opponent's every move. Itzen took a defensive stance but suddenly jumped back, increasing the distance between himself and his opponent, which caught Choi off guard. Choi's new attack with the red gloves was skillfully parried by Itzen, who blocked it with lightning speed and ducked to avoid the blow. Taking advantage of the opportune moment, Itzen delivered a powerful punch that broke through Choi's defense, catching him off guard with its speed and precision. Idzen's gaze remained extremely focused and serious. His face did not express any emotions, which gave him a mysterious and slightly frightening look. Choi successfully blocked Idzen's second strike, and a smile of recognition appeared on his face. He respectfully noted that his opponent's strength exceeded his initial expectations. Idzen, without losing his momentum, rushed forward, delivering another powerful blow, trying to break through the enemy's block. His movements were precise and lightning fast. Choi was amazed to see smoke rising from the point of impact on the glove, indicating the incredible power of the attack, and he involuntarily admired the sharpness and precision of Idzen's movements. The tension was growing. Yuna watched the sparring with concern, fearing that the situation could get out of control and lead to unforeseen consequences. Choi, trying to maintain confidence, declared that this was not enough to defeat him and promised to send Idzen flying, his voice sounding defiant and self-confident. Hearing the provocative words, Idzen instantly changed tactics and unexpectedly for everyone tried to strike with his foot, catching the enemy off guard with his unpredictability. Choi was not prepared for this turn of events and was surprised to see Idzin's leg break through his block, despite his defensive stance with his hands. Feeling the force of the blow, Choi realized that he had underestimated Idzin's abilities, realizing that his skills could be more than enough to win this fight. The trainer and the other spectators froze in mute amazement. Their eyes widened in shock. They could not believe what was happening in the ring. Everyone present watched with bated breath as Yitzin managed to twist his opponent's leg into an unnatural position with one precise kick, demonstrating incredible skill. Choi, feeling a sharp pain in his knee, mentally accused Itzin of foul play, wondering why he was using such dangerous techniques in a training fight. Without giving his opponent time to recover, Itzin rushed forward again. His speed was astonishing. He was approaching Choi, preparing to deliver another crushing blow. With a lightning-fast movement, Yitzin delivered a crushing blow with his elbow from below to the top of Choi's chin, causing him to throw his head back sharply from the force of the collision. Without giving his opponent time to recover, Itzin continued the attack, delivering a powerful blow to Choi's chest, trying to completely knock him off balance and deprive him of the ability to resist. Despite the blows he had received, Choi smiled, admitting that for the first time in a long time, he was experiencing real excitement in a fight, feeling tired and excited at the same time. Gathering his remaining strength, Choi tried to strike back with his red gloves, hoping to somehow hurt Itzin and prove that he was still in the game. Yitzin put up a powerful block with unperturbed calm, easily repelling Choi's attack. His defense seemed impenetrable, demonstrating excellent technique. Instantly, switching from defense to attack, Itzin delivered a crushing blow to Choi's stomach, causing him to fall to the ground, losing his balance. Despite the smile on Choi's face, saliva flowed from his mouth, indicating the force of the blows he received, which clearly exceeded all his expectations. The entire hall was filled with cries of surprise and admiration as Choi collapsed to the floor, kneeling and unable to raise his head, admitting his defeat. Yoon and Go-suk, who were watching the fight from the balcony, froze in complete shock, unable to believe their eyes. What they saw seemed incredible to them. Yuna's relative and her guard were also shocked by the unexpected outcome of the battle. They could not comprehend that an ordinary schoolboy possessed such incredible strength. Yitzin once again emerged victorious from the fight. His face remained impassive and his eyes did not express any emotion. He seemed invulnerable. Standing over his defeated opponent who was writhing in pain, Yitzin looked completely unharmed, having not received a single blow during the entire fight. The guard carefully analyzed Idzin's technique, noting precise blows to the opponent's knee and throat that leveled out the difference in the fighter's physical abilities. Idzin turned to the rest of the boys, his calm voice sounding almost friendly as he asked who wanted to be his next opponent. The students watching the duel glanced nervously at each other. Silent agreement could be read in their eyes. No one was eager to go against Itzin. The trainer approached Idzin, intending to make a remark about the inadmissibility of strikes to the knee and throat in sparring. His voice sounded worried and stern. Without letting the coach finish speaking, Itzin interrupted him with a question about the existence of rules, apologizing for his ignorance. His tone was innocent, but his eyes were challenging. The coach answered tensely that he was not trying to discuss the rules for fear of appearing picky after their fighter's defeat. His words sounded uncertain and apologetic. Yuna's relative thoughtfully noted that Yuna's rescue by Yitzin and Go-suk was hardly a simple coincidence. Her eyes narrowed as she assessed the situation. Turning to her guard, she asked if Yitzin looked like the leader of the second team, her voice full of curiosity and hidden admiration. The guard hissed angrily that in basic sparring training, Yitzin was exceptional in everything they had seen so far, his words laced with a reluctant confession. Hearing the guard's words, Yuna's relative began to smile sarcastically. The anticipation of something intriguing was reflected on her face. She was clearly planning something. Suddenly, she loudly announced to the whole room that she had an idea. Her voice sounded confident and intriguing, attracting everyone's attention. The coach and the rest of those present froze in shock, trying to guess what this mysterious woman had planned. The tension in the room reached its peak. Yuna looked at her sister with concern, trying to figure out her intentions, her voice trembling with excitement as she asked what she was thinking. Yuna's sister said mysteriously that it was worth trying, her eyes shining with anticipation of something unexpected and possibly dangerous. Continuing her thought, she stated that after completing basic training, Itzin needed to test himself in a real case, her voice sounding confident and defiant. She announced that since Idzin was already working on the team's schedule, he would go with her. Her tone left no doubt about the seriousness of her intentions. Yuna felt uneasy, realizing that her sister was up to no good, perhaps trying to frame Idzin, and her heart sank with worry. Yuna's sister extended her hand to Idzin, inviting him to follow her to carry out her new duties, her gesture imperious and impatient. The events were closely watched by the grandfather, the head of the corporation, and his security guard. The latter was surprised to note that he had no idea that Miss Yun and Idzin were studying in the same class. The grandfather admitted that he was also shocked by this fact, and the guard added that despite the results of the investigation, it is difficult to believe this even after personal observation. The guard mentioned Idzinya's codename, noting that it had been known for many years, meaning he had been expelled at an even younger age. Looking at Idzin with disbelief, the guard noted that it was hard to believe that they were the same person. And then Idzin dressed in an elegant black bodyguard uniform, looking incredibly stylish and professional. In the evening in the kitchen, the grandfather asked his granddaughter about Idzina. She replied that he had gone out on business and would return later. His absence seemed unusual. Grandfather expressed hope for Idzin's quick return, fearing possible trouble. His voice sounded worried despite his attempt to appear calm. The granddaughter, hearing her grandfather's words, only smiled, realizing that there was nothing to worry about, because Idzin was strong enough to stand up for himself. Meanwhile, the guys who were training with Idzin stood with their heads down. One had a broken nose. Their faces expressed the bitterness of defeat and disappointment. The coach angrily scolded the students, calling what had happened a disgrace. The boys listened silently, not daring to raise their eyes. The atmosphere was tense and heavy. The coach's voice rang with rage as he warned of the hellish training that was to come, his eyes blazing with determination to fix the situation at any cost. The students were horrified to imagine what awaited them. Their faces turned red with shame and fear of the upcoming tests. They looked confused and depressed. The coach glanced to the side and sarcastically noted that they were lucky that he was the one giving the lecture and not the head. His words sounded like a grim warning. Yuna, who was watching what was happening, was in shock. She was sincerely worried about the guys, realizing that they were in for some hard times. Her heart sank with sympathy. Suddenly, Idzin appeared, tall and handsome, wearing an elegant black security guard suit and tie. His transformation amazed everyone present. He looked incredible. Yuna's sister was clearly delighted with the young guard, while the lady's bodyguard did not hide his displeasure, considering Idzin to be an upstart. The looks of the other guys were full of malice and envy. They couldn't accept the fact that the newcomer had so easily defeated them. Their discontent was almost tangible. The corporation's main building impressed with its modern design and technological advancement. Its majestic appearance testified to the scale and influence of the company. Yuna walked down the corridor accompanied by two guards and Idzinya, all dressed in identical suits. Only the blonde one had a turquoise tie, indicating his special status. Once outside, the group encountered 4 additional guards, their presence underscoring the importance of Yuna's safety. One of the guards helpfully opened the door of a luxurious white car, inviting Yuna to take her seat inside. The remaining guards were distributed among the cars. Some joined Yuna, others took their places in the equally expensive escort cars. Idzin opened the car door and glanced to the side, trying to assess the situation. His attention was drawn to something in the parking lot. Sister Yuna's head guard turned sharply to Idzin, reminding him that his place was in the back seat, his tone full of hostility and superiority. Idzin looked at the guard in surprise, not understanding the reasons for such a strange and disrespectful attitude towards him. His gaze expressed bewilderment. Yuna's sister had already taken her place, waiting for the movement to begin. Her gaze was full of cunning and cold calculation. She was clearly planning something. Idzin sat in the back seat next to Yuna, who crossed her arms in a defensive pose, creating an invisible barrier between them. The driver and the head guard cast a wary glance at the back seat. Watching Idzin, their distrust was obvious. Their attention was also focused on the escort vehicles following behind them, providing additional security and control of the situation. Idzin immediately began to analyze the surroundings. He noted that there were 3 people in their car and 3 more in the accompanying car. While he was pondering the situation, Yuna's sister suddenly asked him about his desire to become famous. Her question sounded intriguing and a little alarming. Before Idzin could process the question, he heard an explanation that they were heading to an entertainment company that was part of their corporation. Her words sounded like a hint. Without listening to the proposal, Yizin immediately rejected the idea, stating his lack of interest, which clearly upset Yuna's sister. Her disappointment was obvious. She asked if he was interested in working as a bodyguard. Yizin listened silently, taking his time to answer. His silence was meaningful. Finally, he replied that it was better to stick to this story, confirming his interest in the work of a bodyguard. His words sounded cautious and balanced. Yuna's sister noted his talent in this matter based on the ease with which he dealt with the members of the second team, her voice sounding with notes of respect and interest. The head guard, listening to this conversation, was clearly indignant. His face turned red with anger. He did not like the increased attention to the newcomer. His jealousy was obvious. Idjin modestly noted that he won only because he caught his opponent off guard, emphasizing that he was still a teenager. His words sounded like an attempt to belittle his achievements. He added that he had the advantage from the very beginning, and if it had been a real fight and he had been taken seriously, the result could have been different. His reasoning was rational and mature. Idjin's words struck the girl. She mentally noted that she expected his joy from the victory, but it seemed she was mistaken. Her surprise was obvious. The head guard was even more irritated, realizing that this teenager was perfectly aware of the situation he found himself in. His anxiety grew with each passing minute. They arrived at a high-tech building, glowing yellow and distinguished by its flexible forms, its architecture impressive in its modernity and innovation. The girl entered her office, sat down in front of the monitor, and immersed herself in studying the information on the screen. Her concentration was obvious. Two guards stood at the door, the main one, and Idjin. Their presence created an atmosphere of security and control. The head guard glanced furtively at Idjin, surprised by his stillness over the past hour, wondering about the origin of the young man's skills. Idjin, catching the guard's gaze, turned to him in bewilderment, not understanding what they were talking about. His face expressed sincere misunderstanding. The guard clarified that he was interested in the skills demonstrated by Idjin during training and sparring. His curiosity was obvious. He emphasized the impossibility of such skill without long-term training, to which Idjin unexpectedly replied that he had learned it from his neighbors. His answer sounded strange. The guard reacted skeptically to Idjin's joke, and he only looked away at the floor. His reaction was mysterious and a little sad. Idjin was lost in memories of the past, imagining how he ran through the tall grass, exhausting himself to the limit. These images were vivid and painful. He remembered how he and his partner ran away under bullets without body armor. His heart began to beat faster from these disturbing memories. Idjin recalled grueling training sessions where he crawled along a rope with a knife in his teeth, demonstrating incredible strength and dexterity. The image of a huge man in a balaclava with a large knife came to mind. This memory from early childhood was especially vivid and frightening. He remembered how, in that case, he managed to take the knife away and defend himself. This memory evoked mixed feelings of pride and horror. A white caravan of cars cut through the night streets of the city, returning back, the headlights cutting through the darkness, creating a surreal picture. The lady asked Idjin if it was too late for him and if it was convenient for him to be home at such a time, her voice sounding with a note of concern. Idjin assured him that everything was fine, but she continued to suggest that this was not his first job as a bodyguard. Her insight was amazing. The guy calmly replied that this was his first experience. His face remained imperturbable, not revealing any emotions. The head bodyguard understood his mistress's observation skills, noting that Idjin had not asked a single question since the beginning of the trip, and his expression had not changed. It seemed that Idjin knew what could happen during work. He sat motionless in his place until the very end. His calmness was almost supernatural. Suddenly, a large truck in the oncoming lane began to blind the driver with its bright yellow headlights, creating a dangerous situation on the road. Idjin instantly reacted to this, realizing that the situation could get out of control. His body tensed up, ready for action. He noticed how the truck began to drive into the oncoming lane, heading straight for their car. The danger was increasing with every second. It became obvious that something had happened to the truck driver. He seemed to have lost control and was about to crash into their car. The situation was becoming critical. The lady's driver reacted instantly, sharply turning the steering wheel in the opposite direction in an attempt to avoid a collision. Despite an attempt to evade, the truck still collided with the white car. There was a deafening roar, and a bright flash illuminated the scene of the accident. The guards in the accompanying cars looked anxiously at the lady's white car. Their faces expressed extreme concern and readiness for action. They noticed that the car was not badly damaged, but smoke was rising from the front of the bumper. The situation looked tense. The deployed airbags filled the cabin. The head security guard turned to the lady, shouting to check if everything was okay with her, his voice trembling with excitement. Suddenly, his gaze expressed extreme surprise. His pupils narrowed. He stared at one point, not believing his eyes. He saw how shards of glass were flying in all directions, and the lady instinctively tried to cover her eyes to protect herself from them. The next moment, he noticed how Yizin reacted with lightning speed, covering the lady with his body, protecting her from the flying fragments. His actions were instantaneous and precise. The lady, realizing what was happening, was extremely surprised. Her pupils narrowed to the limit, expressing shock and disbelief. Opening her eyes, she found herself pressed against Yizin's body, who was covering her with his arms and body, completely protecting her from danger. The head guard was in shock. His thoughts were confused. He could not believe that Yizin was able to save the director in a split second. His professionalism caused both admiration and envy. After what happened, the girl slightly moved away from Yizin, feeling some awkwardness about the situation. Her face expressed a mixture of gratitude and embarrassment. The rest of the guards rushed to the car, throwing open the doors, their voices sounding worried as they asked the director if everything was okay with her. Having got out of the car, they began to discuss what had happened, suggesting that the truck driver might have been drunk. Their tone was serious and concerned. Someone reported that the truck driver had lost consciousness and that attempts were now being made to save him. The situation was becoming increasingly tense. The order was given to call an ambulance and thoroughly examine the driver. The lady was still in a state of shock from what she had experienced and her miraculous rescue. Her gaze was fixed on Yizin. She noted his seriousness and the way he did not hesitate for a second at a critical moment. Her respect for him grew. Voices were heard urging people to call the hospital because of possible injuries to the director. The atmosphere was filled with anxiety and urgency. The director inquired about Yizin's condition. He answered in the affirmative, but she insisted on checking just in case. Her concern was obvious. Yizin turned to the lady, looking her straight in the eyes. His gaze was serious and penetrating as he spoke about the most important thing. At that moment, Yuna's sister seemed to go deaf. She was struck by the guy's beauty. His presence seemed magnetic to her. Suddenly, Yizin said that from now on, it was extremely important to wear a seatbelt, even in the back seat. The lady clearly did not expect to hear this, and her surprise was obvious. Dayun, wearing a cute strawberry print apron, cooked in the kitchen with a smile, her heart filled with warmth from the knowledge of the importance of her work for the family. Yizin walked into the kitchen and asked his sister with concern if she needed help preparing lunch, his voice soft and caring. Dayun, without looking up from her work, explained that she was packing a separate lunch for her grandfather, and Yizin could eat her portion later, her movements deft and confident. After learning about her grandfather's work, Dayun shared her intention to visit him, admitting that she used to do so often, but now that Yizin had returned, she could finally afford it. Yizin, upon hearing about his sister's plans, offered to accompany her without hesitation, which clearly surprised Dayun. Her eyes widened in surprise. A genuine smile lit up Yizin's face, like a bright sun in a clear sky, radiating warmth and kindness that was impossible to miss. Arriving at the grandfather's workplace, the boys greeted him politely, asking if anything good had happened in the last few days, their eyes shining with curiosity. A colleague of the grandfather, noticing the change in his mood, noted that his face had become noticeably brighter since he took up the post, and there was genuine respect in his voice. Grandfather, a little embarrassed by the compliment, agreed with the observation of his colleague, who suggested taking a short break and trying some rice cakes from room 703. The grandfather, feeling responsible for his duties, suggested that his colleague go ahead, promising to join him later after the rounds, to which he agreed with understanding, mentioning his evening plans. The grandfather, making his rounds, was immersed in thoughts about how much his inner world had changed after the return of his grandson. His heart was filled with warmth and tenderness. A touching picture appeared before the grandfather's eyes. He was hugging his grandson at the airport, gently stroking his head. This memory warmed his soul and brought a smile. Vivid images of family dinners filled with laughter and joy surfaced in the grandfather's memory. He saw the happy faces of his grandson and granddaughter, feeling the fullness and harmony of life. While working, Grandpa couldn't help but smile widely, his eyes shining, reflecting the inner happiness and peace he felt during those days. Suddenly, grandfather heard someone's voice asking him to stop the car on the side of the road. He looked around in confusion, trying to understand where the sound was coming from. The scene unfolded before the grandfather's eyes as a muscular man covered in tattoos stepped out of a bright yellow car, while another driver complained about the impossibility of passing. The tattooed man, radiating aggression, turned sharply towards the complaining driver, threatening him with violence if he did not shut up, his voice sounding harsh and peremptory. The driver who dared to make a remark was stunned by such a rude answer, his face expressing a mixture of surprise and fear at the unexpected threat. The tattooed man, ignoring those around him, headed towards the trash bins, where at that moment the grandfather was continuing his rounds. With a careless movement, the man tried to throw away the empty glasses, but missed the bin, creating a mess in the clean area. Grandfather, noticing this, instinctively bent down to pick up the trash, his movements slow but determined to restore order. Despite his venerable age, the grandfather, without hesitation, began to collect the scattered glasses that had just been so carelessly thrown away. The lady sitting in the car with the tattooed man casually handed him another bag of trash, her voice lazy and indifferent as she asked him to throw this one out too. The man reacted irritably to the request, wondering why she had not given him the bag earlier, to which the lady responded indifferently, admitting her mistake. Another garbage bag flew towards the trash can, describing an uneven trajectory in the air, as if mocking the concept of cleanliness and order. Predictably, the bag missed its target, spilling its contents all around, and Grandpa, sighing, began to collect the scattered trash, his movements slow but full of determination. While busy cleaning, the grandfather suddenly heard some strange sounds behind him, which disturbed the usual silence of his measured work. A familiar voice calling him Grandpa made him turn around, his heart beating faster in anticipation of a pleasant meeting. Turning around, the grandfather saw his grandchildren walking towards him with beaming smiles, their presence instantly illuminating everything around with warmth and joy. Grandfather, although he was glad to see his grandchildren, reminded them of his work with a slight reproach, his voice sounding soft but with notes of concern. The grandchildren, holding out a lunchbox, explained their visit by the desire to please their grandfather with home-cooked food. Their sincere concern touched his heart. The granddaughter, noticing her grandfather's occupation, asked with a smile whether he had been collecting trash, her eyes shining with understanding and love. The grandfather, confirming his granddaughter's guess, jokingly warned that if they didn't leave quickly, there would be even more garbage, his eyes shining with warmth and tenderness. The granddaughter, radiating kindness and care, offered to help her grandfather clean up the trash, her voice sounding soft and decisive, expressing her willingness to support her loved one. The grandfather, worried about his granddaughter's clothes, tried to refuse help, but she, without hesitation, assured him that she could easily wash the dirty clothes. Her practicality and care were obvious. The offer to quickly finish cleaning and have lunch together brought a sincere smile to Grandpa, who happily agreed, anticipating a pleasant time with his family. The mention of Grandpa's favorite dish, lotus root, brought a warm smile to Yidsen's face. He enjoyed the feeling of belonging to a loving family, his heart filled with gratitude. Outside the city clinic, the boss and his security guard discussed the changes in their sleep patterns associated with sleeping away from home, their conversation filled with fatigue and slight irritation. The boss complained about the difficulty of falling asleep in the hospital, and the guard supported him by mentioning the noisy night nurses. Their mutual understanding was obvious. The offer to buy something sweet was interrupted by a sight that suddenly caught the boss's attention. His gaze was focused on something in front of the hospital. The boss noticed the familiar figure of Itzen standing in front of the hospital with two strangers, a sight that left him with a mixture of curiosity and surprise. The guard, following the boss's gaze, commented that the old man seemed familiar to him, his voice expressing slight confusion and an attempt to remember. A sudden inspiration came to the guard. He remembered that he saw this old man every time he came to visit the high school student. His tone expressed satisfaction with the solution. The boss, with growing surprise, recognized the girl next to Itzen as his sister, his gaze expressing a mixture of curiosity and disbelief at this unexpected discovery. He couldn't take his eyes off the cute girl, the same one that Yitzen had recently saved, her presence adding a new, intriguing touch to the image of the mysterious high school student. Watching the happy interaction of the family helping each other clean up the trash, The boss felt a slight twinge of envy and admiration for their cohesion and warmth. He was especially struck by Idzen's transformation around his family. The boy seemed like a completely different person, open and cheerful, which was in sharp contrast to his usual behavior. The boss, not hiding his surprise, commented on the high school student's ability to show emotions and even love. This discovery made him rethink his idea of Idzena. Looking closely at Idzen, the boss noted that he now looked like an ordinary high school student, without any suspicious features, an observation that both reassured and puzzled him. The guards suggested that they come up and pretend to be acquainted, but the boss wisely noted that their intervention could ruin the family atmosphere. His decision was dictated by respect for Idzen's privacy. After cleaning up, the family settled into a cozy corner to finally enjoy a well-deserved lunch, their movements leisurely and full of anticipation. The three family members ate from their lunch boxes with smiles on their faces, enjoying not only the delicious food, but also each other's warm company, their faces glowing with happiness. After finishing their meal, the grandchildren said goodbye to their grandfather, their voices sounding a little sad about the upcoming separation, but at the same time full of gratitude for the time spent together. The grandfather, seeing his grandchildren off, reminded them with a bright smile about the importance of caution, his eyes shining with love and care, reflecting a deep affection for the younger generation. On the way home, the grandfather thought about buying something special for his grandchildren as a token of gratitude for their visit and care. His heart was filled with tenderness and gratitude. Grandpa noticed the familiar yellow car again, parked illegally, his face frowning at the potential danger of such a parking lot for those around him. Approaching the driver, the grandfather politely asked to repark the car, but in response he heard a rude question from the tattooed man, whose tone immediately became aggressive. Patiently explaining the reasons for his request, the grandfather mentioned the difficulties for other drivers and the danger to the children, his voice remaining calm despite the mounting tension. The tattooed guy, not hiding his irritation, reacted rudely to his grandfather's remark. His words were full of contempt and disrespect for the elderly man. The grandfather, maintaining his dignity, repeated that parking was prohibited in this place, but the girl from the car intervened, mockingly clarifying his position as a security guard. The threats of dismissal did not faze the grandfather. He calmly reminded him of his responsibilities to the residents, again asking him to move the car to its proper place. The guy with the tattoos, getting more and more heated, began to threaten his grandfather, shifting responsibility for possible incidents onto him, his tone becoming more and more aggressive. Grandfather was shocked by the anger and aggression of these people. His eyes expressed a mixture of surprise and disappointment in human nature. He froze, not knowing how to react. The girl supporting her companion spoke contemptuously about the grandfather's salary. Her words were full of venom and disrespect for the elderly man's work. While the grandfather, stunned by what was happening, was trying to comprehend the situation, he did not notice how someone came up to the tattooed guy from behind and suddenly grabbed him by the throat. The boss's bodyguard suddenly appeared and harshly rebuked the tattooed guy, his voice ringing with anger, expressing his indignation at the disrespectful attitude towards the elderly man. The tattooed guy, taken by surprise, tried to find out the identity of the intruder, but the guard abruptly cut him off, demanding that he leave the place immediately, his tone leaving no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. The threat of revealing his identity made the tattooed boy visibly nervous, his previously determined gaze dimming, betraying his growing anxiety. The guard, demonstrating force, threw the guy back, insistently demanding that he remove the car and leave. His voice sounded like an order that brooked no objection. The warning of the consequences of further abuse of the elderly man sounded like a final verdict, the guard's eyes sparkling with determination to carry out the threat. The couple, realizing the seriousness of the situation, quickly climbed into their flashy sports car, their movements betraying nervousness and a desire to escape as quickly as possible. The engine roared and the yellow car sped away, leaving behind only a cloud of dust and the feeling of danger just averted. The guard, instantly replacing his anger with kindness, turned to the grandfather with a smile, as if nothing had happened. His voice sounded soft and caring. The grandfather, still in shock from what had happened, sincerely thanked the guard for his help, his voice trembling with excitement and gratitude. The guard, trying to defuse the situation, suggested that the grandfather communicate less formally, reminding him of his previous visit to his grandson. His tone was friendly and inviting. Grandfather's memory slowly restored the events of that day. When he was very worried about his grandson, fearing possible trouble, his face reflected a mixture of recognition and residual anxiety. There were two security guards on duty at the entrance to the Radio City nightclub, their attentive glances scanning every visitor, creating an atmosphere of security and control. The security guard, pouring alcohol for the boss, proudly talked about his intervention in the situation with the high school student's grandfather, his voice sounding confident and satisfied. The boss, listening attentively, agreed with the guard's actions. Noting the disrespectful behavior of the bully, his approval was obvious as he filled the glass. The sudden sound of a door slamming caught their attention, causing both of them to turn tensely towards the entrance, expecting to see a new visitor. To their amazement, Yidzin entered the establishment. His unexpected appearance caused a mixture of surprise and wariness among the boss and the guard. They did not understand the purpose of his visit. The boss, noticing Yidzin's gloomy expression, nervously inquired about the reason for his displeasure, his voice betraying growing concern. Yidzin silently held out his phone, motioning for the boss and the guard to read something on the screen, his gesture decisive and demanding. The screen displayed a message from Grandpa with a photo of the guard and text about an unexpected meeting with Yidzin's friend who lived nearby. Upon seeing the photo, the boss couldn't help but chuckle, while the guard blushed in embarrassment, not expecting such a turn of events. Yidzin, not knowing the whole situation, sharply asked the boss if this was an attempt at a threat, his voice sounding tense and suspicious. The boss and the guard, caught off guard by Yidzin's question, looked puzzled, clearly not understanding the reason for his anger and suspicion. While Yidzin was still furious, the guard quickly explained the situation, assuring that it was just a misunderstanding and a simple photograph, his voice sounding conciliatory and a little nervous. Yuna's sister, seated in her luxurious office, carefully studied the documents just presented by her loyal guard, whose eyes were warily watching her every move, waiting for a reaction. Without taking her eyes off the papers, the lady asked her subordinate with undisguised interest whether any new information had emerged that deserved attention about the person she was interested in. The guard, taken by surprise by his boss's unexpected question, plunged into deep thought, carefully choosing his words for an answer so as not to disappoint her with inaccuracy or incompleteness of information. Yuna's sister, impatiently tapping her fingers on the table, persistently asked her subordinate whether he had really taken that person to the hospital and what the examination results were. Having collected his thoughts, the guard carefully informed the lady that the doctors had diagnosed the patient with only minor injuries that did not cause serious concern. A vivid image of the recent incident suddenly appeared in Sister Yuna's mind. Yidzin, without a moment's hesitation, shielded her from the flying debris with his body, risking his own life for her safety. After putting the folder of documents on the table, Yuna's sister hesitated for a moment and then instructed the guard to delicately ask Yidzin if he was in any severe pain after the incident. The guard silently accepted this unexpected task, not showing much enthusiasm, but understanding the importance of the assignment for his influential boss and the need to complete it. Yuna's sister, looking thoughtfully out the window, pondered the need for careful treatment of Yidzin's wounds, fearing a public outcry in the event of serious consequences for the young man's health. At this time, Yidzin, standing in front of the mirror, was slowly putting on his school uniform, and behind him, carefully watching his every movement, was Go-Suk-jo. Go-Suk-jo, without taking his eyes off Yidzin, asked the boy with genuine curiosity what unusual thing had happened to him today, noticing some changes in his behavior. Yidzin turned to Go-Suk with bewilderment in his eyes and said that he didn't understand what he was talking about at all. His words seemed like a riddle that required immediate clarification. Go-Suk, without taking his gaze off his interlocutor, noticed Yidzin's unusual calmness during recent training, to which the guy, shrugging his shoulders, replied that he simply didn't know the rules before. Yidzin slammed the cabinet shut with a deafening bang and suddenly turned the conversation to Go-Suk himself, his voice filled with curiosity and slight suspicion. The boy squinted and asked Go-Suk about his intentions to leave his position as a bodyguard, rumors of which seemed to be floating in the air, creating an atmosphere of mystery. Go-Suk, clearly surprised by the question, quickly denied the rumors, emphasizing that he had never officially worked as a bodyguard, his voice sounding confident and firm. Continuing his thought, Go-Suk talked about family circumstances and a long-standing friendship with Yuna that accidentally led him to the role of an unofficial protector. Go-suk, lost in his memories, told about his unexpected heroic act in Korea when he managed to prevent an attempted kidnapping, which determined his future fate. Suddenly changing the topic, Go-suk asked Yitsun with interest about his amazing preparation in countering kidnappings, assuming that the boy had professional skills. Yitsun, looking away and avoiding direct eye contact with his interlocutor, casually said that he learned this from his neighbors, his tone sounding unconvincing. Go-suk, inwardly chuckling at Yitsun's brazen lie, thought that the guy should have simply refused to answer instead of making up such implausible stories. The two young men, continuing their animated conversation, entered the office, unaware that a mysterious girl was lurking behind the door, whose presence had so far remained unnoticed. Upon entering the office, Yitsun and Go-suk unexpectedly found Yuna hiding behind the door, who, a little embarrassed and hesitant, turned to both young men with an unexpected question. Yuna, having collected her thoughts, asked Yitsun about his plans for today, asking if he intended to work as a bodyguard, her voice sounding with a hint of hope and curiosity. Yitsun, clearly surprised by Yuna's question, slowly turned to face the girl, his gaze showing slight confusion as he asked again, clarifying what exactly she meant. Yuna smiled and explained that the work wouldn't take much time since she wasn't in the same high position as her sister, and it could be a great experience for Yitsun. Continuing her thought, Yuna added that Yitsun doesn't have to change into the formal black suit and can stay in her school uniform. Her tone was light and casual. Go-suk and the girl's other bodyguard couldn't hide their surprise at Yuna's proposal, their faces expressing a mixture of surprise and slight bewilderment. As evening fell, the bodyguards, dressed in formal suits and with headphones in their ears, took up their positions, ready to carry out their duties. Yuna beamed with joy as she shared her desire to try the noodles and pak she hadn't been able to taste in America, her smile genuine and infectious. Ijin, sitting at a table in a cozy establishment across from Yuna, awkwardly held a nigiri in his hands, his gaze expressing a mixture of surprise and confusion. Yuna turned to Go-suk and asked with a smile if everything was really as she thought, while Yijin looked a little embarrassed. Yuna, noticing Ijin's hesitation, asked him what he would like to eat, to which the boy replied that he was not sure if he was allowed to eat while working. Yuna, surprised by Ijin's answer, confidently stated that everything was fine and he should eat if he wanted, her tone insistent and caring. Go-suk, addressing Yitsun, explained that the third team was guarding the girl, so they should act naturally, but be prepared to protect Yuna without attracting unnecessary attention from others. Yuna, hearing Go-suk's words, enthusiastically supported the idea, declaring her hunger and desire to start eating immediately, her voice sounding impatient and joyful. Go-suk, watching Yuna, wondered about her choice of place, assuming that she had deliberately chosen a simple establishment, fearing that Yitsun would refuse an invitation to an expensive restaurant. Yuna, suddenly remembering the recent events, asked Ijin about the accident that happened while guarding her sister, her voice sounding with a hint of genuine concern. The girl, looking at Ijin with concern, asked how he was feeling, to which the guy briefly and without emotion replied that he was fine. His tone was restrained and laconic. Yuna, continuing the conversation, asked if her sister had caused problems for Ijin during his work, hinting at her relative's difficult character. Ijin again replied briefly that everything was fine, but Yuna, not satisfied with the answer, insisted that her sister was known for her habit of insulting people with a smile. Go-suk, watching Yuna closely, was surprised to himself by her unusual behavior that he had never noticed before, his gaze expressing a mixture of surprise and curiosity. As he continued to watch, Go-suk noticed how Yuna was beaming as she looked at Yitsun. Her smile was sincere and warm, clearly indicating her affection for the boy. Yitsun didn't seem to share Yuna's enthusiasm, answering all of the questions briefly and emotionlessly, his gaze remaining empty and distant. At that moment, memories of the kind volunteer who had been seriously injured before his eyes flashed, before Idzin's eyes. The images were vivid and painful. The guy recalled how he did his job in extremely difficult conditions, feeling the disproportionate weight of responsibility and emotional stress. These memories clearly weighed on him. Idzin, lost in his memories, relived the moment when he desperately tried to save the volunteer who insisted on being left behind, claiming that Idzin was the one who should survive. The volunteer, who turned out to be Yuna's father, said bitterly that he would not survive even if Yidzin tried to save him, his voice filled with humility and determination. Continuing his thought, Yuna's father persistently urged Itzin to leave him and flee, Realizing that his own salvation was no longer possible, his words were full of self-sacrifice. The volunteer, looking at Idzin with gratitude, suggested that the others had refused this dangerous task, emphasizing the courage and determination of the young man. Yidzin, listening to the words of the dying man, thought about how unfair fate was, depriving this worthy man of precious time to live. Yuna's father, with a sad voice, expressed his last wish to see his daughter's face before he died, recalling his plans to return home that day. Yidin, hearing these words, firmly stated that if the volunteer wanted to go home, he had to get up right now, his voice sounding with unshakable confidence. The boy, looking straight into the eyes of Yuna's father, firmly said that people were dying here. But today it was not his turn. His words were full of determination and strength. Yidin began to speak passionately and motivationally, insisting that the volunteer must find the strength to stand up. His voice was convincing and inspiring. Yidin's words about survival and meeting his daughter lit a spark of hope in the volunteer's eyes, making him realize that giving up was not an option, and his gaze filled with determination. Suddenly returning to reality, Yidin turned to Yuna with an unexpected request to talk alone, his voice sounding serious and insistent. The boy, leaving no room for objections, resolutely confirmed his desire to be alone with Yuna. Excluding the presence of anyone else, his tone was firm and unyielding. Go-suk, yielding to Yidzin's request, reluctantly agreed to leave, but warned that he was only giving them a minute to talk, his tone expressing a mixture of displeasure and concern. Moving away from the couple, Go-suk approached Yuna's guards and entered into a lively conversation with them, discussing something that seemed extremely important and urgent. Left alone with Idzin, Yuna asked with curiosity and slight bewilderment about the reason for his sudden desire to talk, her gaze expressing a mixture of interest and wariness. Yidzin, collecting his thoughts and gathering his courage, remained silent, carefully choosing his words, his face expressing internal struggle and tension. Unexpectedly for Yuna, Yidzin said the name Shin Inguk, causing the girl to be surprised and confused. She asked again why he suddenly mentioned her father's name. Yidzin, without answering Yuna's question, asked what kind of person her father was, his voice sounding serious and insistent, which puzzled the girl even more. The guy, without taking his gaze off Yuna, waited for an answer to his question. His posture and facial expression spoke of extreme interest in her words. Yuna, clearly confused by the unexpected turn of the conversation, couldn't understand why Yidzin was suddenly interested in her father, her gaze expressing confusion and slight concern. Looking away, the girl began to talk about her father, mentioning his constant employment at the company and frequent business trips abroad, which made it difficult for them to communicate and be close. Continuing her story, Yuna told about her father's illness and his sudden death while at work, her voice trembling slightly, revealing hidden emotions. The girl bitterly recalled how she learned of her father's death when she was already on her way to meet him. Her words were filled with pain and regret about the failed meeting. Finishing her story, Yuna noted with resentment that she could not even see the body of her father, who did not bother to meet his daughter before his death. Her voice sounded with notes of bitterness and disappointment. Yuna, with a hint of resentment in her voice, admitted that she was still offended by her father, not understanding the reasons for Idzin's persistent interest in this topic, her gaze expressing a mixture of pain and bewilderment. The girl, a little embarrassed, added that she would not have told all this if Yidzin had not insisted, her voice sounding with a slight hint of regret for her frankness. Yidzin, listening to Yuna, mentally wondered if she really believed that she could change anything in that situation. His gaze expressed deep thoughtfulness. Idzin's memory of Yuna's father's words about his desire to do something good, worthy of a real parent, came to mind. These memories were vivid and emotionally charged. Yidzin remembered Yuna's father saying that this was the only way to see his daughter's face, his words filled with longing and hope. As Yidzin continued to reminisce, he heard Yuna's father's words about how much he must have hurt his daughter, not knowing how to fix the situation. Yidzin recalled Yuna's dying father's last thoughts that he should have spent more time with his daughter, words filled with bitter regret. Gathering his courage, Yidzin told Yuna that her father had worked tirelessly to see her, his voice serious and heartfelt. Yuna, shocked by Idzin's words, froze in shock, asking again what he was talking about, her eyes widening in surprise and disbelief. Yidzin looked straight into Yuna's eyes and said seriously that he had to convey her father's words to her. His tone was firm and decisive. The girl, still in a state of shock, listened to Yidzin repeat her father's words about wanting to see her face before she died. Her body began to tremble slightly. As Yizin continued to convey the message, he expressed his father's regret for not being able to fulfill his last wish, while Yuna, unable to contain her emotions, began to tremble even more. Yizin was once again lost in his memories, seeing before him the dying volunteer, Yuna's father, who asked him to meet his daughter and personally convey his last words. The volunteer's words came to mind, saying that even if he survived and was able to meet his daughter, Yizin was still obliged to pass these words on to her. Yizin, who was only 11 years old at the time, had carried this heavy responsibility within him all these years, feeling the weight of an unfulfilled promise. He remembered watching the ambulance carrying the volunteer away, thinking about the mission entrusted to him, his eyes full of determination and responsibility. Yuna, still in a state of shock, asked Idsin with a trembling voice if he had really met her father before he died, her eyes showing a mixture of hope and fear. Yizin, without answering the question, silently stood up from his chair and apologized, saying that this was all he could tell her, his voice sounding with notes of regret and finality. Yuna, completely confused, could not understand what was happening. Her thoughts were confused, trying to understand how Yizin could know her father and what all this meant. The girl mentally replayed Idsin's words, trying to understand if these were really her father's last words, her heart beating faster from excitement and disbelief. Yizin, with a cold and distant look, began to slowly walk away, mentally digesting the entire dialogue that had just taken place. His steps were heavy and slow. He thought to himself that back then, as a child, he had not understood the full meaning of Yuna's father's request, but now everything had become crystal clear. Yizin realized that the volunteer's request was not only for his own sake, but also a way to save Yizin by forcing him to leave the dangerous place. This thought filled him with deep gratitude. The doorbell rang, and Yizin opened it and froze in surprise, seeing an unexpected guest in front of him, his eyebrows slightly raised in surprise. Standing at the threshold was the same lieutenant with whom Yizin had once worked, looking attractive and fit, his presence creating a feeling of strength and confidence. Grandfather Idzinya, addressing the lieutenant, noted that this was their first personal meeting. His voice sounded with notes of curiosity and respect. The lieutenant, a little embarrassed, admitted that he had come to Korea with Itzin, but did not want to interfere with their family reunion, his tone polite and slightly apologetic. The grandfather, with warmth in his voice, expressed his gratitude for the lieutenant's visit, admitting that he wanted to personally thank him for his help. Continuing the conversation, the grandfather shared his surprise at learning the lieutenant's true role in his grandson's return home, his eyes shining with sincere gratitude. The lieutenant, modestly brushing off the praise, noted that Yitsin himself had helped him a lot, mentally recalling the dangerous incident when he almost died. The grandfather, with deep gratitude, emphasized the importance of the lieutenant's help in returning his grandson, expressing his appreciation despite the fact that it came late. Yizin, watching the events closely, focused his gaze on his grandfather, waiting for his next move, his face expressing seriousness and slight tension. Dayun, grandfather's granddaughter, was also watching the situation, her eyes showing slight worry and surprise when she saw grandfather giving something to the lieutenant. The lieutenant, clearly embarrassed by the situation, tried to refuse the gift, feeling awkward in front of his grandfather, his voice sounding with notes of embarrassment and respect. The grandfather, looking at the lieutenant with interest, noted that he had guessed his military rank from his grandson's words, and asked about the story of how they met, his eyes shining with curiosity. The lieutenant, quickly thinking of an answer, told about a business trip abroad in which Yizin accompanied him, adding that the situation was rather awkward, his voice sounding slightly uncertain. Grandfather, surprised by such a coincidence, listened attentively when the lieutenant, a little embarrassed, admitted that he really almost died on that trip. Diane, trying to defuse the situation, handed over sliced apples, offering a snack before dinner, her movements graceful and caring. The lieutenant, taking the apple, turned to the girl, asking if she was Idsen's sister. His gaze expressed genuine interest and friendliness. Diane nodded seriously, confirming that she was indeed Idsen's sister, her tone respectful considering the status of her interlocutor. The lieutenant smiled and said that since she was Idsen's sister, she was his younger sister too, and suggested calling him brother, his voice sounding warm and family-like. The girl, clearly embarrassed by the unexpected proposal, felt awkward. Her eyes widened in surprise and slight confusion. Diane, aware of the significant age difference with the lieutenant, found his suggestion to call him brother very strange. her face expressing a mixture of surprise and hesitation. When all the food was served, the lieutenant began to eat with such appetite that he even choked slightly, attracting the attention of everyone present at the table. The grandfather, with a slight smile, gently reproached the lieutenant for his haste in eating, advising him not to rush, his voice sounding caring and fatherly. The lieutenant, his eyes full of emotion, almost in tears, admitted that he did not remember the last time he ate such delicious home-cooked food, his voice trembling with sincere gratitude. Grandfather began to ask about the lieutenant's mother, but he interrupted him and admitted with a smile that she was a terrible cook. His tone was joking and a little embarrassed. The lieutenant continued his story by sharing that even his father avoided home-cooked food, adding with slight embarrassment that he had to maintain a straight face when trying his mother's dishes. With a hint of nostalgia in his voice, the lieutenant admitted that one of his favorite parts of military service was the food, and that this current situation makes him particularly emotional. Grandfather and Diane looked a little embarrassed as they listened to the lieutenant's story, but they couldn't help but smile, touched by his sincerity and humor. Yizin didn't seem to react to the lieutenant's story, continuing to eat his food in silence, his face expressionless and focused. Later, while walking together, the lieutenant and Yizin stopped at a local eatery, where the lieutenant sincerely expressed his joy for Yizin's good life, his voice sounding warm and approving. The lieutenant conveyed greetings from his former comrades, which caused Itzin to instantly remember his previous work, his gaze becoming thoughtful for a moment. Yitzin, returning from his memories, asked the reason for the lieutenant's sudden appearance, to which he replied that he had some business to do and wanted to see him. The lieutenant smiled, mentioned his vacation days, and expressed admiration for Idzin's grandfather and sister, his words filled with sincere sympathy. Yitzin, feeling warmth in his soul, mentally recalled the faces of his relatives, and with a rare smile for him, agreed that they were truly wonderful people. The lieutenant, noticing Idzin's unusual smile and happy expression, realized how important his family was to him, and his gaze expressed understanding and approval. The lieutenant suddenly stood up from his seat, announcing his departure, which surprised Itzin considering how little time had passed. His eyebrows raised slightly in surprise. Yitzin, not hiding his surprise, asked if the lieutenant really had to leave already, to which he answered in the affirmative, mentioning that he was already late. The lieutenant apologetically explained that he would like to talk longer, but he needed to meet his fiancée, which caused Idzin to become even more surprised and ask a distrustful question. The lieutenant, adjusting his jacket with a serious expression, confirmed that he really had to meet his bride. His tone left no doubt about the truth of his words. Yidzin was extremely surprised, thinking how the lieutenant could have a bride in such a short period of time. His face expressed a mixture of bewilderment and curiosity. The lieutenant, noticing Idzin's reaction, asked him jokingly if he really thought he would never have a girlfriend, his voice sounding with notes of good-natured reproach. Continuing his explanation, the lieutenant spoke about the rich family's decision. Noting the lack of time for acquaintances due to constant travel, his tone was humble and grateful. The lieutenant, calling the situation a blessing, turned around and waving his hand goodbye, wished Itzin to take care of himself, his voice sounding warm and caring. After taking a few steps, the lieutenant suddenly stopped and turned sharply to Itzin, creating a moment of tension and anticipation. Yidin, sensing the importance of the moment, responded readily, asking what the lieutenant wanted to say, his posture expressing attention and composure. The lieutenant, turning slightly towards Idzin, asked if he had recognized what he was interested in, his voice serious and full of meaning. At that moment, the lieutenant remembered how some time ago Yidzin approached him with an unusual question. That moment surfaced in his memory vividly and clearly. The lieutenant recalled how Yidzin had once asked him an unexpected question about the meaning of the word family, asking him to explain its meaning, and that moment clearly surfaced in his memory. The lieutenant was then shocked by the question, not knowing how to answer Idzin properly, his eyes wide open in surprise and confusion. Now Yidzin smiled and replied that he seemed to understand the meaning of the word a little, his voice sounding with notes of understanding and satisfaction. The lieutenant, pleased with Idzin's answer, expressed his joy, promising to see him later, his tone warm and approving. The building where Yuna's sister worked looked impressively technological, beautiful and modern. It attracted attention with its fashionable design. Yuna's sister, addressing the visitor, apologized for the sudden call, explaining that she could not stay long. Her voice sounded businesslike and a little hasty. It turned out that the visitor was the same lieutenant who assured her that he was glad to see her. Despite the suddenness of the meeting, his tone was polite and friendly. She asked about his frequent foreign business trips. Assuming he was busy, her question sounded with notes of respect and slight curiosity. The lieutenant, smiling slightly, replied that he was not as busy as she was, admitting that he often only created the appearance of being busy. His words sounded with a touch of irony. The girl, surprised by his words, noted that if his busyness was pretense, then what were the others doing? These words confused the lieutenant a little. She continued, expressing surprise at meeting the soldier, noting that without the involvement of a certain family, they would not have even met, her voice sounding with a hint of surprise and slight irony. She asked how many times they had met, to which the lieutenant firmly replied that they had met 15 times, his voice sounding confident and precise. The girl noted that more than a year had passed, but they had hardly seen each other, hinting at his excessive busyness. Her tone was slightly reproachful. The lieutenant, embarrassed by her remark, began to smile, his face slightly flushed, betraying his awkwardness and confusion. She carefully placed the cup on the saucer and, turning to the lieutenant, announced her request, her voice sounding serious and a little mysterious. The lieutenant, assuming a serious expression, assured her that he would fulfill any of her requests as soon as possible. His tone was decisive and ready for action. The girl handed the lieutenant a piece of paper with information about Itzina, her movements smooth but purposeful. The lieutenant instantly recognized his former subordinate. His eyes lit up with interest, and his thoughts filled with anticipation of the girl's further words. Looking at the photo of Idzin, the lieutenant listened carefully to the lady's words about the need to find information about the boy. Her voice sounded insistent and serious. The lieutenant tensed, beginning to understand the situation. His thoughts focused on the reasons for the girl's interest in Idzin, especially after her words about the fake information. She continued, describing her failed attempts to obtain information and government intervention, expressing confidence in the lieutenant's ability to handle the task. Without listening to her to the end, the lieutenant began to apologize, which attracted the girl's attention. Her eyes widened in anticipation of his further words. The lieutenant bowed low before the girl, apologized, and said that he would not be able to cope with her request and complete the task. His voice sounded sincere and regretful. The girl's eyes widened even more in surprise. She was shocked that even the lieutenant refused to get information about Idzina. Her gaze expressed a mixture of bewilderment and disappointment. She folded her arms and looked at the lieutenant silently, not saying a word, her posture and expression indicating deep disappointment and thoughtfulness. Turning her head to the side, she replied in a slightly confused tone that she understood him and there was no need to worry, her voice sounding with hints of resignation and slight bitterness. The lieutenant felt awkward, not knowing how to react to the situation with the lady he had just rejected. His posture expressed confusion and uncertainty. A few days later, Itzin received a call with alarming information about a lieutenant and his company who had been ambushed, the caller's voice tense and urgent. It turned out that during the mission they had fallen into a trap, suddenly realizing a change in the enemy's movements. The situation quickly became critical. The lieutenant, holding his machine gun at the ready, moved through the burning forest. His movements were cautious and tense. Everything around was ablaze. The enemies, communicating among themselves, reported that the lieutenant and his company were cornered in the target area, their voices sounding with triumph and anticipation. A man with a scar in one eye, blood on his face and a mad red gaze, ominously said that he was glad to hear it and that the hunt had begun, his voice full of cruel excitement. Yitzin, holding the phone in his hands, asked his interlocutor if he had understood correctly that the lieutenant was safe, his voice sounding tense and worried. The interlocutor confirmed that the lieutenant and his men had been attacked by armed forces, and his voice sounded serious and informative. He continued, reporting on the occasional skirmishes and the soldiers preparing for the rescue operation, his tone calm and professional. It turned out that the caller was Yuna's grandfather, who explained that he had given this information because of Itzin's known relationship with the lieutenant, his voice sounding with notes of understanding and concern. Yidin quickly analyzed the situation and concluded that the lieutenant's situation must be extremely serious since he was informed of it. His tone was tense and questioning. Yuna's grandfather sighed heavily and confirmed Yidzin's fears, urging him to remain calm, his voice filled with sympathy and firmness. Despite hearing the news, Yidzin's face remained almost emotionless. Only the slight tension in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Yuna's grandfather urged Itzin not to take any action on his own, leaving it to the military, his tone serious and warning. He reminded Itzin that the situation had changed and he now had a family to think about, his voice filled with paternal concern and insistence. Itzin took a deep breath and replied that he understood what was said well, his voice sounding restrained and submissive. With these words, he ended the conversation, hanging up the phone, his movements slow and thoughtful. Looking at his phone, Yidzin was deep in thought about what to do in this situation, his gaze focused and intense. A memory surfaced in his mind of how one day a wounded lieutenant, turning to him, remarked that Yidzin was indeed a Korean, and these words sounded in his head with special significance. Yidzin, badly wounded, with a bandaged head and tired eyes, lay recovering from a hard fight, his appearance evoking sympathy and respect. The company standing behind anxiously asked the lieutenant if Yidzin had regained his memory, to which the lieutenant briefly replied a little, his tone reserved and thoughtful. After returning from the hospital, Yitzin sat on his bed at night, deep in thought, his posture expressing tension and concentration. Suddenly, someone placed a can of cola on his head, which clearly surprised the guy, his eyebrows raised from the unexpected cool touch. It turned out to be a lieutenant who gently advised Itzin not to force himself to remember and not to rush, his voice sounding caring and soothing. When Yidzin first remembered his name and told the lieutenant about it, the lieutenant was surprised and asked again if that was really his real name, his tone expressing a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Yidzin confidently confirmed that he thought Yidzin was his real name, his voice filled with relief and confidence. During a training session with computer games, one of the teammates loudly expressed dissatisfaction with the loss. Others discussed the tactics of the front line. The atmosphere was tense and emotional. Someone suggested that Idzin blamed John Lear for the loss, but another advised against listening to this advice, creating a moment of moral choice for Idzin. One evening, the lieutenant suddenly burst in with the news that the Idzin family had been found, his voice sounding excited and joyful. Yidzin, who was sitting with his friends, heard that he had a grandfather and a younger sister. This information made him freeze in surprise. Upon hearing this news, Yidzin was in complete shock, his eyes widening in surprise and disbelief at what he had heard. Yidzin's comrades, sitting nearby, were genuinely happy for him, congratulating him and expressing their support, their voices filled with enthusiasm and warmth. The boys began to tease Yidzin good-naturedly, imagining how he would eat school lunches when he returned to normal life, their jokes full of friendly warmth. The last thing that Yidzin clearly remembered from those memories was the lieutenant's warm smile that warmed his soul. This image remained bright and meaningful. Lost in his memories, Yidzin heard his sister's voice calling him for dinner, her cry bringing him back to reality. As he came down, he saw his sister and grandfather, who were inviting him to join them at the table, their voices sounding welcoming and impatient. Yidzin slowly approached the table, his face expressing obvious confusion and inner turmoil, his movements hesitant. Looking around at his family, he realized the hopelessness of his situation, his eyes full of unspoken anxiety and doubt. Grandfather and sister, noticing Yidzin's unusual behavior, were puzzled because usually he hurried to the table with a smile. Their looks expressed concern and bewilderment. They asked why he was just standing there, which clearly surprised Yidzin, breaking him out of his deep thoughts. Realizing he had shown too much emotion, Yidzin smiled and agreed to join in, his voice sounding with feigned ease. The grandfather, trying to diffuse the situation, noted that many envied him for having the opportunity to dine with his grandchildren. His tone was warm and proud. Diane smiled and asked in surprise why they were envious of this, confident that all families did this. Her voice sounded with naive bewilderment. Grandfather, smiling, noted that indeed other grandchildren did not act like that. His voice sounded with notes of pride and satisfaction. Diane, inspired, offered to bring Grandpa lunch next time, but he gently declined, explaining that he had not said that for them to do so. Yidzin sat in a gloomy mood. Usually such conversations touched him, but now he couldn't even force a smile. His face remained serious and thoughtful. Raising his head, Yidzin turned to his grandfather, his gaze focused and serious. He asked if his grandfather would help someone who had once helped him, and Yidzin's voice sounded with a note of importance and deep interest. Grandfather, looking away, thoughtfully answered that it was difficult to answer this question unequivocally. His tone was reasonable and wise. He explained that everything depended on the nature of the assistance and what needed to be done in return, and his words sounded balanced and thoughtful. The grandfather emphasized that the kindness of the person who helped first was certainly enormous. His voice was full of respect and gratitude. He continued by saying that it was impossible to change the kindness of someone who had helped without asking for something in return, his words ringing with a deep understanding of human nature. Grandfather noted that there are times in life when one must repay the kindness shown. His tone was serious and didactic. He added that even if it is impossible to repay in full, one must definitely try to do what is in one's power, his voice sounding with inspiration and wisdom. Having finished, the grandfather, a little embarrassed, expressed the hope that he had not said anything unnecessary, admitting that he was not strong in such conversations. His tone was modest and apologetic. Yijin smiled, bowed, and sincerely said that he was very glad to have the opportunity to meet his grandfather, his voice full of warmth and gratitude. The grandfather, not fully understanding the depth of the words spoken by his grandson, smiled slightly. His wrinkled face lit up with warmth, and his eyes sparkled with incomprehension, mixed with tenderness for his beloved grandson. With a smile on his lips, the grandfather expressed his joy at hearing the words, admitting that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, his voice trembling with barely restrained emotions. Yijin turned to his sister and met her surprised gaze, full of anticipation and slight excitement, as if sensing the importance of the moment and the significance of the upcoming words. Looking straight into his sister's eyes, Yijin expressed his joy at being able to see her again with sincerity in his voice. His words filled with warmth, filling the room with a special atmosphere. Diane, who clearly hadn't expected such words from her brother, was stunned. Her face lit up with light, like the sun's rays breaking through dense foliage, warming everything around. The girl looked away shyly, suggesting that perhaps living abroad had made her brother more open in expressing his feelings, her voice sounding with notes of surprise and admiration. After the meal, Yijin went up to his room and dialed a number, decisively announcing his intention to leave, his voice sounding firm and confident, leaving no room for doubt. Continuing the conversation, he asked to prepare something important if possible. His tone was serious and focused, as if preparing for something significant. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, the world was shrouded in bloody red. The atmosphere was filled with horror and suffering, creating a picture of a real nightmare in reality. The lieutenant, hiding behind a rock, was breathing heavily. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes expressed a mixture of determination and fatigue from the incessant struggle. Addressing his exhausted men, some of whom could barely stand on their feet, the lieutenant gave orders to reconnoiter the area and check the numbers of pursuers. When someone approached the lieutenant, reporting on the detachment's fatigue, his voice sounded with notes of despair and concern for the fate of his comrades. Pointing to a soldier lying under a tree, the speaker reported his critical condition due to massive blood loss, expressing doubt about his chances of survival. The lieutenant, gathering his last strength, announced the need to reach the next rescue zone. His voice, despite his fatigue, sounded firm and decisive, instilling hope in the exhausted soldiers. One of the soldiers, doubting the success of the plan, reminded them of the depletion of supplies, his words filled with anxiety, hanging in the air, increasing the tension of the moment. On the opposite side of the conflict, the soldiers who had attacked the lieutenant's detachment had gathered near their tents, their faces expressing a mixture of fatigue and determination. The subordinate approaching the chief reported that the denouement was approaching, to which the latter, surprised by the enemy's resilience, admitted that he had underestimated them, his voice sounding with notes of respect. The man with the eye patch, clearly the leader of the attackers, mused out loud about the difficulties of the operation due to the presence of civilians, his words full of frustration. Suddenly, the leader felt a sharp pain. His scar began to glow with an ominous red light, causing him to go into a fit of rage and suffering, his scream cutting through the silence of the camp. Putting his hand to the throbbing scar, he gritted his teeth and muttered about the return of the hellish pain, the veins on his hands bulging, betraying the intensity of the torment he was experiencing. This pain that Itzin had inflicted on him returned every time he tried to forget it, turning each memory into new torture, increasing his thirst for revenge. Meanwhile, the plane, cutting through the air, flew over a forest painted in the golden tones of the sunset, carrying on board the decision of the fate of many people. Udune, dressed in his old uniform, sat on the plane, his appearance reminiscent of his past service, evoking a flood of memories and emotions. With his eyes closed, he plunged into his memories, mentally repeating the name of the Grion zone. This word sounded in his head, filling with special meaning and significance. The knowledge that this was the zone he was about to enter filled Itzin with determination and a willingness to face the past and the present. The lieutenant, carrying out a responsible mission, went to rescue Korean researchers studying local minerals. His actions were decisive and professional, without foreshadowing the difficulties to come. Despite the successful start of the operation, the return journey was met with a surprise attack by unidentified armed forces, turning the rescue mission into a desperate fight for survival. Ijin was carefully provided with the necessary equipment and supplies, and the support of the military and local government gave the operation official status and additional resources. A conversation with Yuna's grandfather, who asked him with concern in his voice about his confidence in the decision he had made, surfaced in Idzin's memory. This moment was clearly etched into the boy's consciousness. Without a shadow of doubt or hesitation, Yidzin firmly answered in the affirmative, his voice filled with unwavering determination, reflecting his readiness for the upcoming mission. Idzin's reaction did not surprise his grandfather, who understood well the boy's desire to save his lieutenant. This decision seemed like a natural continuation of their relationship. Inside the plane, an alarm sounded, announcing the approach to the landing zone, its insistent hum filling the cabin, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation. The instructions to prepare for the jump were given loud and clear, while Yidzin sat in his place, focused and collected, preparing for the decisive moment. Raising his head, Yidzin found that his gaze was glowing with an ominous red light, reminiscent of the time he had first taken a human life, the glow reflecting his inner transformation. The school that Yidzin attends is usually neat and modern in appearance, with clean hallways and bright classrooms creating a pleasant learning environment, encouraging students to work hard and concentrate. The classroom is filled with a familiar atmosphere. Students are leaning over their notebooks, attentively watching the teacher write new material on the board, their faces expressing concentration and interest in the lesson. As usual, the two inseparable bullies, the curly-haired and the blonde, are quietly going about their business, ignoring what is happening in the lesson, their quiet whispers and suppressed laughter disturbing the general silence of the class. Chan, who usually sat next to Itzin, was left alone today, his lonely figure at the desk involuntarily attracting the attention of his classmates, making them wonder about the reason for his friend's absence. Yuna, sitting in class, cannot concentrate on her studies, her thoughts constantly returning to the absent Itzin, her anxiety intensifying due to the message he has not read. Meanwhile, in the distant forest, night has fallen. The moonlight, breaking through the treetops, creates a bizarre play of shadows, giving the surrounding environment a mysterious and disturbing character. Yidzin, having landed successfully, steps on the ground strewn with many spent cartridges, his attentive gaze assessing the situation, analyzing the traces of the recent fierce battle. Dressed in full battle gear, Yijin looks like a true warrior, his eyes the only thing visible from beneath his mask, glowing with determination and readiness for the challenges ahead. While examining the area, the boy notices a partially cut-down forest and deep craters from shells. These traces of destruction eloquently tell of the brutal battle that took place here. Analyzing what he saw, Yitzin comes to the conclusion that the lieutenant was unable to leave even the second checkpoint. This thought makes his heart beat faster from growing anxiety. Following the barely noticeable tracks, the boy realizes that the lieutenant and his squad were probably heading to the third checkpoint. This information determines Yitzin's further route. Suddenly hearing suspicious sounds, Yitzin instantly hides behind a tree. His body tense, and his gaze, sharp and attentive, rushes towards the source of the noise. The dark forest suddenly lights up with an ominous red glow, as if someone had thrown a poisonous filter over it, turning the familiar landscape into a surreal picture full of danger and anxiety. From one side of the forest thicket, unknown fighters are firing intensely, their shots accompanied by bright flashes of red light that cut through the night darkness like deadly fireflies. On the opposite side, the lieutenant and his exhausted company desperately fight off incessant attacks, their fortitude and courage being seriously tested in this fiery hell. The lieutenant, trying to reduce the risk of being hit, takes cover behind a massive rock, his experienced gaze carefully watching the enemy's movements, looking for a moment to counterattack. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a figure emerging from behind a tree with a flare gun in his hands. This moment makes the lieutenant's heart clench with the realization of the impending threat. Instantly assessing the situation, the lieutenant understands the seriousness of the situation. In the hands of the enemy is not just a rocket launcher, but a formidable RPG, capable of changing the course of the battle in a matter of seconds. Realizing that there is no time to think, the lieutenant grabs his sniper rifle, realizing that he has only one chance to prevent disaster. With incredible concentration, he aims his sights at the head of an enemy fighter, the red laser beam, like a harbinger of imminent death, freezing on the target. The moment of truth comes when the lieutenant pulls the trigger and the deadly bullet, with a deafening whistle, rushes towards its target, cutting through the night air. The lieutenant's skill does not fail him at this critical moment. The bullet finds its target, hitting the enemy fighter with the RPG. His accurate shot becomes decisive in this deadly duel. However, despite the accuracy of the shot, the situation does not develop according to the ideal scenario. The RPG still manages to break away from the guides, albeit with a distorted trajectory, causing a powerful explosion. The unknown armed forces, despite the loss of their fighter, rejoice at the shot fired, their indifference to the fate of their comrade underscoring their cruelty and determination in achieving their goal. The lieutenant's team, without losing determination, continues a desperate struggle for survival, each of the fighters understanding that not only their own lives, but also the fate of the entire mission depends on their fortitude. The fierce battle resulted in serious losses among the attackers. The remaining enemies, having assessed the situation, gathered together, preparing for the next stage of their sinister plan. Suddenly, as if dissolving into thin air, the enemy disappears from sight, leaving behind only fallen comrades. This tactic causes an anxious premonition among the lieutenant's surviving fighters. The lieutenant, aware of the temporary respite, hurries to take advantage of the moment to assess the situation and regroup forces, his experienced gaze quickly analyzing the situation. One of the subordinates reports that there are no new casualties, but a critical shortage of ammunition, emphasizing that the squad cannot withstand another such clash, his voice sounding with notes of alarm. The lieutenant, weighing his options, inquires about the distance to the next checkpoint, and learning that he has 7.5 kilometers left to cover in 3.5 hours, his face expresses intense thought. Mentally analyzing the situation, the lieutenant understands that in the remaining time, civilian casualties are inevitable, and the forested terrain only complicates their situation, adding new obstacles. The lieutenant notes the enemy's unusual tactics of retreating after a few losses and then pursuing, but without immediate attacks. This strategy seems ominously well thought out to him. The fighters are bitterly aware that the enemy has been methodically wearing them down from the start, showing indifference to their own losses, a ruthless tactic that leaves them with a mixture of fear and respect. Analyzing the enemy's actions, the lieutenant notices that the enemy soldiers, scattered chaotically across the territory, demonstrate completely different strategies, which further complicates the confrontation. The lieutenant, lost in thought, analyzes the enemy's tactics, realizing that the initial assumption of chaotic attacks has been replaced by an understanding of a clear pattern in the enemy's actions. Recalling the events, he notes how his squad was forced to retreat first to the first checkpoint, and then the incessant firefights pushed them back to the second, creating a feeling of being trapped. The lieutenant is alarmed to realize that the enemy seems to know their exact route, pursuing the squad with frightening predictability, a discovery that forces him to reconsider his survival strategy. Assessing the current state of the squad, the lieutenant comes to the conclusion that the best solution would be to gain a foothold at the third checkpoint and hold the defense until the rescue team arrives. In the camp of unknown armed forces, illuminated by the lights from the tents against the night sky, there is a tense atmosphere of anticipation and preparation for the next action. One of the subordinates, approaching the man with a bandage on his face, reports on the change in the enemy's route and the dispatch of soldiers to the supposed area of their appearance. His voice sounds with notes of concern. The man with the armband, having listened to the report, coolly notes the obvious, limited choice of escape routes for the enemy, his tone betraying confidence in his calculations. Suddenly, an agitated fighter bursts into the tent, emotionally expressing his incomprehension of the continuing losses among their soldiers, his voice shaking with indignation and fear. He criticizes the tactics of constant attacks and retreats, not understanding the point of sending soldiers to certain death. His words filled with bitterness and disappointment at the seeming senselessness of their actions. The man with the eye patch slowly rises from his seat, his gaze becoming wild and full of rage, creating an atmosphere of fear and tension around him. The soldier who has just voiced his complaints instantly realizes the error of his emotional outburst. Fear of the commander's reaction paralyzes him, forcing him to regret the words he said. The man with the eye patch, approaching his subordinate, harshly explains that their opponents are experienced special forces, and a direct attack would lead to catastrophic losses, his voice sounding with cold logic and contempt. Leaning his forehead against his interlocutor, he continues, emphasizing that rash actions would lead to the loss of military power and controlled zones, his words imbued with threat and a show of power. Suddenly turning around, he calmly declares that this now has nothing to do with his subordinate, his tone becoming ominously indifferent, foreshadowing imminent reprisal. A moment after these words, the man who dared to express dissatisfaction suddenly begins to bleed profusely. The scene takes on a shocking and cruel character. It turns out that the man with the eye patch's ward shot the speaker with lightning speed, his actions demonstrating unquestioning obedience and readiness for cruel measures. The killer continues to hold the gun over the body of the fallen man, from whose head a large amount of blood flows. This scene emphasizes the ruthlessness and cold-bloodedness of the performers. A man with a bandage on his face emerges from the tent, lifting the screen slightly, his gaze directed into the distance, assessing the situation and planning his next steps. Leaving the tent, he sees a group of prisoners kneeling under the supervision of their men. This picture demonstrates the complete control of the situation on the part of the attackers. He is told of several animals that escaped their traps, using this derogatory comparison to describe the surviving enemies. With a wicked smile, the man with the armband orders to find and finish off the fugitives, as well as to get rid of unnecessary prisoners. His words sound like a death sentence for many. Meanwhile, the lieutenant's team moves through the forest. They are informed that there are only 500 meters left, instilling hope for a timely arrival at the target, despite all the difficulties of the way. The lieutenant turns to his men and gives the order to slow down and move with extreme caution, his voice tense and determined, emphasizing the importance of the moment. He explains that the enemy, who knows the area well, can accurately predict their route, and there is a chance that the enemy already knows about the checkpoint. These words make the squad tense up even more. In the tent, a man with a blindfold, comfortably seated, talks with sadistic pleasure about the moments of catching the beast that thought it had escaped, his voice full of malice and anticipation. His protege silently listens to the commander's words, awaiting further instructions, his posture expressing complete submission and readiness for action. With a smile, the man with the blindfold continues, imagining the despair of the victim who has realized his mistake, his words imbued with a cruel pleasure from the suffering of others. The lieutenant's team, moving forward, suddenly encounters something that throws their commander into a state of extreme surprise and alarm. The lieutenant, despite his combat experience, noticeably turns pale. His reaction speaks of the seriousness of what he saw, making the squad even more wary. Arriving at the scene, they discover a horrific picture of many bodies, mercilessly shot in pools of blood. The scene shocks even seasoned fighters. The lieutenant notices a group of dead men under a tree, still clutching their weapons, their postures telling of the last moments of a desperate fight for life. Another group lies against the rock, their hands frozen in a final gesture of resistance, a sight that deeply shocks the lieutenant and his men. The lieutenant, shocked by what he saw, tries to comprehend what happened here. His thoughts are full of anxiety and attempts to understand the scale of the tragedy. Suddenly, a scream is heard in the tent, announcing the loss of contact with the Alpha team, which was in ambush. This news immediately disrupts the usual course of events. The man with the blindfold suddenly jumps up from his seat and demands that what was said be repeated, his voice full of rage and mistrust, creating an atmosphere of growing tension. The ward, trying to remain calm, reports on unsuccessful attempts to contact the Alpha team, his words sounding like a harbinger of serious problems. The commander inquires about the status of the Delta team that accompanied Alpha and learns that they are approximately 2 kilometers from the target. This information makes him think. After giving orders to contact Delta and prevent the target from escaping, he suddenly changes his mind, deciding to take control of the situation personally, his actions betraying his growing concern. Picking up the radio, the commander calls Delta Base. his voice tense, conveying the importance of the moment and the seriousness of the situation. Delta's response about the ongoing battle with an unknown enemy takes the commander by surprise. The situation begins to get out of control, disrupting all plans. Demanding clarification about the enemy, the commander hears only fragments of phrases that do not give a complete picture of what is happening, which further increases his anxiety. A sudden explosion interrupts communications, leaving the commander completely unaware of the fate of the Delta Force, a turning point in the development of events. The man with the bandage, realizing that his plan is beginning to collapse, falls into a state of shock. His confidence is replaced by confusion and fear. The thought that they themselves could have been the object of a hunt all this time horrifies the commander, forcing him to rethink the whole situation. Meanwhile, Idzin, in the very center of the battle, moves quickly with weapons in hand in conditions of limited visibility, his actions full of determination. Idzin's eyes burn with unwavering determination. He is confident in the correctness of his actions. This inner strength gives him special energy in the midst of battle. The air is filled with the whistle of bullets and thick smoke from the continuous shooting, creating a chaotic and dangerous environment where every moment can be decisive. Unknown armed forces are firing heavily. Their objectives remain unclear, adding an element of unpredictability to an already tense situation. Yidzin, taking cover from the fire, mentally counts down the time, realizing that the lieutenant's detachment has about 30 minutes for a successful retreat. His calculations are precise and cold-blooded. Realizing the importance of the moment, Idzin sets his main task to hold back the onslaught of unknown forces, giving his comrades a chance for salvation, his determination unwavering. Changing his position in a flash, Idzin grabs his weapon and begins to select targets. His movements are precise and efficient. Each action has its purpose. Despite the continued heavy fire from the enemy, Yidzin remains cool, his concentration unbroken even in the thick of battle. Unfazed by the danger, Yidzin takes up a comfortable shooting position, his confidence in his skills evident in every move. With pinpoint precision, he aims the green sight at the head of the first target and fires, his actions lightning fast and deadly. Without wasting a second, Yidzin instantly switches to the next target. His reaction and decision-making speed are amazing. One by one, the opponents fall to Idzin's well-aimed shots, his effectiveness in combat becoming apparent even in this chaos. Realizing their sudden losses, enemy fighters react with rage and frustration, their shouts and curses mixing with the sounds of gunfire, heightening the tension of the battle. Instantly after the previous shots, the new target is hit in the head with lightning speed, demonstrating the continuity and precision of Idzin's attack. The surviving enemies, realizing the danger, point to the mountain from which the shooting is coming. Their actions reveal confusion and an attempt to organize a counterattack. Yidzin, under heavy fire, quickly takes cover behind a rock, his movements honed by years of training and combat experience. The intensity of the shooting reaches its peak, bullets illuminating the surrounding space, creating a surreal picture of deadly illumination. Instantly assessing the situation, Yidzin decides to change his position, his tactical thinking working ahead, planning his next move. The aim of the maneuver is to create a new angle of attack that will catch the enemy off guard. Idzin's strategy demonstrates his high level of combat skill. The lieutenant's squad, hearing the explosion and noticing a strange glow in the dark forest, tenses up but continues to move. Their discipline does not allow them to succumb to panic. One of the fighters draws the lieutenant's attention to the place where the detachment recently passed, his voice betraying a mixture of surprise and alarm. The lieutenant, analyzing the situation, notes the neutralization of enemies and the new conflict behind him. His experienced gaze tries to put together the fragments of what is happening. By deciding to wait for a rescue team, the lieutenant demonstrates composure and prudence in the face of uncertainty. Deep in thought, the lieutenant tries to unravel the mystery of what is happening, his mind working, calculating all possible scenarios. With each passing second, his gaze becomes more and more focused, reflecting the intensity of the thought process and the depth of the analysis of the situation. Meanwhile, the enemies continue to suffer losses. Precise headshots eliminate them one by one, demonstrating the effectiveness and ruthlessness of the invisible shooter. Unknown armed forces, hiding behind rocks, open heavy fire on Idzin's position, their actions coordinated and aggressive. Idzin, showing amazing reflexes, takes cover behind another rock. Slightly tilting his head to avoid the bullets, his movements precise and efficient. Analyzing the situation, Yitzin comes to the conclusion that the enemy has realized the small number of his group. This understanding forces him to reconsider his tactics. He realizes that his maneuvers from different sides have successfully confused the enemy, demonstrating the effectiveness of the chosen strategy. Noting the enemy's diminishing forces, Yitzin realizes that his actions are producing results, but the situation remains critical. Considering the number of enemies he has eliminated and the many missing, Yitzin assesses the scale of the operation and his contribution to it. Using his camouflage skills, the guy starts crawling on his belly, trying to change his position unnoticed. His movements are smooth and almost invisible. As Yitzin makes his way through the tall grass, he loses his view but gains excellent cover, and the balance between risk and safety becomes key. As Yitzin watches the approaching soldiers, he confirms his assumptions about the enemy's tactics, his analytical skills helping him anticipate the enemy's actions. Assessing the situation, three people who don't know his exact position, Yitzin prepares for the next attack, his concentration reaching its peak. In a matter of seconds, all three newly arrived soldiers are eliminated by Yitzin's well-aimed shots, demonstrating his exceptional skill. After the attack, only traces of blood remain on the grass, testifying to the effectiveness and precision of Yitzin's actions. Realizing that the advantage of surprise has been exhausted, Yitzin understands the need for a change of tactics, his mind already working on a new plan. Yitzin, pushing back his sleeve, looks at his black watch. Noting that there are 14 minutes left, his actions are precise and calculated, every second counts. As dawn approaches, the situation changes. The darkness gradually dissipates, forcing Yitzin to reconsider his position, his tactical thinking working continuously. The lieutenant receives information about the imminent arrival of a rescue team. This news brings an element of hope into the tense atmosphere. The rescued people, hearing this news, cannot contain their joy. Their relief is almost tangible, but the situation still remains dangerous. The lieutenant, remaining vigilant, urges everyone to stay focused until the very end. His experience tells him that it is too early to relax. Preparing for a possible attack, the lieutenant takes up a firing position, expressing concern at the prolonged silence, his instincts telling him that danger is approaching. The sudden sound of a communication signal takes the lieutenant and his subordinate by surprise. Their surprise mixed with caution. Yitzin's voice, introducing himself as a mercenary, is heard on the air, his message bringing a new twist to the development of events. Yitzin informs about his imminent joining the squad, causing one of the fighters to react with surprise and relief. He immediately reports to the lieutenant. The lieutenant, analyzing the situation, realizes that all the previous clashes and the elimination of enemies were the work of Yitzin. His respect for the skills of his former subordinate grows. In the distance, the lieutenant notices something unusual, his gaze tensely peering into the distance, trying to make out the details. In the distance among the trees, he sees the approaching figure of a man with his hands raised up. This picture causes a mixture of relief and wariness in the lieutenant. The figure of a man with raised hands continues to approach the detachment's positions, each step increasing the tension among the fighters. The lieutenant, without lowering his weapon, peers closely at the approaching man, his finger frozen on the trigger, ready for any development of events. As the figure approaches, the lieutenant finally makes out familiar features, recognizing Yitzin's eyes, a revelation that leaves him in shock and disbelief. The realization that Yitzin had actually come to the rescue shocks the lieutenant to the depths of his soul, his emotions mixing between surprise and gratitude. Yitzin, remaining calm, continues to walk with his hands raised, demonstrating peaceful intentions, his face expressing concentration and determination. The lieutenant, not believing his eyes, tries to comprehend the reality of what is happening, his gaze riveted on the approaching figure of Yitzin. Thoughts about Yitzin's new life flash through the lieutenant's head. Bewilderment about the reasons for his appearance here is mixed with deep respect for his loyalty. As Yitzin approaches, the lieutenant notices his changed clothing, but all his attention is focused on the fact that his former subordinate is present. The lieutenant's gaze on Yitzin is full of awe, as if he is looking at something supernatural. His respect and admiration is obvious. Yitzin, satisfied with the successful completion of the mission to rescue the lieutenant, radiates calm and satisfaction, his goal achieved. As the rescue helicopter arrives and slowly descends towards the ground, the atmosphere fills with hope and relief. The second helicopter arrives next, reinforcing the picture of the rescue, People do not hide their joy from the realization of their survival. Their emotions fill the morning air. The lieutenant, unable to contain his feelings, runs quickly towards Idzin, his movements full of energy and gratitude. The lieutenant, overcome with emotion, grabs Idzin by the collar and begins to shake him with such force that the boy feels his brain shaking. In a voice filled with a mixture of anger and concern, the lieutenant asks Idzin if he has gone mad, demanding an explanation for his presence here. Idzin, keeping his composure, calmly replies that his knowledge of the area exceeds that of the lieutenant, his voice sounding confident and reasonable. The lieutenant, still not believing what he heard, accuses Idzin of trying to justify himself, suggesting that he has not changed since the old days. The guy continues to explain his motives, emphasizing that he knew about the danger threatening the detachment. His words sound sincere and balanced. Idzin adds that he could not live with the regret of not coming to the rescue, demonstrating the depth of his devotion and sense of duty. The lieutenant, shocked by what he heard, looks at Idzin's calm face, his gaze expressing a mixture of surprise and deep respect. Gritting his teeth against the overwhelming emotion, the lieutenant calls Idzin a damn kid, his voice shaking with suppressed emotions. Unable to contain himself any longer, the lieutenant begins to cry, tears streaming down his face as he asks, confused, what he should do with Idzin now. Idzin does not react to the lieutenant's emotional outburst. The main thing for him is his duty accomplished. His face remains calm and focused. The helicopter finally lands. People begin to move towards it. Preparing for the long-awaited evacuation, the atmosphere is filled with relief and hope. Meanwhile, unknown armed forces begin to count their losses, assessing the scale of what happened and planning further actions. The mentee reports to the man with the eye patch about the heavy losses. Alpha Team lost 17 out of 20 people. Delta Team also suffered serious losses. His voice sounds tense. He suggests a more detailed analysis of the situation is needed. Noting that the Alpha Team apparently failed to put up adequate resistance, his analysis sounds professional and restrained. The speaker continues, reporting that Delta Team was ambushed while on the move, the man with the blindfold listening intently, his face showing growing concern. When asked about the enemy, the ward replies that it was only possible to find out about a small number of the enemy. This information causes obvious bewilderment in the man with the armband. The man with the armband is deep in thought, trying to understand what went wrong, considering that the enemy acted predictably and had no reinforcements in the area. His thoughts are full of disappointment. Analyzing the situation, he remembers that he has only seen a similar battle scenario once. This memory makes him even more wary. The sudden realization causes the man with the eye patch to shake with anger. He says the name 001 in horror, his reaction revealing deep fear and rage. The ward, not understanding the situation, asks again about the meaning of this code, his voice expressing obvious confusion. The man with the bandage, covering his face with his hand, explains that such methods are typical for 001, his voice trembling with suppressed emotions. When the ward reminds him that 001 was destroyed several years ago, the man with the armband orders him to double-check all the information as if the freak is still alive, his tone betraying a mixture of fear and determination. In the evening twilight, the corporation's main building appears in all its grandeur, sparkling and shimmering with lights, like a precious stone set in the frame of the night sky. On the training ground, a dynamic scene unfolds ahead. The coach runs, setting the rhythm and pace, and behind him, like a single organism, follow his charges, their movements synchronized and full of determination. Go-Suk, running side by side with Idzin, stealthily glances at his comrade, trying to decipher his emotions hidden behind the mask of concentration. Every step Idzin takes seems like a mystery to him. Yuna, dressed in her school uniform, sits on a bench overlooking the training ground, her gaze drawn to Idzin's figure like a magnet, his every move imprinted in her mind. The girl's eyes, filled with dreaminess and tenderness, follow Idzin's every move, her gaze like the soft light of the stars illuminating the night sky, full of admiration and hidden hope. Suddenly, a piercing whistle cuts through the silence of the training hall, and all the participants, as if on command, rush to the ropes, preparing to demonstrate their agility and strength. Go-Suk, without taking his eyes off Idzin, watches his impeccable actions. Every movement of the guy causes him a mixture of admiration and bewilderment. Idzin, completely immersed in training, never once glanced at those around him. His concentration was absolute, as if the whole world for him had narrowed down to the exercises he was performing. Every movement, precise and precise. The next test for those training is overcoming obstacles, which requires maximum speed and accuracy. Go-Suk and Yidzin stand shoulder to shoulder as they wait for their turn to complete the obstacle course, their outward calm contrasting with their inner tension. With a shrill sound of the whistle, both young men take off like arrows fired from a bow, their movements swift and precise, leaving behind only a whirlwind of air and a flickering of silhouettes. Yidin, demonstrating incredible speed and agility, easily bypasses Go-Suk, his movements reminiscent of a graceful dance, where each step is measured and precise, like that of an experienced predator. The coach and the other students, watching the newcomer Ichin, freeze in amazement, their faces expressing a mixture of shock and admiration, as if they had witnessed the appearance of a supernatural being. Yuna, without hiding her delight, mentally admires Ichin's skill, her eyes shining, reflecting his every movement, as if she were watching the performance of a virtuoso artist. Go-Suk, trying to keep up with Yitzin, begins to breathe heavily. His body, not used to such a pace, protests against the load. Each step becomes more and more difficult for him. After finishing a grueling workout, the students, exhausted and out of breath, try to catch their breath, their sweat-covered bodies testifying to the ordeal they have endured. Go-Suk, still breathing heavily, can't take his eyes off Yitzin, his eyes full of surprise and slight envy as he follows every move of the unusual newcomer. Yitzin, in contrast to the others, looks absolutely calm and collected, as if he had just woken up from a refreshing sleep. His energy seems inexhaustible. Go-Suk's face, flushed from the strain, shows a mixture of fatigue and bewilderment, his thoughts spinning around the mystery of Yitzin's inexhaustible powers, trying to find an explanation. In the locker room where the students change clothes after training, Go-Suk continues to cast thoughtful glances at Ijin, trying to unravel the mystery of his unusual abilities. Go-Suk, noticing the blood on Yidzin's hand, draws the boy's attention to it, his voice sounding with notes of concern and surprise, breaking the silence of the locker room. Yidzin, surprised by the remark, glances at his hand, as if noticing the damage for the first time, his reaction showing complete indifference to his own condition. As Yidzin puts on his jacket, he brushes off Go-Suk's concerns about the seriousness of the injury bleeding through his shirt, their exchange highlighting the difference in their attitudes towards physical discomfort. Go-Suk, looking away, notes with a mixture of admiration and disappointment that Yidzin has performed superbly despite his injury, his words betraying the deep impression the newcomer has made. Yidzin, intrigued by Go-Suk's sudden revelation after closely observing him during training, listens intently, his face expressing a mixture of curiosity and reserve. Go-Suk, having collected his thoughts, begins to express his observations. His voice sounds with notes of respect and slight envy, creating an atmosphere of confidential conversation. By analyzing Ijin's behavior during the rescue of Yuna, the sparring and training, and his basic training, Go-Suk demonstrates his observation and analytical skills. Go-Suk makes a comment about Ijin's long and intense training, his words sounding like a mixture of admiration and an attempt to solve the mystery of his new comrade's unusual abilities. Admitting to his status as a genius since childhood, Go-Suk expresses slight disappointment as he compares himself to Yidzin's unshakable wall, his words full of sincerity and introspection. Despite acknowledging Yidzin's superiority, Go-Suk states his unwillingness to lose, to which Yidzin responds with understanding, noting his interlocutor's insight. Yidzin, while acknowledging Go-Suk's desire to win in every training session, expresses empathy for his feelings, his words ringing with a note of respect for his comrade's ambitions. By noting Go-Suk's intellectual abilities, Yidzin demonstrates his observation skills and ability to make objective judgments despite their similar ages. Yidzin mentions information about Go-Suk's past as Yuna's bodyguard and assistant since childhood, showing his knowledge and attention to detail. Go-Suk, surprised by Yidzin's knowledge, confirms the information about his grandfather and father's high positions in the corporation, his voice sounding with notes of respect for the family legacy. Explaining his connection to the corporation since his early childhood, Go-Suk reveals the story of growing up with Yuna, his words filled with nostalgia and a sense of his special position. Go-Suk, continuing his story, explains the purpose of his training to help Yuna in her future work at the corporation, to which Yidzin responds with unexpected directness, denying his ability to help others. Yidzin's words send Go-Suk into a state of shock, his gaze full of bewilderment expressing an attempt to understand the true meaning of what was said. The atmosphere between them becomes tense. Ijin, putting on his backpack and heading towards the exit, makes a philosophical remark about the different purposes of each person, his words sounding mysterious and a little distant. Go-suk, clearly displeased by the seeming arrogance of Yitzin's answer, struggles internally with conflicting feelings, his face expressing a mixture of irritation and grudging respect. Suddenly, Go-suk, having caught up with Yitzin, resolutely declares his unwillingness to lose to him, neither in training nor in sparring, his voice full of determination and challenge. Go-suk's words spark a spark of interest in Ijin. A slight smile appears on his face, as if he has finally found a worthy opponent. The atmosphere between them changes. Yuna, patiently waiting at the exit, notices the door opening. Her heart begins to beat faster in anticipation of the appearance of the expected faces. Seeing the boys coming out, Yuna greets them with genuine joy, her words about a job well done sounding soft and approving. Turning to Idzin, Yuna asks with undisguised concern about the reason for his recent absence from school, her voice betraying genuine concern. Yuzin, without looking at the girl, briefly replies that nothing happened. His tone remains even and emotionless, creating a contrast with Yuna's concern. Yuna, sensing something amiss in Itzin's response, begins to suspect that there is something more behind his words, her intuition telling her that things are not that simple. The sudden ringing of Idzin's phone attracts Yuna's attention. Her curiosity gets the better of her, and she can't help but try to see the name of the caller. Noticing that it was Lieutenant Kam Ham Chan calling, Yuna becomes lost in thought, her face expressing a mixture of surprise and growing concern. Yidzin, stepping aside to talk, hears from the lieutenant about the successful completion of Kwangsik's operation. The news does not seem to cause a visible reaction from him. The lieutenant assures Itzin that there is nothing to worry about, to which the boy responds with obvious relief, his voice, usually reserved, momentarily betraying emotion. Continuing the conversation, the lieutenant emphasizes how critical the situation was and how Itzin's timely intervention saved his life, his words full of sincere gratitude. Expressing deep gratitude, the lieutenant notes that Itzin's actions prevented not only problems for Kwangsik, but for the entire squad, his voice filled with respect and relief. The lieutenant, wanting to thank Itzin, offers to meet and have dinner at his expense. His invitation sounds warm and sincere, creating an atmosphere of friendly communication. Suddenly, the lieutenant's tone changes. Becoming more serious and thoughtful, he slowly begins to talk about something important that is clearly weighing on his soul. With a heavy voice, the lieutenant expresses his wish that Yitzin never return to the battlefield again, his words filled with concern and worry for the young man's future. The lieutenant, realizing the contradictory nature of his request after the assistance provided, still insists on his opinion. His voice sounds with notes of guilt and firm conviction. Reminding Idzinia of his new life and family, the lieutenant asks him to refrain from such actions next time, his words imbued with fatherly care and a desire to protect. Yidzin, responding to the lieutenant, expresses his gratitude for the opportunity to meet his family and explains his decision to return as a sense of duty, his voice calm and confident. Standing with the phone to his ear, Yitzin patiently waits for the conversation to continue, his posture expressing attention and readiness to listen to whatever the lieutenant says. The lieutenant, unable to contain his emotions, closes his eyes, trying to hide the tears that have welled up, and thanks Itzin for his words, his voice trembling from the overwhelming emotion. As the conversation ends, the lieutenant says goodbye until the next meeting, and a wide, sincere smile appears on Itzin's face, reflecting the warmth and depth of their relationship. Go-suk and Yuna stand nearby, patiently waiting for Yitzin's phone call to end, their curious glances betraying their attempts to guess the identity of the person on the other end of the line. Yuna looks worried as she watches Itzin, her face reflecting a growing understanding of the situation, as if the pieces of a puzzle are finally coming together to form a complete picture. Yidin, feeling the strange looks on him, remains silent. His face remains inscrutable, but internally he prepares himself for possible questions. Yuna, breaking the silence, asks about Idzin's plans, to which he calmly replies about meeting his friends at the computer cafe, his tone remaining even and emotionless. Surprised by the answer, Yuna asks again about the computer cafe, her voice betraying a mixture of curiosity and slight distrust. Yuna, unexpectedly for everyone, expresses a desire to join Idzin. Her words sound impulsive and decisive, disrupting the usual course of events. Go-suk, silently watching Yuna, mentally criticizes her behavior, considering it stupid and thoughtless, his gaze expressing a mixture of irritation and concern. Arriving at the computer cafe, Yizin notices the empty seats. His gaze becomes more intense, as if he senses something is wrong. Yuna and Go-suk, looking around the room, also feel growing anxiety. The atmosphere of the cafe makes them clearly uncomfortable. Their gazes take in the unsightly scene. The dirty floor, overturned chairs, and scattered keyboards create the impression of recent chaos. Go-suk approaches the administrator and tries to find out the reason for the disorder, but receives an evasive answer, which increases the overall tension. The administrator reluctantly talks about the conflict between local students and those from other schools, but his words paint a picture of a sudden and violent clash. The moment he realized what had happened, Yizin quickly took out his phone, his actions clear and purposeful, while Yuna looked increasingly alarmed, her face expressing growing concern. Chan, Yizin's friend, runs quickly through the evening streets of the city, his breathing ragged and heavy, every step filled with despair and fear. Reaching a corner illuminated by a street lamp, Chan stops, his eyes frantically scanning the area for a safe place to hide. While hiding, Chan hears the furious cries of his pursuers looking for him, the voices full of threats and determination, adding to the sense of danger. Sitting in the shelter, Chan trembles with fear. His thoughts are confused in attempts to find a way out of the current situation. Panic is growing with every second. A recent memory of a crowd of aggressively minded guys in sports uniforms comes to Chan's mind, and their appearance causes a new wave of fear in him. The words of his bullying friends echo in his head, reminding him of the task to run as fast as he can. Their instructions seeming like his only hope for salvation right now. The blonde's warning about the need to hide everything from Idzin now seems even more significant to Chan, increasing his internal conflict and feelings of guilt. Chan, realizing the scale of the danger, understands that even together with Idzin, they would hardly be able to withstand such a number of opponents. This realization increases his fear. The sudden beep of his phone makes Chan jump, his hands shaking as he checks the incoming message. The fear of what its contents might contain paralyzing him. It turns out that it is not a message, but an incoming call which catches Chan off guard, increasing his panic and indecision. Seeing Idzin's name on the screen, Chan is left frozen between answering or rejecting the call, a moment that becomes a critical test of his conscience and loyalty. The curly-haired guy, finding himself in the epicenter of a brutal fight, delivers a crushing kick to one of his opponents, his movements swift and precise, like those of an experienced fighter. Before he could enjoy his triumph, he immediately received a counterblow right on the cheek, pain piercing his face, causing him to lose his orientation in space for a moment. Trying to see his attacker, the curly-haired man squints from the bright light coming from the attacker. This moment seems surreal, as if the battle is taking place on the edge of reality. Without wasting a second, the guy responds with a powerful kick to the stomach of his opponent, putting all his rage and desire to avenge the pain he received into this blow. The defeated enemy, curled up on the floor, becomes indifferent to the curly-haired one, who is already looking for the next enemy, his gaze full of determination and adrenaline. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees his blonde friend deliver a devastating kick to the stomach of another opponent, sending him flying like a rag doll. The blonde, tensing every muscle in his body, looks extremely concentrated, his face distorted with a grimace of effort, demonstrating the seriousness of the situation. The two friends, back to back, breathing heavily, survey the battlefield, their eyes feverishly searching for new opponents, ready to continue the fight. Around them lie the unconscious bodies of numerous fallen enemies, but the battle is not over yet. Many opponents are still standing on their feet, ready to continue the fight. A figure in a light suit stands out from the crowd, his smile out of place in this chaos. He mockingly comments on the strength of his friends, his words sounding like a challenge. The red-haired, curly-haired man, recognizing the speaker as the representative of Incheon, mentally curses the situation, realizing that the enemy brought with them many more people than expected. He thinks with a bitter smile about how easy it is for the enemy to talk while his henchmen do all the dirty work. And this thought only strengthens his determination to continue the fight. The opponent's words are like a sharp blade piercing the guy's pride, causing a storm of emotions. His face distorts with rage, and his fists involuntarily clench, ready for action. The smiling opponent, not stopping there, continues his verbal attack. His words, saturated with the poison of mockery, only increase the tension, threatening to explode at any moment. Unable to hold back any longer, the enraged boy charges at the two opponents, his movements swift and determined to prove his strength and fearlessness. The attacker's eyes glow an ominous red light and crude curses begin to flow from his mouth, creating an aura of uncontrollable rage and aggression around him. The red-haired guy, instantly assessing the situation, takes a fighting stance. His body tenses, preparing for the inevitable collision. Every muscle fills with the energy of the upcoming fight. The attacker delivers a powerful punch, but the red-haired man, demonstrating amazing dexterity, dodges it with the ease of a dancer, avoiding what seemed to be an inevitable hit. Preparing for a counterattack, the red-haired guy concentrates. His gaze becomes sharp and focused. Every movement is filled with strength and determination. Throwing a punch, the redhead encounters unexpected resistance. The opponent manages to block. Their hands collide with a dull sound, like two hammers. Using the moment of contact, the opponent deftly moves the redhead's hand to the side. This unexpected maneuver catches the guy off guard, disrupting his plans and forcing him to reconsider his battle tactics. The unknown guy, feeling the advantage, begins the verbal attack again, his insults sounding even louder and more furious, trying to demoralize the opponent. The redhead, not giving in to provocation, concentrates on finding a weak spot in the opponent's defense, his eyes quickly scanning the opponent's figure, looking for an opportunity to strike. Finding an opening in the defense, the red-haired guy delivers a powerful kick to the large opponent's stomach, putting all his strength and technique into this blow. The red-haired guy striking realizes with horror that his strength is running out. Fatigue is crippling his muscles, and a painful hematoma is already spreading across his cheek, limiting his fighting potential. The enemy's unexpected reaction makes the redhead wary. His gaze narrows to the limit. His intuition screams about danger, foreshadowing an imminent threat. He watches in horror as the enemy's huge hand squeezes his leg like a vice, preventing him from moving or striking, the situation quickly spiraling out of control. The attacker's face distorts into a sinister smile, baring his teeth in a predatory grin, his words sounding like a death sentence, filling the red-haired guy's heart with chilling fear. Holding the victim's leg with one hand, the huge opponent delivers a crushing blow with the other right into the redhead's nose. The sound of the blow echoing throughout the room, increasing the horror of what was happening. Not stopping there, the attacker continues the attack, delivering another knee strike to the redhead's face, blood spraying in all directions, painting the scene scarlet. The red-haired guy's body, like a rag doll, flies to the side, tumbling across the floor, every movement echoing with pain throughout his exhausted body. The blonde, seeing his friend suffering, cries out his name in despair, but does not have time to react to the threat hanging over him. The enemy is already swinging for a blow. The vape, now a weapon of attack, falls on the blonde's shoulder, causing a sharp pain. The blow is so strong that it seems like it could shatter the bone. Unable to withstand the onslaught of the attack, the blonde falls to the floor, and the crowd, seized by a thirst for blood, begins to chant. Calling for the beating to continue, the victim tries to defend himself, curling up into a ball. The huge dark-haired guy, not satisfied with the previous blows, begins to mercilessly trample the defeated opponent, leaving bloody marks on his shoes. The scene becomes more and more cruel and inhuman. The attacker, his face distorted with rage and his veins bulging, spews threats, his words full of contempt and a desire to assert his superiority over his defeated opponents. The beating continues with relentless brutality. The victims, spread out on the floor, no longer able to resist, each blow echoing with pain in their exhausted bodies. One of the attackers addresses their leader, mentioning Tae-soo's order. This name makes the leader wary and asks again, emphasizing the importance and authority of the person mentioned. Discussing the fate of the escaped Chan, the leader gives the order to return the pursuers to the base, his voice sounding firm and decisive, leaving no room for objections. Meanwhile, Yidzin, Go-suk, Yuna, and her guard find a frightened Chan, who, shaking from the fear he experienced, has difficulty finding the words to explain the situation. Chan, gathering his courage, begins to tell the story of the attack by the high school students, assuming that it is revenge for past events, his voice shaking with emotion and guilt. Continuing the narrative, Jiang mentions the appearance of Guinshun, Taisu's right-hand man, explaining the importance of these figures in the school hierarchy. His words paint a picture of a serious conflict. Speaking about the numerical superiority of the enemy, Chan emphasizes the hopelessness of the situation in which his friends found themselves, forced to accept an unequal fight. With pain in his voice, Chan recalls how Hyun and Jin ordered him to run away, forbidding him to tell Yijin what happened. His words filled with regret and a sense of betrayal. Chan, unable to contain his emotions, takes the blame for what happened, linking the current events with his past help to Hyun, his voice trembling with remorse and helplessness. Yijin, listening attentively to Chan's story, understands his friend's innocence, but realizes the need for quick and decisive action, his face expressing concentration and readiness for action. Asking about the location of the last meeting, Idzin receives an answer about an alley near the subway. This information becomes a starting point for further actions. The tension in the group increases. Yijin, having received information about the location of his friends, rushes in the indicated direction without hesitation, his determination astounding everyone present. When asked about his intentions, Yijin answers with unwavering confidence, demonstrating a willingness to act no matter what, his words sounding like a challenge to fate. Chan, overcome with anxiety, tries to dissuade Yijin, reminding him of the enemy's numerical superiority and the potential danger, his voice trembling with fear and worry. Chan's mind flashes back to the carefree days at the computer cafe, where he and his friends would play games enthusiastically, their shouts and laughter echoing in his mind. Images of happy moments spent together, eating and talking, flash before Chan's eyes, increasing his emotional state and feelings of guilt. Memories of school pranks and fun breaks spent with friends make Chan's heart ache with longing and determination to change something. Overwhelmed by emotions and nostalgic memories, Chan clenches his fists, his face expressing an internal struggle and nascent determination. Overcoming his fear, Chan catches up to Yitsun and, touching his shoulder, declares his desire to join, his voice sounding with unexpected firmness and confidence. Yuna, watching the unfolding scene, turns to Go-suk to ask about what to do next, her eyes expressing a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Go-suk, deep in thought, remains silent, trying to find the right solution to the current situation, his face expressing intense thought. Yuna's guard approaches Go-suk and asks him a direct question about his intentions to join his friends, a question that is like a challenge that requires an immediate answer. The guard turns to Go-suk and asks him a provocative question about his friendship and willingness to help, his words sounding like a challenge, making the young man think. A sudden revelation occurs in Go-suk's mind, as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes, forcing him to rethink his role and responsibilities as a friend. Continuing his thought, the guard reminds Go-suk of his status as a high school student and the responsibility that comes with it, his words sounding like wise advice. Go-suk watches Yitsun and Yang walk towards danger with a determined look, their enthusiasm and courage causing him mixed feelings. Go-suk's internal conflict mounts as he weighs the pros and cons of his involvement in this story, his face expressing doubt and hesitation. Unexpectedly for everyone, Go-suk makes a decision. His smile and words addressed to Yuna are full of confidence and desire to act. By repeating his promise to return, Go-suk seems to convince not only Yuna, but also himself of the correctness of his choice, his voice sounding with new determination. Yuna, surprised by the change in Go-suk's behavior, watches him with new interest, realizing how much he has changed during this time. Watching Go-suk leave, Yuna notices changes in his face and posture, realizing that in front of her is no longer just a security guard, but a man ready for decisive action. Yuna, driven by a desire to help, states her intention to join the group, but the guard immediately objects, his voice stern and authoritative. The guard, trying to convince Yuna to stay away, appeals to her gender. His words, although dictated by concern, sound somewhat patronizing. Yuna, clearly irritated by the guard's attempt to limit her actions, protests internally, her face expressing discontent and determination to defend her right to make independent decisions. After throwing an angry glare at the guard, Yuna nevertheless turns away, reluctantly acknowledging the wisdom of the advice to stay away, her posture expressing an internal conflict between the desire to help and the need to exercise caution. The guard, feeling awkward from Yuna's reaction, begins to doubt the correctness of his words, his face expressing a mixture of confusion and concern. Sean, walking next to Itzin, cannot get rid of anxious thoughts about the upcoming confrontation, his gaze expressing doubt and fear of the enemy's numerical superiority. Suddenly, something catches Chan's attention, causing him to stop and stare into the distance in confusion, his face expressing surprise and confusion at what is happening. To his surprise, Chan notices that Go-suk has joined them. Now walking side by side with Yidzin, this unexpected support gives him new hope. Yidzin, noticing the new addition to their ranks, glances at Go-suk, his eyes expressing a mixture of surprise and approval. Go-suk, feeling the need to explain his decision, begins to talk about the sense of camaraderie and duty of a classmate, his words sounding sincere and determined. Hearing Go-suk's explanation, Yidzin breaks into a wide smile, his face glowing with joy at the realization that he now actually has real friends. Three friends, united by a common goal, resolutely walk towards the unknown, their faces expressing seriousness and readiness to help their comrades in trouble. The scene of the massacre appears before the friends in all its gloomy reality. Scattered bats and traces of the recent conflict create an oppressive atmosphere. Sean, surveying the area, confirms with concern in his voice that their friends were definitely here, his words echoing recent events. Looking around, Chan begins to wonder if his comrades have somehow managed to escape, his face expressing a mixture of hope and worry. Go-suk, finding the broken phone, suggests that their friends might have been taken to another location, his voice thoughtful and analytical. Recognizing the phones as belonging to Hyun and Jin, Jang listens to Go-suk's reasoning about intentionally destroying evidence, the realization of the situation making him turn pale. Ijin wastes no time in beginning a thorough examination of the scene, his eyes carefully scanning every detail for possible clues. Idin's gaze, as impassive as ever, is fixed on one point while his mind works feverishly, analyzing the situation and planning his next steps. At that moment, the guys who participated in the beating pass by. Their appearance makes Chan flinch in fear. His body tenses in anticipation of a possible confrontation. Noticing the trio of friends, the hooligans begin to aggressively shout insults, their voices full of anger and a desire to continue the conflict. Yijin and Go-suk immediately take up defensive positions, ready for a possible fight, while Chan, overcome with fear, tries to stay behind them. One of the attackers points at Chan, loudly announcing his previous escape, the words sounding like a death sentence, increasing the tension of the situation and Chan's fear. The crowd aggressively advances on Chan, accusing him of cowardice and betrayal of his friends, their words full of venom and contempt, increasing the boy's feelings of guilt and fear. Go-suk, keeping his cool, notes the fortunate coincidence that allows them to obtain information about the location of their friends, his voice sounding with a hint of irony. Idzin fixes his icy gaze on the attackers. His face remains impassive, but his eyes show a readiness for decisive action. One of the bullies, irritated by Idzin's words and gaze, swings his weapon aggressively, his voice full of anger and defiance. Reacting with lightning speed, Yidzin blocks the attacker's blow, pushing his arm aside with amazing ease and precision of movement. Without wasting a second, Yijin delivers a powerful punch with his other hand to the opponent's nose, causing bleeding and shock in the attacker. At the same moment, another masked attacker tries to attack Itzin from behind, his fist already ready to fall on the target. Yijin, showing incredible reflexes, dodges the blow and, using the opponent's strength, throws him aside with his body and elbow. Grabbing one of his attackers by the head, Yijin demonstrates his strength, the veins in his arm bulging with tension, betraying the intensity of the fight. Using a hold, Yijin suddenly pulls the opponent's head towards his knee, delivering a crushing blow that makes the attacker bleed. Yijin delivers a powerful punch to the third attacker's stomach, causing him to react painfully and lose control of his body. Go-suk, not standing aside, joins the confrontation with the attackers, his face expressing determination and concentration, every movement filled with strength and confidence. The speed and efficiency with which Yidzin and Go-suk neutralize the four attackers is astounding, leaving their opponents lying on the ground in stunned silence. Chan watches the scene unfold in mute amazement, his eyes wide in shock and disbelief, his mind racing to process what has just happened. One of the defeated opponents finds himself in the center of attention of Yijin and Go-suk, their gazes full of determination to get the information they need, the atmosphere heating up with each passing second. The boy, clearly scared, tries to cover his face with his hands, his body shaking in fear as Yitzin persistently asks about the whereabouts of their friends who were involved in the previous fight. Fear of the consequences of betraying his comrades paralyzes the interrogated man's tongue, and his internal conflict between self-preservation and loyalty is reflected in every nervous movement. Izin's gaze, cold and piercing, seems to scan the interlocutor, trying to penetrate into the most secret corners of his consciousness and extract the necessary information. Another guy, watching the interrogation, tries to support his comrade, reminding him of the need to remain silent, his words sounding like the last line of defense against the onslaught of Itzin. Dissatisfied with the answer, Yizin increases the pressure on the interrogated man, his actions becoming more insistent, causing the guy to show obvious signs of discomfort and pain. The person being interrogated, unable to withstand the pressure, finds himself in an even more vulnerable position. His physical and mental condition deteriorates before our eyes, causing mixed feelings among the observers. Go, Suk, and Zhang, shocked by the intensity of the interrogation, exchange worried glances, realizing that their friend is capable of harsher methods than they could have imagined. Go Suk, having assessed the tension of the situation, decisively takes the initiative into his own hands, his voice sounding calm and confident as he offers to continue the conversation on his own. Yizin, though not fully understanding Gosuk's motives, silently agrees to his proposal, his gaze expressing a mixture of curiosity and respect for his friend's decision. A group of boys guilty of beating up Idzin's classmates and friends have gathered near the entrance to the club, their relaxed postures and carefree smiles contrasting with the tense atmosphere. There is a cheerful atmosphere inside the club, with laughter and loud conversations coming through the half-open door, creating an eerie contrast to what is happening outside. Jin and Hen lie on the cold floor, barely moving, their bodies covered in bruises and abrasions. Every movement is given to them with great difficulty, causing painful grimaces. Hyun, despite the physical pain, tries to maintain his composure, his gaze fixed on one point, expressing unwavering determination and a desire not to give up. Jin, overcome with fear, barely holds back his trembling, his eyes full of horror, take in every detail of the surroundings, trying to find a way to escape. Jin's attention is drawn to the figure of a huge guy with an impressive tattoo on his back and chest. The realization that in front of him is probably the most dangerous student in the school makes his heart beat even faster. 3 subordinates approach their leader and report on the completed task, their voices full of pride and expectation of approval. Tai-Su, hearing the report, slowly turns his face, covered in scars and blood, his gaze full of cold cruelty, stopping at the defeated opponents. Walking away from his recent victims, Tai-Su casually throws the bloody bat to the floor, the sound of metal hitting concrete echoing throughout the room, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. Wiping his bloody hand, Tai-Su demands a cigarette from one of his subordinates, his voice hoarse and commanding, leaving no room for objection. Taking a drag on his cigarette, Tai-Su is lost in dark thoughts about his humiliation in front of his elders because of these freaks, his face distorted into a grimace of rage and disgust. Tai-Su's memory flashes back to a recent conversation where he was asked about the rumors about 10 Gosuk guys being defeated by just 4 Sinin guys, and the memory makes him clench his fists in anger. Then, not yet understanding the seriousness of the situation, Tai-Su asked again about the details, his face expressing a mixture of bewilderment and growing concern. The interlocutor explained that the majority of their company consisted of students from that very school. This information made Tai-Su tense up, realizing the possible consequences. The words about searching for fighters for the company and about the defeat of 10 of their guys by 4 rich students sounded like a sentence. Every word hit the target. The threat of reconsidering the relationship hung in the air like the sword of Damocles, forcing Tai-Su to realize the seriousness of the situation and the need for urgent action. Back in the present, Tai-Su takes a drag from his cigarette and reflects on his humiliation in front of his elders, his voice low, filled with bitterness and a thirst for revenge. The big guy who was recently involved in a fight freezes in fear. Not knowing what to answer Tai-Su, the atmosphere becomes tense with every second of silence. Hyun and Jin are roughly thrown to the floor in front of Tai-Su, forcing them to witness what is happening, their eyes filled with pain and fear of the unknown. Tai-Su, sitting on the table, coldly assesses the prisoners, his question about the missing ones sounding like a harbinger of new problems for his subordinates. Tai-Su's men nervously report the escape of one and the lack of information about the other, their voices trembling with fear of the possible wrath of their leader. Addressing Inchun, Tai Su expresses his disappointment with the results, his words sounding like a threat, causing those around him to become even more tense. Inchon, sensing Tai Su's unusual irritability, internally prepares for the worst, realizing that the slightest provocation could lead to unpredictable consequences. Taisu glanced at everyone present and began to speak with a hint of contempt in his voice, his words piercing the air like sharp daggers, making everyone tense up. Addressing the captives, Taisu demands information about their identities, his voice cold and commanding, creating an atmosphere of imminent threat. Hen, despite his situation, finds the strength to respond with a challenge, his smile full of irony, becoming a silent protest against intimidation. Tai Su, irritated by Hyun's insolence, demonstrates his superiority, his actions aimed at breaking the captive's will and achieving the desired answer. Continuing to smoke, Tae Su watches the proceedings with cold interest, the smoke from his cigarette creating an aura of aloofness and superiority around him. Tai Su's men, ready to continue putting pressure on the captives, stop at the command of their leader, his commanding voice instantly stopping any action. Rising from his seat, Tae-Su offers a deal to the captives, his words sounding both tempting and threatening, creating an atmosphere of tense choice. Jin and Hyun, hearing the proposal, exchange glances full of shock and doubt, their thoughts frantically searching for a way out of the current situation. Tae-Su continues his speech, painting a bleak outlook for the silent ones, his words sounding like a sentence that deprives them of hope for a normal future. As Tae-Su concludes his monologue, he delivers an ultimatum, his voice full of threat and anticipation, creating an atmosphere of inevitable choice. Jin, unexpectedly for everyone, bursts out laughing, his reaction full of contempt and defiance, breaking the tense silence and causing everyone present to freeze in anticipation. Jin and Hyun's mocking words echo throughout the room, their laughter full of defiance and contempt, breaking the oppressive silence, causing Tae-Su to grit his teeth in rage. Tae-Su's face contorts with anger, his eyes narrow and his hands involuntarily clench into fists, creating an aura of uncontrollable rage around him. Tae-Su's men freeze in horror as they watch their boss's reaction, their bodies tensing in anticipation of the inevitable explosion. Tae-Su, losing his composure, quickly approaches the captives, his movements sharp and threatening, each step echoing in the tense silence. The air around Tae-Su seems to thicken as he raises his weapon, preparing to strike, the atmosphere becoming tense. Tae-Su's subordinates exchange worried glances, realizing that the situation is getting out of control. Their faces turn pale in fear of their boss's unpredictability. Suddenly, a strange sound breaks the silence, causing Tae-Su to stop mid-step, his eyes quickly scanning the room for the source of the noise. One of the subordinates, having gathered his courage, quietly asked Tae-Su's right-hand man about the need to intervene, his voice trembling with fear and uncertainty. Tae-Su, still filled with rage, shouts threats at the captives, his words full of malice and superiority, causing everyone present to flinch. An unexpected sound at the entrance attracts everyone's attention. Tae-Su turns around abruptly, his face expressing a mixture of surprise and irritation. At the entrance to the club, fallen security guards are found, their motionless bodies serving as silent evidence of the appearance of new characters. Inside the club, the fun suddenly dies down. The patrons freeze, sensing the change in atmosphere, their eyes turning towards the entrance. Incheon and Tae-Su's other charges freeze in shock, their eyes widening in surprise and fear at the unexpected turn of events. Tae-Su, watching the scene unfold, feels his carefully laid out plan begin to crumble, his face expressing a mixture of disappointment and anxiety. Three figures appear in the doorway, two determined guys in front and one trembling one behind. Their appearance instantly changes the balance of power in the room. Tae-Sun, overcome with irritation and bewilderment, stared intently at the incoming trio, mentally questioning the reasons for their unexpected appearance in this place and pondering the possible intentions of these unfamiliar guys. Chang, suddenly looking in a certain direction, experienced a strong shock from what he saw. His face distorted into a grimace of horror, and his mouth involuntarily opened. Lying on the floor, bleeding and barely showing signs of life, were his comrades Hen and Jin, their condition causing alarm and horror in everyone present, creating an atmosphere of tension and anxiety. Go-Suk and Yitzin, noticing the boys sprawled on the floor, instantly turned their attention to them, their faces taking on a serious expression, preparing to take decisive action in the current situation. Incheon, recognizing one of those present, noted with obvious glee that this was the same scoundrel who had previously escaped, expressing satisfaction with his current appearance and anticipating the events to come. One of those present, turning to the fugitive, mockingly remarked that he had apparently gone for help, feigning fear at the appearance of his friends and demonstrating his superiority. Chan, looking around at the crowd of strong guys, mentally counted their numbers, trying to assess the scale of the upcoming threat and figuring out possible scenarios. Tae-sun, taking the bloody bat in his hands with undisguised interest and slight bewilderment, asked about the reasons for the current situation, preparing for any turn of events. Crouching down, Tae-sun continued his speech, expressing the opinion that these uninvited guests were clearly mistaken in their judgments and actions, saying, in his opinion, completely ridiculous and absurd things. Go-suk, clearly dissatisfied with what was happening, showed his irritation and hostility. Every word he heard caused him more and more disgust and anger, heating up the atmosphere in the room. At this moment, Yitzin remained remarkably calm, remaining indifferent to the words and actions of these strange people. His face did not express the slightest excitement. The leader, lighting another cigarette, addressed his protégé Incheon with a questioning intonation, expressing impatience and expecting him to take decisive action in the current tense situation. Incheon, immediately reacting to the leader's words with obvious anger in his voice, began to outline the essence of the task, which was to deal with these unwanted individuals who had arrived on their territory. A huge crowd of guys, obeying an unspoken order, began to arm themselves with bats, menacingly advancing towards the three new arrivals, creating an atmosphere of imminent conflict and danger. Incheon, expressing satisfaction with the current state of affairs, noted that they managed to deal with the situation in a timely manner, avoiding potential problems that could have arisen. As he was thinking, Incheon, who had raised his gaze slightly, suddenly found himself in confusion, not understanding what was happening before his eyes, his face expressing complete incomprehension and shock. An incredible picture appeared before his eyes. Idzen single-handedly dealt with a huge number of guys who attacked him, easily blocking all their attacks and demonstrating incredible skill in combat. With astonishing ease, Yidzin pushed aside a large number of attackers, his movements precise and effective, causing surprise and fear in those around him. Incheon and his henchmen, watching what was happening, were shocked to the depths of their souls. The thought that these guys were not people, but real monsters, was spinning in their heads. The remaining gang members, armed with bats and ready to attack, suddenly stopped, trying to assess the situation and figure out how to proceed in light of the unexpected developments. The gang leader, not believing his eyes, looked at what was happening with his eyes wide open in surprise, almost dropping the cigarette from his mouth. Yidzin and Go-suk, demonstrating incredible skill, easily dealt with the attackers without receiving a single blow. Their actions were swift and effective, causing fear in their opponents. Incheon, realizing that they had taken out 4 men on their own, began to panic and shout at his men to attack as a group, his voice sounding desperate and scared in the chaos that had ensued. A huge crowd of about 20 people with bats at the ready rushed towards the two guys, creating the impression of an inevitable and brutal fight. Yitzin, showing incredible reflexes and skill, first blocked the blow, then quickly countered with his other hand, his movements precise and effective. Using his agility, Yitzin placed his foot on the shoulder of one of the attackers, sending him flying towards the wall with a powerful push, the sound of the impact echoing throughout the room, causing fear in the rest of the opponents. Unexpectedly for everyone, Yitzin made an incredible jump, soaring to a height of about 2 meters, and swung his long leg, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. His figure froze in the air for a moment. Yidzin's gaze remained unwavering and extremely serious. He glanced at all of his opponents, showing complete indifference to their numbers and threats, his face expressing determination and concentration. The attackers, seeing the guy jumping above them, raised their heads in shock, their faces distorted with surprise and fear. The realization of imminent defeat began to creep into their thoughts. During his incredible jump, Yidzin managed to land several devastating blows, breaking the necks of some of his opponents, and now his gaze was fixed on the rest, preparing to continue the fight. Go-suk, without wasting any time, also entered the fray, his gaze instantly assessing the situation, and he began to deftly dodge the opponent's attacks, demonstrating amazing reflexes and agility. In response to the attack, Go-suk delivered a powerful blow that instantly sent his opponent crashing to the ground, demonstrating the strength and effectiveness of his fighting skills. Their friend Chan watched everything that was happening with admiration and fear, his face expressing a mixture of delight and horror at the incredible abilities of his comrades. Yidin easily flipped over one of the attackers who tried to attack him and delivered a crushing elbow strike to his back, demonstrating his superiority in combat. Squeezing his opponent's neck with his hand with incredible force, Yidzen brought him to a state where the guy's eyes rolled back and turned white, showing the ruthlessness of his actions. Yidzen, still holding his opponent by the neck, threw him back with incredible force, demonstrating his superiority and causing terror among the other attackers. Adding a powerful kick to the momentum of the flight, Yidzen sent his opponent flying into the wall, the sound of the kick echoing throughout the room, causing the other boys to freeze in shock and bewilderment. An attack was being prepared on Go-suk from behind. One of the opponents, considering himself the smartest, decided to attack from behind, unaware of the lightning-fast reaction of his opponent. At the same time, another attacker snuck up behind Go-suk and grabbed him tightly, trying to immobilize him and make him unable to resist. His grip was strong and confident. Go-suk, assessing the situation with a determined look, instantly realized that this did not pose a serious problem for him. The main thing was to correctly distribute the force and choose the moment for a counterattack. Reacting with lightning speed, Go-suk delivered a powerful kick to the enemy running towards him, but he still had the task of freeing himself from the grip from behind, his thoughts working at an incredible speed. Without wasting a second, Go-suk suddenly threw his head back, delivering a strong blow to the face of the opponent holding him, the sound of the blow merging with the attacker's cry of pain. Continuing his escape, Go-suk grabbed his attacker's hand tightly and began to turn him in the opposite direction, trying to finally break free from the grip and regain his fighting stance. Freed from the hold, Go-suk immediately engaged the rest of the opponents surrounding him, his movements precise and effective, each blow finding its target. The gang leader, watching what was happening, was in a state of deep shock, unable to believe his eyes. His cigarette fell out of his mouth, symbolizing a complete loss of control over the situation. Incheon, the leader's ward, looked at what was happening with even greater horror, realizing that soon perhaps he himself would have to enter this unequal battle. Fear constrained his movements. Chan, despite admiring the skill of his friends fighting against the huge crowd, still felt uncomfortable with the tense situation, his face expressing a mixture of delight and anxiety. Surrounded by the remaining opponents, Go-suk and Yitsun were no longer in a hurry to attack. Their postures expressed readiness to continue the fight, but their eyes showed clear superiority over those around them. Despite shouts demanding that the opponents be captured, the attackers were unable to cope with the two fighters. Their inability to overcome the school children was puzzling. Tai-su, in deep shock, could not comprehend what was happening before his eyes. His thoughts were confused, and no decisions about further actions came to mind. He froze in a daze. Go-suk and Yidzen, standing in the middle of the defeated opponents, slowly turned towards the leader, their gazes full of determination and confidence. The thought of how more than 30 people were defeated by just 2 school children did not fit into the leader's head. His face expressed a mixture of horror and incomprehension. The reality of what was happening seemed incredible. Yidzen fixed his cold-blooded mercenary gaze on Tae-sun, causing him to noticeably tense up and become frightened. The atmosphere became tense to the limit. Every second seemed like an eternity. Slowly and surely, Yidzen began to approach the leader. His steps were quiet but determined. Tai-sun, feeling the growing threat, began to retreat, gradually driving himself into a corner. Suddenly, Incheon appeared, shaking in fear at the sight of Yidzen approaching, his face expressing extreme horror and despair. He understood that the situation was out of control. Incheon, trying to remain unnoticed, carefully made his way behind Yidzen's back, hoping to seize the moment to escape. His movements were uncertain and fussy, betraying his panic. Suddenly, a strong blow hit Incheon, breaking his nose and distorting his face in pain. The unexpectedness of the attack caught him off guard. Blood gushed from his broken nose. Go-suk struck Incheon, catching him off guard. The force of the blow caused the boy to fall. Losing his balance, his attempt to escape ended in disaster. Go-suk, assessing the situation, quickly glanced around the room, preparing for further developments, his posture expressing readiness for new attacks. The leader, once again picking up the bloody bat, was confused, trying to understand where these incredibly strong guys came from. His thoughts were full of rage and fear at the same time. The leader, watching the slowly approaching guys, was perplexed as to why they still did not show signs of fatigue. Their tirelessness seemed supernatural and frightening to him. As Idzin approached, the leader kept his eyes on him, the thought growing in his mind that if the enemy got close enough, he would have a chance to deliver a decisive blow. Suddenly, the leader's eyes lit up, his pupils took on a reddish tint. He realized that the critical moment to strike had come. His body tensed in anticipation of the attack. Swinging the bat with unprecedented force, the leader prepared to deliver a crushing blow, but Yidzin quickly assumed a defensive stance, ready to repel any attack. Yidzin, using his skill, began to deliver precise blows to the enemy's vulnerable spots. The leader's face was distorted with pain. Each blow found its target with amazing accuracy. Stretching out his long arms, Yidzin grabbed the leader by the head. His grip was strong and confident, leaving no chance for his opponent to escape. While holding the leader's head, Yidzin simultaneously raised his knee, intending to deliver a crushing blow, connecting the opponent's head with his knee in a powerful clash. The leader groaned in pain. Blood gushed from his nose. He clenched his teeth and looked up, his face expressing a mixture of pain, rage, and despair. The thought of being defeated by some high school student tormented the leader. He understood that if this became known, his career in the organization would be irrevocably destroyed. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the leader decided to take a desperate step. Taking a knife out of his pocket, his eyes flashed with a dangerous gleam, preparing for the final attack. Opening his knife and clenching it in his fist, the leader prepared to strike, his body tensing, preparing for a lightning-fast attack that would turn the tide of the fight. Having struck with such speed that a trace of the knife's movement remained in the air, the leader was confident of success, but Yidzin easily blocked the attack, demonstrating his superiority. Yidzin instantly knocked the knife out of the leader's hand and twisted his arm, making him unable to move. His grip was iron and merciless. The gang leader, experiencing unbearable pain, began to scream even louder, his face distorted, his veins bulging with tension and rage, reflecting the full depth of his despair. In a final crushing blow, Yitzin threw the leader aside, finishing him off with his hand, the movements precise and merciless. Tai Su, completely beaten, was curled up on the floor, and Yidzin looked down at him like he was a defeated enemy, his gaze full of superiority. Yidzin's gaze remained calm and cold-blooded. He looked emotionlessly at the rotten face of the defeated enemy, without showing the slightest sympathy. Go-Suk, satisfied with the outcome of the fight, adjusted his jacket, his posture, and facial expression, indicating complete satisfaction with the outcome of the fight. Suddenly, cries of surprise and shock were heard, and Chan instantly turned toward the source of the sound, ready for more surprises. Hyun and Jin began to come to their senses, slowly standing up and looking around the surrounding area, their movements cautious and uncertain. Chang approached one of them, inquiring about their condition, but received a sarcastic response that emphasized the obviousness of their deplorable situation. Hen raised his head with difficulty and addressed Yidzin. His speech was difficult, but he clearly wanted to say something. The tension was visible on his face. Yidzin, understanding the state of the recently beaten boy, patiently waited for him to continue his speech, without rushing or interrupting, his posture expressing attention and readiness to listen. Hen, overcoming the pain, said that in the real world, Yitzin is a real challenger. Despite his bronze rank in the game, his words were full of sincere admiration. Hearing this, Yitzin simply smiled, and Hen, not knowing what else to add, fell silent, the atmosphere filled with a mixture of relief and respect. Suddenly, a furious scream was heard, calling everyone present a fucking idiot, followed by a strong blow to Tae-Soo. The atmosphere became tense to the limit, the air filled with tension and fear. Incheon, the second most important after Tae-Soo, flew off in the opposite direction, his body falling limply to the floor, adding drama to the scene. The man, overcome with rage, began to rub his hands after the blow had been dealt, his voice full of anger, a reminder of the task of making amends for the humiliation that had been so ineptly botched. Standing in front of two guys in a club, the man continued to berate them for their inability to cope with the task at hand. his words full of contempt and disappointment. Having been beaten up by two schoolboys recently, Tae-soo and Incheon stood with their eyes lowered to the floor, their voices full of remorse as they apologized. But this only made the situation worse. Another blow fell on the face of one of them, accompanied by a caustic question about whether they really thought that a simple apology could fix anything. The man continued his tirade, reminding them of the need to increase their influence after the disappearance of the Gosan and Songsu clans, his voice becoming increasingly threatening. Addressing the offenders, he called them a thorn in the side of the organization and petty freaks. Every word was saturated with poison and contempt. Incheon, standing to the side, silently prayed that he would not receive the same blows, his body trembling in fear of the inevitable punishment. The appearance of the clan leader interrupted the beating of the young people. His presence instantly changed the atmosphere in the room. Everyone froze in anticipation. The leader, adorned with a massive gold chain around his neck, looked down at those present, pondering his next words, his gaze cold and calculating. Addressing Tae-soo and Incheon, the leader expressed his disappointment in their usefulness, his words sounding like a final sentence, depriving them of their last hope for redemption. Tae-sun, kneeling after all the blows and words he heard, clenched his teeth until they gnashed, realizing the justice of the situation, his face distorted with pain and humiliation. The head of the clan, asking for a light for a cigarette, asked if those guys had been sent. His voice sounded calm, but there was a hidden threat in it. The ward, with trepidation in his voice, confirmed the dispatch of the boys some time ago, expressing confidence that they should have already reached their destination. The leader reasoned that things might have turned out differently if they had not joined the family. But now that they were part of it, it was impossible to ignore the situation. When giving the order, the chief demanded that upon capture, the arms or legs of the offenders must be crippled, even despite their young age. His words sounded cold and merciless. He stressed the need to make them pay for contact with one of the family members, to which the ward quickly assured that he would definitely pass on these instructions. The head of the club, hearing these words, broke into a satisfied smile, anticipating the triumph of justice. His eyes sparkled with anticipation of reprisal. At the boss's familiar club, as usual, there were several vigilant security guards on duty, not letting anyone in without permission, and the atmosphere was tense and wary. Suddenly, the boss's right-hand man burst into the office, beginning an urgent report, his voice sounding excited and tense. The boss, carefully smoking a cigar and sitting in an expensive suit, listened attentively. His face did not express any emotion, but his thoughts were working feverishly. The speaker reported the reason for the fuss made by Kim Ju-man's people. The boss, intrigued, asked for details, his eyes narrowed in curiosity. It turned out that some of the boys who had recently joined the family had gotten involved with high school students, and this news made the boss frown, sensing trouble. The boss, instantly turning his attention to the speaker, mentally assessed the scale of the problem. Realizing that the losers were now sending people to hunt down the children, his face expressing a mixture of irritation and concern. Realizing that leaking information about the defeat from the high school students could seriously undermine the organization's authority, the boss frowned, thinking about the possible consequences and ways to solve the problem. Taking a slow drag on his cigarette, the boss glanced around the room, mentally analyzing the current situation. His eyes narrowed, betraying the intense work of his mind. Turning to his right hand, the boss declared the need to provide assistance, his voice sounding decisive and firm, leaving no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. The right hand, anticipating the order, reported on the measures already taken, which caused the boss's surprise. His eyebrows rose in silent question. The subordinate explained that rumors about the boss's return after the showdown with Congressman Kim had already spread, and all the guys who had scattered had returned to meet him. The boss, looking down and shaking his head slightly, smiled. His reaction to what he heard was a mixture of satisfaction and slight surprise. Commenting on the situation, the boss suggested that the guys were just looking for a reason to have fun. His tone was condescending and understanding. Heading towards the exit, the boss grabbed the door handle, preparing to leave the club, his movements confident and unhurried. As the boss stepped outside, he saw a huge crowd of guys parting for him and respectfully welcoming his return. The atmosphere was filled with respect and anticipation. The boss, without showing any obvious emotion, put his hands in his pockets and glanced at his subordinates, anticipating the upcoming events. his face expressing a slight interest in what was happening. The boss, addressing his subordinates, noted the long absence of meetings, but the guys continued to stand motionless, only bowing their heads as a sign of respect. The atmosphere was filled with tension and anticipation. The boss commented on the suddenness of the situation with a hint of regret in his voice, his words sounding thoughtful, as if he was reflecting on the chain of events that had led to the current situation. The boss smiled wryly and suggested they get some work done before heading out for a drink, hinting at a busy day ahead, his eyes sparkling with anticipation of the work ahead. Late in the evening, a group of boys rushed through the streets, out of breath from running fast, their faces expressing a mixture of fear and determination, each step bringing them closer to an unknown goal. Noticing Go-Suk and Yuna approaching, the boy instinctively pulled the girl behind him, preparing to protect her from possible danger, his posture expressing readiness for confrontation. Suddenly, the figures of big men appeared around the two school children, one of whom noted with a grin that they had found them earlier than expected, creating an atmosphere of imminent threat. Having apologized for the interrupted date, one of the big guys invited the guys to come with them, his voice sounding deceptively polite, hiding a clear threat behind it. Go-Suk, maintaining an outward calm, mentally prepared himself for the upcoming test. Realizing that now he would have to show all his skills, his body tensed in anticipation. Yuna, completely confused by what was happening, looked from the strangers to Go-Suk, trying to understand the situation from his reaction, her face expressing a mixture of fear and bewilderment. As the school children were being surrounded, cars drove onto the stage, illuminating the scene with their bright headlights, creating a dramatic backdrop for the unfolding events. A number of burly security guards in black suits and ties emerged from the arriving vehicles, their appearance adding tension to the already tense atmosphere. Seeing the newly arrived security guards behind the backs of the thugs pestering the school children, they began to get nervous and exchange glances, trying to understand who these people were and what they wanted. One of the guards, grabbing the head of the small gang, sarcastically reminded them of the advice he had given earlier to stick to their own, noting their excessive zeal for the opposite. Go-Suk, feeling uncomfortable about what was happening, tried to remain calm, despite the sweat appearing on his face, his tense posture betraying his inner turmoil. In the late twilight, a furious battle unfolded between men in black suits and bandits with bats, the air filled with the sounds of blows and cries of pain. The boss, who had just been involved in a bat fight, walked along with his right hand, their confident gait contrasting with the chaos around them. Having managed to change his suit, the boss looked even more elegant and dangerous than before, his appearance radiating power and confidence. The leader of the other gang, seeing the boss, exclaimed his name, Cha-Dusik, in amazement, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and surprise. Tai-Su, realizing the identity of the new arrival, mentally noted that Cha-Dusik was the boss of one of the strongest clans in the area, and was surprised by his return to his previous activities. The leader of the other gang, trying to defuse the situation, began to justify himself, claiming that it was a misunderstanding and they had done nothing, his voice sounding uncertain and frightened. The boss, slowly taking a drag on his cigarette, spoke to Chu-Man slowly and with a clear threat in his voice, creating tension in the air. He reproached Chu-Man for involving adults in children's fights, hinting at the inappropriateness of his actions, his tone full of disdain and irritation. Chu-Man, at first not understanding what was being said, asked again about the children fighting, but after a moment, his face changed, showing that he had begun to understand the situation. Chu-Man, realizing the situation, began to justify himself, claiming that he had not even thought to report the connection between what was happening and this incident, his voice trembling from growing fear. Continuing to justify himself, he mentioned that he had nothing to do with the sixth grader, which made his boss smile, noticing the unfairness of adults interfering in each other's affairs. At this very time, Yidzin's sister Dayun was enjoying a peaceful meal in the cafe, devouring the freshly cooked noodles, her face expressing complete satisfaction. The girl ate with such pleasure that she drank the entire broth to the bottom. Every sip brought her pleasure. Her eyes glowed with pleasure. After eating, Dayun's face lit up with a happy smile. She literally beamed with joy, finally satisfying her hunger. Her mood noticeably improved. Opposite her sat her brother, tenderly watching as his sister devoured her food with gusto, his gaze full of warmth and care. The sister, noting that it had been a long time since she had eaten this for lunch, expressed her admiration for the taste, her voice sounding sincere and joyful. Diane, noticing the mess around her, doubted her neatness, but her brother reassured her, saying that no one said anything. His tone was soft and soothing. Suddenly, the phone rang, and the name of the boss, Cha Dusik, appeared on the screen, which instantly changed the atmosphere at the table. The tension increased. The guy picked up the phone and immediately asked what was going on, his voice sounding wary, ready for any news. The boss suddenly asked what Tashik was doing, causing the boy to glance at his sister, his face showing slight confusion. After answering that he was eating triangle kimbap at a convenience store, the guy asked the reason for the question, his tone a mixture of curiosity and wariness. The boss made a humorous comment about the food choice, offering to treat the boy to a barbecue the other day, his voice sounding good-natured, a contrast to the previous tense atmosphere. The guy, embarrassed by the generous offer, called it too much, to which the boss, softening, agreed that a shared lunch might be excessive, his tone becoming more thoughtful. The guy's offer to buy noodles at a convenience store left the boss puzzled. He tried to imagine in his mind what kind of noodles they were, and his voice expressed genuine curiosity. The guy, emphasizing his modesty, said that he did not need anything more expensive. His words sounded sincere and a little shy, expressing gratitude for the care. The boss, holding a cigarette to his teeth, slowly considered the answer to the guy's request, his face expressing a mixture of thoughtfulness and slight surprise at such unpretentiousness. With a slight smile, the boss agreed to the offer of noodles, his voice warm and approving, creating an atmosphere of friendly understanding. Around the boss, members of the other gang knelt down, paying their respects and acknowledging his power. The scene reminiscent of a medieval homage to a powerful lord. At school, as soon as the teacher announced the end of the lesson, Hyun and Jin instantly jumped up from their seats, their faces expressing impatience and excitement. Walking up to Chan and Ijin's desk, they enthusiastically suggested that they go play, their voices sounding lively and friendly now that classes were over. Chan, noticing Hyun's broken arm, asked with concern about his well-being and whether he would be able to play in such a condition, his tone expressing genuine concern. Hyun, trying to hide his discomfort, confidently stated that his fingers were fine and that controlling the mouse would not be a problem, his voice sounding a little tense. Chan and Yizin felt uneasy as they saw Hen trying to hide his discomfort, their gazes expressing a mixture of sympathy and slight concern. Jin, turning to his friend, jokingly warned him against using his sore hand as an excuse if he lost, to which Hen again assured him that he was fine. Hyun suggested using the injury as an excuse, which elicited an approving reaction from Jin, who called the idea brilliant, and their conversation took on a lighter, more playful tone. Turning to Go-suk, the boys invited him to join them, their faces expressing a sincere desire to include him in their company. Yuna and Go-suk were clearly surprised by the unexpected invitation. Their eyes widened in surprise and their faces showed a mixture of confusion and interest. Hyun, looking away from his embarrassment, offered to pay for the food, acknowledging his debt to Go-suk, his voice sounding sincere and a little shy. Go-suk looked so serious that it seemed like he was about to refuse the invitation. His face was expressionless, creating tension as he waited for an answer. Unexpectedly for everyone, Go-suk smiled and enthusiastically agreed to go with the guys, which greatly surprised Yuna. Her eyes widened in surprise. Yuna, plucking up her courage, approached the group of boys and expressed her desire to join them, her unexpected offer causing surprise among everyone present. One of the boys, clearly puzzled, asked Yuna if she really wanted to go to the computer cafe with them, emphasizing that she was a girl, his tone expressing slight bewilderment. Yuna, a little worried, asked why she couldn't go, her voice trembling with fear of being rejected, her face expressing a mixture of hope and anxiety. Jin, slightly embarrassed, tried to explain that it wasn't a matter of prohibition, but rather the unfamiliarity of the situation. His words sounded uncertain and a little confused. Go-suk turned to Yitzin and asked a question that made everyone present curiously await the answer, and the atmosphere was filled with intrigue. With a serious expression, Go-suk asked Yitzin if it was true that he was only a bronze rank, his voice carrying a hint of distrust and interest. Yitzin quietly confirmed that he had indeed only received one bronze, his voice calm but with a slight hint of embarrassment. Hearing the answer, Go-suk unexpectedly turned around and exclaimed. His reaction caused surprise among those present. All eyes turned to him. The rays of light falling on Gosuk seemed to make him beam with joy upon learning that Yidzin was indeed only at the bronze level. Yidzin, with his eyes closed, did not respond verbally to Gosuk's emotional reaction, but his face showed obvious irritation from that smile. In the computer club, the guys were playing enthusiastically. Their cries of, "Hey, get to it now!" and "What the hell do you mean? Get to it!" Savali filled the room, creating an atmosphere of excitement and rivalry. Chan, radiating friendliness and unaccustomed to such intense gaming sessions, gently advised using the ult, his voice sounding calm and encouraging amidst the general excitement. Yuna, captivated by the atmosphere of the computer club, watched the five enthusiastic guys. Their joy and excitement were almost tangible, infecting those around them with their energy. The air was filled with the emotional cries of players discussing the tactics of movement and battles, their voices merging into a single stream of gaming excitement and strategic disputes. Hyun, who became the butt of jokes due to his loss, was accused of being a master of trolling and compared to Idzin, and an atmosphere of friendly banter filled the space. After finishing their gaming session, the group moved to the food area, taking generous portions of noodles. Their movements were lively, and their faces were glowing with anticipation of a tasty snack. Sitting in front of the computers with food, the kids enjoyed noodles and buns, their faces radiating happiness and satisfaction, creating a picture of an ideal pastime. Yuna, having chosen popcorn and ice cream for herself, joined the general viewing, her choice contrasting with the guy's choice, but harmoniously fitting into the general atmosphere of fun. While consuming her ice cream, Yuna gazed thoughtfully into the distance, her face expressing pleasant thoughts, as if she had immersed herself in the world of her dreams and fantasies. Yuna's gaze landed on Idzin, noting his serious expression as he played and the slow sips of his Coca-Cola. The contrast of his concentration with the general cheerfulness intrigued her. Having completed the gaming marathon, the group went outside, exchanging farewell gestures and waving to each other, their faces expressing a mixture of fatigue and satisfaction from the time spent together. Yitzin, on his way home, was surprised by the unexpected phone call, his gaze curiously directed to the screen, trying to guess who could be calling at this hour. Yitzin, seeing his sister's name on the screen, answered the call, his face showing slight surprise and curiosity, waiting to hear the reason for the late call. His sister asked if he had eaten, to which Yitzin replied in the negative, announcing his approach to the house, his voice sounding calm and a little tired after a long day. The sister's surprise was evident as she asked again about his whereabouts, her tone expressing a mixture of disbelief and slight concern for her brother. Suddenly, Yidzin saw his sister waving her hand with the phone in front of him and his grandfather standing nearby. This unexpected meeting made him smile. After inquiring about the purpose of their walk, Yidzin learned that the family had gone out to buy groceries, and their casual conversation filled the evening air with warmth. Yidzin expressed his desire to join them, to which the grandfather asked with concern if his grandson was tired, his voice sounding soft and slightly worried. Looking at his grandfather with a smile, Yidzin assured him that everything was fine, explaining his cheerful state as a simple walk, his tone light and cheerful. Dayun, overjoyed at her brother's arrival, gave him a warm smile, her eyes shining with tenderness and happiness at the unexpected family reunion. At the supermarket, the family stopped in the fruit and vegetable section, choosing items for their basket, their movements unhurried and confident. While Diane was busy filling her bag with groceries, Grandpa and Yitzin were engaged in a lively conversation, their voices softly echoing among the noise of the store. Even in the mundane setting of the supermarket, the family found joy in communicating with each other, their faces glowing with pleasure from spending time together. When Yitzin picked up the heavy bags, his grandfather offered to share the load with concern, his voice expressing concern for his grandson and a desire to help. Yitzin, however, confidently declared that he could handle it himself, emphasizing that it was no trouble for him, his tone full of youthful confidence and a desire to show strength. Suddenly, Yitzin became alert as he heard strange sounds coming from the side. His body instantly tensed up, preparing for possible danger. The atmosphere around him changed abruptly. Turning his head sharply, Yitzin tried to determine the source of the sounds, feeling someone's piercing gaze on him, his senses sharpened to the limit. In the shadows away from the streetlight, Yitzin noticed the silhouette of a man in a black coat, whose features were barely visible in the dim light, creating a sense of mystery and menace. The stranger approached slowly, his long blonde hair standing out in the darkness, and his downcast gaze gave him an ominous look, each step he took increasing the tension. When the man raised his head slightly, Yizin saw his piercing blue eyes that resembled the ocean and his serious gaze that contrasted with his long blonde hair. For the first time in a long time, Yizin looked truly scared. His eyes widened and vivid memories began to surface in his mind, like scenes from the past. The image of that blonde man with long hair, smiling a wicked smile and slightly baring his teeth, appeared in his memory, and this image made Idzin shudder. Memories of their service together came flooding back to Idzin as the two of them ran in the pouring rain, risking their lives. And those moments now seemed distant and unreal. Idzin remembered how they mercilessly killed people they met on the way. Without closing their eyes, these memories made him shudder with the horror of the past. The image of the long-haired boy looking at Idzin with a crazy gaze during their service was etched into his memory, heightening the feeling of anxiety and danger. As Yidzin stood outside, lost in the frightening memories, his sister spoke to him, her voice full of concern, bringing him back to reality. Grandfather and sister, not understanding what was happening, watched Yidzin's unusual reaction with alarm, their faces expressing a mixture of worry and bewilderment. They asked cautiously if Itzin knew this man, their voices sounding wary, reflecting the general tension of the situation. Yidzin, overcoming the internal tension, carefully and slowly said, making a long pause, that this man was once his friend. His voice sounded uncertain and tense. The family, intrigued, inquired about Idzin's past as the blonde-haired stranger continued to approach, each step adding to the tension in the air. As the stranger approached, the grandfather, radiating goodwill, introduced himself as Grandfather Idzinya, his smile contrasting with the overall tense atmosphere. The long-haired blonde smiled and politely responded to the greeting, his appearance slightly different from the image in Idzin's memories, which added to the mystery of the situation. The sister, peering over her brother's shoulder, also greeted the stranger, her voice sounding friendly, but with a hint of wariness. Yidzin, contrary to expectations, did not look happy to meet his old friend. His posture and gaze betrayed extreme wariness and internal tension. The blonde's smile began to change, taking on a suspicious hue, his outward goodwill gradually fading, giving way to something more sinister. The grandfather, not noticing the tension, kindly invited the stranger to stay for dinner, assuming he had come a long way, his voice sounding sincere and welcoming. The stranger politely declined the invitation, explaining that he was just passing by, his refusal soft but firm. The grandfather, turning to his grandson, suggested that he and his sister leave, leaving Idzin and his friend alone to talk, unaware of the hidden tension between them. As the grandfather and sister walked away, Yitzin and the stranger were left alone, their hostile gazes locked, creating an almost palpable tension between them. The stranger, turning to Yitzin, noted with an ironic smile his unexpected vitality for a supposedly dead man. His words sounded like a mixture of surprise and hidden threat. Yitzin, tensely addressing his interlocutor as 006, asked about the method of his discovery, to which he calmly replied about the information received in the camp about his survival. Hearing about the ongoing search, Yidzin frowned, his brows knitted together in anger, revealing his inner tension and readiness for a possible confrontation. 006 attempted to calm Yidzin down, explaining his accidental discovery while on a mission nearby and his desire to find him first, his tone deceptively friendly. Continuing, 006 noted the difficulty of finding Yidzin, but warned of the inevitability of his discovery by the camp, his words sounding like a mixture of warning and veiled threat. Lighting a cigarette, 006 confidently stated that he would be found to eliminate Yidzin. His voice was calm, but there was a sense of inevitability in it. Yidzin, hearing this, maintained an outward indifference, as if the situation did not concern him, but his posture betrayed internal tension and readiness for action. 006 repeated his warning about the pointless caution, his tone becoming more insistent, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. As he concluded the conversation, 006 noted that he had only come today to see an old friend, his words sounding almost nostalgic, creating a strange contrast to his previous threats. Yitzin didn't react outwardly to 006's words, but his aura radiated clear hostility and dissatisfaction with the current situation, creating a sense of a brewing conflict. After a tense conversation, they went to eat. 006 began to eat noodles with incredible speed, devouring them greedily as if he had not eaten for several days. Ijin, slowly and thoughtfully eating his nigiri, watched his hungry comrade, his gaze full of suspicion and wariness. Having finished the noodles in a matter of minutes, 006 leaned back in his chair with a contented sigh, his face expressing complete satisfaction from the meal. 006 noted that he ate every last crumb, admiring the taste of the dish, his voice sounding sincere and with a hint of nostalgia for simple joys. Yitzin commented on the noodles' qualities in a measured manner, noting their taste, ease of consumption, and high caloric content, his tone more analytical than enthusiastic. Surprised by the rationality of Idzin's remark, 006 agreed with his assessment, his reaction betraying a slight confusion at this approach to food. Idzin, turning to 006, asked how he was able to find him before the camp. His question sounded like a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. 006 attributed his success to his intuitive knowledge of Idzin's survival and a deep understanding of his personality, his words laced with pride and intimacy. 006's words clearly didn't please Idzin. His brows furrowed, and his gaze became even more tense and wary, revealing his inner discomfort. 006 inquired about the rumors regarding Idzin's memories returning, his question sounding like a mixture of curiosity and hidden concern. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, 006 expressed genuine joy for Idzin, although his tone contained notes that hinted at possible hidden consequences of this fact. 006, continuing the conversation, suggested that 032 was also aware of Idzin's survival, wondering out loud about the possible reaction of his comrade, who had become depressed after hearing of his death. Idzin asked if 006 had informed 032 of his survival, to which he received a response about the importance of keeping secrets even from close associates. 006's tone was serious and wary. With a hint of surprise in his voice, Idzin admitted that he hadn't expected 006 to notice his survival, his words a mixture of respect and slight disappointment. Continuing the thought, Idzin expressed even more surprise at the fact that 006 hid this information from the leadership, his tone betraying a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. 006, smiling, admitted that he himself did not expect such an act from himself. It was as if a flame of memories arose around him, creating a tense atmosphere. Vivid images of the previous mission surfaced in Idzin's mind, the huge flames that engulfed everything around him and the powerful explosion that shook the ground. These memories were almost tangible. The picture was supplemented with images of military men in uniform, holding pistols and trying to see something through the veil of fire and smoke, their faces expressing tension and anxiety. The scale of the explosion was astounding. Its reflections were visible for several kilometers, burning all the vegetation around, creating an apocalyptic picture. Amidst the chaos and destruction lay a motionless, bloody body caught in the blast wave, a scene that evoked a sense of horror and hopelessness. The victim was Idzin, who had been seriously injured during the mission, his eyes barely remaining open as he fought against the encroaching darkness. Despite his critical condition, Idzin, holding a machine gun in his hands, continued to strive to fulfill his mission, demonstrating incredible willpower and devotion to duty. An image of 006 methodically examining the scorched grass appeared in Idzin's memory, his movements purposeful and careful. 006 studied the ground carefully, as if looking for specific clues, his focused gaze betraying the importance of the search. Touching the ground, 006 found traces of blood on his fingers. Instantly realizing that he had found the right trail, his face expressed a mixture of satisfaction and anxiety. 006 looked up sharply and looked around for any possible witnesses or helpers, his posture expressing alertness and readiness for action. Noticing Idzin trembling in fear, 006 froze for a moment, their gazes meeting in a moment of silent understanding of the situation. However, 006, in an unexpected display of mercy, pretended not to notice anyone, his face remaining impenetrable, hiding his true intentions. Turning around, 006 focused his attention on the nearby explosion, his figure illuminated by the reflections of the flames, appearing lonely and thoughtful. After this, 006 disappeared from the scene without a trace, leaving Idzin alone with his thoughts and wounds. Back in the present, 006 thought out loud about his actions, admitting that despite years of meekly obeying the camp's orders, he still retained his humanity. 006 suggested that perhaps it was his friendship with Itzin that was the reason for his unexpected mercy, his voice sounding thoughtful and a little confused. Yitzin, hearing these words, lowered his gaze, avoiding looking 006 in the eyes, his posture expressing a mixture of gratitude and internal conflict. Continuing the conversation, 006 directly asked if Yitzin was the same mercenary who had become known in recent years under the codename Jin, his tone serious and a little tense. Yitzin slowly raised his gaze to meet 006's eyes, his face showing a mixture of indecision and internal struggle, as if he was searching for the right words to say in this tense situation. 006, with a slight smile on his face, confirmed his suspicions, noting that the activities of the mercenary Jin did not overlap much with the camp's operations, his tone a mixture of relief and hidden concern. Taking the soda can in his hands, 006 squeezed it so hard that his fingers turned white, a gesture that expressed inner tension and unspoken emotions. Abruptly changing his tone to serious, 006 urged Itzin to stay away from the camp, his voice filled with genuine concern and warning. Yitzin, trying to justify himself, explained the lack of choice in his actions. His words were saturated with bitterness and hidden regret for the past. 006, watching Itzin closely, noted a noticeable change in his behavior after his memories returned. His remark was insightful and a little alarming. Continuing his thought, 006 suggested the influence of the new place of residence on Itzin, leaving open the question of whether these changes were positive or negative. Yitzin listened silently, his face clearly showing discomfort from this conversation. But he understood the need to listen to everything to the end, maintaining an outward calm. Suddenly, 006's phone vibrated, breaking the tense atmosphere of the conversation. He carefully took it out of his jacket pocket, as if expecting an important message. Yitzin, watching 006's reaction, tensed up, trying to guess the identity of the caller and the possible content of the conversation, his gaze glued to the phone. 006, sitting opposite Idzin, began talking on the phone, his posture expressing readiness to receive important information, creating an atmosphere of growing tension. As the conversation progressed, 006's face became more and more serious, his gaze lowered, betraying the gravity of the news he had received, which did not escape Idzin's attentive gaze. Idzin, carefully observing 006's reaction, tried to decipher the content of the conversation from his facial expressions and gestures, his own face expressing growing anxiety and tension. Having finished the conversation, 006 slowly and thoughtfully put the phone back into his pocket. His movements were deliberately calm, contrasting with the tense atmosphere. Despite the obviously unpleasant news, 006 smiled at Idzin, creating a strange dissonance between his expression and the weight of the information he had just heard. Suddenly, all the remains of their meal, including the noodle boxes, flew into the air, creating a chaotic scene that foreshadowed an imminent conflict. 006 quickly broke off and sharpened a piece of wood, turning it into an improvised weapon, his movements precise and deadly. The sharp wooden piece in 006's hands was aimed straight at Idzin, creating an immediate threat and tension between the former comrades. Idzin, without wasting a second, grabbed 006's arm, trying to incapacitate him. Their movements were fast and decisive, reflecting years of training. The tip of the wooden stick stopped millimeters away from Idzin's eye, demonstrating the deadly precision and speed of 006's attack. Blocking with lightning speed, Yidzin managed to dodge the deadly blow. Protecting his eyes, his reaction was polished and instantaneous. 006, without losing his momentum, immediately attacked with his other hand, aiming for Idzin's neck, bringing the tip dangerously close again, demonstrating his skill and determination. With a note of regret in his voice, 006 admitted that he had originally come only to see Idzin's face, his words sounding like a mixture of an apology and an explanation. Continuing to speak, 006 reported that the camp had discovered the situation and given the order earlier than expected, his tone expressing the inevitability of what was happening. Idzin, realizing the inevitability of the situation, replied that nothing could be changed, his voice sounding reconciled and ready for any outcome. 006's reaction to Idzin's answer was full of shock, and the sudden noise from behind made him alert, creating an atmosphere of an unexpected turn of events. A woman emerged from a nearby 24-hour supermarket, the ringing of the doorbells breaking the tense silence, adding a sense of ordinariness to the dramatic moment. The woman, noticing the two guys, felt something was wrong. Her gaze expressed concern and wariness, creating additional tension in the situation. Quickly ending the confrontation, both pretended that everything was fine. 006 suggested recycling, to which Yidson reminded them of foil and cardboard. Their dialogue sounded like a coded message. They headed toward the back entrance where the trash cans and recycling bins were, their movements leisurely, as if they were trying to hide the recent conflict. 006, addressing Idzen, noted that this was not the right place for making a fuss without preparation, his voice carrying a note of professional warning. As they continued walking, 006 suddenly called Idzinia 001, a moment that created a new layer of tension between them, hinting at hidden aspects of their past. Turning slightly, 006 added that being 001 was better than being anyone else right now, his words sounding mysterious and meaningful. Yidzen, upon hearing this, remained unanswered, realizing that this phrase was not typical of 006, which added a new layer of mystery to their meeting. 006 simply walked away, disappearing into the darkness, and Yidzen watched him go, left alone with his thoughts and growing sense of anxiety. The majestic building of the main corporation shone in the evening twilight, its silhouette outlined against the darkening sky, creating an impressive and beautiful picture. At this moment, Gosuk was training hard, doing his abs with concentration, his face expressing determination and purpose. Every movement was precise and precise. An unexpected phone call interrupted Gosuk's training, causing him to be surprised and slightly worried, disrupting the usual rhythm of the evening. Seeing Yidzen's name on the screen, Gosuk was even more surprised, realizing that such a call was completely out of character for his usually reserved classmate. Answering the call, Gosuk heard an unexpected request from Yidzen, his voice expressing a mixture of curiosity and wariness, preparing for something unusual. Gosuk, not hiding his surprise, noted the suddenness of the call and request. His tone was a mixture of irony and sincere interest in the situation. Yidzen explained his unusual request, mentioning access to surveillance cameras and the need to keep an eye on someone, his voice sounding serious and a little tense. Intrigued, Gosuk inquired about the reason for such a request, mentioning the need to obtain permission from higher-ups, his tone a mixture of professionalism and concern. Emphasizing the difficulty and length of the surveillance process, Gosuk asked about the time frame for completing the task, his question sounding businesslike, but with a hint of growing concern. Yidzen, without hiding the urgency, explained that help was needed immediately, mentioning the threat to his grandfather and sister from a certain 006, his voice shaking with tension and anxiety. What he heard left Gosuk in shock. He realized the seriousness of the situation and the urgency of Yidzen's request. His mind was racing, trying to find a quick solution to the problem. Chadusik, puzzled by the unexpected news about a high school student's visit to his club, raised an eyebrow questioningly, trying to comprehend the situation and understand what motives could have led to it. Chadusik's assistant, slightly nervous, hurried to explain that indeed a young man had come some time ago asking to put the motorcycle aside. Chadusik scratched his chin in confusion as he thought out loud about the strangeness of the situation, trying to figure out why the information about the high school student's visit had not been reported earlier. The assistant, trying to justify himself, began to explain that he saw no reason to refuse the visitor, to which Chadusik, waving his hand, interrupted him, deciding that the situation was not worth much concern. Continuing to justify himself, the assistant described his confusion at the sight of a young man in a school uniform who appeared in the middle of the night, and admitted that this sight made him feel uneasy, as if he had a premonition of something unusual. At this very time, Yidzen, unaware of the conversation in the club, was racing through the night streets on the boss's motorcycle, enjoying the speed and freedom, the wind blowing through his hair, creating a feeling of flight. Suddenly, Idzen's phone vibrated, notifying him of a new message with an address and assurance that the wanted man would not go anywhere, which made the young man grip the steering wheel even tighter and step on the gas. Gosuk, holding the phone to his ear, reported to his interlocutor about the results of surveillance of the person mentioned earlier, describing his strange and unpredictable actions that aroused suspicion. Continuing the conversation, Gosuk emphasized that the subject of surveillance was clearly avoiding the cameras and moving erratically, which could only mean one thing. He was trying to hide his true intentions and ultimate goal. Go-suk frowned and lowered his voice to a serious tone, suggesting that the mysterious man was deliberately trying to hide his true direction. Go-suk's curiosity was further aroused, and he, without hiding his interest, began to question the boy about the mysterious person, trying to find out the reasons. The guy, clearly not wanting to reveal all his cards, dryly replied that it was his personal business, which caused displeasure in Go-suk, who mentally noted the obviousness of such an answer and decided to get to the bottom of the truth. After the phone call ended, Go-suk, analyzing the information he received, came to the conclusion that the situation looked suspicious, especially considering the interest. Go-suk, continuing to think out loud, noted that the lack of information about the person in question could be explained by his foreign origin. While Go-suk was trying to solve this puzzle, Yitzin, unaware of the other's plans, raced on his motorcycle to the port, where a lighthouse could already be seen in the distance, illuminating the way in the darkness of the night. The coastal warehouse that Yitzin was heading to was an impressive sight, with many containers randomly placed around the area, creating an ideal place for cover or an ambush. Upon reaching his destination, Yitzin noted with annoyance that the journey had taken much longer than he had expected, which could negatively impact his plans and jeopardize the success of the operation. Realizing that delay could put him at a disadvantage, especially given the presence of those he had to protect, Yitzin felt. Yizin's determined look expressed his firm intention to see the matter through to the end, despite all the obstacles and dangers that might await him in this ominous place. At this time, someone in the warehouse was methodically loading a pistol magazine, carefully counting each bullet as if preparing for an inevitable collision. This man turned out to be 006, who, having settled in the warehouse, was preparing for the upcoming meeting with the guy, intending to put an end to this story once and for all. 006's face was one of utmost concentration, his gaze downcast, intently studying the weapon in his hands as if it was the only thing that mattered at that moment. As 006 concentrated on inserting another cartridge into his pistol's magazine, the silence of the warehouse was broken by the sudden ringing of his phone, vibrating on the table next to the laid-out weapons. The voice on the other end of the line sounded surprised, inquiring about 006's unexpected appearance in the country, which caused the agent to momentarily look up from his task and concentrate on the conversation. The interlocutor continued, reporting important information about the discovery of 01001, which made 006 tense up and listen more carefully to every word, understanding the significance of this information. The caller, hinting at a shared past with 006, suggested that the agent might know more about 01001 than anyone else, given their training together from the start. 006, without losing his cool, explained his presence with a recently completed case and information about the trader's survival, emphasizing the need for his prompt elimination under any circumstances. The man with the eye patch, who recently attempted to kill the lieutenant, expressed his trust in 006, addressing him by number and emphasizing the importance of their interaction in the current situation. The interlocutor warned 006 about the need to exercise caution, reminding him that it was no coincidence that the target was assigned the number 001 and hinting at his exceptional abilities and danger. 006, remaining calm, noted that a lot could have changed in the intervening time, hinting at the possible weakening of the target's skills and his own superiority in the current situation. The man with the armband agreed with 006's comment, adding that prolonged concealment could have a negative impact on the target's combat skills, which could play into his hands in the upcoming confrontation. In concluding the conversation, the interlocutor made it clear to 006 that he expected only a positive outcome of the operation, emphasizing the importance of successfully completing the assigned task. After the call ended, 006 slowly moved the phone away from his ear, deep in thought about the upcoming mission and the possible difficulties he would face. 006's gaze lingered on the reflection in the dark screen of the phone, his face taking on a mysterious expression, as if he was considering all the possible outcomes of the upcoming confrontation. Suddenly, 006's calm was broken by the rapid appearance of Itzin, who, like a whirlwind, burst into the warehouse space, breaking the silence and forcing the agent to instantly switch to combat mode. Itzin's gaze radiated determination and unwavering confidence in his actions. His face expressed a firm intention to put an end to 006's activities. Reacting to the sudden intrusion, 006 quickly gathered the scattered bullets, scooping them into his palm and grabbed his pistol, preparing for the inevitable clash with the unexpected enemy. Yizin, not giving 006 a chance to aim, rushed forward, grabbing his opponent and trying to knock him down, using the force and surprise of his attack to neutralize the advantage of the armed enemy. As a result of the collision, the pistol slipped out of 006's hands, flying to the side, and both opponents, locked in a struggle, jumped back in the opposite direction, instantly assessing the new situation. 006 and Ijin, known as 001, quickly rose to their feet, facing each other, ready to continue the confrontation without weapons, relying only on their fighting skills. 006 mentally noted the unexpected speed with which Yidsen was able to detect him, assuming the use of a CCTV system, which was somewhat at odds with his initial expectations and plans. The opponents, standing opposite each other, prepared for the decisive battle, realizing that this moment could become the culmination of their long confrontation and determine the outcome of the entire operation. 006, maintaining an outward calm and even allowing himself to smile, noted the inevitability of their meeting, expressing surprise at the amount of time that had passed since Idzin left the organization. Idzin, focused on his main goal of winning, decided to ignore 006's provocative question, not wanting to be distracted by verbal bickering. 006, noticing Idzin's silence, casually said that he was not interested in reasons and circumstances, emphasizing his indifference to the past and his focus on the present moment. The opponents, like mirror images of each other, began to slowly approach each other, taking up fighting stances and preparing for the decisive battle that would determine the outcome of their long confrontation. Suddenly, the silence exploded into a flurry of movement as both opponents launched into an attack at the same time, their strikes and blocks merging into a single kaleidoscope of fighting techniques. Ijin and 006 exchanged lightning-fast strikes, each displaying incredible speed and precision, throwing and blocking attacks with such frequency that it seemed as if time slowed down around them. When 006 attempted to strike Itzin in the face, he deftly dodged, stepping to the side, and instantly intercepted his opponent's hand, demonstrating his refined reaction and excellent sense of distance. Ijin, in turn, attacked 006, but he parried the blow with no less skill, showing that both fighters were worthy of each other and had exceptional close combat skills. However, Yidzin, anticipating the block of his attack, instantly moved into the second phase of the combination, using his elbow to deliver a surprise strike, catching 006 off guard with his tactical cunning. The powerful blow sent 006 back a few steps, and Yitzin, without wasting a second, went on the offensive, raising his leg for another attack, intending to build on his success. Aiming for the opponent's stomach, Yidzin threw his leg forward, but 006, with lightning-fast reflexes, managed to intercept the attacking limb, temporarily neutralizing the threat and creating a stalemate. Suddenly, 006 pulled out a small knife from his pocket and, taking advantage of the moment, made a quick but precise cut to Idzin's leg, instantly changing the dynamics of the fight and adding a new level of danger to their confrontation. Holding a short curved dagger in his hand, 006 noted with undisguised admiration the high level of skill of Idzin, acknowledging that his opponent was indeed good and worthy of respect, even as an opponent. 006 continued his thought, expressing surprise at the fact that, despite a long absence of practice, Idzin's skills not only had not deteriorated, but seemed to. Yitzin, standing with an injured leg, carefully watched his opponent, his mind working feverishly, calculating possible options for further action. At this moment, 006 activated his hidden abilities. His eyes glowed with a bright blue light, and a pulsating red aura appeared around his body. 006, armed with a knife, attacked with lightning speed, aiming for Idzin's throat, but he, demonstrating incredible reflexes, managed to retreat back at the last moment, avoiding the fatal blow by only a hair. The opponents once again clashed in a fierce battle, their movements merging into a single whirlwind of attacks and defenses, each demonstrating the highest level of skill, not allowing the opponent to gain an advantage. Suddenly, Yidzin's gaze changed, becoming extremely focused and sharp, as if he had discovered a weak spot in the enemy's defense and was preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Yidzin, gathering all his strength, rushed forward with incredible speed, his feet barely touching the ground, giving the impression that he was flying above the surface of the warehouse directly towards his opponent. The moment 006 attempted to stab him, Yidzin intercepted his hand with lightning speed, neutralizing the dangerous weapon and creating a stalemate where every move could be decisive. 006, without losing his cool, tried to attack with his free hand. But Yidzin, anticipating this maneuver, deftly ducked, continuing to hold the enemy's armed hand and demonstrating excellent tactical thinking. Yidzin, using his advantage, began to twist 006's hand, in which he held the knife, trying to disarm his opponent and deprive him of his main advantage in this deadly fight. 006, realizing the criticality of his situation, feverishly looked for a way out of the situation, understanding that every second of delay could cost him victory or even his life. The tension reached its peak when the knife slipped from 006's hand and fell to the warehouse floor with a loud clang, echoing off the walls and marking the turning point in their confrontation. However, 006, in a display of incredible agility, managed to deliver a powerful kick, knocking Idzen aside and temporarily restoring the distance between them, giving himself a chance to regroup. Taking advantage of the moment, 006 instantly rushed to his pistol, intending to finish the fight with one precise shot and put an end to their grueling confrontation. 006, grabbing the pistol, immediately took aim, his finger frozen on the trigger, ready at any second to fire a deadly bullet towards the enemy. Suddenly, 006's gaze changed. His eyes widened in surprise and shock, as if he saw something completely unbelievable and beyond his understanding of the situation. The reason for his astonishment was the knife, which had fallen from his hands a moment ago, and now somehow incomprehensibly found itself deeply embedded in his shoulder, causing sharp pain and confusion. Despite the unexpected injury, 006 quickly pulled himself together, deciding that even such a serious obstacle should not prevent him from completing his mission, and raised his pistol again, intending to finish the fight. 006 opened fire on Idzen, firing bullet after bullet, but his opponent displayed incredible agility and speed, dodging each shot with almost supernatural accuracy. Idzen, using every cover and obstacle in his path, moved around the warehouse with lightning speed, not giving 006 the opportunity to aim and find the moment for an accurate shot. 006, realizing that none of his bullets had hit their target, began to feel increasingly uneasy, realizing that his ammunition was rapidly running out low, putting him at a severe disadvantage. Making a lightning-fast decision, 006 jumped back towards his desk, intending to regroup and find additional resources to continue the fight. With a quick movement, he threw open the desk drawer, frantically searching for extra ammunition and other useful items that could help him turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Yidzin, cautiously peeking out from his hiding place, assessed the situation and realized that the situation was becoming critical. Realizing that 006's next actions could radically change the balance of power, 006, grabbing a suitcase, suddenly started to run, and Yidzin, instantly assessing the situation, realized that he could not allow the enemy to escape under any circumstances and rushed in pursuit. Despite Idzen's determination, the wound on his leg slowed him down considerably, turning the chase into a torturous test of willpower and endurance. Overcoming the pain, Yidzin continued his pursuit. Each step was difficult for him, but the desire to stop 006 gave him the strength to move forward. Running out of the room, Yidzin saw with horror how someone was already getting on a motorcycle, preparing for a quick retreat. Realizing with bitterness that the person being pursued had taken possession of his own vehicle, Yidzin felt the situation spiraling out of control. Standing with useless things in his hands, the boy experienced a shock he had never felt before. His gaze expressed a mixture of despair and disbelief in what was happening. The tension reached its peak. Yidzin began to visibly tremble, his composure beginning to crumble under the weight of the events that had piled up. In his mind, the images of his grandfather and sister began to become covered in bloodstains, which caused him to feel horror at the realization of the possible consequences of his failure. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically. The motorcycle with 006 crashed at full speed into the black car that appeared, creating a deafening sound of collision. The powerful impact sent 006 flying off his motorcycle and rolling across the roof of the car, losing control of the situation and finding himself in an extremely vulnerable position. The car drove past without stopping, leaving 006 lying on the asphalt. And Edson, frozen in place, could not believe his eyes, watching the unexpected turn of events. Idzin's shock increased when he realized that he had no idea about the identity of the driver or the origin of this mysterious car that had suddenly changed the course of events. The car door slowly opened, and a bright yellow light poured out from the interior, creating an aura of mystery around what was happening. Go-suk got out of the car with a hint of regret in his voice, saying that perhaps he shouldn't have interfered, and apologized for his unexpected appearance. Yidzin, still in a state of extreme shock from the fortunate coincidence, squeezed out words of gratitude with difficulty, feeling relief and joy from the unexpected help. Go-suk's black car, with a noticeably dented hood, drove away from the scene of the collision, heading towards an unknown destination. Go-suk, without taking his eyes off the road, thought about what was happening, feeling that the situation required his immediate intervention and presence at the endpoint of the route. When they arrived at the scene, he and Idzin found themselves face to face, having just survived a collision with a motorcyclist. The atmosphere around them was filled with tension and uncertainty. Go-suk, concerned about his friend's condition, asked with concern in his voice if he was really okay, trying to assess the seriousness of the situation. Yidzin, despite the noticeable cuts on his neck and leg, briefly answered in the affirmative, trying to hide the true extent of his injuries. Go-suk, realizing that his friend was clearly not okay, wanted to say something, but a sudden sound caught their attention, causing both of them to turn their heads sharply. The source of the sound turned out to be 006, who was lying on the asphalt, writhing in pain after the collision, his groans echoing through the night air. Go-suk, looking at his defeated opponent, wondered with some concern whether he had hit him too hard, assessing the consequences of his actions. Yidzin, unexpectedly for Go-suk, loudly shouted for him to check on 006's condition, which caused a surprised look on his friend's face. Turning to Yidzin, Go-suk saw an unusual seriousness and obvious concern in his gaze, which made him rethink the situation. Realizing the importance of the moment, Go-suk nodded, assuring his friend that he would fulfill his request immediately, ready to act according to Yidzin's instructions. On the way, Go-suk thought about the situation, wondering if the person his friend was chasing might have been an ordinary tourist, and wondering if things looked different from the outside. Suddenly, during the trip, he had an epiphany that made him look at what had happened in a new way. Go-suk worriedly thought about how to explain the damage to the car now, realizing that the situation was becoming more and more confusing. They found themselves in a place illuminated by yellow light, surrounded by wooden houses that created an atmosphere of privacy and mystery. 006, beaten and tied up, sat on a chair under a bright light, his condition clearly indicating the confrontation he had experienced and the subsequent arrest. Yidzin stood silently over the captive, his gaze focused and unreadable, clearly considering his next move. Suddenly, Yidzin broke the silence by ordering 006 to stand up, confidently stating that he knew of his ability to move. 006, without looking up, began to laugh quietly, his laughter gradually becoming louder, creating an eerie contrast with the tense atmosphere. Through laughter, 006 admitted that he had not expected reinforcements from Yidzin, and that he should have guessed this when he discovered him so quickly. Continuing to speak, 006 called his underestimation of 001 a mistake, admitting that he had incorrectly assumed Idzin's solo work. Yidzin remained silent as he watched 006 seem to lose his mind, his face remaining impassive, hiding any emotion or reaction to his captive's words. With a challenging grin on his open face, 006 asked Idzin what exactly he wanted to know, his tone balancing between mockery and a willingness to have a frank conversation. Idzin, keeping his cool, asked about the other agents who had been ordered to eliminate him, to which 006, after a moment's thought, replied that he doubted the existence of others, emphasizing his exclusivity in this mission. 006 continued, explaining that his proximity to the location and perfect timing made him the ideal candidate for the mission, adding that the camp was keen to keep Idzin's survival a secret. The prisoner revealed that the organization prefers to consider Idzin dead, planning to eliminate him as quietly as possible to avoid information leaking about the mistake they made. With a hint of grim confidence, 006 stated that the camp would never retreat. Given the massive damage caused by Idzin, his words sounded like a warning of an inevitable and endless hunt. 006 paid special attention to the mad dog guy, who recently tried to kill the lieutenant who led the attack on Idzin, emphasizing the seriousness of the threat and the determination of the pursuers. Yitzin silently absorbed the information he had received. His face remained impenetrable, but his eyes reflected the intense work of his mind, analyzing every word of the prisoner. Having exhausted his knowledge, 006 stated that he had nothing more to add, emphasizing that he had disclosed all the information without concealment, given their past relationship. With grim determination, 006 called on Idzen to kill him. Noticing the knife in his former comrade's hands, his voice a mixture of defiance and resignation to the inevitable. 006 expressed a preference for dying at Idzen's hands, considering it a more dignified end than death by any other person, his words laced with a strange mixture of respect and bitterness. 006's face took on a bluish tint, reflecting his acceptance of his inevitable fate, and his eyes showed the awareness of his imminent end, mixed with a strange calm. Suddenly, a mysterious yellow glow appeared above 006, causing him to look down in surprise, trying to understand the nature of this unexpected phenomenon. In an unexpected turn of events, Yidzin began cutting the ropes holding 006, his actions methodical and confident, as if he was following a preconceived plan. 006, not hiding his surprise, asked about the reasons for such an act, to which Yidzin laconically replied that he was simply freeing him, his voice sounding calm and confident. 006's shock grew. He wondered why Yidzin hadn't killed him as expected, his questions sounding with a hint of disbelief and confusion. As he continued to free the prisoner, Yidzin asked rhetorically about the necessity of killing, his tone thoughtful as if he was pondering out loud the nature of their confrontation. Yidzin suggested that 006 had a reason to live, hinting at something keeping him in the camp, his words sounding like an astute observation rather than a question. 006 was amazed by the accuracy of Idzen's guess, feeling like an open book in front of his former comrade, his face expressing a mixture of surprise and vulnerability. Yidzin continued his thought, sharing that he himself had experienced something similar, his voice taking on a tone of sympathy and understanding. Realization hit 006 when he realized that Idzin was talking about his newfound family, the revelation causing him to look at the situation in a new light. Idzin declared 006 dead, advising him to disappear where the camp could not find him, his words sounding both like an order and a chance for a new life. Despite 006's concerns about the consequences, Idzin mentioned Agent 0-32, suggesting that he had similar feelings, hinting at the possibility of mutual understanding and support. As he completed his release, Idzin assured 006 that life on the run was better than death, and the former prisoner stood up from his chair, feeling an unfamiliar freedom and an uncertain future. 006, having gained freedom, slowly rose from his chair and leisurely walked towards the exit, each of his steps filled with a mixture of relief and uncertainty. Yidzin watched 006 leave silently, his gaze unreadable, but in his eyes one could read a complex combination of emotions, from relief to concern for the future of his former enemy. Suddenly, Yidzin broke the silence, warning 006 of the danger to his family, his voice sounding serious and concerned, as if he was sharing an important warning. 006 sighed heavily, admitting that he was well aware of the risks, his answer laced with bitterness at the complexity of the situation he found himself in. With a hint of regret, 006 reflected on how things could have turned out differently if Yidzin had taken care of his family first, instead of him, his words filled with a sense of longing for lost opportunities. Despite the difficulties, 006 firmly stated his intention to protect his newfound life with all his might, his voice sounding decisive and confident. Hearing these words, Yidzin smiled slightly, his face reflecting genuine joy for his former comrade, understanding and respect for his decision. 006 promised to spread disinformation about Idzina before disappearing, his tone expressing gratitude and a desire to help his former enemy. Just before leaving, 006 paused for a moment, as if collecting his thoughts to share some important information. Turning around, 006 suddenly asked Idzin about his real name. The question sounded like a last attempt to establish a personal connection before parting. Yidzin hesitated for a moment, debating whether to reveal the truth or lie, his face reflecting an internal struggle between trust and caution. Having made up his mind, Yidzin said his real name, Yu Yidzin, adding that he had only just remembered it recently, his voice sounding soft, as if he was sharing a deep secret. In response, 006 introduced himself as Liam, the exchange of names becoming a symbolic act of trust and farewell between two former adversaries now bound by a common destiny. Liam noted the irony with a sad smile, expressing joy at this belated but meaningful exchange of names, his words sounding like a farewell to the past and a welcome to an unknown future. After this revealing moment, 006, now known as Liam, finally turned around and left the warehouse, his footsteps echoing in the empty room, symbolizing the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. Returning home, Yitzin carefully opened the front door, trying to move silently like a ghost, so as not to disturb the peace of the household. Sneaking along the corridor of his house, Yitzin carefully watched every step he took, afraid to disturb the silence of the night and wake up his sleeping relatives. Suddenly, a wooden floorboard creaked treacherously under Itzin's foot, producing a loud sound that seemed to echo throughout the entire house, disturbing the fragile peace of the night. The door to the grandfather's room opened slightly, and the old man looked out into the corridor, his gaze full of concern and relief at the sight of his grandson returning. Yitzin, trying to hide his embarrassment, asked why his grandfather was still awake at such a late hour, his voice sounding with notes of concern and slight reproach. Grandpa smiled and attributed his insomnia to drinking too much coffee during the day, his tone calm and slightly apologetic. With a warm smile, the grandfather advised Itzin to wash up and go to bed, carefully noting that his grandson must be very tired, his words filled with love and care. Yitzin agreed to his grandfather's proposal, and the old man, satisfied, quietly closed the door to his room, leaving his grandson alone with the night silence of the house. Suddenly, Yitzin heard his sister's voice calling out to his brother, and he turned his head, surprised by her presence at such a late hour. The sister gently explained to Itzin that he should not be upset about his grandfather staying up late, emphasizing that the old man was very worried about him. Her words were full of understanding and sympathy. Yitzin smiled softly back at his sister, his face expressing deep gratitude and understanding, quietly acknowledging that he understood his family's concern for him. The sister, still caring for her brother, informed him of the food left on the table, her voice warm and inviting, as if she wanted to make sure that her brother would not go hungry. With tenderness in her voice, she reminded Itzin of his love for home cooking, emphasizing that the family had specially left food for him, her words saturated with love and attention to his preferences. Having finished the conversation, the sister quietly closed the door of her room, which, despite the caution, made a loud creak that disturbed the night silence of the house. Yitzin turned his gaze to the table where a variety of home-cooked dishes were waiting for him, carefully covered and saved especially for him, the sight of which gave him a warm feeling in his chest. Looking at the prepared food, Yitzin couldn't help but smile widely, his heart overflowing with love and gratitude for the family whose care he felt in every detail. Suddenly, the silence of the night was broken by the loud sound of an incoming message on someone's phone. The sharp sound echoed throughout the house, contrasting with the previous calm. Go-suk, sitting at home in front of his laptop, heard a notification on his phone and curiously reached for the device to check the message. Opening the message, Go-suk saw a short but meaningful message from Yitzin, a simple thank you with a period. Those few characters carried a huge emotional weight. Go-suk looked at the screen with an expression of utter surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes, not expecting to receive such a message from the usually reserved Yitzin. Go-suk even blushed from surprise and excitement, realizing how rare and valuable this expression of gratitude from Yitzin was. This moment became special and unforgettable for him. Go-suk and Shin Yuna walked slowly down the school corridor, their gazes fixed on something in the distance that clearly caught their attention and genuine interest. Go-suk's gaze, usually calm and unperturbed, was now carefully studying someone standing not far ahead, his face changing slightly, expressing slight surprise and interest. Yitzin, whom Go-suk noticed out of the corner of his eye, also kept his eyes on the pair, his gaze full of curiosity and a bit of wariness, as if he was planning something. The atmosphere around them was tense. Yitzin looked suspicious as he studied the two, his mind busy with what to say when he met them, after everything that had happened earlier. Shin Yuna, without losing her cheerfulness, quickly approached Yitzin, reminding him that the lesson was about to start and expressing surprise at his presence here at such an unexpected moment. Yitzin suddenly expressed a desire to talk to Go-suk alone, which surprised Shin Yuna quite a bit, causing her to wonder about the reasons for such a sudden decision and the possible consequences. Secluded in the empty break room, Go-suk and Yitzin found themselves alone, the tension between them almost palpable as Go-suk asked about the reason for this conversation. Yijin, having collected his thoughts, began to explain that he should have told her what was happening earlier, and not just asked for help without an explanation, his voice sounding serious and a little guilty. Go-suk, who did not expect to hear the real story, mentally prepared himself for an important conversation. His face expressed concentration and readiness to listen attentively to his interlocutor. Yijin, having gathered his courage, began to talk about his previous work with the man who had been hit by a car yesterday, explaining that he had come to see him, his voice shaking with excitement. Go-suk, listening attentively to Yijin's story, felt a growing distrust of what he heard. His penetrating mind caught the omissions and possible lies in the words of his interlocutor. Yijin, watching his friend's reaction, realized the need to reveal more information, his gaze expressing a mixture of uncertainty and determination, as if he was weighing how much more he could say. Go-suk's silent reaction, only frowning, created an oppressive atmosphere of anticipation. His silence seemed to push Yijin to continue his story, making him even more nervous. Go-suk broke the silence and asked if this was really all the information that Yijin wanted to share, to which he received an affirmative answer, which made him even more suspicious. Yijin, trying to justify his secrecy, explained that further knowledge could be dangerous for Go-suk, his voice sounding worried, as if he was genuinely afraid for his friend's safety. Continuing the conversation, Yijin expressed his confidence that Go-suk had already found out something by digging into his past, and urged him to stop further searching, his tone betraying his growing anxiety. Go-suk, although aware of the thoroughness of his past actions, still felt dissatisfied with this development. His mind continued to analyze the situation, looking for hidden motives and connections. Yijin, trying to end the conversation, emphasized that he was sharing information solely out of gratitude for the help. His words sounded like an attempt to put an end to this difficult conversation. Recalling his heroic deed, Go-suk couldn't help but grin slightly. The feeling of satisfaction from the recognition of his help mixed with suspicion and the desire to know more. Go-suk, deciding to reassure Yijin, assured him that there were no further plans for surveillance, acknowledging the connection to his friend's past but respecting his reluctance to reveal more details. As they ended the conversation, Go-suk promised to stop further investigations, in response to which Yijin only looked at him silently, his gaze full of unspoken emotions and hidden secrets. After the conversation, Go-suk and Yijin entered the classroom, where their appearance caused Shin Yuna to smile happily, her gaze instantly brightening, expressing genuine joy at their return. Opening the door, two tall guys with their usual proud posture walked to their seats, their synchronized movements attracting the attention of their classmates, creating an impression of confidence and unity. Go-suk, who had taken a seat next to Shin Yuna, was immediately confronted with her curiosity about the content of their conversation with Yijin, his thoughts feverishly searching for a suitable answer, without revealing the true essence of the conversation. Shin Yuna, sensing something left unsaid, recalled the previous openness in their relationship, her voice sounding with notes of disappointment and bewilderment, creating an awkward atmosphere between them. Go-suk, feeling uncomfortable about having to hide the truth, struggled to find his words, realizing that he couldn't reveal the true reason for his conversation with Yijin. His face showed an internal struggle. Improvising, Go-suk made up a story about Yijin asking for help with his game rank, to which Shin Yuna was surprised and asked about Yijin's sudden interest in video games. Shin Yuna continued to reason, mentioning Chan as a more experienced player. Her logical question made Go-suk tense up, realizing the fragility of his idea. As Shin Yuna reasoned further, perhaps Yijin was seeking to communicate with someone of equal level rather than an expert, her insight causing Go-suk to tense up internally, fearing that his deception would be exposed. Yijin, sitting at his desk, as usual, looked out the window during recess, his thoughtful gaze wandering somewhere far away, revealing his deep immersion in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Yijin's sister, Udune, was walking through the schoolyard, her attention glued to her phone screen, where she was busily reading and writing something down. Diane was making a shopping list, thinking about fruit for her grandfather and the need to buy detergent and carrots, her fingers quickly sliding across the screen, adding new items. While lost in her thoughts about shopping, Diane suddenly heard someone's voice calling out to her. Raising her head, she saw a stranger standing in front of her, whose appearance took her by surprise. A tall guy with brown hair appeared in front of the girl, dressed in a cloak, his face adorned with a welcoming smile, creating the impression of friendliness and openness. The stranger asked if it was true that she was a student at Sinam High School, and Diane was taken aback by the question, and she, a little confused, confirmed it. Suddenly, the guy, slightly embarrassed, asked for Dayun's phone number. His request sounded unexpected and a little impudent, making the girl tense up. Diane, who had not expected such a turn of events, blushed deeply. Her thoughts were confused, trying to understand the motives of the stranger and how to react to such a straightforward approach. After asking again to be sure, Diane heard a confirmation of the request for a number, accompanied by an assurance that there were no bad intentions, which only increased her confusion. Gathering her thoughts, Diane politely declined, explaining that it was wrong to give out her number to strangers, her voice firm despite her inner turmoil. The smile disappeared from the stranger's face, replaced by an expression of disappointment and awkwardness. His self-confidence instantly evaporated, leaving room for embarrassment and confusion. Suddenly, an older, larger guy came up from behind and, laughing at the situation, commented on his younger comrade's failure, adding tension to the atmosphere. The young man, irritated by the mockery, snapped back angrily, emphasizing that he had only asked for a number, not a date, his tone becoming aggressive, betraying his growing irritation. Before Diane had time to come to her senses, the situation suddenly escalated. A sudden blow from a fist interrupted the young man's speech, leaving the girl in a state of shock from the unexpected outburst of violence. It suddenly turned out that the interveners were Chang Hyun and Jin, and it was Hyun who struck the blow, sharply reminding the stranger of the girl's obvious refusal. His actions were decisive and peremptory. The stunned stranger turned around, trying to comprehend what was happening, his gaze darting between Hen and Jin, expressing a mixture of surprise and growing fear of the unexpected opponents. Hen, not hiding his anger, defiantly asked the guy if he wanted to know the reason for the blow. His voice sounded threatening, creating a tense atmosphere around. The stranger, realizing the seriousness of the situation, visibly lost his nerve. His face expressed a clear desire to avoid further conflict and quickly leave the scene. The plump stranger glanced nervously at Jean, whose piercing gaze seemed to pin him to the spot, increasing the sense of danger and the inevitability of consequences. The strangers turned around quickly and began to walk away, making threats of future retribution as they went, but their words sounded unconvincing against the backdrop of their obvious desire to hide. Hen, watching their retreat, only smirked, narrowing his eyes slightly, his silence speaking louder than any words, expressing his contempt for empty threats. Returning to Diane, Hyun instantly changed his tone to a caring one, asking about her condition and whether the stranger had offended her in any way. His voice sounded soft and sympathetic. Diane, still a little flustered, began to bow gratefully to Hyun and Jin, expressing her deep appreciation for their timely intervention and help. The crowd of onlookers gathered in the street watched the events unfold with alarm, their attention riveted on something new that had appeared on the horizon. Suddenly, three familiar characters, Ijin, Tai-Su, Inchun, and another of their comrades came into view, their appearance causing a new wave of tension among the observers. Tai-Su, casting his piercing gaze over the crowd, spoke with confidence that they had arrived at the right place, his words sounding like a harbinger of things to come. The stranger, who had been trying to get to know Diane earlier, turned to his brother, confirming their location, his voice betraying a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Tai-Su, without hiding his irritation, expressed his indignation that even ordinary school children did not show due respect to their Gangosuk, his words oozing with venom and resentment. Incheon, keeping the mood up, suggested that they start cleaning up the area with the guy who had recently ruined their plans, his tone full of determination and a thirst for revenge. Tai-Su agreed to the proposal, stating the need to show everyone the true status of their gang, his eyes burning with determination to teach the rebellious a lesson. Suddenly, Yidzin and her sister appeared, their conversation about going to the store to buy fruit in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere created by the Gosuk gang. Tai-Su, noticing Yidzin's familiar figure from afar, noted his unusualness compared to the others. His words were full of suspicion and wariness. All eyes turned to Yidzin, whose composure and confident gait next to his sister created a striking contrast to the general tension around them. Seeing Yidzin, Tai-Su noticeably sank. Vivid memories of recent events involving this mysterious guy surfaced in his mind. The image of Yidzin and Gosuk in the club, successfully dealing with a huge crowd of opponents, appeared before Tae-soo's eyes, and this memory made him shudder. The gang leader, noticing Tae-soo's reaction, anxiously asked about the reason for his strange behavior, the leader's voice betraying a mixture of curiosity and concern. The sudden suggestion that there was a connection between the girl's request for her number and the subsequent punch added further confusion to the already tense situation. Accused of attempted fraud, the guy who had recently been hit was in deep shock, his thoughts feverishly trying to comprehend what had happened, creating chaos in his head from questions and guesses. Suddenly, the furious cries of Umri rang out. These threats reached the ears of Itzin and his sister, disturbing the relative calm of the street with their aggressive intonation. Yitzin and his sister seemed unfazed by the threats, calmly returning home, where the girl, enjoying an apple, sincerely praised her brother for his skill in cutting the fruit. Yitzin, smiling sweetly at his sister, continued to masterfully cut the fruit. His movements were smooth and precise, demonstrating amazing skill in such a seemingly simple task. The sister, delighted with her brother's skill, admitted that despite numerous attempts, she had never been able to achieve such perfection in cutting fruit. Suddenly, a loud ringing of the phone came from Itzin's room, causing him to get up from his desk and head over to check who was calling, his movements calm but determined. Entering his room, Yitzin closed the door tightly, ensuring the privacy of the upcoming conversation. The atmosphere was instantly filled with tension and mystery. As Yitzin approached the table, he noticed that the call was coming from an unknown number. This observation made him wary, preparing for possible trouble. Picking up the phone, Yitzin listened carefully to the caller's voice, realizing that the issue of his family's safety was probably being decided now. His face expressed concentration and readiness for any turn of events. The voice on the other end of the line expressed surprise that Yitzin had answered the call, to which the boy calmly remarked that he had been expecting the call, his tone even, hiding any emotion. The mysterious interlocutor, who called himself 006, announced his plans to leave the country and leave traces of Itzin in other countries. His words sounded like a warning and a promise at the same time. The man on the other end of the line continued, explaining that his actions were only intended to confuse his pursuers, to which Yitzin calmly replied that he too had taken care of some of the other man's tracks. 006 philosophically noted the paradox of their situation. Yitzin, who was thought to be dead, had come back to life, while 006 himself felt dead while continuing to exist. This thought sounded like a bitter irony of fate. With a slight smile in his voice, 006 said that they would never see each other at home again, finishing the phrase with a wish for Itzin to take care of himself. A mixture of sadness and concern could be felt in these words. Yitzin, in response to the farewell words, also wished his interlocutor to take care of himself, emphasizing the importance of this. His voice sounded sincere and with notes of concern for the fate of 006. After the call ended, Yitzin did not hesitate to decide not to save the phone number from which the call came. His actions were quick and decisive, as if erasing the last traces of this mysterious contact. Yitzin, sitting at his desk, showed genuine surprise. His eyebrows raised and his eyes widened, trying to comprehend what he had heard from his friends about the recent incident on the street. The friends, still under the impression of what had happened, hastened to calm Yitzin, telling him about Hen's timely intervention and assuring him that the situation had not yet gotten out of control. Go-suk, drawn by the conversation, walked up to the group of friends, his face showing a mixture of curiosity and concern as he inquired about the identities of those who had caused all the commotion. Chan thought for a moment and remembered an important detail. The strangers were wearing the Go-suk school uniform. This information made everyone wary and looked at each other with concern. Go-suk, instantly grasping the meaning of what was said, became lost in thought about the motives of the Go-suk school students appearing in their area, his face taking on a concentrated expression. Yitzin, like a puzzle, put together a picture of what was happening in his head. Remembering the recent skirmish with the students of that very school, his gaze became sharp and attentive. Both of the boys, Yitzin and Go-suk, exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing that this couldn't be a simple coincidence, and decided to remain vigilant for the time being. Jin and Hyun, who were standing nearby, looked puzzled, not fully understanding the seriousness of the situation, their faces expressing a mixture of bewilderment and slight concern. Suddenly, Yuna burst into their conversation, her piercing gaze instantly catching the tension in the air, and she resolutely demanded an explanation from the boys. Yuna continued, wondering why a simple conversation on the street caused such a strong reaction. Her words made Itzin wary and asked again what exactly she was talking about. The girl, not understanding the reasons for the concern, recalled the popularity of her sister Idzinya, noting her beauty and sweet character, which in her opinion should not have caused such a strong reaction. Yidzin, shocked by the new information, asked again about his sister's popularity, his eyes expressing a mixture of disbelief and curiosity, trying to comprehend this unexpected side of her life. The friends confirmed Yuna's words about Itzin's sister's popularity, causing the boy to become lost in thought, his face expressing surprise and slight confusion at this discovery. Chan smiled and shared the story of how people started to stay away from Ijin's sister after a conflict with Kisu and his sister, his words tinged with regret. Hen added that Yitzin's sister had always been considered pretty. Many people had said so, and his words made Yitzin think about how much he didn't know about his sister's life. Yedin, placing his hand on his chin, was deep in thought, his gaze becoming distant, as if he was trying to piece together the puzzle pieces of the past. Hyun and Jin exchanged surprised glances, not understanding why the simple information about his sister's popularity caused Yitzin to become so deeply thoughtful. Go Suk, maintaining a serious expression, reminded everyone of the need to confirm the information, his voice resolute, emphasizing the importance of this task for everyone present. Yitzin turned to his friends, expressing his agreement and determination to act with just one look, his eyes burning with determination, ready to get down to business immediately. Go Suk suggested going on reconnaissance right after school. Taking advantage of the lack of training, his words caused shock among the other guys, who did not expect such a quick reaction. Tai Sun, spending the evening at a club and smoking a cigarette, expressed his dissatisfaction with the fact that people still do not take them seriously, considering them weaklings. Inchun, supporting Tai Sun's thought, recalled the recent quarrel with the guys in Song Suk, which seemed to have no effect, only causing ignoring from the opponents. Tae Sun, recalling the past, noted the dramatic change in people's attitudes towards their gang, his voice sounding with notes of bitterness and irritation, highlighting the contrast between the former fear and the current disdain. A few days later, the atmosphere became tense as the leader of Goska's gang, a mature man with a bloody head, lashed out at his subordinates, his screams echoing throughout the room, accusing them of being reckless. Taisu and Inchun, standing before the angry leader, meekly lowered their heads, silently accepting the barrage of reproaches and accusations, their postures expressing a mixture of fear and remorse. Taisu, seething with anger inside, mentally cursed his ignorance of that monster's connection to Chadusik, his clenched fists betraying the storm of emotions hidden behind his outward humility. The gang leader suddenly changed his tone to a frighteningly calm one and said Taisu's name, piercing him with a gaze full of cold rage and disappointment, causing the boy to cringe internally. Inchan, trying to defuse the situation, suggested that they immediately begin clearing the area. His words sounded like an attempt to find a way out of the current critical situation. Taisu, while in the club, was deep in thought. His head down and tense posture betrayed an internal struggle in search for the right solution in this difficult situation. The cigarette forgotten in Taisu's mouth fell out, leaving a smoldering trail on the floor, symbolizing the collapse of the gang's plans and hopes. Taisu, noticing the fallen cigarette, pressed it hard into the floor with his foot, turning it into dust, his actions reflecting an inner desire to destroy all obstacles in his path. Suddenly standing up straight, Taesu spoke decisively about the need for immediate action, his voice ringing with confidence and a desire to prove the strength of their gang. The gang members, inspired by Taesu's words, exchanged knowing smiles, feeling a new stage in their lives approaching, as if the time of the Street Kings was returning. Yidzin and Go Suk forcefully pushed open the doors of the club and walked inside, their faces expressing unwavering seriousness and readiness for confrontation, the atmosphere instantly filled with tension. Taisu, seeing the unexpected guests, froze in shock, realizing the irony of the situation, just thinking about clearing the area. They themselves were in danger. His face turned pale from the sudden turn of events. The gang members, shocked by the appearance of the recent victors, stood in mute amazement, their gaze darting between Idzin, Go-suk, and their leader, awaiting the development of events. Yitzin, without wasting any time, purposefully walked towards the gang leader, his footsteps echoing in the sudden silence. causing everyone present to tensely follow his movements. Stopping a few steps away from Tae-soo, Izin emitted an aura of danger. His presence seemed to fill the entire space of the club, causing others to involuntarily retreat. Go-suk joining his friend heightened the effect of their appearance, and Yizin's words about his connection with his sister sounded like a menacing accusation, his voice filled with barely restrained rage. Tae-soo, stunned by the accusation, tried to deny any connection with Ijin's sister, his words sounding hesitant, betraying confusion in an attempt to recall a possible incident. Suddenly, Tae-soo's memory flashed back to the image of a girl walking with Itzin in the schoolyard, and this memory made him shudder internally, realizing the possible consequences. The realization hit Tae-soo like lightning, his face changing to a mixture of shock and fear as he voiced the connection between that girl and Ijin's sister. Yitzin, while outwardly maintaining a calm demeanor, exuded an aura of uncontrollable rage. His gaze, full of cold cruelty, seemed to be able to burn right through, causing Tae-soo to shrink inwardly. Go-suk, sharing his friend's anger, stood by his side, his usually calm blue eyes now flashing with a dangerous gleam, expressing his readiness to defend the honor of Sister Yitzin at any cost. Tae-soo, trying to defuse the situation, began to explain that their interest in the girl was not related to Itzin, his words sounding hasty and nervous, betraying a desperate desire to avoid conflict. Yitzin, slowly and threateningly asking about Tae-soo's brother, demanded to see the culprit. His voice sounded like a sentence, causing everyone present to feel a chill of fear. Tae-soo, trying to salvage the situation, quickly assured that they did not know about the girl's connection with Itzin, and promised to warn his brother to stay away from her. His words sounded like a desperate attempt to pacify an angry opponent. Yitzin, having listened to the explanations, remained silent. His piercing gaze, expressing no emotion, continued to drill into his opponent, creating an oppressive atmosphere of uncertainty and hidden threat. Under the weight of this gaze, the veins on the gang leader's temples bulged, his body visibly tensed, revealing an internal state of anxiety and readiness for a possible conflict. Yitzin, without letting up on his tension, continued to drill Tae-soo with his emotionless gaze, his serious expression leaving no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions and the depth of the problem. Tae-soo, without looking away, steadfastly endured this gaze, but the treacherous beads of sweat that appeared on his forehead betrayed his inner tension and fear of possible consequences. Unexpectedly for everyone, Yitzin and Go-suk, without saying a word, turned around and headed for the exit, leaving everyone present in a state of shock and bewilderment from such a sudden end to the conversion. Tae-soo, watching the guests leave, felt relief at the peaceful outcome of the situation. His tense shoulders relaxed slightly, revealing the joy of avoiding an open conflict. The gang members stood frozen in place, silently waiting for the two intruders to finally leave their territory, the atmosphere in the room remaining electric even after they had left. After Yitzin and Go-suk left, the gang members discussed postponing the purge to another time, their conversation reflecting mixed feelings of relief and uncertainty about the future. Outside the club, Ijin and Go-suk were met by their classmates, including Yuna, who asked about the results of the conversation, to which she received a short answer about it being a supposed coincidence. It turned out that the first person to talk to Itzin's sister was Tae-soo's younger brother, which added a new twist to the situation. Yuna, trying to calm the tense atmosphere, reminded everyone that it was premature to react harshly, suggesting that the situation might be simpler than it seemed at first glance. Yijin, turning to his friends, expressed his distrust of the gang's words, deciding to continue to monitor the situation, his tone betraying deep suspicion and determination to sort things out to the end. Ijin and Go-suk's friends, shocked by their unusual behavior, exchanged worried glances, not understanding why the situation caused such a furious reaction and a desire to intervene in the matter. Ijin and the boss, having moved to the 24-hour store, chose their food. Ijin, out of habit, took an onigiri and now methodically unwrapped it, preparing for the meal. The boss, without hiding his interest, carefully watched the guy's actions, his intent gaze studying every movement of Ijin, as if trying to solve some riddle. Looking down at his choice, the boss noticed the similarities to Ijin's food, a fact that seemed to intrigue him even more, causing him to wonder about the possible parallels between the two. The boss's choice included instant noodles and 2 onigiri, which surprisingly matched Ijin's preferences, creating a strange sense of unity in their simple dinner. The boss broke the silence and admitted that he hadn't eaten at a convenience store in a long time, his words tinged with nostalgia and slight surprise at the novelty of the situation. The boss's offer to treat Idzinia to barbecue was politely declined by the boy, his response sounding calm and confident, demonstrating independence and unwillingness to burden the boss. When the topic of the motorcycle was brought up, the boss suggested that Idzin keep it, explaining that it was simply stored in the parking lot, but the guy firmly insisted on returning it, his voice sounding decisive. Yidzin, without changing his mind, once again firmly stated his intention to return the motorcycle. His persistence on this matter seemed unshakable. The boss, scooping noodles onto his chopsticks, decided not to insist. His words, "do whatever you want," sounded with notes of respect for Idzin's decision. As he began to eat, the boss vigorously wound the noodles onto his chopsticks, his movements quick and confident, reflecting his habit of eating such food. Idzin, in turn, concentrated on the onigiri, and the boss, watching him, thought about how ordinary the guy looked, like a high school student at such moments. The boss's thoughts returned to the incidents with Congressman Kim and the corporation, and he realized that Yidzin was always helping him in matters that were beyond his reach. The boss, recalling the recent incident with the Chuman clan, addressed Yidzin, calling him senior, his voice sounding with notes of curiosity and slight irony. Yitzin, when asked about his usual activities, modestly stated that he was simply living a normal school life, his tone calm and a little distant. Hearing Yitzin's answer, the boss couldn't help but smile mischievously, his thoughts clearly at odds with the guy's idea of a normal school life, creating an atmosphere of innuendo. The corporate building, shining in the evening light, impressed with its grandeur and technological sophistication, its rich appearance seemed to personify the power and influence of the company. Yuna's grandfather stood by the panoramic window, thoughtfully gazing out at the night landscape, the light falling on his figure creating a dramatic silhouette against the backdrop of the city lights. The ward, approaching Yuna's grandfather, carefully reported on the growing discontent of the people with the aggressive expansion of their business, his voice sounding with notes of concern. Grandfather, without changing his position, philosophically noted that complaints are inevitable when seizing foreign territories, emphasizing the caution of their actions and the inevitability of the appearance of enemies. The protege, while agreeing with the boss's wisdom, nevertheless expressed concern that their aggressive expansion was attracting the attention of dangerous people. His words sounded like a warning. Many competing businesses were on the verge of a nervous breakdown due to the corporation's actions, but Yuna's grandfather seemed unaffected by this, lost in thought about the future. In a luxurious office permeated with an atmosphere of power and wealth, the grandfather and his ward sat opposite Idzin, carefully studying his every movement and gesture. The corporation's head's penetrating gaze slid over the guy's tense figure, and he gently offered him some soothing tea, noticing the obvious excitement in the young man's eyes. Yidzin, maintaining an outward calm but feeling inner tension, politely declined the offer to drink tea, assuring him of his well-being. The head of the corporation, leisurely sipping aromatic tea from an exquisite cup, casually inquired about Idzin's progress at the training center. The guy, trying to appear unperturbed, briefly answered questions about school life and assured that he was not experiencing any difficulties or inconveniences in the new environment. Feeling the tension growing and the desire to leave the office as soon as possible, Yidzin politely hinted at the need to leave, citing many urgent matters in the upcoming training. The head of the corporation, keeping a friendly smile on his face, generously let the guy go, making it clear that the conversation was over and he was free to go about his business. Yitzin, rising from his seat with relief and bowing low in respect, headed towards the exit, feeling the weight of the conversation gradually fall from his shoulders. The subordinates who were watching this scene exchanged puzzled glances, trying to understand why the head of the corporation did not tell Itzin what he had planned. As he left the office, Yidzin threw his backpack over his shoulder and slowly moved toward the exit, and the sun's rays breaking through the windows seemed to bless his departure. The gym greeted Idzin with its usual bustle and energy, and he began his warm-up with a jog as usual, gradually immersing himself in the familiar atmosphere. The group sparring began with energetic chaos as all participants simultaneously entered into a sparring match, demonstrating their skills and tactics in a dynamic fight. Yuna's sister and her watchful guard watched the proceedings closely, noting that Yitzin, despite the passage of time, had retained his unique fighting style and technique. The question of eliminating two team members caused thoughtfulness, and the guard analyzing the situation suggested that Yidzin was deliberately holding back his true abilities. Yuna's sister, surprised by this observation, began to wonder with growing interest what incredible skills Yidzin could demonstrate if she stopped limiting herself. The guard, continuing his analysis, noted that Yidzin's athletic training and tactical thinking significantly exceeded the level of the other participants, although this was not so obvious. Observers unanimously agreed that Yidzin appeared to be much more experienced than his peers, demonstrating skills beyond his age and supposed experience. The guard, sharing his findings, emphasized that Yidzin's level of combat training and physical fitness clearly indicate that he has undergone professional training. These words made Sister Yuna even more interested in the mysterious guy, and she began to look at him with undisguised admiration and curiosity. Despite the difficulty of the training, Yidzin went through it with ease and calm, which earned him respect and sympathy from the other members of the group. The morning found Yuna in her usual pose with her arms crossed under her chest. She was deep in thought, analyzing the events of the past day. During morning tea, Yuna, while talking to the lieutenant, inquired about his health, mentioning rumors of an injury he had received during the mission. The lieutenant, for whom Yuna had deep respect, assured her of his good health, emphasizing the frivolity of the injuries he had received. Yuna, expressing both gratitude for his dedication to the job and concern for his well-being, asked the lieutenant to be more careful in future missions. The lieutenant, embarrassed by Yuna's warm concern, assured her of his intention to act prudently so as not to cause her anxiety and grief in the future. The lieutenant's gaze, directed straight into Yuna's eyes, betrayed his inner excitement, and the bead of sweat that slid down his face only emphasized his emotional state. Yuna's sister, puzzled by the lieutenant's unusual behavior, tried to figure out the reason for his strange state, carefully observing his every gesture and facial expression. The lieutenant, having collected his thoughts, hesitantly inquired about continuing to observe a certain student, which caused the girl to be perplexed and ask about the identity of the person mentioned. A sudden realization came to Yuna when she remembered her recent request to study Ijin, and the thought made her take a new look at the situation. The lieutenant, confirming his words, named it Xenia, which caused the girl to be internally surprised by his attention to detail and ability to remember a name after a single meeting. The lieutenant's clumsy attempt to appear calm only increased Yuna's suspicions, causing her to wonder about the true reasons for his behavior and interest in Ijin. Yuna's sister, wanting to defuse the situation, with a sweet smile informed the lieutenant about her loss of interest in observing Ijin, hoping to calm her interlocutor down. The lieutenant's face lit up with joy at these words, and he, without hiding his relief, asked if she had really decided to abandon this idea at his request. The girl, observing the lieutenant's reaction, noted the unusual glow on his face, which only strengthened her suspicions about the hidden motives of his behavior and interest in the situation. Yuna's thoughts returned to Ijin again, and she decided to continue watching his training, mentally repeating his name as if trying to solve a riddle. The girl's gaze was fixed on Ijin as the question of the boy possibly meeting her fiancé formed in her mind, adding a new layer to the already complicated situation. A luxurious white car, accompanied by an impressive motorcade, rushed swiftly along the city's night streets, cutting through the darkness with bright headlights and attracting the attention of rare passers-by. Inside the car was Yuna's sister, her body tense from the recent events, and her seatbelt seemed to symbolize her attempt to maintain control over the situation. Yidzin, sitting next to the girl, watched her carefully, his presence creating a strange mixture of comfort and tension in the confined space of the salon. Breaking the silence, Yuna's sister asked Yidzin about his reluctance to become popular, offering support to the company, to which the guy laconically refused, showing no interest. The girl, slightly irritated by his immediate refusal, reproached Yidzin for the lack of even feigned thought, emphasizing his determination and steadfastness in his choice. The unexpected question about his acquaintance with Lieutenant Kang Ham-chan made Yidzin flinch, revealing his hidden emotions and connection with the said person. Yuna's sister, having added the information about her engagement to the lieutenant, watched Yidzin's reaction, who turned to her in amazement, clearly shocked by this revelation. Noticing Ijin's unusual reaction, Yuna's sister couldn't help but smile, enjoying the moment when she managed to catch the guy off guard and throw him off balance. Ijin's memory flashed back to the conversation with the lieutenant about meeting his fiancée, which he had not attached any importance to at the time, But now this information had acquired new meaning and significance. Yitzin, still under the impression of what he had heard, turned to the girl with an expression of extreme surprise on his face, and a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek betrayed his excitement. Yuna's sister, watching Idzin's reaction, mentally noted the obviousness of his acquaintance with the lieutenant. Her lips curved into a sly smile, pleased with her little investigation. Suddenly changing tactics, the girl wiped the sly smile from her face and, assuming the appearance of an innocent person, again turned to Idzin with a question, waiting for his further reaction. Returning her gaze to Yitzin, Yuna's sister was surprised to find that his face had once again assumed an indifferent expression, as if the recent shock had never existed. As she continued her journey, the girl watched Idzin furtively, trying to figure out the reason for such a sudden change in his behavior and return to his previous carefree manner. The head guard, who was closely monitoring the situation from the front seat, also noted this sudden change in Idzin's mood, which only increased his suspicions and vigilance. Upon arrival, two security guards escorted the girl into the building, while Yitzin remained near the car, giving the impression of being detached from what was happening. After some time, Yitzin was also invited inside, and he, along with the girl's main guard, proceeded to a room intended exclusively for staff. Despite his outward calm, Idzin's thoughts were occupied with the recent revelation about the girl's engagement to the lieutenant. His gaze was directed at the floor, revealing deep thoughtfulness. The company's corridors were striking in their exquisite beauty, and the presence of two guards at the doors only emphasized the importance and secrecy of what was happening inside. At this time, Yuna's sister in the dressing room was putting the finishing touches on her makeup, carefully applying lipstick to her lips in front of the mirror. Suddenly, the silence was broken by strange sounds coming from behind the screen, and someone's figure began to slowly appear, attracting the attention of Sister Yuna. A girl with long black hair and bangs came out from behind the screen. Her appearance behind the mistress created an atmosphere of mystery and tension. The stranger, not paying attention to the presence of Yuna's sister, began to tidy herself up, looking in the mirror and creating the impression of the ordinariness of what was happening. Yuna's sister, unsuspecting, continued to go about her business, unaware of the potential danger that could lurk in the presence of an unfamiliar girl. Suddenly, a gloved hand clutching a handkerchief quickly reached for Yuna's sister's neck, catching the girl off guard and preventing her from calling for help. The stranger, who had just emerged from behind the screen, with incredible dexterity applied a gag soaked in chloroform to Sister Yuna's face, preventing any attempts to scream. The attacker acted with astonishing composure, which contrasted with the brutality of the act she was committing, making the scene even more frightening and surreal. Under the influence of the potent substance, Yuna's sister quickly lost consciousness, falling into a deep sleep, defenseless in the face of an unknown danger. At the same time, the guards at the entrance were silently neutralized, and their bodies quickly moved by an unknown accomplice who acted with frightening efficiency. The stranger from the toilet, who was clearly in charge of the operation, gave a short order to her assistant to speed up the process and move their main target, demonstrating the clarity and coordination of their actions. The man moving the bodies turned around, giving the female leader a glare that was a mixture of displeasure and submission to her authority. At the same time, Yitzin and the head guard, while in the office, received an alarming message on their headphones about the mysterious disappearance of the director, instantly putting them on alert. It was reported that Jinsu and Kengu, who were responsible for the director's security, were found unconscious, indicating the seriousness of the situation and the professionalism of the kidnappers. The head security guard immediately gave orders to block all exits and carefully check the surveillance footage in an attempt to prevent the criminals from escaping. A moment later, Yizin and the head guard quickly left the staff room, their movements so fast that they created currents of air around them. Running Yitzin analyzed the situation, assuming that the kidnappers had either already fled in a car or were hiding to assess the situation before making their final escape. He began a rapid descent down the high circular staircase, each step filled with the determination and speed necessary to rescue the kidnapped woman. Idzin's gaze was filled with determination and anger. He was filled with a sense of responsibility for the girl's safety, and he was determined to save her no matter what. Upon reaching exit B in the parking lot, Yidzin continued his breakneck run, every movement filled with purpose and urgency. As he ran, he kept a close eye on his surroundings, his keen gaze searching for the slightest sign of suspicious activity, when suddenly something caught his attention. A blue car and a strange, vague shadow next to it that he couldn't identify but which instantly aroused his suspicions came into Itzen's field of vision. Without wasting a second, he rushed towards the car in the mysterious silhouette, confident that he was on the trail of the kidnappers and ready for decisive action. Upon reaching the car, Yitzin stood resolutely in front of its headlights, intending to block the path and prevent the possible escape of the suspected criminals. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened in surprise and fear, his confidence turning to confusion as he realized his mistake. To his surprise, Yitzin discovered that there was an ordinary man in the car, clearly confused by what was happening and the intentions of the guy who suddenly appeared in front of him. Realizing his mistake, Yitzin instantly turned his attention, turning towards the direction of the suddenly heard sound, his senses heightened in search of the true threat. His gaze fell on a large black armored vehicle that began to leave the parking lot, and Yitzin instantly realized that this was the real target of his search. Realizing his mistake, Yitzin mobilized all his strength, his movements becoming even more swift and purposeful as he gave chase. Having managed to run to the black car, Yitzin resolutely stood in its path, ready at any cost to stop the transport and prevent the kidnappers from escaping. The driver and the stranger from the toilet, ignoring Yitzin, only pressed harder on the gas pedal, demonstrating complete disregard for his attempts to stop them. The powerful car was inexorably approaching Yitzin, blinding him with the bright light of its headlights and creating an ominous atmosphere of imminent danger. The guy's face retained an amazing calmness. Mixed with determination, his gaze expressed complete indifference to his own safety, focused only on completing the task. Realizing that the criminals had no intention of stopping, Yitzin collided with a car at the last moment, which without slowing down, hit him. The blow threw Yitzin to the side, but he, showing incredible resilience and tenacity, immediately began to rise, ready to continue the chase. Without wasting any time, he transmitted information to his team via earpiece about the black minivan of the criminals, clearly stating the license plates, 0000440. With incredible agility and determination, Yitzin began the pursuit, jumping across the roofs of parked cars in an attempt to catch up with the retreating black minivan. The criminals behind the wheel, clearly irritated by the persistence of their pursuer, were perplexed as to why this guy was so stubbornly following them. Yitzin, without slowing down, began to exert all his strength in order to at least slightly delay the departing car and give reinforcements a chance to arrive. At the crucial moment, he made a desperate leap, landing on the windshield of the minivan and firmly grasping the roof, intending to block the kidnapper's path at any cost. Yitzin, slightly stunned by the impact, almost fell off the roof of the speeding minivan, but managed to hold on, clinging to the side of the roof with incredible tenacity. It was extremely difficult to stay on the slippery surface. Yitzin's fingers desperately searched for any support, every moment threatening to slip and send him into a fatal fall. Turning his head, Yitzin saw a group of his colleagues gathered in front of him, ready to stop the criminals, their determined faces expressing their readiness for action. The team deployed special equipment with spiked tapes, intending to create an insurmountable obstacle in the path of the fugitives and stop their dangerous progress. With bitterness, Yitzin realized that his comrades were unable to deploy their defenses in time, their actions seeming agonizingly slow in comparison to the approaching threat. The driver of the minivan, maintaining a remarkable composure, seemed completely unconcerned about what was happening, his face remaining impassive, as if he was confident of success. Without hesitation, the criminal pressed the gas pedal to the metal, intending to break through the barrier with the sheer speed and power of his vehicle. The minivan shot forward with a deafening roar of the engine, the tires leaving a smoking trail on the asphalt, squealing with the strain of the sudden acceleration. The guards, realizing the mortal danger, froze in horror, looking at the car rushing towards them at full speed, realizing that their plan had failed. At the last moment, they scattered, barely managing to get out of the way of the speeding minivan without having managed to install the spiked barrier. All this time, Yitzin continued to desperately cling to the roof of the car, realizing that he was the last hope to prevent the criminals from escaping and to save the kidnapped woman. The minivan burst out of the underground parking lot, leaving behind confused security guards whose attempts to stop it proved futile and ineffective. The car began to move down the street at a sharp angle, its blinding headlights cutting through the night darkness, illuminating the way and disorienting possible pursuers. The driver deliberately drove the car in zigzags, trying to throw Yitzin off the roof, Every sharp turn threatened to make the guy lose his fragile balance. Yitzin was barely holding on to the edge of the roof with one hand. His muscles were shaking from the tension. Every second could be the last in this desperate struggle. Clinging to the roof with one hand for dear life, Yitzin realized that he had spent too much time thinking instead of acting decisively. A memory of a recent conversation suddenly surfaced in his mind when he, absorbed in his meal, was caught off guard by an unexpected question from his interlocutor. That conversation with the lieutenant at the table, when he mentioned Yitzin's recent question about the nature of family, now took on a new meaning in his thoughts. The lieutenant then tried to explain that the concept of family may differ for different people, but for him it was those who were especially dear. Yitzin, surprised by this definition, asked again, trying to comprehend the concept of people who could be so important. The lieutenant backed up his words, explaining that, although he works for the good of the country, it is his family that is the reason for his hard work and dedication. Then Yitzin asked a question that now took on special significance. Can people sacrifice their lives for the sake of their family? This question caught the lieutenant off guard, and he looked at Yitzin in surprise, not understanding what was behind these words and what the guy was actually asking. In the tense silence of the office, Yitzin sat across from the lieutenant, waiting for an answer to his question, the air between them seeming thick with the importance of the moment. The lieutenant, having collected his thoughts, confidently said that he would not hesitate to sacrifice himself for his family if circumstances required it. Back in reality, Yitzin, clinging with bloody fingers to the roof of the speeding car, felt how the memory gives him strength in this desperate struggle. Gritting his teeth against the piercing pain, Yitzin continued to hold on. Every second on the roof of the speeding car seemed like an eternity, testing the limits of his endurance. Gathering his remaining strength, Yitzin, overcoming the trembling in his muscles, managed to grab the edge of the roof with his other hand again, strengthening his precarious position on the moving car. The driver, casting anxious glances into the rearview mirror, could not hide his amazement at the incredible tenacity of his pursuer, who was still clinging to the roof. A bright blue glow emanated from Yitzin's body, as if it were a visual representation of his unbending will and determination to complete what he had started at any cost. Bending over into an impossible position, Yitzin aimed both feet at the windshield, concentrating all his strength and energy into this desperate strike. The armored glass, not designed to withstand such a powerful attack, was covered in a web of cracks, threatening to crumble under the onslaught of Yitzin's furious force. The driver, shocked by what was happening, was distracted for a moment, and at that critical moment noticed an oncoming car rapidly approaching at great speed. Time seemed to slow down as the inevitable collision occurred, the kidnapper's car shaking from the powerful impact of the oncoming car, metal grinding and crumpling. Yitzin, caught off guard by the collision, was thrown off the roof of the car, his body flying away from the center of the impact like a ragdoll. The boy rolled head over heels across the asphalt, feeling every impact with the unevenness of the road, his consciousness clouded by the shock and pain he received as a result of the hard fall. In the darkness of the night, under the light of a single street lamp, Yitzin, overcoming the pain, slowly tried to rise, his silhouette casting a long shadow on the wet asphalt. Hearing the roar of the engine of the minivan in which the kidnapped director was located, Yitzin, ignoring the pain, began to rise at double speed, realizing that every second counted. Barely able to stand up, he watched in horror as the minivan began to drive away, taking the kidnapped woman with it, his heart clenched with a feeling of helplessness and despair. Yitzin's face was covered in blood, and his head was pounding from the blow he had received. But despite this, he continued to move forward, holding his head and trying to focus his vision. Suddenly, as if he had found a second wind, Yitzin rushed forward, starting to chase after the fleeing minivan, his determination not allowing him to give in and let the kidnappers get away. The stranger from the restroom, sitting in the minivan, watched through the rear-view mirror as Yitzin tried desperately to catch up with them, her face expressing a mixture of surprise and admiration. She winked playfully at her pursuer, biting her lip in a flirtatious gesture, as if enjoying this dangerous game of cat and mouse, her behavior reminiscent of a star on the red carpet. Looking in the mirror, the girl saw Yitzin desperately trying to save the director, his figure becoming smaller and smaller, but his determination seemed to only grow with every step. She couldn't hide her surprise as she watched how Yitzin, despite all the obstacles, continued to pursue them, almost catching up with them and staying on their tail. Suddenly, the minivan disappeared around the corner, disappearing into the darkness of the night, only the dim light of the street lamps illuminating the empty street, leaving Itzin alone with his despair and determination. Yidzin stood there exhausted and bloody, breathing heavily, his extraordinary stamina failing him for the first time in a long time, leaving him alone with fatigue and pain. A car with the director's chief security guard drove up to the scene of the incident, and after getting out of the car, he immediately asked Itzin about the direction of the kidnapper's movement. Yizin, with a half-frightened look and a face covered in bloodstains, slowly turned to face the head guard, his eyes expressing a mixture of determination and despair. Unexpectedly for the guard, Yizin climbed into his car, causing a wave of indignation and bewilderment, to which the guy did not react in any way, concentrating on his goal. Ignoring the guard's indignation, Yitzin dryly said that the kidnappers had turned right at the nearest intersection, insisting on immediate pursuit. The security guard, having immediately assessed the situation, contacted his colleagues by phone, reporting the direction of the criminals' movement and calling for coordination with the police. Giving clear instructions, the guard demanded that the kidnappers' movement pattern be determined and that police cars be involved in the operation, understanding the seriousness of the situation. The car took off in pursuit, and the guard, turning to Idzin, offered to drop him off on the way, reminding the guy that he was still a high school student and not a professional bodyguard. The head security guard emphasized the suddenness of the incident, emphasizing that Yitzin was not a licensed security specialist. Yitzin, without losing his composure, replied that his participation in the chase was part of his training and was of his own free will, trying to dispel the guard's concerns. The security guard, continuing to analyze the situation, reported that there were two suspects of Oriental appearance in the kidnapper's car, occupying the driver's and passenger seats. The guard paused in his thoughts and looked closely at Idzin, noting his unusually serious appearance, which seemed to be at odds with the boy's age and status. The guard noted Idzin's numerous wounds, particularly highlighting his bloody hand, which was particularly worrisome due to its deplorable condition. After asking the guy how he was feeling, the guard received a laconic answer that everything was fine, although Idzin's appearance clearly contradicted his words. The guard mentally noted the guy's incredible endurance, recalling the report of how Idzin held onto the car for a long time and was the first to determine the route of the criminals. Idzin's tenacity, his ability to hold on to the car until the very end and accurately indicate the direction of the kidnapper's movement, caused a mixture of surprise and respect in the guard. The guard realized that after everything Yidzin had done to protect Yuna's sister, there was no one more reliable than this guy in their difficult situation now. Meanwhile, another guard informed Gosuk and Yuna, who were at home, of the disturbing news that Lady Jion, Yuna's sister, had been kidnapped. He explained that all but a small group of forces had been mobilized and that Yidzin had been appointed as the leader of the second team, surprising his listeners with this announcement. Yuna, hearing the name Idzin, anxiously asked again, not believing her ears and trying to comprehend his participation in the operation to save her sister. The guard confirmed the information, adding that Yidzin would soon join the second team, which only increased Yuna's concern and interest in what was happening. Yidzin and the head guard arrived at a dark warehouse surrounded by pitch darkness. The atmosphere around was tense and alarming. The guard, addressing Idzin, reported that according to the information received, the kidnappers should be somewhere in this area, calling for increased vigilance. While carefully scanning the area, Yitzin suddenly noticed something with his sharp gaze, his body tensed up, ready for immediate action. Yitzin's keen gaze caught sight of two silhouettes dragging a third figure towards the warehouse from the darkness, his heart beating faster as he realized what was happening. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the minivan driver, the female accomplice, and the kidnapped Lady Jean. The situation was becoming increasingly alarming. Realizing that there was no time to wait for reinforcements, the guard ordered Itzin to remain in the car, hoping for his prudence and obedience. As he exited the car, the security guard noticed something strange that clearly didn't fit into the overall picture and made him feel vaguely uneasy. Suddenly, he heard distinct footsteps of approaching people, the sound of which broke the ominous silence of the night. A group of burly men in masks and tracksuits emerged from behind a car parked nearby, their intentions clearly not friendly. The knife-wielding bandits radiated aggression and determination, their eyes fixed on the head guard, ready for the inevitable confrontation. The guard felt his entire body tense, realizing that he would have to stand alone against superior enemy forces. Suddenly, Yidzin got out of the car, suggesting that they move forward, which caused the guard's displeasure, who reminded him of his order to stay put. Without letting the guard finish his sentence, Yidzin decisively stated that they had no choice and could not wait for reinforcements. The situation required immediate action. The guard, realizing that there were only two of them against a group of armed bandits, tried to appeal to Yidzin's reason, reminding him that this was not a training session, but a real matter. Yidzin, remaining calm and determined, replied that he understood the seriousness of the situation and thought it was even better this way, ready to face the danger head-on. The guard was struck by the composure and determination with which the seemingly ordinary high school student spoke about the upcoming dangerous situation. A recent conversation that took place in the staff room, where Yuna's kidnapping and the current situation had been discussed, came back to his mind. He recalled someone then expressing doubts about the case, particularly emphasizing the oddity of appointing a high school student as the leader of the third group. In that conversation, Yuna's guard was asked if he really considered this young man a true professional, capable of handling such a serious task. The guard then raised his head and quietly but decisively answered in the affirmative, expressing his confidence in Yidzin's abilities. Now, watching Yidzin, the guard realized that his theory about the unusualness of this high school student was completely confirmed, surprising him even more. He looked closely at Yidzin's back, mentally analyzing everything he had just heard and seen, trying to comprehend the unusualness of the situation. Having made his decision, the guard began to move forward, expressing his trust in Yidzin and his willingness to act with him against the criminals. The unknown bandits, realizing the threat, began shouting at each other, calling on them not to let the guard and Yidzin pass, preparing for a brutal confrontation. One of the attackers, with a knife in his hand and wearing a mask hiding his face, suddenly jumped on the guard, intending to strike. Suddenly, surprise flashed across the attacker's eyes as Yidzin struck from behind with lightning speed, instantly disabling the opponent with agility that was unexpected for a high school student. Yidzin's blow was so powerful that the unknown bandit flew to the side like a rag doll, demonstrating the youth's incredible strength. The knife slipped from the attacker's hands, whistling through the air and falling to the ground, leaving the criminal unarmed and vulnerable. Without wasting time, another bandit in glasses rushed at Yidzin with a knife, but the guy, showing lightning-fast reactions, managed to duck, avoiding the fatal blow. Despite Yidzin's agility, the enemy's attack still knocked him off his feet, causing the boy to fly to the side and lose his balance for a moment. Quickly recovering from his fall, Yidzin noticed a knife lying nearby, and without hesitation, picked it up, preparing to continue the fight. Realizing that the upcoming fight would be far more difficult than anything he had ever faced before, Yidzin tightened his grip on the handle of his knife, knowing that he now had a tactical advantage. In the dim light of the night lanterns, Yidzin stood alone against 5 bandits on the deserted street near the warehouse, his determined gaze betraying his readiness for an unequal fight. One of the criminals, not hiding his contempt, mockingly addressed his disarmed comrade, expressing disbelief that a simple boy could knock the knife out of the hands of an experienced fighter. The bandit, still amazed, sarcastically remarked that he never imagined that the corporation would stoop to hiring a child bodyguard, his voice dripping with poisonous sarcasm. Addressing Yidzin with undisguised disdain, the criminal asked him if he had ever used a knife, but the guy remained unperturbed, ignoring the provocation. Continuing to mock, the bandit suggested that modern children had watched too many movies, after which he ordered his men to pursue the escapee, leaving one to deal with Yidzin. When one of the henchmen expressed concern about the need to hurry, the leader reassured him, confidently stating that they would easily catch up with the fugitive, unaware of the upcoming turn of events. While the bandits were discussing their plan of action, pretending to be chasing someone, something happened that made them freeze in amazement, not believing their eyes. Their eyes were fixed on Yidzin, who had disarmed the bandit left with him with astonishing ease and skill, demonstrating skills far beyond those of an ordinary teenager. As Yidzin dealt with the first enemy, another bandit took advantage of the situation and attempted to attack him from behind, raising his knife for a fatal blow. However, Yidzin's reaction was lightning fast. In a split second, he intercepted the attacker's hand and, using his own strength, delivered a crushing counterattack, demonstrating incredible combat skill. Yidzin quickly plunged the knife into the attacker's shoulder, instantly disabling him and demonstrating the ruthless efficiency of his actions. Towering over his fallen opponent, who was writhing in pain, clutching his wounded shoulder. Yitzin exuded an aura of unwavering determination and danger. The remaining three guards stood frozen in stunned silence, their faces expressing a mixture of surprise and disbelief at what they had just seen, unable to comprehend what had happened. Slowly turning to face the remaining opponents, Yizin glared at them, silently letting them know that it was time for them to pay for their actions. One of the bandits, trying to hide his fear behind bravado, commented that even if Yizin was a bodyguard, he was still a child, not realizing the full danger of the situation. In response to the provocation, Yizin rushed forward. His movements were so fast that his hair fluttered in the wind, creating the impression of a blurred silhouette. Realizing the threat, the bandits began to panic and shout at each other, calling for Yitzin to be killed immediately, realizing that he could disrupt their plans and interfere with the operation. With incredible speed and precision, Yitzin slashed the knife across the arm of one of the attackers, acting so quickly that he didn't even have time to react. The gang leader, watching what was happening, froze in complete bewilderment, his brain refusing to accept the reality of the battle taking place around him. Yitzin continued his attack, moving from side to side with lightning speed, delivering quick and precise knife strikes, not giving his opponent a second to rest. After blocking the bandit's attack once again, Yitzin immediately counterattacked with a crushing punch, demonstrating the perfect combination of defense and offense. The bandit realized the disadvantage he was in, his gaze filled with genuine fear, realizing that he was facing an opponent who was superior to him in every way. Grabbing the bandit by the throat, Yitzin demonstrated his physical strength by holding his body down and delivering a crushing knee strike, finally incapacitating his opponent. Yitzin, having assessed the situation, realized that only one of the four opponents remained, realizing that he was close to completing his task. The last bandit, watching the determined high school student approach, felt panic creeping up on him, realizing his obvious disadvantage. Yitzin's lightning-fast reaction caught the bandit off guard. His attempt to block the attack was futile in the face of the young fighter's skill. The bandit's desperate counterattack with his foot was easily anticipated by Yitzin, who deftly dodged it, demonstrating excellent flexibility and reaction. In a fierce battle, Yitzin managed to seize the initiative, blocking his opponent's hand and depriving him of the opportunity to attack effectively. Realizing that his hand was immobilized, the bandit felt panic take over him, unable to find a way out of the situation. Yitzin, taking advantage of his opponent's confusion, delivered a precise blow to the bandit's knees, depriving him of his balance and the ability to continue the fight. Reacting instantly, Yitzin grabbed his opponent tightly, completely controlling the situation and not giving the bandit a chance to resist. By holding the bandit down, Yitzin demonstrated his superiority, making it clear that any further resistance was futile. Yitzin, keeping his cool, assessed the situation, deciding how to proceed further in order to neutralize the enemy without unnecessary risk. Yitzin's gaze, directed at the defeated enemy, was full of determination and concentration, without betraying any emotions. Lowering his hand and clenching his fist, Yitzin felt a blue aura envelop him, symbolizing his inner strength and control over the situation. Yitzin, acting with surgical precision, made a small but effective cut on the bandit's leg, instantly rendering him unable to resist or escape. The last of the opponents fell to the ground, and Yitzin, breathing heavily, looked around the battlefield, strewn with the bodies of defeated bandits, realizing the scale of the clash that had taken place. At the warehouse, the kidnappers, acting quickly and in a coordinated manner, dragged Jian, tied to a wheelchair, trying to leave the crime scene as quickly as possible. The stranger girl, assessing the situation, noted the corporation's unexpectedly quick reaction, realizing that their plan could be at risk of failure due to unforeseen circumstances. The minivan driver, having reported the successful kidnapping of the target, slammed his flip phone shut, preparing for the next stage of their carefully laid out plan. Realizing the approach of the corporation's forces, the girl gave the command to move to the next point, despite the fact that it was earlier than the planned time. As they walked towards the car, the kidnappers suddenly noticed something that caught their attention and made them wary, their bodies tensing in anticipation of a new threat. Their eyes turned to the out-of-breath head guard, who, breathing heavily and flushed with tension, suddenly appeared on the scene. The driver, recognizing the arrival, immediately informed the girl about the identity of the person who had appeared, emphasizing his importance and the potential threat to their plans. The head guard, seeing his mistress confined to a wheelchair, felt a wave of anger and determination wash over him, preparing him for decisive action. The guard's face twisted in rage as he realized how unceremoniously and cruelly the kidnappers had treated the director, his ward. Suddenly, an unknown person appeared from behind, intending to attack the leader of the guard, but he, demonstrating honed reflexes, easily dodged the blow, preparing for a counterattack. An unexpected attacker, armed with a large knife, tried to strike the leader of the guard, but he, anticipating the attack, turned around with lightning speed, ready to defend himself. The leader of the guard, demonstrating a refined technique, instantly blocked the attacker's hand, preventing a fatal knife strike and seizing the initiative in the fight. Without wasting a second, the guard delivered a powerful punch to the attacker's chin, using his free hand with maximum efficiency and force. Having barely dealt with the first enemy, the leader of the guard discovered that two more armed bandits were approaching him, ready to engage in battle. Instantly assessing the situation, the guard realized the imbalance of forces, noticing the knives in the hands of the approaching opponents, but this only strengthened his determination. Without losing his composure, the leader of the guard instantly assumed a fighting stance, preparing to meet the attack of two armed bandits running towards him. With incredible dexterity, the guard kicked one of the attackers, throwing him off balance and causing him to drop his knife, instantly reducing the threat. Continuing his lightning attack, the leader of the guard delivered a crushing elbow to the chin of his fallen opponent, completely incapacitating him. The second bandit, trying to take advantage of the situation, attacked with a knife, but the leader of the guard, showing incredible reflexes, easily dodged the deadly blade. The guard grabbed the hand with the knife and applied a painful hold, forcing the opponent to unclench his fingers and drop the weapon, neutralizing the threat. Completing the combination, the leader of the guard delivered a precise blow to the back of the bandit's knee, sending him to the asphalt and finally taking him out of the fight. Standing over his fallen foes, the guard leader heard a voice declaring that enough had been done, signaling the end of the conflict. Hearing a familiar voice, the leader of the guard turned around abruptly, his gaze filled with anxiety and fear. Sensing an impending threat, the stranger and the driver of the minivan appeared before him, with the driver holding a gun aimed at the helpless lady, creating a deadly situation. The driver coldly declared his readiness to kill the woman if she became a nuisance, his words sounding like an icy sentence in the tense silence. The leader of the security guard realized the seriousness of the situation, realizing that the kidnappers were indeed capable of shooting the hostage in cold blood without the slightest hesitation. Approaching the leader of the guard and holding him at gunpoint, the driver warned that any movement would result in the immediate death of the lady. Seized with fear for the life of his charge, the leader of the guard froze in place, not daring to move, while the kidnapper mockingly inquired about his further actions. The face of the leader of the guard was distorted with barely restrained rage, but he understood that he found himself in a hopeless situation, unable to do anything. The driver clearly did not like the expression on the face of the security leader. He was irritated by the enemy's inability to completely submit and hide his emotions. Suddenly, the driver, deciding to demonstrate the seriousness of his intentions, fired, aiming at the shoulder of the leader of the guard and inflicting a painful wound on him. Struck by the sudden pain, the guard leader grimaced, his face twisted in pain, and his body tensed as he tried to cope with the shock of being wounded. For the first time ever, the minivan driver showed emotion, bursting into a sinister laugh, enjoying the suffering of his victim and feeling completely in control of the situation. The driver, surprised by the steadfastness of the security leader, expressed his admiration, while the stranger from the toilet impatiently called for the end, reminding him of the limited time. The leader of the guard, standing tense, feverishly thought about his next steps, puzzled by the delay in reinforcements and feeling how the situation was getting out of control. His gaze was fixed on the motionless body of the director, immersed in a deep sleep, helpless in the face of danger and in need of immediate help. He watched in horror as the driver's finger slowly began to press the trigger, realizing that every second could be fatal for his charge. Standing between the gun and the director, the security leader mentally asked for forgiveness, preparing to sacrifice himself to save the life entrusted to him. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically. A knife, which seemed to come out of nowhere, pierced the driver's hand, causing him to stagger and lose his balance. The stranger, instantly reacting to the unexpected attack, began to move quickly, dodging possible blows and trying to assess the new threat. The knife, thrown with incredible force, sank halfway into the ground, demonstrating the power and precision of the one who threw it, and striking terror into the hearts of the kidnappers. The culprit of the sudden turn of events turned out to be Idzin, who, having dealt with the bandits at the entrance, rushed to the aid of the director, arriving just in time. Taking advantage of the confusion of the kidnappers, who jumped away from the wheelchair, Yitzin grabbed the handles with lightning speed, ready for decisive action. Without wasting a second, Yitzin began to push the wheelchair quickly, trying to take the director to a safe place as quickly as possible, realizing that every moment counted. The driver and the stranger from the toilet stood frozen in amazement, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events, their faces expressing a mixture of shock and confusion. The leader of the service's security, overcome with a wave of relief, had difficulty catching his breath, feeling both surprise and joy at the unexpected appearance of Idzin. The driver, having come to his senses, burst into curses and opened fire indiscriminately with a pistol, desperately trying to hit the fleeing Idzin. One of the bullets grazed the guy's back, but Yidzin, demonstrating incredible resilience, continued to run, pushing the wheelchair with the director in front of him. The leader of the security guards, without wasting a second, rushed at the driver, knocking him down and trying to incapacitate him to prevent further shots. At the moment of the fall on the asphalt, the guard tried to snatch the pistol from the driver's hands, and a fierce struggle for the weapon ensued. Yidzin, hearing the sound of fighting behind him, turned around for a moment, realizing that the leader of the guard might need help. Noticing Idzin's hesitation, the security leader shouted at him with all his might to run without looking back, knowing that saving the director was the most important thing. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Yidzin made a decision and redoubled his efforts to leave the danger zone as quickly as possible. With an unwavering determination in his eyes, Yidzin continued to push the wheelchair, carrying the director forward, focusing solely on the task of saving the life entrusted to him. Lady Jian, as if emerging from a deep sleep, slowly opened her eyes, the world around her blurring and spinning, creating a surreal picture of what was happening. Freed from her bonds, she felt weak throughout her body, the effects of the unknown drug still clouding her consciousness, making every movement difficult. With each passing moment, Jian's eyes opened wider, allowing her to notice the unnatural pallor of her skin, a silent testimony to the stress she had been through. The fog in her mind gradually cleared, allowing the director to finally see her surroundings clearly and realize the seriousness of the situation she found herself in. A sudden movement nearby made Yian jump, her face flushing with excitement and surprise as she realized she wasn't alone. Yidzin, who was standing next to Jian, gently placed his finger to his lips, silently asking for silence, his eyes expressing both concern and caution. The boy, trying to prevent any sound that could give away their location, continued to hold his hand reassuringly next to Ji-yun, watching her reaction. After making sure that the director understood the need to remain silent, Yidzin slowly removed his hand, his gaze remaining fixed on Ji-yun's face, ready to react to any changes. Jian, realizing the seriousness of the situation, turned to Yidzin in a quiet, trembling voice, trying to recall the events that preceded her awakening in this strange place. Seeing Ji-yun nervously massaging her temples, Yidzin calmly explained the cause of her headache, urging her to remain calm and promising that everything would become clear soon. Jian, still clutching her head, painfully tried to recall the events that preceded her awakening, trying to understand who and why subjected her to this test. Suddenly, like a flash of lightning, a picture appeared in her mind of a reflection in the mirror of the toilet room and someone's hand pressing a rag to her face. Realizing that she had become a victim of kidnapping, Jian looked anxiously at Itzin, who confirmed her guess and briefly outlined the situation with the arrival of the second team. Yitzin, assessing the situation, explained that the director's awakening improved their chances of retreat, but the stalemate made it difficult to move covertly. The guy noted with alarm the main problem, the presence of weapons among the opponents while they themselves were unarmed, which significantly complicated the situation and increased the risks. Jen, sitting in her wheelchair, frantically thought about the possible motives of the kidnappers, linking what happened with the corporation's recent business operations. It suddenly dawned on her that neither she nor her sister were directly involved with the company's new projects, making the motive for the kidnapping even more mysterious and disturbing. Jen's gaze fell on Yitzin's numerous wounds and bruises, and she anxiously asked about his condition, to which the boy, without hesitation, replied that he was fine. The director, amazed by the young man's resilience, could not believe his words, seeing how seriously he had suffered trying to protect her from the kidnappers. With growing concern, Jean listed Yidsen's visible injuries, a shot through the shoulder, numerous bruises, insisting on the need for immediate medical attention. Jean was particularly drawn to Yidsen's bloody fingers, indicating his desperate attempt to stop the kidnapper's car with his bare hands. The realization of Yidsen's self-sacrifice, who was not even an official bodyguard, deeply shocked the director, forcing him to rethink his attitude towards the young man. Jin, amazed by Yidsen's selflessness, couldn't stop thinking about how mysterious this young man was, whose actions seemed unbelievable for an ordinary high school student. When the director asked about the possibility of escape, Yidsen calmly reminded her of the hopelessness of their situation, his voice low but confident in the tense silence of the warehouse. Meanwhile, the stranger from the toilet, who had poisoned Jin earlier, was now wandering around the warehouse with a gun in her hands, her steps echoing in the empty space. The stranger's voice, full of threats, echoed throughout the warehouse, demanding that the fugitives show themselves, hinting at their readiness to kill the captive for their own safety. The kidnapper's words became more and more insistent. She tried to convince Yidsen and Jian to surrender, promising the opportunity to spare the life of the captive in exchange for a quick resolution of the situation. Jian, unable to bear the strain, tried to get up from her wheelchair, expressing her willingness to give in to protect Yidsen, whom she still perceived as a child. Intending to go out to meet the danger, Jean began to rise. But Yidsen, instantly reacting, stopped her with a gesture, his eyes expressing determination and confidence. Yidsen pressed his finger to his lips again, calling for silence, his gesture gentle yet insistent, demonstrating his unwavering determination to protect the director at any cost. Shocked by Yidsen's actions, Jen couldn't believe his willingness to risk himself for her safety, her gaze expressing a mixture of gratitude and deep concern. Suddenly, both of them froze upon hearing the unexpected sound, their faces expressing surprise and alertness. Their gazes were riveted to one point in the warehouse space. The stranger, continuing to walk around the area, also caught the strange sounds, her attention instantly focused in the direction from which they came, ready for any surprises. Yidsen slowly emerged from the hiding place where he and Jian had been hiding, his movements careful and calculated, drawing the stranger's attention. Raising his hands in the universal gesture of surrender, Yidsen showed no hostile intent, his face calm and focused. The stranger, seeing only Yidsen, mentally noted the absence of Jin, her gaze expressing a mixture of surprise and suspicion towards the actions of the young man. With a mocking smile, she turned to Yidsen, making fun of his courage and comparing his behavior to movie heroes, her voice sounding sarcastic. The stranger's face took on a serious expression. She looked intently at Yidsen, assessing his determination and trying to predict his next move. Yidsen stood motionless, his gaze calm and focused, revealing neither fear nor excitement, ready for any development. Suddenly, the silence of the warehouse was broken by Jean's scream, who, unable to bear the tension, ran out of hiding, begging the stranger to stop and not harm Yidsen.